Have you ever encountered a time traveler who tears up the script right from the start? He became Kakuzu and resolutely rejected the fatal mission to assassinate the first Hokage. While the higher-ups fantasized about trading his life for a bounty, he had already seized the village's treasured artifact, the Jiongu. This is not merely a tale of wealth. It is an epic of survival, striving to avoid being ensnared by plot-induced demise and initiating a rebellion against the true deities. Witness Kakuzu as he breaks free from the shackles of fate, casting his gaze toward the Otsutsuki beyond the horizon. Chapter 1. The Assassination of the First Hokage. In the world of Shinobi, clans flourished. As time progressed, the number of clans multiplied, igniting various conflicts. Armed with chakra as their weapon, the ninjas resorted to the most direct and effective means to resolve disputes: combat. Major clans engaged in relentless skirmishes, vying for higher status and greater resources on this land. Smaller clans struggled for survival in the crevices, banding together, either willingly or reluctantly embroiled in the turmoil. This era, characterized by unending slaughter, is referred to by future generations as the Warring States period. After a century of chaos, a faction of ninjas awakened, setting aside their disputes to establish their own villages against the backdrop of the great nations. The nations began to provide continuous funding and sustenance for these villages, whose ninjas were tasked with safeguarding the realm. The system of one village per nation began to flourish across the shinobi world. Soon, the five mightiest shinobi villages, Konoha, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure, were established, accompanied by smaller villages founded by lesser nations. In a land of waterfalls, a modest nation roughly one-tenth the size of a great nation, the village of Takigakure was also formed. The wind howled, sand and gravel danced across the ground, and the trees swayed ceaselessly. In the sky, flocks of birds took flight, their cries resonating like mournful wails. A 26-year-old youth stood atop a mountain, gazing into the distance, his heart awash with emotion. My name is Kakuzu. I was originally from the 21st century, and I never imagined that such a bizarre phenomenon as time travel would truly occur to me. Though he felt a torrent of emotions, Kakuzu was not averse to this new reality. On the contrary, a flicker of secret delight stirred within him. In his past life, despite his youth, he was frail and plagued by illness, suffering day and night. After years of struggle, he was ultimately liberated from his corporeal form by the grip of disease. Yet, when he opened his eyes once more, Kakuzu found himself in an entirely new world. His mind brimmed with information from the Warring States period, along with the memories of the original owner of this body. Lifting his arm and opening his palm, Kakuzu's deep-set eyes quietly regarded his new form. In this life, I'm also called Kakuzu, born at the twilight of the Warring States. The chaos of this era has erased my memories of my parents, as I was adopted by a clan of ninjas from a young age, who trained me rigorously to become an adept assassin. From the age of 7, I undertook missions, and it was during one such task that I took my first life. A life steeped in bloodshed has only strengthened my abilities, yet I have grown numb to the brutality of this ninja world. Then came the establishment of Takigakure. The clan leader who raised and trained me, Goto Tsubasa, is now the head of Takigakure. Thanks to my formidable strength, I have risen to the rank of captain of the 2nd Division. It seems that the shinobi world and the life of ninjas are on the cusp of peace. Upon recollecting the basic information in my mind, I gained a clear understanding of the current shinobi world. This is the precursor to the Naruto Saga, an era belonging to the founding Hokages of the various villages. As for my identity, on the surface, I appear to be merely a jonin of Takigakure. However, an unsettling feeling grows within me, as I sense that I am destined to become that unfortunate soul who meets his demise under the wind release technique. Suddenly, with a swish, a figure clad in armor and wielding a long sword appeared behind Kakuzu. The man bore a menacing scar across his face. Kakuzu, your next assassination target has been arranged. Kakuzu remained still, casting a sidelong glance at the speaker. The man was Chiba Mei, the captain of the 1st Division, possessing considerable strength akin to Kakuzu's. Unlike Kakuzu, he hailed from a prominent clan and could be considered a true noble within Takigakure. Kakuzu did not immediately follow Chiba Mei, but instead inquired, "The conflicts in the shinobi world have only just subsided, and there is already a new operation?" Chiba Mei felt a twinge of displeasure at Kakuzu's skepticism, but replied nonetheless, "The village has just been established and is in dire need of funds." It is time for you to contribute to the village. Oh, is that so? The village, the bonds, everything for the village. Are such phrases starting to emerge? Kakuzu's heart bore a faint smile as he stepped forward, passing Chiba Mei. Then let us proceed. Kakuzu led the way, with Chiba Mei following closely behind. They entered the village together. Having only been established for a few years, Takigakure was not affluent. The village had but a single main road running north and south, with all other paths being winding dirt trails. Scattered houses dotted the landscape, though most were humble huts, with brick structures being a rarity. This illustrates the hardships faced by a village newly risen from chaos. However, nothing is absolute. At the very heart of Takigakure stood a three-story building constructed of stone bricks, serving as the command center, a veritable heart of the village. Upon entering with Chiba Mei, Kakuzu met the highest authority of Takigakure, Goto Tsubasa. This was an elderly man in his 60s. Despite his age, his eyes gleamed with vitality, and his presence was formidable. He not only held dominion over all the land of Takigakure, but also possessed extraordinary strength, at least on par with elite jonin. My lord, what brings you to summon me? Kakuzu placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. My lord is how Kakuzu referred to Goto Tsubasa in his memories. Though Goto Tsubasa now led the village, he could not be called Takikage. The title Kage is reserved for the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages, making the title My Lord quite fitting. Goto Tsubasa regarded Kakuzu with a nod, his slender hand retrieving a scroll from a nearby table, which he then handed to Kakuzu. This is the village's new mission. The village has decided to entrust this task to you, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Kakuzu accepted the scroll with both hands, unfurling it to reveal the contents. His keen gaze scanned the details. Target, Senja Hashirama. Objective, elimination. Kakuzu's pupils dilated, his breath quickening, and the hair on his body stood on end. A meme from his previous life surfaced in his mind. 800 miles of shuriken to slay the first Hokage. Is such a legendary moment arriving so soon? In his past life, Kakuzu had watched Naruto, albeit in a haphazard manner, skipping through episodes. If asked about specific details, he might falter. Yet, he had certainly encountered various iconic moments from the series crafted into videos by fans, such as boasting to Kakashi that the first Leaf Ninja he faced was the first Hokage. That moment, I allowed myself a brief moment of joy. However, I have now truly become Kakuzu, and recalling that scene, Kakuzu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, sending chills down his spine and causing his breath to quicken. Yet, from the perspective of Goto Tsubasa, Kakuzu's demeanor could be interpreted differently. Kakuzu, are you afraid? In Goto Tsubasa's eyes, Kakuzu had been trained as an assassin from a young age. After enduring numerous bloody trials, he should have become more ruthless, shedding all unnecessary emotions. Fear was not an emotion that should manifest within him. Chapter 2. Conspiracy. Kakuzu raised his gaze and silently regarded Goto Tsubasa, aware that speaking too much could lead to mistakes, especially in someone else's territory. Having only traversed here for a few days, he had been conducting himself based on the memories in his mind, opting to speak less and listen more to avoid revealing any flaws. Upon observing Kakuzu's expression, Goto Tsubasa came to his own conclusions. Tasking Kakuzu with dealing with the first Hokage of Konoha was indeed a formidable challenge, yet a glimmer of determination flickered in Goto Tsubasa's eyes. Despite the daunting task, he felt compelled to instill some of his ideals in Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you've undoubtedly heard of Senju Hashirama's formidable prowess. He was the one who first proposed the system of nations and villages. Such a man is indeed powerful, but not invincible. You could resort to assassination, poison, or strike while he is asleep. Even the strongest can reveal vulnerabilities. Listening to Goto Tsubasa's incessant chatter, Kakuzu bit his lip. I must not laugh. It is imperative that I do not laugh. Kakuzu felt that what Goto Tsubasa was proposing was far less effective than launching a shuriken from 800 meters away. After delivering his speech, Goto Tsubasa noticed Kakuzu's stoic expression and cleared his throat, preparing to offer Kakuzu a dose of encouragement. Kakuzu, I understand the difficulty of the task, yet immense challenges often accompany immense opportunities. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I will entrust you with the secret technique of the Land of Waterfalls, a treasure of our village. Goto Tsubasa firmly clasped Kakuzu's shoulder, You have been nurtured by our clan since childhood, and I will eventually grow old. The future of our village will rest in the hands of the younger generation. Godo Tsubasa's demeanor suggested that Kakuzu would be the one to succeed him as the village leader, and Kakuzu felt deeply honored. Fear not, my lord. While Senju Hashirama is formidable, I, Kakuzu, am far from commoner. I shall bring you his head. Excellent. In that case, I can rest assured. Return now to prepare. I will personally see you off. With the performance concluded, Kakuzu respectfully nodded and exited Godo Tsubasa's office, clutching the mission scroll. Goto Tsubasa gazed thoughtfully at Kakuzu's retreating figure. After a prolonged moment, once he was certain Kakuzu had departed, Chiba Mei, standing nearby with her arms crossed, turned to the direction Kakuzu had taken, a hint of disdain. Gracing her features, "My lord, you cannot truly intend to bestow the secret technique upon Kakuzu, can you?" Ha! Goto Tsubasa chuckled softly, lifting his cup of tea to his lips, a glint of nostalgia illuminating his eyes. Years ago, in the southern Huchuan region of the Land of Fire, I had the fortune to witness the battle between Senju Hashirama and the Uchiha clan. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Kakuzu will not return, and the reward for this mission exceeds 100 million. It is not that we cannot execute it, but we have already lost an elite shinobi in the attempt. Even if we cannot claim the full reward, we should at least secure half of it. Understood? Speaking of the reward for the task, Goto Tsubasa's excitement was palpable. The currency of the ninja world was uniformly issued by the 5 great nations and circulated without issue. According to standard economic principles, money tends to be printed in ever-increasing quantities, depreciating over time. The current bounty of 100 million would be worth at least 10 times that in several decades. Faced with such a staggering sum, Goto Tsubasa resolutely accepted the task, fully aware of its infeasibility. With this wealth, he could develop the village or construct a private villa without concern for funds. As for the cost, it was merely Kakuzu's life, nothing more. For Goto Tsubasa, it was a guaranteed profit. Reflecting on these matters brought a sense of elation, completely oblivious to the wind that swept through the window, stronger than usual that day. My lord, you are wise, but what if Kakuzu is not slain by Senju Hashirama? Upon hearing Chiba Mei's inquiry, Goto Tsubasa's smile swiftly faded, and he gently set down his cup. The likelihood of Kakuzu surviving under the hand of the God of Shinobi was nearly non-existent, yet unforeseen events could arise. Senju Hashirama, the God of Shinobi. This is an impossible task. You know what must be done for a ninja who cannot accomplish their mission. Chiba Mei instantly grasped the implication and nodded in understanding. The failure of the mission cannot be attributed to the village. It can only be blamed on Kakuzu's incompetence. An incompetent individual should be cast into the dungeons or handed over to the employer for retribution. Goto Tsubasa patted Chiba Mei's shoulder, offering a silent affirmation with a smile. In response, Chiba Mei revealed a knowing grin. Outside the office building, beneath a large tree 20 meters away, Kakuzu closed his eyes, patiently awaiting. The gentle breeze from the building began to swirl around him. In general, sound travels through the medium of air, and wind can be viewed as the movement of air. Thus, it can influence the transmission of sound. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind brought forth a cacophony of noises, the rustling of gravel, the swaying of branches, and the hushed whispers of humans. Despite the multitude of sounds, for an adept shinobi, discerning information amidst the noise was an essential skill. Moreover, Kakuzu had been cultivated as a high-ranking shinobi since childhood. Assassination, God of Shinobi, bounty, impossible task, dungeon. These various terms resonated clearly in Kakuzu's ears, and a faint smile graced his lips. He took a step forward, returning home with deliberate strides. Upon arriving, Kakuzu did not hurriedly prepare for the assassination or devise an escape plan. Instead, he indulged in a comforting hot bath, reflecting once more on the memories of the original owner. After bathing and donning his attire, he retrieved a piece of white paper from his ninja tool pouch. This was not ordinary paper. It was the essential chakra paper utilized by all major ninja clans. Extending his right hand, he positioned his index and middle fingers parallel to grasp the chakra paper. Drawing chakra from his heart, within seconds a warm current surged through his body, entirely under his control, allowing it to flow freely throughout his being. This was the sensation of chakra, an energy generated by the 1.3 trillion cells of the body converging at the heart. Ninjas can summon this power at will, achieving a seamless connection with their own abilities. The chakra at his heart swiftly migrated to the tips of his 2 fingers. Swish, 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 swish. Like a blade cutting through, the paper was instantly torn asunder. As the fragmented chakra paper danced in the air, each piece exhibited its own response. Some disintegrated into dust, others crinkled, some burned to ashes, and a few were dampened by water. "Oh, it possesses all 5 chakra elements," Kakuzu murmured, gazing at his right hand. This outcome was hardly surprising. As a top-tier ninja and a lethal instrument, he had already reached the level of an elite jonin. Mastering all 5 chakra types was not unusual. Observing the variations in the chakra paper further revealed that Kakuzu's chakra was primarily composed of wind and earth elements. However, Kakuzu was not content with his current state. He knew he had yet to master his signature jutsu, the forbidden technique. Earth Grudge Fear, Chapter 3. Earth Grudge Fear, 3 days later, a lower-ranking ninja from Takigakure respectfully stood outside a dwelling, stating, "Captain Kakuzu, the village chief, and the elders have been waiting outside." For quite some time, the lower ninja cautiously glanced at the building while speaking. The higher-ups had dispatched him to urge Kakuzu to undertake his mission, yet he dared not be overtly insistent, opting instead for a more subtle approach. Inside, Kakuzu remained composed, leisurely sipping tea as he gazed at his own reflection in the cup, his 26-year-old visage staring back at him. He had taken countless lives for the village. While he might not claim all the credit, he had certainly poured his heart and soul into his endeavors. The thought of being betrayed by these old men in exchange for money brought a sardonic smile to his lips. He set the teacup down. Let them wait. The lower ninja outside felt a twinge of discomfort, wanting to say something but trembling at Kakuzu's authoritative tone. At the entrance of Takigakure, God of Tsubasa had already gathered a group of high-ranking officials, yet they were still awaiting Kakuzu's arrival. My lord, that scoundrel Kakuzu is being unreasonable. I shall personally drag him out, Chiba May volunteered. Despite being Kakuzu's aide and companion, his lineage from a prominent clan set him apart from Kaku, who was merely a promoted assassin ninja. Their disparate statuses would preclude any real camaraderie. Upon hearing this, God of Tsubasa opened his long-closed eyes and glanced toward Kakuzu's residence, his heart unfazed. "May, this should be the last send-off. Can't you wait a little longer? Besides, where else would Kakuzu go if not to fulfill his mission to assassinate Senju Hashirama?" God of Tsubasa's tone remained calm and unruffled, confident in his grasp of the situation. Kakuzu had been trained under their watchful eye since childhood, and he believed he understood him well. Abandoning the mission was only conceivable if Kakuzu possessed the audacity to betray the village. But did he truly have such courage? God of Tsubasa's composure silenced the other village leaders, who resumed their quiet wait. However, unbeknownst to them, a few kilometers away, Kakuzu had approached an elegant villa. The villa was guarded by a chunin, who, upon spotting Kakuzu, promptly bowed and inquired, "Captain Kakuzu, how may I assist you?" Kakuzu regarded the imposing villa. "I seek the village chief." This villa belonged to God of Tsubasa, the chief of Takigakure. The chunin, being a relative of Tsubasa, was unaware of the arrangements made for Kakuzu, thus could only respond truthfully. "I'm terribly sorry, Captain Kakuzu, but the village chief is not at home. If it is urgent, I can relay your message." "Very well, please inform the village chief, and I shall wait inside." "Certainly, Captain Kakuzu, please enter." The guard ushered Kakuzu into the villa. The interior was spacious, with numerous rooms. The chunin prepared to escort Kakuzu to the reception hall. However, Kakuzu abruptly halted, his gaze fixed intently on a specific direction, before turning away and heading towards it. "Captain Kakuzu, please proceed this way." The guard's words fell on deaf ears as Kakuzu followed the instincts of his memory, quickly advancing toward the innermost chamber of the villa. Upon reaching the tightly locked door, Kakuzu formed 3 hand seals. With each seal, his chakra surged and rapidly transformed in nature. The moment the final seal was completed, his right hand crackled with lightning. The lightning-released chakra enveloped his hand, transforming it into a blade capable of cutting through iron. Lightning Tiger Strike. His arm descended like a blade, swiftly creating several afterimages before him. Swoosh! 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 3 seconds later, the wooden door was severed into fragments, crashing to the ground, while the barriers and seals were shattered by the lightning release. The interior of the room was unveiled before Kakuzu's eyes. A quick glance revealed an array of ninjutsu scrolls and exquisite jade artifacts. indicating it was a hidden trove of the village chief's treasures. Just as Kakuzu prepared to step inside, the air was filled with the sound of whistling wind. He turned slightly, dodging several shuriken that flew past him. Halt! What are you doing? That is the clan leader's training chamber. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Even you, Kakuzu, are no exception. The shattered barrier and the alarm raised by the Chunin instantly alerted all the ninjas within the villa. They were either relatives of God of Tsubasa or his personal ninjas, loyal solely to him. Now, these individuals began to maneuver across the ceiling or ready their ninja tools, forming hand seals as they charged towards Kaku. A faint smile curved Kakuzu's lips. How amusing. With that, he completed 9 hand seals. The chakra within him surged forth like a tidal wave, gathering at his throat. Wind release. Wind pressure. Whoosh. 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 The tempest, unleashed from a single point, enveloped the entire villa like a deluge. Powerful wind blades sliced through the air at supersonic speeds, forming tornadoes in various areas, sweeping away furniture, cabinets, doors, and even people into the sky. Simultaneously, the sound of crashing echoed. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Vases, porcelain cups, wooden pillars. After enduring the relentless slicing of the wind blades, they began to shatter into pieces. The immense repulsion, unparalleled gust, and extraordinary cutting force culminated in a deafening explosion that resonated through the villa's roof. The ceiling was blasted into the sky before crashing down, turning everything upside down. The explosion startled the villagers several kilometers away, who looked in astonishment at the rising smoke, momentarily bewildered by the commotion. As God of Tsubasa and the others turned their attention towards the disturbance, they immediately braced themselves. After all, they were ninjas and acutely aware of the implications of an explosion. The unexpected blast within the village raised suspicions. Could it be an attack from another village or clan? While such a possibility existed, it seemed unlikely. The ninja world had just begun to establish a new order, and the majority were cherishing the hard-won peace. Even the most fervent warmongers do not dare to provoke conflict during such times. At most, they engage in assassination or covert operations, for no one would openly call for war lest they become the target of scorn in the ninja world. Furthermore, the magnitude of the explosions was not significant enough to meet the threshold of war. However, after a brief moment of vigilance, Goto Tsubasa, shielded by the ninjas, suddenly pushed through the crowd, gazing towards the source of the explosion. Goodness, isn't that my home? At that moment, Kakuzu glanced at the blood-splattered room and the incessant wails echoing in his ears. He paid little heed, for such occurrences were commonplace in the realm of ninjas. Turning his gaze back to the hidden chamber, he noted that the recent violent explosion had devastated a considerable portion of the ground beneath him. Kakuzu extended his hand into the rubble, gathering his energy, and let out a thunderous shout. He unearthed a massive safe from the depths of the earth. Ignoring the combination lock on the safe, Kakuzu delivered a powerful punch. When he withdrew his fist, a gaping hole the size of his hand marred the surface of the safe. Through the aperture, one could discern a neatly arranged stack of scrolls within, inscribed with the bold characters. Land of Wrath. If one were to inquire why Kakuzu possessed such intimate knowledge of the secret technique's location, it was simply because he served as the captain of the 2nd Division of Takigakure. Chapter 4. The enraged village chief. With a swift motion, the iron door of the safe was violently torn away, casting aside the metal sheet carelessly. The gaze focused intently on the arcane scroll within. Grasping the scroll in hand, the figure turned to depart. Yet, the moment his fingers brushed against the scroll, an unusual sensation drew all attention back. What? There's a barrier. To his surprise, the cursed scroll was protected by a triggering barrier. Should anyone attempt to forcibly take it, the barrier would automatically activate, obliterating both the intruder and the secret art. Within his pupils, dozens of explosive tags concealed by the barrier simultaneously appeared, igniting with a brilliant flash. Then, with a resounding boom, the estate of Goto Tsubasa was once again engulfed in a catastrophic explosion. The fiery blast swept through the surroundings, and the shockwaves surged over everything in its path. Those ninjas who had sustained grievous injuries but had not succumbed immediately now lay helpless on the ground, unable to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. Losing consciousness as the detonation swept past, the entire estate began to collapse progressively. The explosion lasted for approximately half a minute. Amidst the rubble, a black iron fist suddenly surged forth, shattering a massive stone overhead into fragments. With one hand clutching the cursed scroll and the other propelling himself from the pit, he leapt into the air. The exhilaration of power coursed through him as he clenched his fist. This was strength, absolute strength. Now, the most notable change in his appearance was the addition of a black cloak enveloping him. Its purpose was simple: to enhance his physical toughness tenfold. Not even the sharpest blades or the simultaneous detonation of numerous explosive tags could inflict any harm upon him. This was Kakuzu's ultimate earth release technique, the Spear of Earth. The surge of power brought immense joy, but now was not the time for indulgence. Takigakure was another S territory, and remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. Observing the scroll in his possession, unscathed and intact, Kakuzu made a decisive leap, vanishing from the scene. Simultaneously, the shadow clone he had left in his abode dissipated in a puff of smoke. The entire process of seizing the cursed scroll took him merely 3 minutes. When Goto Tsubasa and his men arrived, 5 minutes had already elapsed. Beholding his estate reduced to ruins and his guards strewn about in various states of incapacitation, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Goto Tsubasa's mind. Noticing his distress, an elder approached to offer consolation. In a moment of clarity, Goto Tsubasa seemed to grasp something profound. He abruptly pushed past everyone and frantically searched through the debris. Before long, he spotted an object, charred yet discernible as steel. It was the safe he had commissioned at great expense, but now it lay empty. Damn it! Unforgivable! Goto Tsubasa's eyes flared with fury. His roar infused with potent chakra that reverberated around him, causing the nearby ninjas to wince from the pressure. After what felt like an eternity, as he regained a modicum of composure, Chiba Mei approached, kneeling before him. "My lord, we have gathered intel. Someone witnessed Kakuzu fleeing westward mere minutes ago." At this juncture, the truth of the matter became apparent. Goto Tsubasa took a few deep breaths, steadying himself as he rose to his feet. The cursed scroll was a treasured legacy of his clan. Its loss was indeed painful, yet as a village chief, he mustered the resolve to think clearly. The words of Chiba Mei echoed in his mind, prompting swift decisions. To the west? Seeking refuge in the land of Earth? That cannot be allowed. Relay my orders immediately. All Chunin and above, regardless of their current assignments or leave, must mobilize to seal off every exit of the village. Furthermore, send word to the daimyo to assemble troops and samurai to encircle the entire nation. We must not only focus on the west, but also remain vigilant elsewhere to prevent Kakuzu from employing diversionary tactics. He must not escape. Acknowledging the command, Chiba Mei bowed slightly before vanishing in an instant. 3 minutes later, ninjas traversed the rooftops and alleys of the village. From the highest watchtower, messenger pigeons were dispatched into the sky. Their destinations included not only the residents of the daimyo of the Land of Waterfall, but also various watchtowers across the nation. Within a single day, the entirety of the Land of Waterfall would find itself under a comprehensive lockdown, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. The meticulous deployment of forces was underway. Witnessing this, Goto Tsubasa felt a slight alleviation of his anger. "Heh, Kakuzu, you are merely a ninja nurtured by my family. Do you truly believe you can betray us? No, you shall forever exist in my shadow." With his resolve solidified, Goto Tsubasa vowed that once Kakuzu was apprehended, he would flay him alive before all, a display of his ultimate authority. In the dim glow of flickering flames, a semblance of illumination graced the dark cave, casting light upon Kakuzu's serene visage. He surmised that Goto Tsubasa, having lost the scroll, would be frantically searching for him across the ninja world, yet he remained unperturbed, calmly unfurling the scroll in his grasp. The scroll was akin in width to a typical summoning scroll, but approximately 5 to 6 centimeters thick, inscribed with a considerable amount of text. As he laid it open, the words appeared before him. "I am Ryoan, a monk of Nandai Temple, and the creator of the cursed art, Dainyu." Nandai Temple. Kakuzu recalled hearing this name from others. It was a renowned Buddhist temple in the southern region during the Warring States period, ultimately lost amidst the ravages of war. Calculating the time since its disappearance, it had been nearly 200 years. Thus, this scroll must date back at least 2 centuries. The subsequent passages detailed the monk's account of how he had conceived the cursed art, which need not be elaborated upon here. What intrigued Kakuzu was the paradox of how the monk, despite creating such a powerful technique, ultimately met his demise. This was a logical inconsistency. As he continued reading, the scroll provided the necessary insight. The creation of Dian granted me the potential to share longevity with the heavens, and I too desired immortality. But my ostentatious actions incited the ire of powerful clans, and thousands of ninjas besieged me underground. At this juncture, the situation became clear. The monk had met an untimely end. In his final moments, he endeavored to record the Dian, hoping that a worthy successor would someday discover and master this ancient art. Through centuries of warfare, the cursed technique eventually fell into the hands of the Goto family. Regrettably, none within the clan had managed to master it until it finally reached Kakuzu. What kind of profound technique could elude mastery for a century? Curiosity piqued. Kakuzu turned to the next page. The page began with instructions on how to cultivate Dian, but upon reading the initial passage, Kakuzu found himself momentarily stunned. What is this? Jiao suddenly felt as though he were holding the coveted sunflower manual, which clearly stated, to practice this technique, one must be prepared to die if unsuccessful. He could not help but recall someone else's words. Every technique carries inherent risks. No matter how formidable or extraordinary a ninjutsu or secret technique may be, none can claim to be invincible. Each possesses its own flaws. The secret technique, Jiongu, can grant longevity akin to the heavens and the earth, the sun and moon shining in unison. However, its manifestations in the original text are rather scarce. Conversely, a certain forbidden technique of immortality is familiar to many fans, the undying rebirth. This individual often toyed with transformation, using a youthful body as a vessel, indeed achieving a form of eternal life. Yet, the side effects of undying rebirth are considerable. Prolonged body swapping inflicts damage upon the soul, rendering weaker souls prone to submission before the Sharingan. The secret technique Jiongu similarly harbors its own deficiencies, though these are far from the extreme sacrifices of self-castration. While there are some side effects, the advantage lies in the ability to seize another's heart, thus attaining true immortality. In comparison, the drawbacks pale in significance against the benefits. There are certainly numerous ninjas willing to pay the price and make sacrifices for such power. However, despite being passed down for at least 2 centuries, no one has successfully mastered Jiongu, and the reason is singular. Its learning curve is exceedingly steep. My secret technique involves stitching the body with threads, enhancing physiological functions to accommodate 5 hearts. Yet, the process of bodily transformation is excruciatingly painful. It is akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows or subjected to the most brutal of tortures. The agony surpasses the limits of human endurance. Failing to endure, or abandoning the practice midway, results in an endless chaos between threads and flesh, inevitably leading to explosive demise. Hence, this is the fundamental reason no ninja has successfully mastered Jiongu in over 100 years. To achieve such a transcendent technique, one must possess opportunity, physical prowess, and unwavering resolve. Jiao smiled serenely, gently placing the Jiongu technique on the ground, and slowly unfurling the contents of the scroll. Taking a deep breath to calm his somewhat restless heart, he resolved that this was his ultimate ninjutsu, and he would surely master it. As for the pain he must endure, in his previous life, he had endured the agonies of illness, and in this life, he had grown numb amidst slaughter. Compared to that, this was trivial. To fail is to die. He embraced the belief of certain victory. Drink. A fierce roar escaped his lips. Jiao long hair stood on end, his eyes filled with bloodshot determination. The training of Jiongu commenced. 3 days later. Useless. Worthless. A terrified Jinin's eyes began to lose focus as he gasped for breath, only to succumb moments later, his eyes remaining wide open in death. The one who ended his life was not an enemy or rival, but the village leader of Takigakure, Goto Tsubasa. Gazing at the lifeless genin whose neck he had just brutally crushed, Goto still felt a surge of unresolved fury and flung the body aside. This marked the 3rd genin he had killed. His rage stemmed from the fact that 3 days had passed without any trace of Jiao. He had nearly mobilized the entirety of Takigakure's forces, scouring every inch of the land of Waterfall. Each report that returned was dishearteningly consistent. No sign of Jiao. This outcome nearly drove Goto to the brink of despair. He could not accept that his clan's secret technique might be lost. Search. Keep searching. We must locate that scoundrel Jiao. His furious shout echoed throughout the office. Captain Chiba Mei, under immense pressure, accepted the task. However, he too felt a storm of frustration within. Where could Jiao possibly be hiding? They had gone 3 days and nights without rest. Continuing this relentless pursuit would surely break their bodies. Cursing Jiao Do in his heart, he nevertheless dared not disobey Goto's orders. With a weary body, he vanished in an instant. As Chiba departed, the room seemed to calm considerably. Several elderly men, representing various ninja clans of Takigakure, entered, dragging away the genin's corpse while tidying up the office. These elders possessed considerable influence within the village, serving as the Council of Elders. Over the past 3 days, they too had exerted themselves in the search for Jiao Do, exhausting their energy. Finally, one aged elder stepped forward, intending to counsel Goto. Village leader, we have exhausted all our resources. Persisting in this manner will only deplete the village's strength. Although Goto's anger still lingered, clarity began to return to his mind. He stood and nodded. You elders have worked hard over these days. Please return and rest. I will handle the remaining matters. The elders, seeing his resolve, refrained from further urging and departed the office. Goto, still troubled, cast an irritated glance out the window. He could not fathom how, despite turning the entire country upside down, he had yet to find a trace of Jiao Do. With frustration mounting, he vanished in an instant from the window and reappeared below. The moonlight shone brightly overhead, and in a foul mood, Goto walked along the path with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering where Jiao Do could have gone. Could it be that, under his relentless pursuit, Jiao Do truly escaped the land of waterfall in just 3 days? Given a ninja's speed, that seemed implausible, entirely implausible. Suddenly, Goto halted in his tracks, realizing he had unconsciously arrived outside Jiao Do's residence. On the first day of the incident, this place had been sealed off. The mere thought of Jiao Do filled Goto with ire. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He paused once more and strode toward the house. Inside, the darkness enveloped everything, without a hint of light or presence. Yet within this seemingly tranquil atmosphere, Goto detected a familiar scent. Was it from the scroll? With a leap, he sprang into action, completing 6 hand seals in mere seconds. Fire release, fire C technique. A torrent of flames erupted from Goto's mouth, sweeping over the wooden floorboards in a vast wave. The fire raged fiercely, consuming the entire surface. Water release, water barrier. Immediately, Goto unleashed a deluge of water to extinguish the inferno. The floor, scorched by the intense heat and doused in water, began to crumble like thin paper. With a fierce shout, Goto's fist crashed through the wooden boards, and with tremendous strength, he uprooted a large section of the ground. At that moment, light finally broke through from beneath the floor. Jiao Do, his upper body exposed and muscular, with disheveled hair radiating a wild and unrestrained aura, slowly opened his eyes and gazed upward. Village leader, it has been days since we last met. How do you fare? Observing Jiao Do's calm demeanor and hearing his indifferent words, Goto's fury simmered beneath the surface. Goto Tsubasa felt a sensation akin to an explosion in his head. For the past few days, he had been sleepless and tireless, mobilizing the entire nation, with everyone pouring their heart and soul into this endeavor. Yet, the outcome was that Kakuzu, the very subject of their efforts, had played a masterful game of concealment right beneath their noses, calmly engaging in his training. Chapter 6. A fractured face. Kakuzu, you scoundrel, how dare you betray the village? Have you forgotten the tenets of our community? I shall show no mercy to traitors. Your name shall be eternally etched upon the pillar of disgrace in Takigakure. Goto Tsubasa's eyes widened in fury, every hair on his body standing on end. Clearly pushed to the brink of rage, his enlarging pupils silently screamed for Kakuzu to provide a reasonable explanation. In response, Kakuzu merely smiled, rising slowly with his hands resting on his knees. Since Goto sought an answer, Kakuzu would oblige. I have fought for the village for 20 years, slaying countless foes. Yet you demand that I deliver my head to Senju Hashirama. Should I refuse or fail, you would condemn me for mission failure, trading my downfall for your personal gain. Am I not correct, village leader? A gentle breeze swept through, adding a chill to the tranquil night. Goto's fevered mind was immediately cooled. It became evident that Kakuzu was aware of the plan to use him as cannon fodder, making his betrayal unsurprising. While the anger within Goto had diminished significantly from being outmaneuvered in logic, the murderous intent in his heart remained undiminished and had deepened. Now that Kakuzu was privy to the entire scheme, Goto saw no need to continue with the village's indoctrination. He would reveal his true nature. With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Kakuzu with a disdainful gaze. Kakuzu, You are merely a pawn cultivated by the village. A pawn must possess the awareness of their role. Sometimes, cleverness is not true wisdom, but a lack of self-awareness that leads to one's own demise. Do you understand? Now that the ruse was laid bare, there was no need for pretense. It appeared that the village leader felt today's events were quite nauseating, and Kakuzu was about to voice his thoughts. However, with a swift motion, Goto's eyes transformed, radiating lethal intent. Drawing his hands from behind his back, he formed the final hand seal. Kakuzu, a pawn will forever remain a pawn. Prepare to meet your end. Fire release, flame gun. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth like a spear, swift and fierce in its trajectory. Under normal circumstances, Kakuzu would have evaded it without difficulty. Yet, in this instance, Goto's attack was a surprise, leaving Kakuzu with no time to react, no moments even to harden his body. With a resounding crash, the spear pierced Kakuzu's shoulder, the force sending him crashing to the ground. Flames swiftly invaded the wound, searing skin and flesh with unbearable heat, consuming them like a ravenous beast. Even a battle-hardened ninja would cry out in agony from such torment. Seeing Kakuzu fall, Goto lunged forward, his hand grasping the hilt of his broken blade at his waist. The blade flashed coldly as it was drawn. With a swift motion, the gleaming edge pressed against the vein of Kakuzu's neck. Should Goto wish, a mere flick of the wrist would send Kakuzu to his demise, bleeding out in an instant. As this moment unfolded, Goto endeavored to maintain the cold demeanor befitting a superior, though turmoil raged within him. Kakuzu, an elite jonin of Takigakure, was among the few who could contend with him in the village. Before making his move, Goto had resolved that the best method to subdue Kakuzu was to escalate the commotion, drawing in other ninjas to collectively attack him, ensuring absolute victory. To his astonishment, a single ambush had easily subdued Kakuzu. Kakuzu, your skills have waned significantly. The blade drew closer to Kakuzu's neck as Goto, embodying the victor, remained wary of a potential counterattack. Should Kakuzu exhibit even the slightest movement, Goto would not hesitate to sever his artery with the dagger. From afar, the sound of light footsteps approached, serene yet swift, a hallmark of trained ninjas. Other ninjas from Takigakure were either running with brisk steps or leaping lightly atop rooftops, all converging towards the scene of the battle. Within a minute, a multitude of ninjas would gather, and at that point, Kakuzu would find himself with nowhere to escape. Kakuzu, do you have anything left to say at this juncture? Goto had already won this contest, yet he refrained from killing Kakuzu immediately. He intended to execute him publicly, as he had previously stated, thereby amplifying his authority as the village leader and demonstrating the dire consequences of betrayal. In the face of Goto's victorious stance, Kakuzu bore no trace of fear. Rather, a smile crept onto his lips. He disregarded the blade mere inches from him, rising unhurriedly. The expression in his eyes bore a mix of amusement and something else entirely. Thank you for your contribution, village leader. What are you implying? Goto's brow furrowed, genuinely perplexed by Kakuzu's words. Yet, as he met Kakuzu's gaze, unease gripped his heart. Kakuzu looked at him with the ease and amusement of a hunter poised to strike his prey. This sensation sent a chill down Goto's spine. He suddenly felt that Kakuzu was the one controlling his fate. No, it cannot be. I need only to take one more step, and Kakuzu will. Goto's body stiffened, his form tense, appearing not at a flat angle of 180 degrees, but rather curving slightly, as if bent at 200 degrees. In an instant, his eyes widened, blood vessels rapidly creeping like cracks across his irises. His previously flushed complexion turned an unnatural pallor. His mouth opened, attempting to voice something. Yet all that emerged were pained groans. With all his strength, Goto forced his gaze downward towards his abdomen. There, a hand had pierced through his chest. Drip, drip, drip. Blood soaked the hand, crimson droplets cascading from the longest finger to the ground. The vivid red of his blood quickly mingled with the charred earth. In the world of ninjas, they are said to be powerful, yet also fragile. They possess the strength to wield mesmerizing jutsu capable of altering landscapes and even topography. Yet, at times, they are vulnerable, for even a simple kunai or a single senbon can claim their lives. A hand pierced through the back of the entire figure, and one could faintly see the intestines dragged out as the hand traversed through. At this moment, Goto Tsubasa's forehead throbbed with visible veins. He was exerting the last of his strength to maintain his stance, refusing to succumb to the ground. He even yearned to glance back, to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, Even without turning, Kakuzu would fulfill that desire. Extending a hand, he flicked his middle finger and thumb, sending the blade that had pressed against his throat soaring into the air while he rose deliberately. It was then that Goto Tsubasa was horrified to discover that Kakuzu's left hand was no longer attached to his left arm, but was instead connected by threads that delved into the earth. This explained the hand that pierced through Goto Tsubasa's back. With his eyes bulging in shock, a mouthful of dark blood erupted from his throat. A violent cough nearly toppled him, yet he fought to steady his faltering body, for he had one final question to ask. You have truly mastered the earth grudge fear. Chapter 7. One against many. Kakuzu slowly rose. The wound burned by fire release began to mend itself with the assistance of the lines along his body, ultimately sealing all traces left by the flames. Moments later, Kakuzu cast a nonchalant gaze upon Goto Tsubasa. Having spent the majority of his life as a ninja, Goto Tsubasa's combat logic was sound. As an elite jonin himself, he was formidable, yet age had taken its toll. Setting aside ninjutsu, in terms of physical prowess, he was certainly no match for the youthful Kakuzu. The most prudent approach to subduing Kakuzu would involve swarming him with dozens, if not hundreds, of ninjas, ensuring absolute victory. Moreover, fighting within the village made achieving such an objective quite feasible for Goto Tsubasa. Therefore, Kakuzu decided to act accordingly, initially burying his left hand into the ground, waiting for Goto Tsubasa to relax before striking from behind. Kakuzu's right index finger twitched slightly, causing the lines on his left arm to constrict tightly. The tightening threads propelled the hand that had penetrated Goto Tsubasa's back, burrowing into his chest with ruthless intent. Goto Tsubasa's pupils dilated as every part of his body strained to maintain its final tension. The agony within him urged a cry to escape his lips. Yet this once great figure, the founder of Takigakure, was utterly powerless, unable to produce even a whimper. His face turned pale, his trembling pupils bore witness to his suffering. Kakuzu's left hand had already seized Goto Tsubasa's heart, and he could feel a faint warmth emanating from it. This was the last sensation Goto Tsubasa would experience. With a swift motion, the threads retracted, taking Goto Tsubasa's heart along with them. The black lines promptly connected to the heart, transferring it into Kakuzu's body before swiftly sealing it. This process required no conscious control from Kakuzu. It unfolded naturally. A few seconds later, Kakuzu opened his eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing within his pupils. An intangible power coursed through his limbs, and he raised his left hand to his chest, forming a fist, reveling in the newfound strength that surged from within. Ah, esteemed village leader, you were quite impressive. Wind release, lightning release, fire release, earth release, water release, you have dabbled in them all. Fire release was your forte, yet now all these powers belong to me. Huh? The ability to absorb the strength of others for oneself was the most formidable aspect of the secret technique, earth grudge fear. It resembled the bug-like absorption techniques found in martial arts stories, akin to the northern dimming divine skill, a glaring loophole in the world. Mastering such power rendered Kakuzu unable to suppress his laughter. As he laughed, several arriving ninjas appeared beside him. Chiba Rei, clad in armor and wielding a sword, gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. Kakuzu, you wretched man, you have slain the village leader. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu ceased his laughter and calmly regarded Chiba Rei. You conspired against me, and I am not permitted to retaliate? Spare me your nonsense. All I know is that you are a traitor to Takigakure, a villain beyond redemption. With a clang, he drew his sword, positioning it across his chest. Everyone, heed my command. Form an attack formation and take this traitor down together. Is that so? Kakuzu stepped forward, a tangible pressure emanating from him, swirling outward and ruffling the garments of every Takigakure ninja present. As they felt the overwhelming killing intent and beheld Kakuzu's imposing figure, many ninjas experienced a moment of trepidation. They suddenly recalled that regardless of whether he was a traitor, he was the strongest in Takigakure, their second squad leader, and a man who had vanquished countless foes for the village. With this in mind, those who had intended to draw their blades against Kakuzu hesitated. Their indecision stemmed not only from morality, but also from the undeniable reality of strength. If even the elite Jonin village leader had perished at Kakuzu's hands, they were hardly his match. Observing the indecisive ninjas around him, Chiba Rei inwardly cursed them as worthless. With one hand gripping his sword, he simultaneously formed hand seals with the other. His legs bent like a released arrow, and with a whoosh, he propelled himself forward. Water release, 3 water moons. Chakra converged upon the blade, forming spirals of water that enveloped it. As he swung his arm, the blade sliced towards Kakuzu, leaving behind a series of afterimages on either side. The purpose of these illusions was to confuse the enemy, while the true blade navigated through the midst of them. This water release technique, seemingly possessing a hint of illusion, was fundamentally a ninjutsu technique. By executing rapid strikes, it aimed to dazzle the opponent, obscuring the distinction between reality and illusion. Although the deceptive nature of this ninjutsu could be troublesome, to Kakuzu, it appeared rather trivial. In his eyes, the trajectory of each strike was crystal clear, a testament to the prowess of an elite jonin. With a resounding clash, the blade was halted a mere 20 inches from Kakuzu's neck, yet the composed Kakuzu had firmly seized it with both hands. Chiba Rei's gaze sharpened, and he exerted force as he rotated the hilt counterclockwise, attempting to alter the trajectory of the blade. However, the blade emitted a series of piercing sounds, akin to the mournful cries of a sword. Chiba Rei's expression darkened, and the furrow in his brow deepened, as a sense of pressure settled heavily above him. He had intended to wound Kakuzu by rapidly shifting the blade's position, but in reality, he had miscalculated. Kakuzu had already activated partial body hardening, his skin now coated in a layer of black, rendering his arms as resilient as black steel. The humble blade, regardless of how it twists and turns, fails to inflict even the slightest harm upon Kakuzu. Have you had your fill of this? A sardonic smile graced the corners of his lips, his words dripping with scorn, while his eyes radiated an unprecedented disdain. Chiba Mei, an elite among the few in the humble Takigakure village, stood in stark contrast to Kakuzu. As a noble, Chiba Mei's illustrious lineage allowed him to regard Kakuzu with contempt. Yet, in the fierce struggles of a ninja, he found himself woefully inadequate before Kakuzu. How infuriating! Chiba Mei bit his lip, anger simmering in his gaze. Since the blade could not touch Kakuzu, he swiftly altered his attack, yanking the blade back with force. He leapt back 5 or 6 meters, re-establishing distance between himself and Kakuzu. Meanwhile, nearly half a minute had elapsed, and several more ninjas had joined the fray. Kakuzu's treachery against the village, his heinous acts, warranted punishment. As the captain of a division and in the name of the Chiba clan, I command all to form an attack formation and eliminate Kakuzu. Unable to triumph in direct combat, Chiba Mei resorted to a different strategy. He surveyed the surrounding ninjas, who felt the weight of his gaze. Many loyal to the Chiba clan responded in kind, swiftly advancing and forming hand seals. With one person's lead, a bandwagon effect ensued. It was evident to all that Kakuzu was currently at a disadvantage in Takigakure. If they did not give their all today, they too risked bearing the mark of betrayal. This was a burden no ninja could bear, and thus even those who hesitated cast aside their doubts. They surrounded Kakuzu, hand seals forming in unison. They prepared to unleash a devastating attack formation to vanquish him. Chapter 8. The Shrimp's Heart. Kakuzu, you have nowhere to escape. Hidden among the 20 or more ninjas, Chiba Mei gazed at Kakuzu with unwavering confidence in victory. In a one-on-one duel, no one in Takigakure could rival Kakuzu. Even Chiba Mei himself would be insufficient. Yet, privately, Chiba Mei had compiled an extensive understanding of Kakuzu's various ninjutsu. The Earth Release, Earth Spear, one of Kakuzu's signature techniques, enveloped his body in earth, hardening it. However, this fortification was not boundless. It merely amplified his physical resilience tenfold. While this enhancement rendered ordinary explosive tags ineffective against him, what if several dozen were detonated simultaneously? Chiba Mei was certain that even the toughest body could not withstand such an onslaught. With 20 ninjas launching a full-scale attack, he had faith that Kakuzu could not endure. Observing the scene, Kakuzu understood Chiba Mei's intentions. When one cannot win through fair means, they resort to a mob, albeit lacking in martial integrity. Yet, it proved to be effective. Kakuzu, however, had prepared a surprise of his own. As the ninjas from Takigakure arranged themselves, a new entity, cloaked in darkness and adorned with a fiery red mask, emerged behind Kakuzu. This being housed a vibrant, pulsating heart, undoubtedly that of Goto Tsubasa. However, it now belonged to Kakuzu, fully under his control. In theory, inheriting Goto Tsubasa's heart granted Kakuzu access to his entire repertoire of ninjutsu. Yet, the life form created by the Earth Grudge Fear lacked the intelligence of a human. Provided with a singular chakra attribute, their combat prowess could potentially increase exponentially. Goto Tsubasa had excelled in fire release, so Kakuzu naturally chose this elemental technique for his new creation, which he named Fire Armor for clarity. As the 20 ninjas launched their assault, the power was formidable, yet Kakuzu had allies to support him, and the Fire Armor was also an elite jonin in fire release. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly formed hand seals. The Fire Armor, sensing Kakuzu's will, began to conjure a searing fire release in its mouth. Wind release, wind pressure. Just as before, a vast and violent wind release surged forth. At least half of the 20 ninjas from Takigakure were enveloped by the wind. The Fire Armor unleashed its fiery assault. Whoosh! The violent winds whipped ferociously, causing the garments of every ninja present to flutter as if they might be torn away. Then, the fire release manifested. Though it was merely a B-rank ninjutsu, its strength lay in its versatility, capable of striking at close, medium, and long ranges. When applied judiciously, the overwhelming flames could engulf all adversaries. But that was not the end of it. The moment the fire release appeared, it seemed to respond to some unseen call. The ferocious winds intensified the flames. Boom! The already substantial fire release suddenly expanded, doubling in size. As it surged toward the ninjas of Takigakure, the situation transformed dramatically. This was no longer just a simple fire release. It resembled a monstrous beast, opening its gaping maw, propelled by the tumultuous winds, advancing with unparalleled speed like a torrent of water upon the ninjas of Takigakure. The ninjas found themselves consumed by this colossal force, crushed beneath the overwhelming flames. They struggled to rise, yet within mere moments, their hair, eyebrows, and garments, all composed of fibers, ignited in a fierce blaze. A second later, the flames roared to life. Whether from the massive fire release outside or the flames consuming them, the ninjas were engulfed in a raging inferno. Help! Amidst the searing heat, the ninjas could no longer muster the will to fight. They rolled frantically on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames consuming them. Yet all their efforts proved futile. In mere moments, the devastating fire release had claimed the lives of these ninjas. Kakuzu slowly lowered his hands, casting a glance to the side. There were still a few ninjas who had survived the raging flames. They had managed to extinguish the fire that engulfed them, only to meet Kakuzu's piercing gaze. A chill ran down their spines, and their eyes reflected boundless terror. In that moment, they grasped a critical truth. The foremost assassin of Takigakure, the strongest ninja, had always been Kakuzu, and still was. Even if they all charged at once, it would make no difference. The remaining ninjas of Takigakure trembled, their hands quaking, their legs numb. Fear etched their faces, twisted in horror. They were terrified that their second division captain might eliminate them all in a single sweep. However, it soon became evident that their fears were unfounded. Kakuzu gazed at the trembling ninjas before him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. They were merely insignificant fish, unworthy of his effort. Kakuzu directed his deep-set eyes forward and took a step, his fiery armor moving in tandem, constantly safeguarding him. After a few strides, he stood before Chibome, who had lost all semblance of his earlier grandeur. Lying on the ground, his body was charred and blackened. Kakuzu's earlier combination of wind and fire techniques had primarily targeted him. Despite Chiba-Mei's mastery of water techniques, they were utterly insufficient against Kakuzu's elemental fusion. At this moment, he was barely clinging to life. Kakuzu slowly crouched down, his left hand pressing against Chiba-Mei's body, the black lines effortlessly piercing through his skin. The acquisition of the Earth Grudge Fear technique had a prerequisite: the opponent must still be alive. If the opponent were to perish, Kakuzu would only obtain a lifeless trinket. Thus, even if Chiba-Mei had but a breath left, Kakuzu could extract the last vestiges of his value. The black lines sensed the faint beating of Chiba-Mei's heart. Though weak, it mattered little. Once it reached him, all would return to normal. Chiba-Mei, I accept your power. Chiba-Mei, with his final ounce of strength, widened his eyes in shock. If he were to be slain by Kakuzu, it would merely signify his inferiority. However, Kakuzu intended not only to end his life, but also to siphon his power. In the future, Kakuzu would wield Chiba-Mei's strength to fight on his behalf. Such thoughts flashed like a needle through Chiba-Mei's mind, filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Kakuzu, observing the emotions in Chiba-Mei's gaze, understood his internal turmoil. He raised his free hand dismissively. No, Do not overthink it. Your power holds little interest for me. Only your water techniques possess a modicum of appeal. Your strength will merely serve me temporarily. Should I find a more formidable vessel, you shall be discarded. Do you comprehend? Though his life hung by a thread, Kakuzu's words were crystal clear. You. Chiba may attempted to articulate something, but words escaped him entirely. His final thought was one of resentment towards Kakuzu. Chapter 9. A, B, C, D. Outside the village of Takigakure, more than 10 corpses of guard ninjas lay scattered haphazardly across the road. In the center, Kakuzu stood in a battle stance, gripping an elder of Takigakure with one hand. The elder, hands forming seals, summoned flickers of lightning. Lightning release, lightning strike. The elder intended to retaliate with his lightning technique, but his throat was constricted by Kakuzu's hold, leaving him gasping for breath. Ultimately, his body fell limp, hands dropping helplessly. His eyes filled with defiance as they met Kakuzu's. Kakuzu. Kakuzu chuckled. Among all in Takigakure, your lightning techniques are somewhat commendable. Now, lend them to me. A smile crept across Kakuzu's face as the black lines infiltrated the elder's body. Moments later, the elder's life was extinguished, and Kakuzu's vitality surged anew. The black lines swiftly mended Kakuzu's wounds, restoring him to his usual state. With his arms outstretched, he tilted his head skyward, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips as he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Days had passed, during which Kakuzu dedicated himself to the relentless hunting of Takigakure's higher-ups. As a small village, Takigakure's limited elite had nearly been annihilated by Kakuzu's onslaught. This could be seen as his form of retribution against them. Tap, tap, tap. A sound stirred from the 5 o'clock direction. Let us investigate. Stay safe. In the distance, footsteps approached, accompanied by faint voices. Kakuzu's gaze shifted toward the source, a smirk of disdain forming on his face. It was likely reinforcements from Takigakure. However, truth be told, most of the reinforcements were low-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas, with few elite jonin remaining. Kakuzu's principle was to eliminate any jonin he encountered. Either they had been ruthlessly slaughtered by him or hidden away in the village, leaving only the lower-ranked ninjas to face their fate. Kakuzu held no interest in such minions. With a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from the scene, leaving behind a pile of corpses for the Takigakure ninjas to clean up. On a nameless mountain peak, Kakuzu stood, eyes closed, inhaling deeply to savor the purest essence of the world. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He shed his outer garments, exposing his skin, and brought his hands together in prayer. Activate. As his hands met, the secret technique was initiated, and the lines on his body sprang forth. From his back emerged 4 life forms, each distinct in stature and appearance. To better distinguish them, Kakuzu named them A, B, C, and D. The life form clad in a red mask, large in stature with thick lines, was dubbed Fire A, specializing in fire release. The one with a blue mask, whose lines resembled spiky quills, was named Water B, mastering water release. The slender figure with a purple mask, sporting triangular lines atop its head, was called Lightning C, adept in lightning release. Finally, the one with a pale blue mask, of average build, was named Wind D, skilled in wind release. These 4 entities operated as independent life forms capable of autonomous long-range combat while remaining under Kakuzu's control. He dictated their strategies, and they executed them without hesitation. During battles, should Kakuzu require assistance, he could summon these 4. Although each mastered only one elemental technique, they could each exhibit the prowess of an elite jonin. This was akin to having 4 elite jonin at his disposal, significantly increasing the pressure on their adversaries and bolstering Kakuzu's own strength. After all, an additional combatant provided another angle of attack. In a scenario where the ninja strengths were comparable, an extra angle translated to greater leverage and increased odds of victory. It was akin to the principle that 4 hands could overcome 2 fists. If Kakuzu chose not to deploy them, he could concentrate their powers within himself, merging the strength of 5 hearts into his own being, allowing him to utilize all 5 elemental techniques at will. Of course, the heart that always remained within him was attuned to Earth Release, his signature technique, one he not only possessed from the outset, but also excelled in. Techniques like the Earth Spear could enhance his physical resilience tenfold. Not only capable of offense, but also of defense, this perfect blend of skills can be deemed a near-ideal form of ninjutsu. After meticulously organizing the powers he currently possesses, Kakuzu felt the black lines on his back shatter once more, as the elements of fire, water, lightning, and wind returned to his body. Under the influence of the earth grudge fear, Kakuzu's back was seamlessly stitched together again. With the strength of 5 elite jonin, he now possessed 5 lives. Quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? As he clenched his fist, a profound sensation welled within him, not merely the feeling of power, but rather the exhilarating awareness of being able to control his own fate. Once merely an elite jonin, he had ascended to become the foremost powerhouse of Takigakure. Having now mastered the earth grudge fear, no one in this small village could possibly rival him. This notion was entirely sound in theory. Yet some individuals seemed oblivious to the reality at hand. Kakuzu's gaze drifted down the mountain, where he could see several ninjas from Takigakure cautiously searching for him. For a week, they had scoured the area, dispatching numerous ninjas to conduct a thorough search. Kakuzu had indulged their desires, often revealing himself only to eliminate each ninja that dared to seek him. If memory served him correctly, the number of jonin or elite jonin who had perished at his hands had exceeded 20, not to mention countless chunin. Since you show no fear of death, I shall indulge you. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu vanished from the mountaintop. The next moment, his voice echoed from behind. What are you looking for? Startled, the patrolling squad turned in alarm. As they caught sight of Kakuzu, their eyes widened in horror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. This was a true harbinger of death. The number of lives claimed by him over the past few days was unfathomable. Thus, these ninjas quaked with fear at the sight of Kakuzu. With a sharp gaze, he surveyed them, a cold smile playing at his lips. Remarkably, there was still an elite jonin among them. It appeared the current leaders of Takigakure were rather generous. Casually dispatching jonin, Kakuzu uncrossed his arms and stepped forward slowly. The elite jonin, feeling Kakuzu's penetrating gaze, found himself paralyzed with fear. Thud, overwhelmed by terror. He knelt before Kakuzu, not on both knees, but on one, a gesture of submission befitting a ninja. Lord Kakuzu, please, temper your anger. We are not here to encircle you, but rather to negotiate on behalf of the new village leader, Lord Kimura. I implore you to grant us an audience. For we were once comrades in the same village. The elite jonin hastily expressed his thoughts, fearful that a moment's delay would lead to his demise at Kakuzu's hands. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he breathed rapidly, unable to meet Kakuzu's gaze, simply waiting in silence. He had no inkling whether his words would bring about Kakuzu's judgment or his acquiescence. Oh, Kakuzu paused, surprised to learn that the current high-ranking officials of Takigakure would seek him out for negotiations. Chapter 10. Departure at a pavilion 10 miles from Takigakure. 2 individuals sat opposite each other. One was Kakuzu, while the other was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Kimura, a figure of authority in the village. Behind Kimura, at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, stood over 10 ninja guards. However, Kimura did not permit them to approach. Knowing they would merely serve as fodder for Kakuzu rather than provide any real protection, better to keep them at a distance to avoid spoiling the atmosphere. Currently, he held the position of acting village leader, representing the village in negotiations with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I am pleased you could come here. As per your request, everything is prepared. Please take a look. Kimura pushed a document, the size of a pillow, towards Kakuzu with both hands, maintaining a composed smile throughout the exchange. Lord Kimura, it appears you are remarkably untroubled by the current state of the village. Kakuzu remarked, unwrapping the package while calmly scrutinizing Kimura. Haha, a ninja is a ninja, and a village is a village. They should not be conflated, Kimura replied, his smile unwavering. The implication was clear. The demise of Godo Tsubasa was of little consequence to him, as the man had sought to scheme against Kakuzu. In fact, Kimura felt grateful to Kakuzu. Had Godo not perished, he would not occupy his current position. Nevertheless, Kimura hoped Kakuzu would refrain from further chaos. Nearly half of the village's elite jonin and high-ranking officials had fallen to Kakuzu's blade. Such a deluge of bloodshed should have quelled his wrath. Kakuzu, unhurried, opened the package, extracting stack after stack of documents. His gaze appeared casual, yet he meticulously examined every piece of information contained within. Kakuzu, these files detail your various matters. I have brought them all for you. Additionally, as you requested, I have dealt with anyone who knows too much about your situation. Do you have any other demands regarding the village? Kimura's tone was earnest, devoid of any air of superiority. His politeness stemmed not only from upbringing, but also from the realization that Kakuzu could easily end his life. Demands? I have none, Kakuzu replied. Of course, I acknowledge that I cannot silence everyone, but I ask that you refrain from disclosing my information to the outside world. After confirming that the documents represented the ninja records he had established since childhood, Kakuzu placed them in his left hand and lifted his gaze to Kimura. The reason he agreed to reconcile with the village's leadership was simple. Continuing down this path served no purpose. Takigakure was a small village, yet one should not underestimate it due to its size. If the subsequent events unfolded without deviation, the land of Waterfall was the only small nation to possess a tailed beast. Furthermore, the village harbored a secret weapon, the hero's water, which could exponentially amplify chakra at the expense of life. Lastly, while Takigakure could not muster tens of thousands of ninjas like a great nation, it could certainly deploy thousands. Pushing Takigakure to desperation could lead to the mobilization of thousands of ninjas, and even an average shadow-level ninja would struggle against such overwhelming numbers and diverse jutsu. Hence, Kakuzu only needed to exact his revenge and express his grievances, without necessitating a protracted conflict with the village. Looking at Kimura, Kakuzu smiled slightly, holding the documents in his left hand while forming a simple seal with his right. Fire style. The flames erupted, fierce yet contained, as they began to consume the documents in his left hand. As the flames enveloped them, the written pages turned to charred remnants. A gust of wind carried the ashes away, scattering them like dust. Observing the remnants rolling on the ground, Kimura's brow furrowed slightly. Kakuzu, I do not comprehend. These records contain your fundamental information, along with the illustrious accounts of every enemy you have slain over the decades. Why would you wish to destroy them? Oh. Kakuzu rose to his feet, casting a glance at Shimiden without offering an immediate explanation. Indeed, the thoughts of a typical individual often lean in such a direction, hoping that their life's deeds may be immortalized in written form, serving as a testament to their existence and a source of reverence for future generations. Yet, does this concern Kakuzu in any way? He possesses the means to endure eternally in truth. Why should he be confined by such trifles? If one must speak of death, it could only arise from being vanquished by another. Thus, Kakuzu recognized the necessity of discretion, remaining in the village as a ninja with ambitions that were always too grand. Departing was the only path forward. He removed the forehead protector of Takigakure, etching a deep horizontal line through its symmetrical design, thereby severing its form. Subsequently, he did not don the protector again, but instead tucked it into his pocket. For him, this served more as a memento, a record of his former identity as a ninja of Takigakure. Lord Shimiden, you are destined to be an excellent village leader. Under your guidance, Takigakure should thrive in peace. Kakuzu was uncertain of Shimiden's capabilities, yet the fact that others sought reconciliation with him rather than engaging in relentless combat, thereby fostering peace on both sides, was sufficient evidence of his discernment. A leader like him ought to fare well. Thank you for your well wishes, Kakuzu. You are a formidable individual, and I sense that you will carve out a place for yourself in the world of ninjas. Shimiden also rose, smiling as he bid farewell. Kakuzu had made his decision, and Shimiden did not attempt to retain him, even altering his form of address. His final words may have originated from genuine sentiment or perhaps flattery, but regardless, Kakuzu merely smiled, disappearing in an instant. Soon after, Kakuzu arrived at the border where Takigakure met the outside world. Standing within a cave, he gazed at the cascading waterfall before him. With a single step forward, he descended, chakra coursing through his feet, allowing his shoes to adhere firmly to the water's surface, effectively enabling him to walk upon it. Each step he took sent ripples across the water. The sound of rushing water grew louder. Closing his eyes, he allowed the waterfall's torrents to cascade over him, and he stepped forward. The embrace of the water upon his body lasted only a few fleeting seconds. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself drenched. Yet he had passed through the outer veil of Takigakure's waterfall. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued onward, not employing the arm-swinging run of his past life, but rather the method ingrained in his current memories. His arms hung naturally at his sides, his body relaxed as he leaned forward, refraining from any unnecessary movements. Only his legs propelled him forward, striking the water's surface in a standard ninja run. The boots on his feet splashed vigorously with each stride. As Kakuzu ran, he stirred up a trail of water behind him. In his previous life, observing this manner of running among ninjas, he would have dismissed it with phrases like unscientific or showing off. However, After experiencing this technique firsthand and feeling the transformation within his body, he came to understand that there was nothing amiss with this approach. While an earthling might reach a maximum running speed of around 10 ms, for a ninja, such a record was child's play. Speeds of 20 ms or even 30 ms were well within their capabilities. With such velocity, scaling walls and traversing water became effortless. If one were to inquire why such speed was attainable, the answer lies in the existence of chakra. During their run, a ninja's chakra was in constant motion. Yet, chakra is inherently limited. To conserve chakra and ensure its more efficient application, ninjas learn to keep their arms and bodies relaxed, expending not a single ounce of chakra unnecessarily. Concentrating all chakra in their legs allows for swifter and more effective movement. Thus, in this world, the ninja run is indeed scientific. Those who do not employ it are the ones who stray from normalcy. Chapter 11. The side effects of the earth grudge fear. Once upon a time, this land was rife with the clashing of blood and fire, the collision of blades. The mutual slaughter among ninjas and the assaults by great clans painted the landscape of the ninja world in turmoil. Men were compelled to wield arms to protect their families and clans. However, the women and children left behind had no opportunity to escape the ravages of war. The encroaching flames of conflict did not pause for the elderly or the young. It was only with the establishment of the ninja village system, when nations entered a phase of peace, that clearer borders and boundaries began to emerge, leading the land towards gradual stabilization. Although this peace was relative, as irreconcilable conflicts still simmered beneath the surface, it nevertheless marked a hard-won respite. Since then, there have been no reports of the slaughter of the young, the elderly, or women. In commemoration of this hard-earned peace, the people of the ninja world collectively designated that year as the beginning of a new calendar. Time has swiftly passed, and we now find ourselves 6 years into this new era. Hashikawa Town, located at the confluence of the land of fire, the land of water, and the land of iron, is a settlement shaped by its unique geography. The absence of effective governance has rendered this town somewhat chaotic, yet it is precisely this chaos that breathes life into the community. Look here, this is the land of fire's renowned 3-colored dumplings, affordable and delicious. Hey there, why not try our clay cotton candy from the land of earth? It's tasty and chewy, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Come. Here's our specialty sugar from the land of wind, a true local treasure, dressed in various attires and speaking in diverse dialects. Individuals from all corners of the world convene to conduct their trades. Merchants traverse the land in pursuit of prosperity, and where merchants gather, vibrancy flourishes. A bustling street has thus attracted a considerable number of passers-by, adults strolling with children, couples walking closely together, samurai displaying their cool demeanor by the roadside, and those shrouded in mystery weaving swiftly through the crowd. Yet, this lively street fell silent upon the arrival of one person. One by one, a line of astonished gazes turned towards him, clad in a voluminous black cloak that nearly enveloped his entire form. Even such attire could not conceal his formidable physique. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he stood out among the crowd, surveying all with an imposing presence. His eyes bore an intense, mesmerizing aura that rendered those knowledgeable in the ways of combat to bow their heads in silent acknowledgement. Recognizing the unparalleled killing intent that emanated from him, an essence forged through countless slaughters. With a single step, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. As his gaze swept across the throng, everyone averted their eyes, as if the very atmosphere of this lawless town quieted in response to his presence. Jiongu glanced around with a calm smile, disregarding the gazes of the crowd as he made his way into an inn. The innkeeper, upon noticing Jiongu, hurried over. "How may I assist you, esteemed guest? I require a room, one that is exceptionally quiet. I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. Do you understand?" "Of course. I assure you, no one will interrupt your rest," the innkeeper replied, nodding eagerly as he handed Jiongu the room key with utmost care. Upon inspecting the key, Jiongu noted that it was a top-tier room on the highest floor. This suited him well, at least it promised tranquility. He ascended the stairs leisurely, heading towards his chamber. Upon unlocking the door, he found the room well appointed with a bed, a sofa, and luxurious toiletries. A small card lay at the entrance, detailing additional services, but Jiongu paid it no mind. He closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed, sensing the absence of anyone nearby before retrieving a scroll from his robe. This scroll contained the secret technique of Jiongu. It was his signature ninjutsu. Although he had mastered it, There remained a final section he had yet to read. Exercising patience, he turned to the last few pages. These pages continued the narrative of the dragon-hidden monk. Those brave enough to reach this point had presumably learned the secret technique and likely discovered the inherent risks of transforming their bodies into black lines. These lines not only served as weapons, but also enhanced their physical capabilities, albeit at the cost of losing the human mechanism for breakthrough. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Jiongu's eyes. It seemed the dragon-hidden predecessor had also recognized the peril of Jiongu. In essence, Jiongu raised his right hand and swiftly unleashed a flurry of lines that connected to his body. These lines had effectively replaced his veins, allowing him to manipulate them with ease, extending and retracting without the risk of infection that plagued Kimimura's bone techniques. Yet, therein lay the gravest issue. His physical form had been largely supplanted by these lines, rendering him incapable of further cultivation. Jiongu pondered aloud, reflecting on the original narrative where he had lived for over 90 years. Logically, such experience should not have faltered against a mere child who had trained for only a decade. Now, the reason became clear. If he was not mistaken, while he need not worry about his lifespan for a few remaining decades, his physical body was no longer intact, devoid of internal operation. Only the external semblance remained, and chakra could no longer penetrate even a fraction of his being. Despite maintaining normalcy in eating, sleeping, and other bodily functions, he could no longer activate the cells necessary for training. In the time he had left, the only means to grow stronger was to continuously seize the hearts of the powerful, converting their strength to his own. This was the side effect of Jiongu, the inability to cultivate independently. If he merely continued to plunder, he would forever be confined to preying upon the weak. The strong, like the 5 Kage, not only possessed formidable power but were also protected by elite shinobi. Under such circumstances, how could Jiongu take action? Sighing, he rose from the bed and approached the window, gazing out at the street below, now bustling once more, no longer frozen in his moment of arrival. Was he destined to be a fleeting spark, like the scene before him? With a chuckle, he dismissed such thoughts. Jiongu had no intention of waiting decades to sacrifice himself to the protagonist. Returning to the bed, he resumed his perusal of the dragon-hidden monk's writings. Jiongu has rendered me incapable of self-development, a fate I cannot accept. Over the years, I have traversed countless nations, seeking a solution to this predicament. At last, I have discovered a theoretical framework. The black lines of Jiongu have integrated into my flesh, becoming a part of my existence. They have merely replaced my once living body with lifeless strands. All I need do is find a catalyst to gradually invigorate life, forming a new body. The dragon-hidden monk had not elaborated further, only wishing success to those fortunate enough to attempt it. Jiongu speculated that at the moment of his demise, the monk had merely found the theory to counteract the side effects of Jiongu, lacking the materials to put it into practice. He closed the scroll, eyes gently shut, and entered a state of quiet meditation. The monk's insights were immensely valuable. To possess Jiongu while continuously enhancing his power was a strength he yearned for. Jiongu believed this was the singular path to shatter the curse of fate, and he must uncover a method to reverse the side effects, to awaken vitality, to find a catalyst, and to forge a true body. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Did the dragon-hidden monk's era hold the key to these keywords? Jiongu was uncertain, but it seemed to exist in his own time, perhaps undiscovered. Hashirama Cells. Chapter 12. The Underground Exchange. The name Senju Hashirama echoed in his mind. How could he navigate around it? Was this world compelling him to reenact a scene of assassination with 1,000 shuriken? With a wry smile, Jiongu deemed it unnecessary. However, this contemplation sparked a new avenue of thought. The Hashirama cells had been utilized by many in the future, purportedly intertwining with subsequent narratives. Perhaps they could indeed aid his Jiongu. Given his current physical capabilities were nearly non-existent, it was worth a try. Jiongu devised a preliminary plan in his mind, but he knew he must not rush. The reason the Hashirama cells remained merely a concept in this world was that Senju Hashirama was still alive. Who would dare pluck feathers from a tiger? Only when Hashirama passed would anyone dare to disturb his grave. The timing of Hashirama's demise was uncertain, yet one truth remained. He would eventually perish. It merely required patience. And Jiongu had an abundance of time, so there was no need for haste. With a plan set, he decided to temporarily set aside the concerns regarding the side effects of Jiongu. However, another matter soon presented itself. the necessity of funds for daily living. A tall, burly man rang a bell, signaling those ahead to clear the way. Behind him, a cart laden with goods rattled along, leaving tracks on the ground. Surrounding the carts were merchants engaged in trade, guarded by a dozen or so samurai. Such a grand procession drew curious glances from passers-by. The caravan was sizable, with the carts filled with either goods or silver bills. Prominently displayed on the carts was a flag reading Bird Nation Merchant Guard, indicating this was a company personally assembled by a feudal lord, hence the impressive scale. As the caravan passed through the bustling streets and approached the inn, it continued forward without pause. Draped in a dark cloak, Kakuzu stood resolutely against the wind, the fluttering fabric mirroring the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. As he gazed down at the procession of vehicles and the pedestrians flanking them, a sudden realization washed over him. In this lifetime, he possessed a unique and extraordinary ability. The passers-by below were engaged in speculation about the cargo within the carriages, yet Kakuzu, with a single glance, discerned the truth. The first wagon indeed contained goods, though he could not specify what they were. However, the subsequent 3 wagons. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I would wager my very life that they hold nothing less than money. The words erupted from him with unwavering conviction. This was not mere conjecture. Kakuzu truly believed he could see the riches contained within those boxes. If one were to inquire as to the source of this uncanny insight, it was a skill ingrained in his very being. Innately attuned to the essence of wealth, it was as if it were his birthright. As he observed the commercial caravan advancing, Kakuzu sighed deeply. He refrained from action, simply watching as the convoy faded from his view. The reason Kakuzu did not raid the merchant convoy was straightforward. The world of ninjas adhered to its own set of rules. The profession of a ninja was not one of production, it revolved solely around conflict and violence. Yet, like ordinary individuals, they required sustenance and funds to sustain their livelihoods. Thus, ninjas aligned themselves with feudal lords and nations, forming the foundational conditions for the establishment of nations and villages. But from where did the wealth of these lords originate? A portion was derived from the taxes imposed on the populace, though this was meager. Consequently, the majority relied on merchants who circulated goods to generate capital. Over time, merchants became a unique presence within the ninja realm. Regardless of the nation, ninjas dared not indiscriminately plunder merchant caravans, for such acts would disrupt the fundamental order of the ninja world, rendering them targets of disdain. There were indeed some reckless or misguided individuals who dared to rob merchant convoys, and their fate was sealed, a bounty placed on their heads by the great nations of the ninja world, forcing them into hiding as disheveled bandits in the depths of the forests. Kakuzu folded his arms and turned his gaze away. His abstention from robbing the merchant convoy stemmed not only from a commitment to the fundamental tenets of a ninja, but also from a deeper conviction. He did not wish to harm those who bore no weapons. Although the convoy was accompanied by samurai guards, the age of the samurai had long since passed. In the face of formidable ninjutsu, even the proudest samurai were as fragile as paper. Kakuzu refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, as it served no purpose, provided he was not provoked. Kakuzu's means of acquiring wealth lay elsewhere. In a few nimble leaps, a youthful and somewhat naive face appeared behind him. "Are you Lord Kakuzu?" The young boy, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, bore a modest foundation in ninjutsu, though he was not particularly strong. His innocuous visage resembled that of a young man engaged in legitimate business. However, Kakuzu understood that his contact was precisely the kind of seemingly harmless individual he sought. "Yes," he replied, adopting a pseudonym he had chosen for himself. As he answered the boy, Kakuzu donned a dark mask that obscured the lower part of his face, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Upon hearing his response, the boy smiled. "Lord Kakuzu, my name is Heisei Rokanoya, and I am the representative here. We are perfectly positioned to meet your needs. Please follow me." After observing Kakuzu turn, Heisei Rokanoya instinctively lowered his head and leaped down from the eaves. Leading the way ahead, Kakuzu propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight as he effortlessly kept pace with Heisei Rokanoya. Many might suspect that Kakuzu's method of earning money involved the underground currency exchange, a venture not only familiar to him, but one in which he had gained greater insight over recent days. In that realm, one did not require a true name, a genuine appearance, or even a corporeal form. One merely needed to select or deliver tasks. Who you were mattered not. This anonymity suited Kakuzu's preference for discretion while also yielding financial gain. As they made their way to the exchange, Heisei Rokanoya exhibited considerable caution. Though Shiraki Town was a lawless territory, the currency exchange remained an underground industry, one that could not be exposed to too many eyes. The young man wandered aimlessly through the streets for several laps, while Kakuzu remained unhurried, well aware that substantial wealth demanded patience. Thus, he trailed behind Heisei Rokanoya. After half an hour, having ensured no unwanted followers were in tow, Heisei Rokanoya finally led Kakuzu into an alleyway. They walked a few more meters before Heisei Rokanoya halted in front of a shop. Turning to Kakuzu, he gestured toward the establishment with a faint smile. "Lord Kakuzu, this is the place." At that moment, the shop door swung open, and a young woman, seemingly 16 or 17 and scantily clad, emerged with a sultry demeanor. Almost immediately, she wrapped her arm around Kakuzu's. "Brother, come inside and have some fun." Kakuzu, taken aback by the smiles exchanged between Heisei Rokanoya and the young woman, glanced at the shop's name, a brothel. His mind erupted in disbelief. His exposed eyes shot daggers at Heisei Rokanoya, who had led him to this establishment under the pretense of finding work. "You scoundrel! Do you expect me to work here or indulge in its services?" Chapter 13. The bounty. Are you toying with me? Kakuzu's frustration manifested as he transformed his fist into a claw, seizing Heisei Rokanoya by the throat and lifting him off the ground. It was understandable that Kakuzu felt enraged. Anyone would be incensed by such deception. Ugh! Heisei Rokanoya's fear became palpable as Kakuzu's wrath settled upon him. His legs flailed helplessly, unable to find solid ground. He grasped at Kakuzu's hand in a futile attempt to pry it away, while his other hand gestured toward the shop, as if trying to convey something. The nearby young woman, with purple hair, momentarily paled, but quickly regained her composure. "My lord, please, quell your anger. We only acted this way for precautionary reasons. The items you seek are within." "Oh." Kakuzu regarded the pair, sensing a misunderstanding. He released his grip, and Heisei Rokanoya, having witnessed the terror of Kakuzu, dared not delay any longer. He hastily pushed the door open, while the purple-haired woman swiftly took the lead. Venturing to the back of the establishment, they opened a hidden door, revealing a dark passageway. Heisei Rokanoya remained behind, while the purple-haired woman took a torch, igniting a flame before stepping into the tunnel. "Please, my lord, come inside." Kakuzu followed her without hesitation, entering the passage. Within, a staircase led downward, not particularly long, only 4 or 5 meters, culminating in a vast cold storage chamber. Even without approaching, one could feel the chill radiating from the machinery. Moreover, there was another table, seemingly adorned with a myriad of photographs. The lady with violet hair ignited the remaining torches in the room, instantly illuminating the dim basement and rendering the photographs upon the table distinctly visible. With a smile that transformed her previously weary demeanor into one of aristocratic grace, she approached Kakuzu, introducing him to the contents of the table. "Lord Kakuzu," she began, "these images represent the affluent and noble figures of the ninja world, individuals whom the wealthy merchants wish to eliminate. However, due to various constraints in reality, they are unable to act directly, thus their information reaches us. We possess over 70% of the task targets in the ninja realm, and the bounties differ based on the strength of each target." Listening intently to the lady's account, Kakuzu's gaze remained fixated on the lists spread across the table, a burgeoning interest evident beneath his mask. This was the work he had long awaited. The bounties were arranged from highest to lowest. Read from left to right and top to bottom. The first name was Senju Hashirama, depicted with flowing long hair, clad in red armor, his chiseled features strikingly handsome. Below his portrait, the corresponding bounty read 117,000,000. Kakuzu smirked slightly, not surprised to see Hashirama's bounty here. His departure from Takigakure had indeed been intertwined with this very reward. What intrigued him was the identity of those seeking to eliminate Hashirama. Such a question was straightforward, yet lacked a definitive answer. The man who ended the Warring States period surely had numerous enemies within the ninja world, with countless individuals desiring his demise. Speculating on their identities was unnecessary. The second bounty featured Uchiha Madara, whose explosive hairstyle obscured half his face, his serious expression emanating an aura of authority even through the photograph. The bounty was set at 108,000,000. Should Madara catch sight of his own bounty, he might very well overturn this exchange center in rage, not for the fact that someone sought his life, but rather for the indignity of having a lower bounty than Hashirama. Following these two, the bounties diminished significantly. Hyuga Hizashi at 70,000,000, Reikage A at 65,000,000, Suchikage Ishikawa at 63,200,000, Mizuki Chikurin at 60,000,000, Senju Tobarama at 55,000,000. Those who held the esteemed title of Kage or were recognized for their Kage level strength all bore bounties exceeding 40,000,000. Beyond them, the subsequent lists were filled with names of lesser value, predominantly hovering around 20,000,000 or below. Most of these individuals were elite ninjas from their respective villages or significant members of certain nations. Their strength was undeniable. Yet one could not help but question why their bounties fell so far below those of the aforementioned figures. After a moment of contemplation, Kakuzu arrived at an answer. Individuals listed as Kage level, even if not true Kage, held substantial weight in the ninja world. For instance, Hyuga Hizashi, who led his clan into Konoha, his strength notwithstanding, was the clan head of the Hyuga family, which now boasted at least 100 members. Should one dare to assassinate him, the collective wrath of the Hyuga clan would be overwhelming. The difficulty of such a hit escalated sharply, justifying the high bounties placed upon them. Conversely, the ninjas residing within their villages, who frequently undertook missions, presented opportunities for assassination when isolated, thus rendering their targets less daunting and their market value diminished. Half an hour later, Kakuzu slightly rose, the glimmer of interest lingering at the corners of his mouth. The exchange center was indeed an intriguing establishment. With the right payment, one could dare to kill anyone. The lady with violet hair smiled charmingly. Lord Kakuzu, with so many tasks available, might I inquire if you wish to accept one? Indeed. Kakuzu replied, raising an eyebrow as he reached out to select a bounty from the multitude of lists. Choosing a bounty was not a matter of randomness. As an immortal, his only method of demise was through being beaten to death. Thus he could immediately dismiss targets like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, the clan heads and high-ranking officials from various villages were well guarded, making such dangerous jobs unappealing to him. However, among the hundreds of bounty notices, he did not fail to notice some simpler tasks. For instance, a bounty for assassinating a minister from a small nation offered only 2 million. A sum Kakuzu dismissed with a scoff. For the sake of his reputation, he would never accept such trivial assignments. His gaze swept over the numerous lists, and a few bounties caught his attention. After brief comparisons, Kakuzu's focus finally settled on one particular notice. Name, Gannard. The accompanying image depicted a young man with a wild, explosive hairstyle. Identity, a rogue ninja from a Wagakure. Bounty, 15,000,000. The lady with violet hair, noting the glint of interest in Kakuzu's eyes, promptly retrieved information pertaining to Gannard from the assortment of notices. Gannard was once an exceptional leader of a demolition squad in a Wagakure, but fell out of favor with the Tsuchikage after allegedly gravely injuring the Tsuchikage's apprentice with his explosive techniques before fleeing the village. His specific abilities remained unknown. Oh, a rogue ninja. Kakuzu's interest intensified beneath his mask. He surmised that Gannard's bounty of 15,000,000 was largely due to the Tsuchikage's desire for revenge on behalf of his apprentice, thus escalating the price. Yet, this aligned perfectly with Kakuzu's intentions. Such a high-value target was a rarity. This will do. Chapter 14. Pursuit. Lord Kakuzu, please take this. I believe it will prove beneficial to you. The lady with violet hair handed Kakuzu an object retrieved from a refrigeration unit. Kakuzu focused and observed that it was a square block of ice, still intact, with a small note nestled within its transparent center. He tucked the ice block and the bounty notice into his sleeve, then exited alongside the violet-haired lady. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Heisei Rokuyo, standing vigilantly. Young man, I hope you weren't harmed. It was all a misunderstanding, Kakuzu said, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling somewhat unsettled inside. Heisei Rokuyo smiled reassuringly. Lord Kakuzu, you need not concern yourself. Your presence here brings me great joy. A little wound is inconsequential. After all, what ninja goes unscathed? Seeing the young man's nonchalance, Kakuzu refrained from further comment. He had recently learned from the violet-haired lady that Heisei Rokuyo was instrumental in introducing him to this line of work. Should Kakuzu successfully complete his first job, based on long-standing black market customs, Heisei would receive a share amounting to several thousand. Although a mere fraction of Kakuzu's bounty, it represented a significant sum for many small traders, and thus was considerable for Heisei Rokuyo. By the way, I have a question. Kakuzu turned to the lady with violet hair. Of course, Lord Kakuzu, she responded with a smile. Are you truly involved in this line of work? Kakuzu found himself glancing at the establishment sign. He always felt that the demeanor of the head of a black market exchange for gold was somewhat incongruous with the establishment itself. Upon hearing this, the violet-haired lady let out a soft laugh, her charming smile returning as she grasped Xiao Du's hand, mischievously tugging it upward. Lord Du, it's not my fault that our exchange has few clients. A girl must make a living, after all. With a prolonged intonation, I rather admire a man of your robust stature. Lord Du, would you be so kind as to stay and keep me company? Women, indeed, are ever so fickle. Within mere moments, she had transformed back into a captivating enchantress. One need not concern themselves with the veracity of her words, for they were nonetheless pleasing to the ear. The soft touch, the alluring demeanor, the enchanting gaze. Who could remain unaffected? Especially when one possesses 5 hearts. The rhythm of his own pulse quickened even further. A subtle smile appeared in Xiao Du's eyes as he gently placed his hand upon her forehead, the perfect balance of pressure eliciting a delightful tension. A hint of shyness crept onto the violet-haired woman's face. What is your name? Xie. A lovely name. Xiao Du replied with a serene smile, retracting his hand as he observed Xie's bashful expression. Wait for me to return. In uttering these words, Xiao Du felt as though he were performing an act of charity, akin to witnessing a young lady shivering in the winter while clad in sheer stockings at a doorstep. His tender heart yearned to care for them. Alas, the circumstances of his previous life had not permitted such kindness, leaving only thoughts unfulfilled. However, this life was different. The laws of this world not only allowed for such freedoms, but, in many respects, encouraged them. Establishments of this nature were not unique to this location. One must adapt to their surroundings. Rigidity in thought could limit one's existence. Xiao Du believed that since he had entered this world, he ought to immerse himself within it. Once he completed his current task, it would be time to slow down and savor the pleasures it offered. As Xiao Du's figure receded into the distance, Xie waved cheerfully in farewell. Lord Du, you must come back. I shall await your return. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Du found himself amidst the bustling streets, where crowds thrived and pedestrians moved to and fro. The recent experience stirred his anticipation. Nevertheless, work remained his utmost priority. He gathered his thoughts and set about the task at hand, retrieving the ice block Xie had given him. The ice had nearly melted within his pocket. With a slight exertion of force, he extracted the note contained within. While indistinct in his hand, the paper revealed a faintly etched map when held to the sunlight. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Du deciphered the message inscribed upon it. It was a map detailing the locations of underground gold exchanges in the vicinity. For instance, the Land of Water housed 2 such clandestine establishments, while the Land of Iron boasted 4. In contrast, the more prominent Land of Fire had a total of 12 exchanges, indicative of the substantial scale of this underground market. As these thoughts occupied Xiao Du's mind, he suddenly felt a slight burning sensation in his hand. A fleeting glance revealed that, without employing any fire techniques, the note had begun to ignite. His meticulous nature had ensured his survival thus far. The note had been embedded with a triggering barrier, which activated approximately 1 minute after the ice melted and the paper was exposed to air. This precaution effectively safeguarded the secrecy of the black market operations, given the illicit nature of the enterprise. The burning note gradually slipped from Xiao Du's grasp. His expression turned serious. It was time to attend to business. Ganada had fled westward from the Land of Earth. There had been sightings of him in the Land of Iron, yet as a rogue ninja, he could not afford to linger there for long. His inevitable escape would lead him southward, suggesting a strong possibility that he might pass through or even reside in places like White Tree Town, as it lay within a lawless region. With this fundamental information, Xiao Du could ascertain the general area in which this fugitive might be hiding. However, a small town of 1,000 inhabitants, along with several neighboring villages, could easily amount to tens of thousands. The challenge of locating a single individual amidst such a vast sea of humanity was daunting. Moreover, as a defector, he would undoubtedly erase any traces of his escape to avoid detection. Yet, fortuitously, Xiao Du, raised to be a proficient ninja, possessed skills in both reconnaissance and counter-surveillance. This would be a contest between hunter and prey. Where should he begin his search? His keen, Eagle-like gaze swept over the streets and alleys. Soon, he identified his first target for investigation. He would commence from that point. Jiongu approached a group of raucous young men, their hair dyed yellow and cigarettes dangling from their lips. Upon noticing the arrival of a figure with an ambiguous background, they immediately sensed trouble. They tossed their cigarettes to the ground and rose to confront Jiongu, seizing him by the collar with muscles taut and threatening expressions. "Who the hell are you?" Jiongu remained silent, observing the yellow-haired group. In a small town of over 1,000 residents, the area was not extensive. Whenever a stranger entered, these individuals would undoubtedly be the first to know. Without wasting words, Jiongu produced a wanted poster, revealing the photograph it bore. "Have you seen this person?" The young men barely glanced at it, their eyes narrowing in hostility toward Jiongu. "I asked who the hell you are." 10 minutes later, the young men, bruised and tearful, found themselves leading Jiongu to a particular location. "Wow, this is it. I've seen someone resembling him around here, but I truly don't know anything else. Please spare us." Ignoring their pleas, Jiongu disregarded them, casting them aside. He knelt down, his fingers delicately probing the earth beneath him as he gradually advanced forward. The young men, still apprehensive, remained frozen in place, fearing any movement. 20 minutes later, "Found it." Jiongu's exclamation startled the young men, causing them to tense up once more. He began to sift through the soil, searching for footprints. The muddy ground was riddled with numerous tracks, and beneath the layers, the original traces had become nearly indistinguishable, a common belief among many. However, for Jiongu, this was not the case. Amidst the chaotic and nearly obscured prints, he needed only to identify one particular shoe print. Ninjas wore different footwear compared to civilians. Moreover, the shoes worn by the ninjas of Awagakure differed from those of other villages. The terrain in Awagakure was flat, yet littered with hard rocks. To facilitate the movement of the village's ninjas, the footwear favored by them was soft-soled boots, and he had just found one. Could it be another ninja from the land of Earth? The likelihood was minimal. Hidden Rock Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, boasts a community of ninjas who take immense pride in their homeland. When undertaking missions, they don their distinctive vests openly, often operating in groups, with solitary actions being a rare occurrence. Notably, the footprints left behind by Kakuzu exhibit a sense of urgency, hinting at the gravity of the situation. Perhaps, just perhaps, the bounty truly amounts to 15 million? Chapter 15. The hunter and the prey of vibrant scarlet maple leaf descends to the earth, blanketing the last remnants of the ground, transforming the landscape into a tapestry of autumn hues. The fiery red of the season not only adorns the ground, but also the mountains flanking the path, heralding the arrival of fall. This secluded trail lies several kilometers from the land of fire, nestled amongst undulating hills, resembling a tranquil canyon, rarely disturbed by intruders, thus preserving its pristine beauty. The rhythmic sound of footsteps gradually approaches, growing louder within the valley's embrace. Clad in a black cloak, Kakuzu traverses the narrow path, his gaze seemingly fixed ahead, yet keenly aware of every shadow lurking in his peripheral vision. Even the faintest rustle of an insect on the ground reaches his ears. A ninja's acumen demands vigilance, observing all directions and listening intently. This is a splendid place, an ideal location for a final resting place. The smoldering campfire and the remnants of prey signify the end of a hunt. Kakuzu stands within the canyon, surrounded by towering trees ablaze with crimson foliage. He gazes upward at the mountains, and after a brief moment, a long-lost intensity flickers in his eyes. Experiencing the thrill of the chase firsthand reveals the daunting reality of pursuing a living target. Prey has a will to escape, and some cunning creatures may deliberately leave misleading traces to lead hunters astray. Fortunately, Kakuzu's ninja training has kept him hot on the trail of his quarry, undeterred by distractions. Additionally, his acute sensitivity to monetary gain plays a crucial role in his success, a trait ingrained in his very being. After half a month of relentless pursuit, he has finally arrived at this location. Words are superfluous. Moments later, a man emerges from a cave on the mountainside. Though lacking a forehead protector, he wears the dark red vest of Hidden Rock Village, his hair styled in wild curls. He holds a wild chicken, likely a recent catch to satiate his hunger. What a bother, to be found even in this remote hideaway. Are you here to meet your demise, or to deliver me riches? The man tears a generous piece of meat from the chicken and chews voraciously, while casting a devilish grin at Kakuzu. In return, Kakuzu offers a sincere smile from beneath his mask. A bounty of 15 million for your head. I trust you will not disappoint. Having identified his target, the battle is ripe for engagement. Gannard, a fellow ninja, understands this well, but remains unperturbed, gesturing to the food in his hands. I have no objection to fighting. But before we commence, might I finish this roasted chicken? Kakuzu tilts his head slightly, conceding. Of course, I can spare a few moments. Thank you, Gannard replies, taking a bite of his meal. Yet, when he looks up, Kakuzu has vanished from sight, leaving only the whisper of the wind behind. In an instant, Kakuzu has scaled the rocky wall, leaping toward Gannard, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Gannard's expression shifts to one of shock, as if reproaching Kakuzu for lacking honor, not only luring him into a trap, but also launching a surprise attack. However, Kakuzu wishes to convey that the realm of ninjas is steeped in bloodshed and brutal combat. Only those who survive their adversaries can forge new legacies. Everything in this world serves as a weapon for ninjas, all for the sake of ultimate victory. If you seek a place to discuss honor, I suggest you sign up for the arena. The ninja profession may not suit you. Enduring days of hiding and food scarcity is arduous. Allow me to end your suffering. Kakuzu's body propels into the air, his left hand suddenly brandishing several shurikens. The speed of the projectiles is so swift that they are nearly imperceptible, leaving only the sound of slicing air in their wake. Though Gannard momentarily falters, he is far from the honorable ninja one might presume him to be. From the moment Kakuzu appeared, Gannard has been on high alert. Without even glancing, he relies on his honed reflexes from years of training in Hidden Rock Village. He bends his leg slightly. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shurikens embed themselves into the rock wall behind him, successfully evading Kakuzu's assault, which lightens Gannard's demeanor. You are correct. Life has not been easy for me, but whether I continue to live is a decision I shall make. Conversely, I have a nagging feeling that someone is bound to deliver me riches. Do you think there might also be a bounty on your head in the black market? His laughter echoes, revealing his thirst for bloodshed. The roles of hunter and prey are often interchangeable, and Kakuzu acknowledges this, silently observing Gannard. A gentle breeze stirs, rustling the fallen maple leaves. Gannard prepares to finish the last morsel of chicken before engaging in earnest combat with Kakuzu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the breeze seems to ignite a realization within him. Gannard does not turn back, fully aware that it would be too late if he did. Among the shurikens lodged into the wall, one bears a folded explosive tag. The concealed nature of Kakuzu's throwing technique and the clever folding of the explosive tag sends a shock through Gannard's mind. Suddenly, laughter escapes him. He can no longer find mirth. He comprehends that he faces a battle-hardened, elite ninja. Kakuzu remains still, counting silently in his mind. 3, 2, 1. With less than a meter separating Gannard from the explosive tag, even a sprint at the moment of detonation would be futile unless he possesses impenetrable fortitude. Kakuzu's gaze is calm. With each step he takes down the mountain, he has calculated every outcome. As the situation unfolds seamlessly, a resounding boom erupts. The explosive tag detonates, shattering the shurikens into fragments. Rocks from the wall crumble and fall, the shockwave engulfing a 3-meter radius. All carbon-based life forms within this vicinity are obliterated in an instant. The crimson leaves scatter into the air, torn apart in the explosion's wake. As seconds pass, the chaos gradually subsides, and the smoke begins to dissipate. Only the remnants of the collapsed rock wall and the fallen leaves drifting down remain. Observing the fragments, they begin to blanket the crater left by the explosion. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Kakuzu sighed softly, despite the calmness within his heart resembling a still pond. Is the law of no harm with smoke applicable in every world? Chapter 16. The Forms of Chakra Transformation. You bastard, you almost killed me. The ground before Gannard bore 2 deep scratches, evidently made when he leaped out of the explosion's range just in time. At that moment, Gannard had lost the calm demeanor he previously exhibited. The roasted chicken he held had long slipped from his grasp. His feet firmly planted, with his thumbs overlapping and his right hand resting atop them, he formed the seal of the child. In his elongated pupils, a chilling, killing intent emanated. He was genuinely provoked by Kakuzu. Oh, is it merely speed that allowed you to retreat unscathed from the explosion? How could Kakuzu, who had clawed his way out from a sea of corpses, be daunted by such a mere display of killing intent? What intrigued him was how Gannard had managed to escape the blast's reach with such swiftness. Focusing intently on Gannard, every subtle movement, he made instantly translated into concrete data within Kakuzu's mind. It was the power of his legs. Within 2 seconds, Kakuzu reached his conclusion. Generally, when standing at attention, at ease, or simply standing unconsciously, one's legs tend to form an outward angle. Yet, Gannard stood with his feet angled inward. Additionally, the large amount of earth being displaced around his feet indicated a significant concentration of chakra there. Just by focusing chakra on his feet, he could achieve a speed comparable to teleportation. It was no wonder he belonged to the explosive squad of a Wagakure. This was not mere flattery, but sincere admiration. Every village boasts its most exceptional troops, and a Wagakure's explosive squad had long been renowned in the ninja world for their mobility, explosive capability, and formidable strength. Even those who emerged from there, regardless of their status as rogue ninjas, should not be underestimated. Kakuzu withdrew his hands from his pockets, becoming slightly more serious. His legs bent slightly, and his hands spread out like tiger claws at his sides. Both combatants entered a state of readiness for attack. Regrettably, a minute passed without either initiating an assault. The battlefield fell into a standoff. It was not due to hesitation, but rather a mutual desire to gather intelligence on one another. The significance of intelligence in combat is self-evident. Gaining insight into an opponent's abilities often provides a crucial advantage. Thus, sometimes a standoff serves as a tactic among the strong. Kakuzu observed Gannard, a knowing expression crossing his features. Is it not tiring to continuously gather chakra in your legs? His words caused a subtle shift in Gannard's facial muscles, quickly masked by a cold laugh. I know you are strong, but you cannot kill me. Do you understand? The confident declaration seemed to seal the day's outcome. However, Kakuzu merely chuckled, finding the provocation clumsy. Attempting to bait Kakuzu into attacking first was futile. Nonetheless, Kakuzu had no intention of remaining entangled in such trivialities. Furthermore, Gannard was not entirely mistaken. Kakuzu lacked the patience to engage in a prolonged war of attrition. Very well, then prepare yourself. Kakuzu's eyes flared with overwhelming momentum as he launched forward like an arrow released from its bow. His form a streak of lightning aimed at Gannard. So swift. Gannard's pupils contracted. This was his first genuine reaction upon witnessing Kakuzu's prowess. He was certain that, in terms of taijutsu alone, he would likely be defeated by this bounty hunter. However, the glimmer of unwavering determination flashed in Gannard's eyes. A ninja's duel cannot be resolved solely through physical prowess. Kakuzu's figure blurred as he extended a hand to grasp Gannard's chest. In response, Gannard produced a kunai to defend himself, simultaneously retreating rapidly. As they engaged in a dance of advance and retreat, the balance of power began to shift. After several exchanges, a glint of golden light flickered in Kakuzu's gaze. His opponent's speed fell short of matching his own. Thus, an opening presented itself. He raised his right fist to chest level and swung it down with force. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of his fist slicing through the air resonated. A terrifying gale barreling toward Gannard's chest. This strike could surely shatter his sternum. In a moment of crisis, Gannard crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Boom. It felt as if a speeding car had collided with him. Though Gannard exerted all his effort to resist, it was insufficient to completely shield him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground. Ultimately, his legs carved 2 deep grooves into the earth as he slid backward. Gannard felt his heart racing and breath quickening. Taking Kakuzu's punch directly felt as if it had nearly claimed his life. Fortunately, he managed to endure. Summoning his ninja resolve, he suppressed the discomfort within his body. When he raised his gaze towards Kakuzu, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. For he believed everything was about to conclude. Die? With his hands forming seals, Gannard roared, a frenzied light ablaze in his eyes. Kakuzu ultimately paid the price for his impulsiveness. In the end, Gannard emerged as the victor of this confrontation. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the mound of earth, right at the site where Kakuzu and Gannard had initially clashed. The detonations continued in succession, as if preset explosives buried deep within the ground were now igniting in sequence. 5 or 6 explosions reverberated, engulfing Kakuzu in the clouds of dust and smoke. As the shockwaves swept by, they tousled Gannard's explosive hairstyle. However, thanks to the distance he maintained, he remained unscathed by the blasts. This guy is truly infuriating. Gannard clutched his chest, his complexion slightly pale. Truth be told, he was not faring well himself. Kakuzu's punch had not only inflicted internal damage but also depleted a considerable amount of his chakra. After this battle, he would need ample time to recuperate. He hoped no other bounty hunters would stumble upon this place. Nevertheless, this fight was not without its gains. Gannard's gaze turned towards the dissipating smoke. This guy's head should fetch a handsome price, ha ha ha. A slightly deranged grin returned to Gannard's face as he limped towards the smoke, intent on retrieving Kakuzu's corpse to later exchange it for money in the black market. However, as the smoke began to clear, Gannard's smile abruptly froze. Without needing to look closely, he sensed something was amiss simply from the aura. Quickly gathering chakra, he slid backward to distance himself, his eyes fixed on the smoky scene. Sure enough, through the haze, a tall figure emerged slowly. When Kakuzu, adorned in a layer of dark armor, reappeared, Gannard's expression involuntarily twitched. Not only had Kakuzu survived the explosion, but it seemed he bore no injuries whatsoever. At this moment, Kakuzu's gaze towards Gannard was filled with a hint of amusement. To speak frankly, the transformation of Earth Release is a spectacle I have yet to witness. You are truly remarkable, as is widely acknowledged. Aside from the duality of yin and yang, chakra possesses 5 elemental attributes. These 5 types of chakra yield varied effects depending on their manifestations. For instance, the forms of water release typically fall into 2 categories, offensive and defensive. Offensive variations include techniques such as water dragon bullet and water severing wave, while defensive maneuvers comprise water barrier and water prison techniques. In contrast, the earth release has revealed a plethora of transformations. Defensively, one might employ earth barrier, while offensively, earth dragon flame bullet is an option. Furthermore, it can be utilized to enhance one's own capabilities, akin to Kakuzu's earth release, earth spear. Lastly, it has been discovered that earth release chakra can also be detonated, which likely serves as the foundation for the establishment of the Rock Village Explosive Squad. What you are employing should be a ninjutsu that allows chakra to be transformed into bombs buried beneath the ground. Am I correct? Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, Gannard's expression visibly faltered. Chapter 17, Secret Technique, Trailing Thunder Bang. Bang, bang. The black arm struck against the dust on his body, resonating with a metallic echo. True to his origin in the Rock Village Explosive Squad, he could indeed reduce opponents to mere fragments. Through this engagement, Kakuzu has garnered a fundamental understanding of Gannard's condition. His hands remain in a series of hand seals, merely to channel the chakra coursing through his body. The true release of chakra, however, is not through his hands, but his feet. By embedding earth release chakra deep into the ground and luring his opponent into position, he can subsequently detonate the chakra prepared beneath. The principle bears resemblance to landmines, rendering it unexpectedly perilous. However, this explosive ninjutsu possesses a critical flaw. With his legs firmly planted on the ground, he continuously infuses chakra into the earth to maintain the connection between himself and the ground's chakra. This incessant output consumes a significant amount of chakra, leading to physical exhaustion, as evidenced by the panting Gannard before him. Thus, for this explosive type of ninja to be effective, cooperation from teammates is essential. This is likely why the Rock Village has gathered explosive ninjas into squads. Of course, if someone were to master explosive ninjutsu while conserving chakra in abundance, that individual would undoubtedly be the legendary explosive genius. Panting heavily, Gannard's cheeks glistened with beads of sweat. This individual possesses such advanced earth release, and it appears he has nearly unraveled my ninjutsu. Gannard gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of dread. He comprehended that he was no match for Kakuzu. Yet, as he observed Kakuzu gradually approach, each step felt as if the scythe of death drew nearer. Ultimately, this harbinger of death ceased moving, leaping forth with a single stride. Seemingly eager to fulfill his earlier statement of helping Gannard expedite his tormented life as a fugitive. "Ah, you scoundrel. I cannot allow you to succeed so easily." Gannard's mouth gaped wide, exposing his gums, his expression a tempest of rage. As a ninja, he would never surrender without a fight. Earth release, earth barrier. Boom. As Kakuzu soared through the air, a wall of earth suddenly erupted from the ground before him. A classic defensive ninjutsu of earth release. But could such a mere wall impede Kakuzu's advance? Lightning Tiger Charge. Flickering arcs of lightning enveloped his hand, transforming his arm into a spear of aggression. Bang! A massive breach was created at the center of the earth barrier, with cracks radiating like a spider's web in all directions. Kakuzu lightly stepped upon the fragmented wall as he leapt over it. With a resounding crash, the earth barrier collapsed entirely, providing Kakuzu with a new foothold. His form soared through the air with increased velocity. In a swift motion, he found himself above Gannard. Kakuzu understood intuitively that Gannard had prepared a substantial amount of chakra beneath his feet. Therefore, Kakuzu had no intention of alighting to engage him in combat. With his black iron fist raised high behind him, his gaze locked onto Gannard's head. In the next moment, Gannard's eyes were filled with fury. "You shall perish." Secret technique, trailing thunder. Huh. The ground beneath Gannard erupted in a violent explosion. At that instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Kakuzu's mind. Gannard had indeed triggered the bombs beneath him. Was he seeking mutual destruction? No. Throughout his countless encounters with others, Kakuzu had witnessed many ninjas willing to embrace death. Yet, Gannard lacked the spirit of a true warrior. Nevertheless, regardless of his intent, Gannard had activated the explosive field beneath him, and Kakuzu had to respond. As he descended, his fist morphed into a claw, akin to a falcon's talon, poised to seize Gannard by the collar. He intended to use Gannard's body to cushion the force of the explosion. However, just as Kakuzu's hand grazed Gannard, an explosion erupted several meters away. The shockwave was powerful, instantly propelling Gannard away. In the blink of an eye, the land bore witness to only Kakuzu, who was about to land, and the earth laden with earth-release bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force generated by an entire upper ninja's chakra detonated with ferocity. The mountains trembled slightly, and debris cascaded down. Birds took flight in panic from the forest, while beasts fled in disarray from the underbrush. The ground quaked, and trees swayed as if a miniature earthquake had struck, imparting a sense of impending collapse to all that existed. Minutes passed, and the area seemingly returned to a relative calm. From a distance or atop a mountain, one might perceive the autumnal landscape, intermingled with the recent explosion, creating an artistic tableau. What kind of art, you ask? Undoubtedly, it is the art of the black mushroom. A diminutive black mushroom cloud ascended gracefully into the sky. This time, the remnants of the explosion lingered, the dark smoke unfurling high above. After a while, the black smoke dissipated significantly. The land appeared to revert to its previous tranquility. Yet this stillness was so profound that not a single croak from frogs or chirp from birds could be heard. Only the whispering of the wind and the crackling of flames on the grass, bearing witness to the extraordinary events that had transpired. At long last, a sound emerged. Gannard, sprawled on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He felt a sweetness in his throat, his eyes widening in alarm as he hastily turned to the side and opened his mouth. A torrent of blood was expelled. Ugh! Gannard struggled to prop himself against a large stone behind him, clutching his chest, the groans from his throat betraying his agony. The prior explosion had indeed hurled him away from the epicenter, sparing him from the most intense blast. Yet, the residual shock waves still left him in considerable discomfort, and he likely suffered internal bleeding. However, as Gannard glimpsed the distant scene through the veil of pain, the corners of his mouth, once contorted in agony, suddenly sealed shut. When they parted once more, it was not with cries of suffering, but rather with a maniacal laughter. In that fleeting moment, even the torment etched upon his face vanished. One moment he was racked with pain, and the next, he erupted into joyous laughter. The reason for this miraculous transformation was simple. Gannard had witnessed someone in a more dire predicament than his own. He beheld the dawn of victory and the flicker of hope for survival. Ha! The bounty hunter has ultimately fallen. Following Gannard's exuberant gaze, one could see a figure leaning against a massive tree about 15 meters away, Deidara. Though obscured by his mask, Gannard could clearly discern that Deidara's once hardened body had been reduced to mere remnants, obliterated by his Earth-style explosive bombs. Deidara's right hand and leg lay discarded nearby, akin to abandoned toys. A man without legs cannot flee, and a ninja without hands cannot perform hand seals. Deidara was incapacitated. Meanwhile, Gannard was merely suffering from internal bleeding. In light of this comparison, how could Gannard not feel elated? This was yet another hard-won victory. Now you truly understand the power of my secret technique. The Earth Release Explosive. You may have surmised that I utilized chakra from my legs to create those bombs beneath the earth. However, what you did not anticipate is that my method of detonating them extends beyond mere chakra sensing. I wove threads of chakra that connected to the bombs, enabling me to control the direction of their explosions. Did you not see that coming? The mindset of a victor is invariably uplifting, and Gannard was willing to let Deidara grasp this revelation. Steadying himself against the wall, he slowly rose to his feet, momentarily unsteady before regaining his balance. A shuriken materialized in his hand as he began to advance towards Deidara. The latter, still leaning against the tree, paid no heed to the approaching Gannard. Lost in contemplation of the battle that had just transpired, the ability to connect chakra with explosive bombs to control their detonations is something that few could accomplish. Yet, for a ninja skilled in demolition, it may not be as difficult as it seems. Indeed, the ninja world is replete with countless secret techniques. It would be unwise to underestimate anyone until true invincibility is achieved. Chapter 18. The hunt concludes. The sun dipped low in the west, unveiling the beauty of the twilight. A soft crimson glow bathed the ground, harmonizing with the carpet of fallen maple leaves, creating a picturesque scene. Occasionally, birds flitted across the sky, adding a vibrant touch of life to this tableau. Yet, the focal point of this captivating vista remained the valley shrouded in swirling black smoke. Gannard, armed with a shuriken, approached his prey step by step, his eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. "You need not assist me in ending the suffering. Rather, I shall aid you," he cackled. Gannard, a distinguished jonin of a Wagakure, would not allow himself to become complacent due to a few victories. What pleased him most about this confrontation was that the prey before him had once been a fierce lion. Now, however, this lion had been stripped of its fangs, had its arms broken, and was utterly defenseless. Such a reversal was the source of his joy. As Gannard closed in, Deidara finally retracted his intense gaze. Turning to face Gannard, he calmly inquired, "Do you still possess anything to entertain me?" "What?" Gannard halted in his tracks, momentarily taken aback. He did not comprehend the meaning behind Deidara's words, yet a more pressing question began to dawn upon him. Deidara's severed limbs were a stark reality. But why had he not seen a single drop of blood escape from Deidara's body? Even if he had quickly staunched the bleeding post-injury, it was implausible for there to be no trace of blood at all. The joy of victory was pierced by this thread of doubt, akin to a canopy obscuring the sky, which, when torn, allowed a sliver of light to penetrate, revealing the darkness within. "Your performance was commendable, befitting a jonin of a Wagakure. I shall not allow you to die too painfully." Deidara remained as immovable as a mountain, his severed limbs twitching slightly. Suddenly, black threads within him surged forth, instinctively reaching for his severed hands and feet, swiftly reconnecting with the obliterated body parts. The charred lines rapidly burned away, replaced by new threads. Soon, the connection was seamless. With a flicker of intent, Deidara's gaze sharpened, and a surge of energy coursed through him. A resounding crash echoed as his right hand and foot reattached themselves to his body. With a powerful surge, he stood tall once more, casually rotating his right wrist without a hint of discomfort. The threads that mended his wounds embedded themselves within, leaving no trace of repair. To an unknowing observer, it would be inconceivable that Deidara had just emerged from an explosion. However, the sight before Gannard rendered him utterly speechless. With a startled thud, he collapsed to the ground, his shuriken clattering beside him. He stared at Deidara with trembling eyes. What are you?" Deidara furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating how best to respond as he continued his advance. With a swift motion, he hoisted Gannard from the ground with ease, lifting the 5'7" ninja to a height of over 7 feet, his feet dangling at least half a meter off the ground. Yet, in that moment, Gannard dared not resist. Not only was he devoid of chakra, but the murderous aura emanating from Deidara instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Faced with an insurmountable foe, becoming a lamb awaiting slaughter seemed the only option. "I believe I understand your unspoken question. This technique of mine is indeed troublesome. It can repair the body, yet it cannot replicate normal skin's ability to bleed, which is one of my many headaches." Deidara briefly elucidated the earth grudge fear technique, which appeared astonishing to the average person. "Do you comprehend now?" Deidara's narrowed gaze held a hint of amusement beneath his mask. Gannard's throat constricted, his limbs turned icy. He quivered, parting his cracked lips as if to respond. However, the sounds that escaped his throat were mere gasps of agony. Gannard's body stiffened, his gaze turned skyward, filled with bloodshot eyes and terror. Deidara's hand had pierced through his abdomen, front to back. I suppose I have spoken too soon. Why is it that everyone enjoys toasting with champagne halfway through?" Deidara realized that he and the soon-to-be lifeless Gannard had both made the same blunder. In a moment of arrogance, he had revealed his abilities before dispatching his foe. Was this not courting death? Yet, viewed from another perspective, standing over a fallen opponent's corpse to boast of one's capabilities would not only diminish the thrill of victory, but also seem quite deranged. Thus, it appeared to be an insolvable paradox. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it any longer. In this world, apart from myself, no one is aware of my true capabilities. With a slight rotation of my arm, Gannard's internal organs have been shattered beyond recognition. Although Gannard has not witnessed the full extent of my abilities, he has glimpsed a portion of them. If I were to spare his life today, it would not be long before my powers became known throughout the ninja realm. The greatest trump card lies in the abilities that remain unknown to me. Thus, the only individuals privy to one's true capabilities must be the deceased. With a disdainful snort, I maintained my grip on Gannard's collar with one hand while extricating my other hand from his body. For a fleeting moment, I hesitated, contemplating whether to seize Gannard's heart. However, in the blink of an eye, I dismissed the notion. While Gannard's earth-based explosive techniques may have their merits, they pale in comparison to my hardened body. A manifestation of my earth techniques. To sacrifice the substantial for the trivial would be the height of folly. Gradually, I lowered my arm, for Gannard had already drawn his last breath before I withdrew my hand. The hunt was complete, and the game of predator and prey concluded. Yet, my task remained unfinished. I must transport this wretch's corpse to the exchange point to receive my due reward. The nearest exchange point lies within the Land of Fire. Reflecting on the topographical map inscribed on my notepad, I discerned an approximate direction. The 5 great nations have only recently been established, with territories roughly delineated, though some borders remain ambiguous. Consequently, many nations are on high alert, bristling with defenses against one another. However, as far as I know, the boundary between the Land of Fire and its numerous small nations does not boast stringent precautions. The path I am to take will likely not encounter any ninja. Should I feel uneasy, I may opt for a less traveled route, as the Land of Fire is unlikely to notice the incursion of an outsider. Having devised my plan in the shortest span, I did not linger but promptly turned, deftly spinning Gannard's body in midair before hoisting him over my shoulder by his collar. The weight was manageable. Carrying a 100-pound man felt as effortless as lifting a mere chick. If I so desired, I could leap through the forest with this burden. Assessing my current physical prowess, I could run for 3 days and nights without issue. Yet, such antics I shall forego, for the mere thought of it evokes a shake of the head. After all, I, Kakuzu, am a formidable figure in the ninja world, and such frivolities are beneath me. With Gannard's corpse in tow, I proceeded forward in silence. One might wonder why I did not sever Gannard's head for easier transport, for such a course of action would indeed simplify matters. However, to do so would contravene the unspoken rules of the black market. I am beholden to the bounties set by my employer, and I must strive to fulfill their requests. A ninja's corpse is a valuable asset, and the orders for the capture of these rogue ninjas typically come from the leaders or higher-ups of various villages. They implicitly expect the body to be returned, unless the bounty explicitly states otherwise, such as a kill-on-sight directive imbued with intense hatred. It is prudent to adhere to the rules and bring the body back to avoid incurring my employer's ire. Chapter 19. Occupational Hazards. Ka. A majestic eagle flaps its wings, soaring through the sky. The blazing sun casts its gaze upon the earth. Ants march in droves, scouring the ground for sustenance. A tree snake slithers from its hollow, flicking its tongue in search of prey. Amidst this vast expanse, I, Kakuzu, tread slowly. I have now crossed into the territory of the Land of Fire, precisely as I anticipated, without facing any obstacles or scrutiny. Yet, my expression is far from pleasant, my eyes alight with irritation. The future's most renowned hunter of the black market emerges from the ranks of newcomers. Yet this journey seems anything but enjoyable. The truth is, becoming an exceptional assassin in the ninja world is no simple feat. One must possess the strength to overpower opponents while mastering a myriad of follow-up tasks. On my inaugural day, I exerted excessive force, creating a gaping wound in my opponent's abdomen. Consequently, as I bore the corpse, blood flowed freely, attracting the attention of all manner of predators. While I can dismiss formidable beasts with ease, the smaller nuisances, ants on the ground or vultures in the sky, are drawn to the scent of blood, nibbling at the remains. This proves to be quite bothersome. Reluctantly, I set the body down temporarily and ventured to a nearby town to procure a wooden coffin. However, a coffin of suitable size does not come cheaply. with prices starting at 50,000. Determined to prevent the corpse from being ravaged before reaching my destination, I gritted my teeth and made the purchase. Sir, this coffin meets your specifications. May I ask for the 50,000 on credit? My fearsome gaze sent the shopkeeper trembling, rendering him incapable of uttering further words. Only able to nod in response. Though I acquired what I desired, the experience was far from pleasurable. To dine at someone else's expense and to take on debt was never my intention. I had not anticipated being compelled by the demands of survival. It seems that every laborer across worlds faces their own trials. I pride myself on being a person of integrity. Each penny I earn is clean and legitimate, and I would never engage in disgraceful acts. Yet, my enterprise has only just begun, and every venture starts with its challenges. Once I have established myself, I shall repay the shopkeeper double, or even triple. Adjusting the coffin on my shoulder, I quickened my pace. A day later, the sun hung high in the sky, marking mealtime. I stepped into a roadside tea shop where an elderly woman was savoring sushi. She looked up, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Dear customer, would you like something to eat?" Without further ado, I slammed the wooden coffin onto the ground. The elderly woman, still chewing her rice, rose and said, "Ah, a special guest. Please, follow me." Turning, she led the way, and I followed closely behind, carrying the box. At the end of the room, she opened a concealed door in the floor, revealing stairs that descended into the depths. As I made my way down, the old woman reminded me, "My husband has gone to eat. Please wait for a moment below." I did not respond, merely descending to the lowest depths. Upon surveying the surroundings, I noted that the facilities here far surpassed those of the White Tree Town. The illumination was not from torches but electric lights, and the refrigeration units were large enough to accommodate 100 corpses without issue. Not far off, I spotted another individual, much like myself, awaiting something. This person was of medium stature, their face concealed by a fiery red demon mask, with short, crimson hair, holding a square box in hand. "Are you traveling with me?" In the instant our gazes met, the answer became apparent. The contents of their box were likely a human head. I leaned against the wall, choosing not to approach for conversation, instead closing my eyes in peaceful anticipation. 5 minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed. Footsteps echoed from the tunnel. Upon opening his eyes, he found that it was not the boss who had arrived, but rather another colleague. This individual, adorned with a silver fox mask and short silver hair, swaggered in, dragging a lifeless body behind him. Casting a glance at the corner where the figure in the crimson mask stood, he seemed unfazed by the grim scene. He skillfully settled himself against the protruding wall. After a span of 10 minutes, the brows of the figure in the crimson mask furrowed into a shape reminiscent of a river. Just as impatience threatened to take hold, the proprietor of the exchange finally made his entrance. An elderly man, frail and decrepit, appeared as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. He approached the counter with labored steps, his fist pressed against his mouth as he cleared his throat. "My sincerest apologies for the wait, esteemed guests. Let us commence with the task at hand. Who shall go first?" Though the prolonged wait had irked them, the three colleagues adhered to a code of professionalism, lining up in order of arrival. First, the red-haired man presented his bounty notice and goods. After a meticulous comparison, the old man nodded, placing the items into the cold storage. He then retrieved a small briefcase, handing it to the red-haired man. Upon opening the case, the man found it contained roughly 10 million. Satisfied with the weight and quantity, he closed the case and departed without further ado. The seamlessness of the transaction demonstrated remarkable efficiency. When it was Kakuzu's turn, he placed the wooden coffin before the counter and handed over his bounty notice. The old man assessed the body and confirmed its identity through facial recognition, and the employers provided physical details. With surprising agility for his age, the old man lifted the corpse and, using one hand, opened the cold storage to place it inside with fluidity. Despite his frailty, it was evident from his movements that he had once been a ninja in his youth. The old man then extracted a medium-sized box and opened its lid, revealing a substantial stack of cash. At that moment, Kakuzu's heart raced with exhilaration. This was not merely the triumph of a successful venture. It was a stirring of the very essence of his being. Why did this money hold such value in his eyes? Perhaps it was the weariness from a life steeped in violence, or perhaps the coffin's affair had rendered him more attuned to the allure of wealth. He shook his head, attempting to cast aside these distractions. Just as he prepared to depart with his money like the red-haired man, a critical thought struck him. Observing the stacks of 10,000 yen bills, he estimated there to be about 1,500. But if one or two were missing, who would be the wiser? Currency should be counted in person to avoid future complications. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to indulge his professional instincts. He shifted his position, allowing the silver-haired man behind him to step forward while he began to meticulously count the bills. One by one, he recounted, ensuring accuracy through repetition. 1498, 1499, 1500. The second round of counting finally calmed the stirrings within him. When he looked up again, the basement felt rather empty, with only himself and the old man remaining. "Boss, you are a trustworthy individual. Thank you." He closed the case and waved goodbye, while the old man smiled and waved in return. "What a considerate guest. I am certain he will make a name for himself in the exchange," the old man mused to himself. Upon exiting the tea house, Kakuzu contemplated his next steps. He would first repay the 50,000 owed to the owner of the small town, lest his reputation be tarnished. What to do thereafter? Aside from savoring the world's myriad flavors, he recalled the local customs and establishments, which were perhaps the most distinctive features of this realm. What services could 15 million afford him? To experience the local culture without conforming would be a missed opportunity. He felt his heart stir with anticipation once more. As Kakuzu pondered his life choices, unbeknownst to him, a pair of watchful eyes had fixated on him from behind. Chapter 20. The Master. The sun's rays bathed the earth in light, invigorating the flora and fauna, and the scenery mirrored Kakuzu's uplifting spirits. Whips, wax drippings, and iron shackles. One could only wonder what other services were available. Respecting local customs, he decided to explore the offerings. The finest delicacies are often crafted from the simplest of ingredients, and similarly, the desires of the wealthy are straightforward in nature. As a millionaire, Kakuzu was poised to indulge in a life unlike any he had known. Such services were predominantly found in towns, while the border regions remained desolate. Nonetheless, a nearby town was situated perfectly at the crossroads of the fire country, the bird country, and the waterfall country, a veritable hub of commerce. Countless merchants, warriors, and wanderers traversed this bustling locale, bringing prosperity to the otherwise barren borderlands. The town lay merely a day's journey from Kakuzu, aligning with all his expectations. As he neared the town, traversing through the woods, he suddenly halted. His gaze, initially fixed ahead, subtly shifted backward. Sometimes, remaining silent is not due to ignorance, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, the growing aura of menace from his pursuer became palpable, almost tangible. Kakuzu was certain that the other party did not wish for him to exit the woods. "Must I coax you out?" At that moment, the pursuer should have understood the gravity of the situation. As Kakuzu turned, he found a figure standing behind him, none other than the silver-haired man he had encountered earlier at the exchange. What an intriguing twist of fate. It was rare to encounter an ambush in these times. Kakuzu, clad in a flowing robe, stood tall, while his concealed hands began to move stealthily. Regardless of whether the other sought to kill or had other intentions, he had to prepare thoroughly for combat, ensuring he could deliver a decisive blow. "You were indeed aware that I was following you," the silver-haired man spoke, deftly forming hand seals without a hint of reservation. Such confidence could stem from either arrogance or the experience of a seasoned master. Kakuzu observed closely, his eyes narrowing. The hand seals he performed were reminiscent of techniques he had not seen in ages. This particular seal was known as the preemptive technique, commonly witnessed during the tumultuous warring states period. Its purpose was to activate the body's chakra, allowing it to circulate through every vein. In due time, regardless of the ninja's choice of techniques, the necessity for hand seals will be rendered obsolete as the chakra flows freely throughout their bodies. The ability to dispense with the time-consuming seals is undoubtedly advantageous for ninjas, especially since the outcome of battles often hinges on mere moments. However, the drawbacks of such preemptive techniques are glaringly apparent. The immediate surge of chakra throughout the body incurs a tremendous cost. Most ninjas, once employing such techniques, can only execute a couple of jutsu before their chakra is utterly depleted. A ninja devoid of chakra becomes akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter when confronted by an adversary. Due to these significant drawbacks, many clans during the Warring States period forsook the training of such techniques, opting instead to have their descendants practice hand seals extensively. Once they reach the ability to perform 4 or 5 seals in a second, the issue can be entirely mitigated. Presently, only those with an abundance of chakra, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, would continue to utilize such preemptive techniques. To them, Seemingly standard attacks bear little impact. Kakuzu's form slightly hunched, the bones in his back crackling ominously. The hidden Doton Jutsu, Earth Grudge Fear, concealed beneath the ground, would likely prove ineffective against his opponent, necessitating a revised battle strategy. Kakuzu's tone remained calm. You come to confront me instead of seeking others. Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated? The implication was unmistakable. Among the three comrades from the exchange, this silver-haired man opted to approach Kakuzu rather than the initial red-haired individual. Judging by this choice, it was evident that the silver-haired man's intentions were likely more complex than mere theft. The silver-haired man comprehended Kakuzu's words as preparations for the impending conflict. Yet he remained unfazed, as he was assessing Kakuzu's capabilities and making corresponding preparations. You know he is inferior to you. Seeking him is futile. After a brief silence, the silver-haired man decided to share another reason with Kakuzu. I can sense your vitality is remarkably strong, several times greater than that of an average person, which is precisely why I sought you out. Do you understand? His final words bore an undercurrent of excitement, akin to discovering a novel target. With 5 hearts, Kakuzu indeed possessed a vitality far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. The silver-haired man's discovery amounted to an initial glimpse of Kakuzu's capabilities. Yet, even when the silver-haired man articulated this, Kakuzu's gaze remained unperturbed. The ability to discern my formidable vitality suggests that the opponent is a sensory-type ninja, and a particularly adept one at that. While the opponent was testing Kakuzu's abilities, Kakuzu was equally analyzing the nature of the opponent's jutsu through their exchange. Although the silver-haired man had unearthed only the tip of the iceberg regarding Kakuzu's powers, Kakuzu would wager that his greatest trump card, the ability conferred by 5 hearts and 5 lives, had eluded the opponent's perception. Even with heightened sensory abilities, one could not detect the faint heartbeat emanating from within. Moreover, the black threads of Doton had ensconced Kakuzu's body in a heavy shroud, to say nothing of sensory ninjas. Even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan would struggle to penetrate Kakuzu's defenses. Perhaps only the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, with its X-ray vision, might have a chance. Do you know why I chose to unveil your pursuit only now? Kakuzu inquired. The silver-haired man's expression remained concealed beneath his mask, yet his tone revealed a hint of skepticism. The source of his incredulity likely stemmed from Kakuzu's nonchalance upon revealing the unusual aspects of his vitality. Kakuzu's seemingly unrelated question indicated a rapid shift in thought. However, Kakuzu's words piqued the silver-haired man's interest, prompting him to ponder why Kakuzu had waited to expose him. With a swift motion, Kakuzu's voice rang out, and his legs coiled with tension, propelling him like a cannonball. In an instant, he materialized above the silver-haired man. Looking up, the silver-haired man found Kakuzu's mask less than half a meter away from him. Die! The thunderous roar erupted from Kakuzu's throat as his formidable fist, infused with a relentless gust of wind, descended with devastating force. Chapter 21. Fierce battle. The silver-haired man slid backward, swiftly retreating. The sound of Kakuzu's fist rushing through the air echoed in his ears, the silver fox mask mere inches away from the impending strike. With a resounding crash, Kakuzu's fist struck the ground, creating a massive vortex of wind that scattered the surrounding earth and formed a deep crater. Kakuzu's gaze lifted slightly, maintaining his grounded stance, as his other fist, coiled and ready, was unleashed toward the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man crossed his arms to block Kakuzu's incoming blow, simultaneously unleashing a whip-like kick aimed at Kakuzu's face. Kakuzu tilted his head slightly, allowing the gust of wind to carry the kick past him. With a slight bend in his knees, he sprang into the air, gazing down upon the silver-haired man. With ample space to maneuver, Kakuzu's broad and powerful techniques became increasingly formidable. With a resounding whoosh, another punch, akin to a meteor plummeting, descended. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed beneath his mask as he raised his hands to defend, simultaneously preparing to counterattack. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, leaping and darting through the woodland with punches and kicks targeting each other's vital points, each clash resonating with fierce intensity and the grinding of bones. If Kakuzu were a warrior risen from a sea of corpses, then the silver-haired man was a seasoned veteran of countless battles. In their physical confrontation, neither could gain the upper hand. However, during the initial exchanges, the silver-haired man's momentary distraction allowed Kakuzu to seize the initiative. Although the silver-haired man quickly rectified his mistake, this slight advantage was not to be dismissed. In a battle of equals, any advantage, however small, could prove decisive. After a multitude of exchanges, that initial advantage manifested as a mere half-second difference. And that half-second was more than sufficient. Kakuzu's eyes blazed with intensity, though no sound escaped his lips. His gaze conveyed a lethal determination. The Doton technique was activated. Kakuzu's soaring fist hardened instantly, transforming into an indomitable iron fist. "Huh!" he roared, amplifying the power of his flying iron fist. Disastrous. The silver-haired man's acute sensory perception immediately registered the change in the punch's momentum. He understood that if he allowed this strike to land, even with his physical prowess, he would likely suffer fractures. Yet, failing to defend with his arms would result in even greater injury. In the fleeting moment, the silver-haired man made a decisive choice. He placed his right arm across his chest and his left hand forward, forming a defensive stance without hand seals. Water release, water barrier. With a rush, torrents of water coalesced beneath the silver-haired man's feet. They swiftly ascended, forming a natural barrier in front of the silver-haired man. At the moment the iron fist struck the water, the body of Kakuzu was slightly leaning forward, and his gaze shifted ever so slightly. The defensive water technique could not withstand my punch. Kakuzu clearly felt his iron fist connect with the opponent's arm. However, one must admit that the water barrier technique not only serves a defensive purpose, but also provides a cushioning effect. As the iron fist penetrated the water wall, its power was significantly diminished. Even though it struck the opponent, it failed to achieve the intended effect of a fracture. Perhaps it would only result in a minor break. Such a slight fracture would be effective against an ordinary ninja, weakening their combat capabilities, but for a formidable ninja, it would merely be a trivial pain that they would ignore to continue fighting. Clearly, the silver-haired man belonged to the latter category. Water release, water flow technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of water, akin to bullets, pierced through the water wall, impacting Kakuzu's body before shattering into countless droplets that fell to the ground. The trickles of water cascading from Kakuzu's body suggested, at first glance, that this water technique lacked potency. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the areas struck by the water had already torn through his clothing. These were high-speed jets of water, sharp enough to rival any blade, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud. Although the water technique failed to breach Kakuzu's hardened form, it nonetheless inflicted a stinging sensation upon him. The attention to detail and the combat acumen displayed by his opponent were formidable, marking him as a powerful adversary. In Kakuzu's memory, such a tenacious opponent was a rarity. With this new understanding of his opponent, he felt no hesitation. His body suddenly bent low, and with one hand, he struck the ground. Earth release, earth barrier. As this towering wall emerged before Kakuzu, the silver-haired man's water barrier also fell. However, he was already prepared for a new offensive, maintaining a single-handed seal. His chakra was primed within him. Water release, water dragon bullet. Roar, roar, roar. This time, it was not just the sound of the water flowing beneath him. Countless streams coalesced into the form of a beast. The creature, born from the water, surged into the air with a thunderous crash. The unique sound of its body colliding with the air bore a striking resemblance to the mythical roar of a dragon. The beast seemed alive, controlled by the silver-haired man's will, as it charged toward Kakuzu. Yet, Kakuzu had long anticipated this move. The massive head of the water dragon collided with the thick earth barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The torrent of water crashed like waves against the shore. Thud. The earth barrier in front of Kakuzu, now shattered to pieces, lost another chunk. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the water flowing past his feet. Moreover, water surrounded him entirely. While these streams appeared minimal on the flat ground, their subtle movements indicated the potency of his opponent's water techniques. As the saying goes, when water comes, earth covers. The earth release is supposed to counter water release effectively. Yet, the current earth barrier had been utterly ravaged by a single water technique. It was evident that he faced a high-level water release ninja. Across from him, the silver-haired man, hidden behind his mask, regarded Kakuzu with a gaze that reflected a different sentiment. This opponent is formidable, far beyond my expectations. This was the silver-haired man's genuine thought. Yet, the battle, now raging fiercely, could not simply be halted. He understood that to defeat Kakuzu, he needed to employ even higher-level techniques. The corners of his mouth slightly parted as he took a deep breath. In the next moment, swish, 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 swish. This was an action that could create pressure even through a screen. This action was the formation of seals, executed at a speed so rapid that the naked eye could hardly perceive it. Those with poor mental fortitude might find themselves momentarily paralyzed by such hand speed. However, Kakuzu saw it clearly, not with his eyes, but by listening. Each of the 12 common ninja seals emitted different sounds, and while these sounds were faint, careful listening revealed their nuances. The remaining task was to feel it in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu's mind, akin to a sophisticated computer, processed countless possibilities. He sought an even more powerful water technique, one that would transform this area into a small body of water. In such a domain, a water release ninja could unleash their full potential, a brilliant idea indeed. Just as Kakuzu completed his thoughts, the silver-haired man finalized his seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. This technique differed from the previous water dragon bullet. The Great Waterfall technique was rated A-class, surpassing the Water Dragon bullet in tier. And its focus was not on offense, but rather on creating an overwhelming torrent. Splash, splash, splash. The roaring waters surged unceasingly. Kakuzu took a slight step back, leaping upward to evade the oncoming deluge. He was not retreating. Rather, since the silver-haired man had bestowed such a grand gift upon him, he was prepared to respond in kind with the utmost grandeur. Chapter 22. The true face behind the mask fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A colossal net of flames descended from above, resembling the claws of a ferocious beast, expanding outward in a bid to consume everything in its path. However, the true transformation was yet to come. Wind release, wind pressure. A fierce gale swept in, amplifying the raging flames. The fire, now borrowing the wind's momentum, expanded wildly. As the fiery claws grew, just before they reached the ground, it became clear that this was no mere blaze, but a veritable sea of fire, crashing down upon the tumultuous waters below. The two energy-formed beasts engaged in a ferocious struggle upon the earth, their violent clashes resulting in a cacophony of hisses and urgent sounds as water and fire intertwined. Sizzle, 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 rather than a mutual destruction. This was the culmination of their fierce battle. A cloud of steam, tinged with murky water vapor, ascended into the sky, transforming the region into a thick fog. From an aerial perspective, this area resembled a steamer basket. In this environment of severely limited visibility, the silver-haired man exerted his sensory abilities to survey his surroundings. His masked eyes scanned for potential dangers in every direction. Nothing above, nothing behind, nothing to the sides. There was only one possibility left. Boom. The ground erupted as fragments of stone exploded. A black iron fist leaped from the rubble, aiming directly for the silver-haired man's face. Utilizing his adept agility, the silver-haired man narrowly evaded the iron fist once more. As Kakuzu and the silver-haired man stood once more, they were mere feet apart. This proximity marked the critical moment of their impending clash. Unbeknownst to Kakuzu, the silver-haired man had produced a kunai. Lightning release, Thousand Thunderblade. The kunai crackled with intense lightning, hurtling toward Kakuzu at a breakneck pace. While retreating, Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, executing wind release, wind cutter. A tempestuous gale erupted from his mouth, enveloping the silver-haired man in a sweeping arc. Ultimately, the silver-haired man's attack was a fraction faster than Kakuzu's. One of his hands seized Kakuzu's left hand, halting his retreat. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, lightning flashing and winds swirling. The mist that lingered over the ground was once again shattered by a deafening roar. A powerful shock wave emanated from the epicenter, forcefully sweeping across every inch of the terrain. The thin veil of mist began to dissipate, revealing the landscape marred by currents of water, flickering flames, and scattered debris. Notably, the two combatants remained at the center of this chaos. Kakuzu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his own Earth-style jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Spear, being shattered under the dual onslaught of the silver-haired man's water and lightning techniques. The residual force from the lightning even left a small wound on Kakuzu. Alas, the fortitude of his hardened body had its limits. It could only withstand so much before yielding to formidable attacks. However, this minor injury was inconsequential to Kakuzu, who possessed the Earth Grudge Fear technique. A trivial wound was hardly worth his concern. What intrigued Kakuzu more was the state of his opponent. The silver-haired man bore multiple wounds from Kakuzu's wind technique. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real focus lay in the mask adorning the silver-haired man's face, which began to crumble into fragments, cascading down like a set of dominoes. This descent created a fissure on the mask. As the crack widened, more fragments fell away. With a resounding crack, the lower half of the mask fell away completely, leaving only the upper portion still cloaking his visage. Although it managed to obscure his face to a degree, it lost all significance for the silver-haired man. He extended a hand and removed the upper half of the mask as well. Upon beholding his countenance, Kakuzu uttered softly, "Senju Tobarama." Silver hair framed a face adorned with red markings, and his narrow eyes exuded an aura of both danger and intrigue. The recognition did not evoke surprise in Senju Tobarama. As the second in command of the Senju clan, his likeness was well known, and he found Kakuzu's recognition unsurprising. Kakuzu shifted his neck, bemused by the unexpected encounter with such a prominent figure while on a mission. A flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. The renowned Senju clan had fallen to such a state that Tobarama himself had to venture into the black market to earn money. The Senju clan, being a great family, was certainly not lacking in wealth. Yet, even riches must be accounted for. The clan head meticulously reviews all financial transactions. The only reason for Tobarama, as a prominent figure, to resort to the black market was to finance clandestine endeavors, ones that must remain hidden from his elder brother, Hashirama. Kakuzu surmised this, intending merely to provoke Tobarama. However, Tobarama remained undeterred, gazing steadfastly at Kakuzu. "Now that you are aware of my identity, you must understand my presence here." Kakuzu grasped the underlying implication of Tobarama's statement. Previous claims of robbery or intrigue were but a facade, secondary motives at best. The primary reason Tobarama had followed Kakuzu was his perception of Kakuzu's formidable and enigmatic power, particularly the unfamiliar chakra he emitted. Having sensed countless individuals in the Land of Fire, he had never encountered such chakra before. It was akin to a tall stranger suddenly appearing in one's neighborhood, arousing suspicion. To prevent Kakuzu from being a spy infiltrating the Land of Fire, Tobarama had trailed him. Yet, in truth, this was merely a misunderstanding. Kakuzu chuckled softly. He was no spy from another nation. Rather, he was a long-lived individual seeking to earn and enjoy life. Generally speaking, the conflicts of the ninja villages held little relevance for him. "Do not mistake me. I merely..." Kakuzu opened his mouth to clarify, but hesitated, an unusual uncertainty flickering in his gaze. How could he explain this to Tobarama? Initially, he intended to speak candidly, believing it to be the most genuine approach. However, he suddenly recalled his true purpose. Was he to say, "Tobarama, do not misunderstand. I have come merely to experience the culture of your Land of Fire. Once I have done so, I will depart without lingering." Would Tobarama believe such words? The previous battle had already demonstrated Kakuzu's strength. Surely, someone capable of engaging in combat with Tobarama would not simply seek a casual visit? Kakuzu felt a tinge of anxiety. Ninjas were far from ordinary individuals. This was Kakuzu's latest realization. How else could they casually speak of figures like Hashirama and Madara, weaving tales of the will of fire, treating them as treasured legacies passed down through generations? In summary, Tobarama's words left Kakuzu at a loss for words. Chapter 23. Rewriting history at noon. The sun shone brightly. Yet no amount of light could penetrate the dense forest. An autumn breeze rustled through, adding an air of foreboding. Tobarama formed a single hand seal. Boom, 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 boom. 5 plumes of smoke erupted, revealing 5 copies of Tobarama. Shadow clone technique. In the future, Tobarama would develop a forbidden technique based on this, creating multiple shadow clones. Since you have discerned my identity, allow me to showcase the might of the Senju clan. As the original Tobarama's voice resonated, the 5 clones positioned themselves strategically, ready to unleash their jutsu. Oh, if that is the case, then I shall rewrite history. With his left hand grasping his flowing cloak, he dramatically swiped it aside. The cloak detached and floated in the air, succumbing to the wind's resistance as it descended, revealing Kakuzu's robust physique. Should Tobarama perish here, the future would undoubtedly be significantly altered. For instance, the array of forbidden techniques that defined the 4th Great Ninja War would likely never come to fruition. However, this bore no relevance to Kakuzu. He sought only to savor the endless passage of time. Tobarama's gaze was profound, his fingers lightly tapping the kunai in his grasp. In an instant, the 5 shadow clones sprang into action. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Earth release, Earth Flow River. Lightning release, lightning strike, wind release, vacuum sphere. These 5 elemental techniques converge from 5 distinct angles, racing across the land in 5 vibrant hues, showcasing their untamed and audacious spirit. This formidable chakra emanates from the Senju clan's innate and extraordinary physique. Compared to ordinary individuals, the chakra of the Senju clan surpasses that of others by approximately 30%. The greater one's innate talent, the more chakra one possesses. This unique advantage allowed them to emerge as a prominent clan during the tumultuous Warring States period, standing toe-to-toe with the Uchiha clan, known for their enigmatic ocular jutsu. Thus, the simultaneous deployment of the 5 elemental techniques poses no challenge for Senju Tobarama. Kakuzu's body slightly bent, his gaze steady and mind calm. In the face of overwhelming ninjutsu, the optimal response would be to fully manifest his Earth Grudge fear. With 5 even more potent forces, he could mount a fierce counterattack against Senju Tobarama. However, after a brief flicker of light in his eyes, Kakuzu opted for a different approach. Water release, water barrier. As he retreated, he formed hand seals, employing a defensive water technique. His flesh, once pale, gradually darkened as it hardened. To rely solely on one type of ninjutsu against 5 elemental assaults would only lead to a retreat while defending, even with Kakuzu's agile physique. Evading all these attacks rendered him somewhat disheveled and at a disadvantage. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, because the moment of decisive victory had not yet arrived. Opposite him, Senju Tobarama watched intently as Kakuzu dealt with the various elemental techniques. In this moment, he raised a kunai, positioning it horizontally across his chest, his piercing gaze flashing with lethal intent. It was time to conclude this Flying Thunder God technique. As Kakuzu maneuvered among the trees, evading the oncoming lightning strikes, Senju Tobarama's figure suddenly appeared beside him. The kunai in his hand glimmered with blinding lightning. This is where it ends. Flying Thunder God slash. Senju Tobarama's gaze was tranquil, with only mere inches separating him from Kakuzu. A single strike could devastate him. You've impressed me enough to warrant this technique, but this is where it ends. However, Senju Tobarama remained oblivious to the shift in Kakuzu's gaze at the moment he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. During their previous encounter, when he had removed Senju Tobarama's mask, Kakuzu had noticed an unusual contact between Tobarama's hand and his own left hand. Having confirmed Tobarama's identity, Kakuzu was always on guard against his most renowned technique. This was also why he had refrained from fully unleashing Earth Grudge fear. Sometimes, performing a ruse would compel the opponent to reveal their strongest card. Simultaneously, this would be the true moment of triumph in this battle. Earth Grudge fear. As Kakuzu flipped in midair, devoid of leverage, he did not need to consider Senju Tobarama's presence. His left hand detached from his wrist, intertwining with countless threads. Crack! The sound of flesh piercing resonated. Senju Tobarama's pupils quivered as he witnessed Kakuzu's arm detach and penetrate his own. Launching an unforeseen attack with an unknown ability is a common tactic among ninjas and a crucial factor for a comeback. Kakuzu's concealment prevented Senju Tobarama from discerning the uniqueness of the Earth Grudge fear. But more importantly, how did he know about my Flying Thunder God technique? The pain in his left chest caused Senju Tobarama's nerves to momentarily numb. In that fleeting half-second, Kakuzu had already adjusted his stance. The moment to alter history was at hand. The hand connected by the threads failed to pierce Senju Tobarama's heart, yet it was alarmingly close to vital points. Water release, water prison technique. This seemingly low-level water technique could even be executed without hand seals. Yet, intriguingly, despite its simplicity, it proved remarkably effective, making it difficult for an average person to escape. A water sphere enveloped both Kakuzu and Senju Tobarama. Gulp. Bubbles surged from Kakuzu's mouth. The left arm of Earth Grudge fear tightened further. A torrent of blood mist erupted from Senju Tobarama's wound, staining the water prison red. His expression shifted dramatically as an acute sense of crisis alerted him to the imminent arrival of death. He had consistently underestimated the man before him. However, years of combat experience enabled him to regain his composure swiftly. He lifted his kunai, intending to sever the threads binding Kakuzu's arm. But would Kakuzu allow him to do so? Gurgle, gurgle. Within the water prison, bubbles continued to churn. Kakuzu's other hand pressed down on Senju Tobarama's right hand, which clutched the kunai, while his left hand exerted even more force. Senju Tobarama choked on a mouthful of water, and the blood mist within the water prison thickened. tainted by his own blood. Kakuzu's left hand pressed harder, inching closer to his heart. Senju Tobarama gritted his teeth. Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. This marked a teleportation to a location 20 meters away from his previous position. Senju Tobarama executed a spatial maneuver. Yet, unfortunate for him, he still did not escape Kakuzu and the water prison surrounding him. Kakuzu, immersed in the water prison, distinctly felt the surge of spatial power. His initial instinct was one of relief. His gamble had paid off. The Flying Thunder God technique facilitated the transfer of either the user or a designated target. However, Kakuzu's hand had already penetrated Senju Tobarama's shoulder, and the water from the prison had soaked into his body. These elements forcibly connected with Senju Tobarama, preventing his escape. The battle within the water prison placed Kakuzu under immense pressure. Engaging in close combat, while submerged, was indeed arduous. Yet, he recognized that Senju Tobarama bore an even heavier burden. The chance to change history lay before them. Just then, a deafening roar reverberated through the ground where they stood. Chapter 24, The Big Shot. As ancient tree branches pierced the earth and broke through the water prison, binding themselves tightly around Kakuzu, he experienced a surreal sensation. He felt an exuberant vitality and vibrant life force, but this energy was not his own. It belonged to the trees before him. As the trees entwined around him, they swiftly absorbed his chakra. In this exchange, the trees flourished further. In mere seconds, a towering ancient tree had formed. Is this what they call wood release? Kakuzu murmured, gazing at the ancient tree. You're finished. My brother is coming. Below, Senju Tobarama found himself bound by the wooden branches, having narrowly escaped death moments prior. And now being drained of chakra, he struggled to breathe. Heh, no need for you to remind me, you useless second-generation scion. If you can't defeat me, you'll run to your brother, you fool. Hearing Kakuzu's retort, Senju Tobarama felt a surge of irritation. What does it mean to be a second-generation scion? What does it mean to run to someone for help when you cannot win? Are you certain that these titles are fitting for the second Hokage? However, Senju Tobarama currently finds himself unable to counter, as his elder brother has just arrived, and it seems he is on the verge of succumbing here. In such circumstances, Senju Tobarama simply closes his eyes and, while regulating his breath, begins to stem the bleeding to prevent further blood loss. Soon, a figure appears in his line of sight. Adorned with the Hokage hat and draped in the Hokage robe, the long-haired man exudes an air of gentility. He is accompanied by several of his direct subordinates. Senju Hashirama is present because, as Hokage, he is required to conduct routine inspections at intervals, simultaneously fostering goodwill with neighboring countries and imparting the ideals of love and peace from Konoha. Upon his arrival, the Hokage first glances at Kaku, then at Senju Tobarama. He raises his hand slightly, forming a hand seal. The trees entwined around him begin to creak and swiftly retract, eventually returning to the earth. The dust of the ground conveniently conceals the traces left by the wood release, as if nothing had transpired here. Tobarama, I have told you countless times that the ninja world has entered a long-awaited era of peace. We must cherish this hard-won time and refrain from engaging in the bloodshed reminiscent of the Warring States period. As members of the Senju clan, we ought to set an example, resolving disputes through the philosophy of peace. Why are you once again fighting here? Listening to Hashirama's admonitions, Kaku remains indifferent. As he is not the one being scolded, he comfortably sits aside, stretching his sore arms and limbs. As for the thought of seizing this opportunity to escape, well, Kaku vows never to reveal his iconic moments. He casts his gaze towards the incessantly chiding Hokage. Senju Hashirama, it seems we have a fateful connection. Having evaded the iconic scene of the 800-mile shuriken, we still manage to meet in such a manner. As Kaku ponders these thoughts, he begins to contemplate other matters. He has not forgotten his ultimate objective, to utilize Senju Hashirama's cells to see if he can elevate his Doton technique to new heights. Hashirama continues to lecture Tobarama like a monk reciting scriptures for quite some time. Finally, Tobarama, feeling overwhelmed, stands up to steady his breath. The nearby ninja hastily tends to his wounds with a medical kit. Observing his elder brother, Tobarama feels a sense of incredulity. He had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Yet his brother appears to take the matter lightly. Brother, enough already. This fellow, Tobarama gestures towards Kaku, has the unmistakable mark of a spy. Huh. Upon hearing Tobarama's assertion, Hashirama finally grasps the crux of the matter. He strokes his chin and turns his gaze toward Kaku, pondering before voicing his inquiry. Sir, are you truly a spy? A few days later, everyone returns to Konoha. In the interrogation room, Kaku calculates the time. He arrived at Konoha the moment he returned, and it has now been 4 hours. During this time, the people of Konoha have diligently provided him with meals, which are of moderate quality, yet satisfactory. They have instructed him to wait patiently. Kaku remains unhurried, closing his eyes and rocking in his chair. After all, enjoying free food and drink, along with complimentary single-room accommodations, isn't a bad deal. The only displeasure is that his hard-earned 15 million Ryo bounty has been temporarily withheld by Tobirama under the pretext of it being dangerous goods. He must not allow Tobirama to embezzle it. He must devise a way to reclaim it. Tobirama must be quite wary of Hashirama, right? Yes, that's it. When the time comes, he will approach Hashirama, claiming he lost 20 million, and that Tobirama has pilfered 5 million from him. If Hashirama remains indifferent, the reputation of the Senju clan will surely suffer in the ninja world. Just as Kaku waits in boredom, the door creaks open from the outside. A sliver of light spills into the room. Follow me, the Hokage wishes to see you. At the door stands a woman, her long hair characteristic of the Senju clan, with half of her face obscured by bangs. The emblem of the Senju clan, resembling a double-ended hook, is etched on her arm. Her name is Senjuteiho, a prominent figure within the Senju clan. If Tobirama is the second in command of the Senju clan, she undoubtedly ranks third. Kaku, unencumbered by shackles, rises from his seat naturally. Lead the way, fair lady. Teiho glances at Kaku, but refrains from further commentary. Once he steps out, she closes the door again. Then, she leaps gracefully onto the rooftops, indicating her urgency for Kaku to keep up. These people truly have faith in their security. They aren't concerned that I might just take flight. Kaku muses that the vigilance of the current Konoha residents is somewhat lacking. However, to be fair, they do not require excessive wariness, for there is nothing in the outside world that poses a threat to them. With Hashirama, the great sage, in their midst, who would dare to create trouble in Konoha? Oh, and there is also a notable figure from the Uchiha clan. With these two titans of the ninja world present, it is understandable that the people of Konoha maintain a certain level of complacency. As Kaku and Senjuteiho race through the village, he takes the opportunity to survey the current state of Konoha. Frankly, the Konoha of today is quite different from what he had envisioned, revealing significant disparities. It is now the 6th year of the new ninja era, marking the 5th year since Konoha's establishment. To Kaku's 10 o'clock, the Hokage rock looms, with the likeness of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, immortalized upon it. Centered around Hokage Rock, various houses and residences have begun to emerge, albeit in modest numbers. On the numerous straight paths constructed in Konoha, houses are sparsely distributed. Pedestrians hurry along, pushing carts, either working, building, or engaging in various other tasks, swiftly traversing the roads. Although the number of people appears considerable, it does not exude a sense of prosperity. At the very least, there are no vibrant shops or bustling food streets to showcase the splendor of Konoha. Of course, it cannot be said that there are no lively areas. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Kaku observes a particular corner in the southwest where a fair number of houses have been erected, all with a similar style. The population residing there must be substantial. Yet, judging by Kaku's experience, such circumstances often indicate the presence of larger clans, who tend to be detached from the common folk and seldom venture outside their clan territories. In summary, the current state of Konoha appears rather desolate, and compared to the thriving Konoha of decades hence, it leaves a significant impression. This inevitably reminds Kaku of his departure from Takigakure. Takigakure was even more impoverished, with thatched huts scattered everywhere, inferior to Konoha in every aspect. The village, being a colossal establishment, has only just begun to take shape. Perhaps everything is still in its infancy. Chapter 25. Conversation at the heart of Konoha. The Hokage building stands majestically. The current building stands in stark contrast to the one etched in memory, lacking a certain refinement. Yet, the solid foundation, the weighty stone walls, and the decorative wooden panels have begun to take shape. In time, the successors of the second and third generations will add the finishing touches, bringing it closer to the image of the Hokage building that remains vivid in recollection. Following Senjumama Haru, I stepped inside the building. A casual glance revealed the absence of guards, with only a few departments typical of any village: the Ministry of Finance, the Intelligence Department, the Communication Department, and the Emergency Operations Department, among others. Although the essential departments were present, the vast emptiness of the hall made it apparent that Konoha's current administrative presence was somewhat lacking. Senju Mamaharu led the way, ascending the staircase step by step until we reached a room on the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Come in, came the voice from within. Senju Mamaharu turned the handle and entered. After briefly reporting the situation, I heard Senju Hashirama respond, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Mamaharu. After this shift, be sure to rest well back at the clan. Understood, Hokage-sama. With a respectful bow, Senju Mamaharu exited, casting a glance at Kakuzu, signaling that he could now enter. Kakuzu, unencumbered by the customs binding the Senju clan or the people of Konoha, stepped inside without hesitation. The office was simply furnished, equipped with a necessary desk and chair, alongside a couch and coffee table in the hall. Adjacent was a small room designated for receiving esteemed guests and storing documents. Within the room, two pairs of distinctly different gazes met. Senju Hashirama's amiable eyes welcomed him. Please, have a seat, Lord Kakuzu. He gestured towards the chair opposite him. Beside him, Senju Tobarama scrutinized Kakuzu intently. As Kakuzu pondered if the two brothers were playing good cop and bad cop, he took a seat without reservation. Hokage-sama, please speak plainly if there is a matter at hand. Kakuzu preferred directness, prompting a smile from Senju Hashirama. Lowering his gaze to the documents in hand, he looked up at Kakuzu with a hint of apology. Lord Kakuzu, we have clarified the situation, and there are no signs of espionage on your part. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused during your stay in Konoha. You are too kind, Hokage-sama. It was I who failed to complete the necessary procedures before entering the Land of Fire, thus causing you trouble. The principle of mutual respect prevailed, especially when dealing with a man revered as the God of Shinobi. Furthermore, Kakuzu's remark was not trivial. Individuals frequently traversed borders without the requisite documentation, a common occurrence in the recently tumultuous shinobi world. Lord Kakuzu, your understanding is greatly appreciated, Senju Hashirama said, retrieving a leather bag from beneath the desk and placing it before Kakuzu. This is your personal belongings. Please inspect them here to ensure nothing is missing. If all is in order, you may take your leave. Hashirama maintained a warm smile throughout. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Hashirama intended to release him. Was his visit to Konoha concluding without any benefits? A sense of emptiness lingered within him. Fortunately, even if Kakuzu remained silent, Senju Tobarama would not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Since Kakuzu stepped through the door, Tobarama's gaze had been scrutinizing, and his elder brother's cordiality towards Kakuzu only heightened his unease. Brother, how can you be so gullible? Tobarama openly questioned, aware that Kakuzu was no easy opponent. His instincts told him that while Kakuzu might not cause trouble in Konoha, the situation could change outside its walls. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama raised an eyebrow and glanced at the intelligence report in his hand. This report was compiled by Konoha's shinobi over the past few days, detailing information about Kakuzu. It chronicled his activities since entering Takigakure, culminating in his departure as a commoner. Hashirama noted that all records of Kakuzu's battles and missions had been meticulously erased. However, these details were irrelevant in the current shinobi world, particularly for Hashirama, who had played a pivotal role in ending the era of chaos. In his perspective, the past belonged to the Grim Reaper, and their focus should be on the future. All evidence indicated that Kakuzu posed no threat and was certainly not a spy from another nation. Without evidence, how could one accuse another? Tobarama, do not rely solely on your instincts. Endeavor to listen and trust. This is the bridge to mutual understanding between individuals. But brother, Tobarama protested, feeling overwhelmed. He struggled to explain to his oblivious elder brother that sometimes intuition is the most reliable weapon. As he moved instinctively, he inadvertently tore the wound on his left arm, causing a flicker of pain to cross his face. Observing his brother's discomfort, Hashirama's brow furrowed. As he began to realize the strength of the one who had inflicted such harm upon Tobarama could not be considered ordinary. Meanwhile, Kakuzu silently observed the brothers' interaction, finding Tobarama's clumsy performance rather unconvincing. However, sensing the tension, Kakuzu decided to divulge a bit about himself. If I were to admit to having engaged in activities of a less than honorable nature during my time in the Land of Fire, there might indeed be one such instance. His words immediately captured the attention of both Senju brothers, their minds racing to anticipate his next statement. Ha ha, Kakuzu chuckled, directing his gaze towards Tobarama. Did we not arrive together, Lord Tobarama? Oh no, this guy? Tobarama inwardly cursed Kakuzu. Over the past few days, he had managed to sidestep the issue of his injury, and now Kakuzu was dredging it up again. Sure enough, as Hashirama processed this information, his gaze towards Tobarama grew stern. Tobarama, you must provide me with an explanation. The black market had existed since the Warring States period, and its affairs were unsuitable for a Hokage to meddle in. Kakuzu's task had merely involved eliminating a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, and since Iwagakure had not raised any objections, Hashirama felt he could not say much. Yet, he was certain that Tobarama's dealings in the black market would require engaging in questionable activities, which he certainly would not condone. Now that the matter had come to light, Tobarama felt a headache coming on and sighed in resignation. As Hashirama's brother, he would likely face no serious repercussions, but he would undoubtedly endure some verbal chastisement. Moreover, pursuing the matter any further regarding Kakuzu was inappropriate. After Senju Tobarama fell silent, Senju Hashirama chose not to elaborate further, believing that personal matters should be resolved privately. He then turned his gaze towards Kakuzu. The smile on Hashirama's face gradually transformed into a serious expression. After contemplating for a brief moment, he retrieved a document from his drawer and slid it across the table to Kakuzu. Lord Kakuzu, regardless of your past endeavors, in this new era, every individual is entitled to a fresh future. If you seek to embrace a new life, I encourage you to consider this. Kakuzu's eyes scanned the document, which resembled a contract, prominently displaying the words Konoha Integration Plan. Chapter 26. An unbearable scene. The development and establishment of the village necessitate substantial support and growth. The village cannot thrive without its people, and likewise, the people are interdependent on the village. Together, they must progress, leaving behind the chaotic and violent times of the past. This embodies the very essence of the village's existence. Lord Kakuzu, should you wish to showcase a different life in this new era, I invite you to join our Konoha family. Perhaps, decades from now, our efforts today will herald the dawn of a remarkable new age. Hashirama's warm countenance radiated with sunlight. It is indeed his steadfastness and dedication that will contribute to the splendor of the years to come. Does the Hokage trust me so completely? Haha, my lord. You flatter me. What cause do I have for concern? Hashirama's candid smile reflected both his current mood and his response to Kakuzu. It is indeed true that one of the objectives of establishing the village is to embrace diversity. Strength emerges from inclusiveness. Before departing from Takigakure, Kakuzu had already cleared his identity. He was now merely a civilian ninja fond of the black market, far removed from being a rogue ninja or spy. Moreover, to express concern over the village's members by fixating on Kakuzu indeed seemed excessive. The Hyuga clan had over 300 members simultaneously entering Konoha. This sizable group, all bearing the distinct white eyes, belonged to a prominent clan, having established their territory within Konoha while refraining from intermarriage with outsiders and limiting their interactions with other clans. Yet, even with such a powerful clan residing in Konoha, Hashirama had never harbored any apprehensions regarding them. This is because Hashirama is a man filled with love and a desire for peace. As long as there is no rebellion, he is willing to coexist harmoniously with everyone. Furthermore, given Hashirama's formidable strength, it seems he has little to worry about. The crucial point remains: a strong individual earns respect wherever they go. Hashirama recognized Kakuzu's prowess in comparison to ordinary people, which is why he extended an olive branch. Kakuzu rested his hands on the table, arms crossed beneath his chin, pondering the pros and cons of Hashirama's words. He had initially anticipated a life akin to that in the original narrative, thriving in the black market. However, the trajectory of his life and the choices of fate had undergone a significant transformation. While Kakuzu still harbored his love for wealth, it no longer occupied the pinnacle of his priorities. The world of ninjas is extraordinarily vibrant. To persist in this realm indefinitely, one must possess not only longevity, but also the strength to safeguard that longevity. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted towards Hashirama. He recognized him as a living treasure. In the future, Kakuzu would need to rely on Hashirama's cellular modifications to attempt to alleviate the drawbacks of his Earth Grudge fear, which cannot be advanced through personal training. Otherwise, it would be challenging for Kakuzu to achieve breakthroughs in his abilities for decades to come. Yet, even with such a treasure before him, Kakuzu could not reach out to seize it, as doing so would likely result in Hashirama swiftly eliminating him. Instead, he would have to wait for Hashirama's demise to steal his body. However, This act of theft requires careful consideration. If he were to infiltrate as an outsider, he would face significant resistance. Remaining in Konoha until witnessing Hashirama's death would undoubtedly facilitate his plans. Kakuzu regarded Hashirama with a knowing smile beneath his mask. Perhaps this fleeting smile would go unnoticed by Hashirama, but a pair of skeptical eyes nearby turned their attention towards him once again. Unbeknownst to Kakuzu, his internal scheming had likely drawn Tobarama's suspicion. Tobarama's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Kakuzu. It was evident that he was harboring doubts about him. Kakuzu, feeling somewhat helpless, was not overly concerned, for the one in charge was Hashirama. Before Hashirama, Tobarama could only be viewed as a younger brother. Lord Hokage, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. If possible, I would like to remain in Konoha to witness this unique new era. However, I sense that you are not merely inviting me to join Konoha, but rather compelling me to stay here. Tobarama's eyes widened in surprise. Did I say something wrong? Please, enlighten me. Kakuzu smiled subtly beneath his mask, opting not to elaborate further. He rolled up his sleeve, exposing his left arm. Lord Hokage, how should we address this matter? This. Hashirama clearly noticed the rune etched upon Kakuzu's left hand, a symbol bearing a special restriction that could not be easily removed by conventional means. Hashirama's expression turned grave as he looked to the side. Tobarama, what are you waiting for? Hurry and assist him. Tobarama glanced at Hashirama's urging gaze, then at Kakuzu's arm, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment as he turned his head away, shrugging his shoulders. Although I created the Flying Thunder God technique, I currently lack the method to erase its mark. How can you? Hashirama nearly leapt from his seat in exasperation at Tobarama's words. Kakuzu, however, remained composed, for he had anticipated this outcome. He remembered that in the original narrative, Minato had mentioned that the Flying Thunder God mark, once placed, would not simply vanish. To remove it, one would need either a body of sage-level caliber or a suitable alternative method. Kakuzu stood up calmly. He was no longer a fugitive ninja nor a spy from another nation. Thus the matter of the Flying Thunder God mark required further discussion. Lord Hokage, I. Kakuzu's words suddenly caught in his throat as Hashirama rose, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. The three purple lines atop his head signified his profound distress. Even without lowering his head, Kakuzu could sense that the most powerful ninja in the world was on the verge of tears. Goodness. Hokage-sama, I haven't even spoken yet. Must you react this way? Tobarama, observing his elder brother's despondency, appeared unfazed, though he still found it somewhat embarrassing and covered his face. Lord Kakuzu, I apologize. This is entirely my fault for subjecting you to this unjust predicament. If possible, I would like to offer my highest form of apology through seppuku. However, Hashirama abruptly raised his head, his expression akin to a child who had erred. But Konoha still requires me. I cannot commit seppuku in atonement, so I. Kakuzu's eyelids twitched violently, sensing that in Hashirama's current state, a dramatic scene was imminent. However, this scene was beyond his capacity to endure. Kakuzu swiftly caught the descending head of Hashirama, averting what would have been an embarrassing moment for himself. Indeed, Kakuzu felt somewhat overwhelmed by the gravity of such an occurrence. While the other four Kage had all endured similar encounters with Senju Hashirama and emerged unscathed, they bore the title of Kage, which conferred a certain level of respect. Yet, if Hashirama were to bow to Kakuzu, he could guarantee that within 3 minutes of stepping outside, the news would spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. The repercussions would be dire. You actually forced our Hokage to bow to you? Your days are numbered. It wasn't just the Senju clan that would be enraged. The fury of the other villagers would be formidable as well. Kakuzu now understood why Hashirama had been able to defeat Uchiha Madara through sheer frustration. It was truly terrifying. Although he had managed to prevent a tragic incident, Hashirama's expression remained pained, filled with regret and sorrow. Let us forget about this, Hokage-sama, and move on. I won't pursue this matter any further. No, Kakuzu, the fault lies entirely with me. Consider this a favor from Hashirama Senju. Should you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Chapter 27. A life unfit for labor. The morning light illuminated the land of Konoha, heralding the departure of darkness and the arrival of new beginnings. As people gradually emerged to commence their day, they infused the area with a renewed vitality. Kakuzu donned a loose-fitting short-sleeved outfit, and the cool autumn breeze brushed against him. For someone of his robust build, it felt just right, neither too cold nor too warm. Good morning, greeted an elderly woman sweeping her doorstep as Kakuzu passed by, to which he courteously replied. Venturing further, he entered the bustling streets of Konoha. Come and sample today's 3-colored dumplings. Don't miss out, shouted a vendor pushing a cart, eagerly promoting his distinctive breakfast to passers-by. I'll have one. Sure thing. The vendor swiftly handed over the food, which Kakuzu devoured with an unabashed eagerness, savoring its sweetness and rich meatiness. For those with a penchant for sweets, it was a culinary delight, while those who preferred savory could simply request it without sugar, making it equally appealing. Kakuzu patted the vendor on the shoulder, offering a nod of approval for the dish. The vendor beamed with joy, insisting on giving him a few extra portions as a token of appreciation. With quality goods and warm hospitality, it seemed likely that this vendor would eventually establish a shop of his own in Konoha, passing down the tradition for generations to come. Hey there, big guy. Interested in some work? We're in need of laborers, and with your stature, you'd be perfect. We offer 1,000 ryo a day, including meals and lodging. You look strong. How about becoming our bodyguard for the merchant caravan heading to the Wind Country? The streets were filled with a diverse array of individuals. While lacking the vibrant atmosphere of future times, it was nonetheless bustling. Kakuzu remained calm here. Having become a part of Konoha, note that he had joined rather than merely entered. If he were truly assimilating as a ninja in this vast family, he would be sporting the Konoha ninja emblem upon his forehead. Yet, Kakuzu had no intention of doing so. What advantages lay in becoming a ninja of Konoha? Was he preparing for a future as a rogue ninja? Though Konoha's rogue ninjas were exceptionally formidable, being some of the fiercest in the ninja world, the internal conflicts during the Fourth Great Ninja War had accounted for nearly half of the strife. However, Kakuzu had little interest in that. He entered the village merely as a common citizen. This raised a new dilemma. Kakuzu had not joined as a ninja, thus exempting him from undertaking various missions for Konoha. However, this also meant a lack of remuneration, and without income, survival became a challenge. Kakuzu needed to find himself some work. To suggest that he become a laborer earning a monthly salary of tens of thousands of ryo seemed rather absurd, especially for someone like Kakuzu, who could easily earn millions in a fortnight. The prospect of engaging in commerce appeared somewhat appealing. Yet, whether in this life or the last, Kakuzu lacked the aptitude for business. The sight of merchants with their slick demeanors often filled him with a desire to strike them down. Yet he doubted his ability to outmaneuver them in the realm of trade. In summary, working for others was not an option, and engaging in business was beyond his capability. Thus, Kakuzu had to seek alternative means of earning a living. 2 weeks later, outside the Hokage building, Kakuzu met with Hashirama Senju once again. Hashirama greeted him with a smile, and their familiarity had grown to the point where he no longer referred to Kakuzu as Lord but simply by his name. Kakuzu too felt comfortable calling Hashirama simply Hashirama, though he found it a bit disconcerting. After all, the man was a village leader and a top ninja in the world. Kakuzu pointed to a vacant plot and began discussing his ideas, while Hashirama listened attentively, nodding in agreement with Kakuzu's insights. Yes, you're absolutely right. I believe your suggestions are quite feasible. However, regarding the location you mentioned, I think a slight adjustment would be beneficial. For instance, the restroom could be relocated this way. When our construction team connects the sewer, it won't be such a hassle. Hashirama gestured as he spoke, eager to ensure Kakuzu understood. Kakuzu listened intently to Hashirama's advice. Indeed, the Hokage had remarkable insight. He hadn't considered that aspect. Kakuzu's sole purpose in discussing with Hashirama was to bring new vitality and prosperity to Konoha, which aligned perfectly with Hashirama's vision, facilitating a smooth dialogue between them. Ha, Kakuzu, you certainly have ideas. Then allow me to get started. Hashirama intertwined his fingers, stretching upward to prepare for the task at hand. Kakuzu nodded, signaling for him to proceed, his gaze filled with anticipation for the vacant plot before them. However, just then, Kakuzu furrowed his brow, glancing to his left. Not again. He recognized the scrutinizing gaze. Kakuzu felt exasperated as he noticed the curious Hashirama pausing his actions. Tobarama. What brings you here? Hashirama exclaimed. Oh, you must have arrived thanks to Kakuzu's flying thunder god technique, right? Just in time. I was about to mention that Kakuzu is a person of great ambition. Tobarama's brow furrowed, his distinctive ninja forehead protector framing his serious expression. Brother, why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? It was only today that Tobarama learned of Kakuzu's intentions to venture into the real estate business in Konoha. Reflecting on the experiences of past lives and observing the present environment, Kakuzu soon realized that this presented a tremendous business opportunity. This year marks the 5th anniversary of the establishment of Kanahegakure, a time ripe for growth and development. With fertile land at its disposal, Kanahegakure is destined to evolve into a bustling village, a truth that remains unchangeable. Should Kakuzu acquire a parcel of land here and construct numerous residences, he envisions a future free from labor, living comfortably off rental income. Such a scenario not only promises substantial financial gain, but also offers liberation from his identity as a laborer, a wealth of riches, a leisurely existence, and an indefinite lifespan. This encapsulates Kakuzu's ideal life. In the face of Senju Tobarama's skepticism, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow and approached with a deliberate calmness. "Fear not, Lord Tobarama. I am merely preparing for the future of Kanahegakure. Do take a look." Kakuzu retrieved several documents from his thick briefcase. Upon seeing the contents, Senju Tobarama's expression transformed into one of shock. Chapter 28. Assets. Kakuzu had chosen a vacant lot situated some distance from the Hokage building. This area was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and a mile away from the central street of Kanahegakure. However, Kakuzu perceived no issue with this. In a world where no path exists, the act of walking creates one. Eventually, the population of Kanahegakure would increase, and his location would become a prime residential area. As people gathered, the central street of the village would inevitably gravitate towards this place. The stack of documents in Senju Tobarama's hands consisted entirely of Kanahegakure's approval processes. Kakuzu's plan to build houses had been sanctioned by all relevant departments. The rapid acquisition of these documents in just half a month was not due to any underhanded dealings, but rather a reflection of Kanahegakure's open policy. Regardless of whether one is a commoner or a ninja, as long as their lineage is sufficiently clear, Kanahegakure welcomes them. This open attitude encourages investment and development. When Kakuzu placed 10 million ryo in cash before the approval department, the officials promptly granted him the land. Yet merely acquiring the land was insufficient. Kakuzu would need to enlist a construction team with the necessary qualifications, which would incur further expenses. Thus, he sought out the Hokage, with Senju Hashirama's endorsement. The approval process expedited significantly, swiftly concluding all necessary paperwork. "This won't do," Senju Tobarama declared, placing down the documents, his gaze revealing a flicker of concern as he noted some unusual details. "Brother, did you not notice the schematic? You intend to construct 100 houses on this land." "Ah, let it be," Senju Hashirama interjected, dismissing his brother's concerns. "This is a predicament of your own making. As your elder brother, how could I not assist you in repaying this debt?" As he waved his hand dismissively, Kakuzu seized the moment to raise his left hand, showcasing the Flying Thunder God seal. Despite not being a spy or a rogue ninja, bearing the mark meant that Tobarama could traverse his space at will, casting Kakuzu in the role of a captive. "Ah, Lord Tobarama, you arrived rather swiftly, did you not?" Kakuzu remarked with a hint of mockery, causing Tobarama to seethe in silence, crossing his arms in frustration. Observing this, Kakuzu chuckled and turned his attention to Senju Hashirama. "Hokage, I hope this is not an inconvenience." "Not at all. I owe a debt to the Senju clan, and it is my duty to repay it. If you hadn't come to me today, I would have wondered how long it would be before I could repay that favor," Hashirama replied, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Kakuzu joined in the laughter, contemplating how to maximize the value of this favor. He had considered requesting a sample of Hashirama's cells, but he understood that while Hashirama was playful, he was not naive. Should Kakuzu make such a request, it would undoubtedly plant seeds of doubt in Hashirama's mind, leading to complications down the line. Rather than dwell on unrealistic aspirations, it would be wiser to seek tangible returns in the present. "Now, if you could kindly show me that schematic once more, I will commit it to memory." "Watch closely," Hashirama instructed, rolling up his sleeves. With a clap of his hands, he invoked the wood release technique. Wood style, the multiple house technique. Assuming a firm stance, he clapped his hands together, and the ground trembled violently. Towering ancient trees erupted from the earth, swiftly forming a vast forest before Kakuzu. Following Hashirama's direction, the trees were shaped and aligned within mere moments, creating a sturdy foundation in seconds. As the ground settled, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, and when it cleared, Kakuzu found himself awestruck. The structures before him ranged from traditional Japanese-style villas to multi-story apartments, embodying the architectural diversity of this world across the 100 houses. Well, what do you think? Hashirama asked, clapping his hands together. Kakuzu could only gaze in admiration. The completion of such a monumental task in an instant left Hashirama with but a single bead of sweat upon his brow. If one drop could yield an entire forest, what might Hashirama achieve with his full power? The sheer volume of chakra was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Kakuzu profoundly impacted by the capabilities of wood release, especially in comparison to certain individuals he had encountered. My deepest gratitude, Hokage. I shall personally visit to express my thanks in due time. Ah, Kakuzu. You are far too polite. As Hokage, it is only right that you seek my assistance when needed. Do not hesitate to come to me again in the future. Hashirama said graciously, thumping his chest with a boldness befitting his title. After their exchange, Kakuzu bid farewell to Hashirama, only to turn and find Senju Tobarama still watching him intently. Each time Kakuzu met Tobarama's piercing gaze, he felt a wave of unease. Tobarama possessed an acute sense of perception and an innate sensitivity, maintaining a persistent suspicion of Kakuzu. Little did Kakuzu know, Tobarama's regard for him had shifted. This was no ordinary individual. Had they not once engaged in a profound confrontation, allowing him to exit the land of fire? Perhaps there would have been no need for such apprehension. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. With no further words exchanged, Tobarama vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Watching him depart, Kakuzu shrugged indifferently. Regardless, his houses were now built, and his spirits lifted. With a leap, he ascended to the rooftop. Surveying the cluster of 100 houses, his inaugural investment in Konohagakure. Within this 100-room edifice, half of them are single apartments. The rationale behind constructing such a plethora of single dwellings is rather straightforward. In a world where 3 individuals cannot even muster a pair of parents, single apartments have become the norm. Reflecting on the myriad characters I have encountered in the past, it seems that most of them share this commonality. Additionally, a considerable number of ninjas may well spend their entire lives in solitude. Engaged in a profession fraught with peril, they prefer to spare their families and friends from potential troubles, thus opting for a life of singularity. Icons from my memory, such as the likes of Kage and the Emperor, appear to embody this truth. One wonders, upon their demise, to whom their vast ninja legacies will be bequeathed. As for the remaining larger residences, they can comfortably accommodate a family of 3 or 4. Whether transient or permanent residents of Konohagakure, suitable housing will undoubtedly be available. The only task left is for Kakuzu to invest a little capital to connect the utilities of these 100 rooms, after which tenants can be welcomed. Chapter 29. The technology of the Hokage world. The grand structure of the Konoha Gate, destined to safeguard the village for decades to come, stands majestically. And those entrusted with its protection are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Today, Kakuzu is set to depart, yet he finds himself intercepted by the 2 gatekeepers. Lord Kakuzu, it is not our intention to obstruct you. We lack the audacity to do so. This is an order recently issued by the assistant. Should I seek clarification from them? Observing the evident discomfort on the faces of the gatekeepers, Kakuzu turns slightly away. The assistant in question is none other than Senju Tobarama, the current aide to the Hokage. Just days prior, he had augmented the restrictions at the Konoha Gate with an additional sensory barrier. Anyone bearing his Flying Thunder God mark who attempts to exit the barrier will be instantly detected by him. Is this not a measure specifically aimed at Kakuzu? With hands cradling the back of his head, he leisurely gazes toward the Hokage building. Sometimes, the exchange of wisdom among the astute requires little in the way of words. Often, a mere glance or a single utterance suffices to convey one's thoughts. To prevent Kakuzu from amassing assets unchecked within Konoha and ultimately establishing an overwhelming monopoly, Senju Tobarama understands that limitations must be placed on Kakuzu's movements. He must not be permitted to earn bounties in the black market and then recklessly purchase properties in Konoha. Otherwise, decades down the line, Konoha may very well become Kakuzu's personal estate. If Kakuzu's suspicions are correct, such measures against monopolistic practices are likely to be discussed by the higher echelons of Konoha in the days to come. Very well, Kakuzu says, closing his eyes with a calm demeanor. I have heard that due to the assistant's reckless financial endeavors in the black market, he was thoroughly reprimanded at the recent Senju clan meeting. Have you heard about this? Kakuzu casts a sidelong glance at the 2 gatekeepers, who exchange startled looks. Hesitant to respond. Rumor has it that their Hokage's assistant has a penchant for conducting human experiments, often venturing into the black market to fund his enterprises. It seems this issue indeed surfaced during the closed-door meeting of the Senju clan just days ago. However, the gatekeepers dare not engage in idle speculation about Senju Tobarama, as they are not Kakuzu and lack the courage to do so. Kakuzu, sensing their discomfort, merely smiles and makes his way home. The routine of collecting rent in Konoha has begun to feel rather mundane, prompting him to seek another avenue of enterprise. As previously mentioned, Kakuzu is not a businessman in the traditional sense. He cannot traverse the world like those who thrive in commerce. He envisions an industry focused on manufacturing, though the specifics of what to produce require contemplation. Crafting ordinary goods is not his forte nor his advantage. Thus his gaze shifts toward the technology of this era. When discussing the technological landscape of the Hokage era, one must note its considerable shortcomings. To assert that it belongs to antiquity would be a grave error. Although the Hokage era lacks mobile phones, it boasts telegraphs. While computers may be absent, surveillance exists. The affluent still travel by horse-drawn carriage, yet in a few decades, trains will emerge. From a modern perspective, the peculiarities of this technological evolution can be attributed to the presence of ninjutsu. The formidable power of ninjutsu has shaped the entire era, leading most research to focus on this phenomenon. Attempting to introduce contemporary technology into this world as a newcomer is hardly realistic. Nevertheless, through Kakuzu's persistent exploration, he has discovered suitable items for manufacture. Atop a mountain, Kakuzu plays with a piece of quartz stone, which, when subjected to modern techniques, can be transformed into transparent glass. While preliminary experiments have begun in this era, their application in glassmaking is not widespread. Kakuzu observes that most residents of the Land of Fire still utilize the ancient glass crafted from sand. This type of glass, while somewhat translucent and capable of revealing shapes, pales in comparison to the clarity and smoothness of glass produced from quartz. Given the current technological state of the Hokage world, it is conceivable that within 20 years, 15, quartz glass could enter mass production, ushering the glassmaking craft into a modernized phase. If the glass spheres used by Sarutobi Hiruzen for spying were made of sand rather than quartz, they would surely be akin to viewing a pixelated video. And one doubts Sarutobi would find the experience as engaging. With this realization, Kakuzu need not personally oversee the production of quartz glass. He merely needs to guide and invest, confident that the desired quartz glass will soon be available. The transition from sand glass to transparent quartz glass will undoubtedly align with the trends of the era. Gradually releasing the quartz stone from his grasp, Kakuzu comprehends the course of action he must undertake. His subsequent endeavors are focused on establishing a glass factory in Konoha, enlisting skilled artisans and blacksmiths to create quartz glass under his direction, clear, smooth, and free from impurities. Compared to the existing sand glass, it represents a significant leap in quality, eliciting praise from the craftsmen involved. Once the quartz glass is produced, Kakuzu's foremost priority is confidentiality. He must ensure that this formula remains undisclosed. His motives are not rooted in the belief that quartz glass is a secret weapon. Rather, he understands that with sufficient research, capable individuals will inevitably replicate it. Kakuzu's strategy is centered on staying ahead of the curve. Only that which is novel and visually appealing can effectively capture the market. To possess what others do not, and to innovate upon what is already available, is the key to securing a competitive edge. After a period of preparation, Kakuzu resolves to open the doors of his glass factory in Konoha imminently. On this day, after completing a full day's labor, Kakuzu stretches and saunters toward his residence. The expansive area of interconnected 100-room buildings is visible from afar. Upon nearing his abode, he pauses momentarily. "Oh, Miss Tachibana, what urgent matter compels you to seek me in person?" The third-ranking member of the Senju clan, Senju Tachibana, awaits at Kakuzu's doorstep, her presence evidently indicating that her visit bears significant importance. Chinsho Taohua gently brushed her bangs, revealing the remaining half of her delicate face, which bore an air of both elegance and lethal intent. Clad in a ninja outfit, she wielded a ninja sword in one hand, while the other rested reassuringly on the shoulder of a nearby child. "Mr. Kakuzu, I sincerely apologize, but I must temporarily use your space to settle this child." Today's focal point seemed to be this little one, as Kakuzu's attention shifted entirely to him. The child, a boy of merely 5 or 6 years, appeared somewhat slender, his hair tied back in a ponytail, a common hairstyle in the world of Naruto. What stood out the most were his large, tear-filled eyes, clearly indicating he had cried not long before. Chapter 30. The first tenant. I wonder if this is the child that Senju Tobarama abducted from outside the village for his experiments, Kakuzu mused. The mention of child abduction and human experimentation inevitably reminded him of Orochimaru from the later years. Some claimed Orochimaru's depravity stemmed from Danzo's influence. However, Kakuzu believed that the true source of Orochimaru's madness lay in the insights he gleaned from Senju Tobarama. Many of the experiments conducted by Orochimaru were, after all, inspired by Tobarama's legacy. Thus, Tobarama was indeed a person of significant suspicion. Enough of that. Don't speak carelessly, Chinsho Taohua interjected, her brows furrowing. She remained committed to defending her clan. With a gentle pat on the boy's shoulder, a hint of concern and empathy was evident in her expression. His name is Wushin Gujia, hailing from the land of the forest. Unfortunately, the country has been embroiled in internal strife. Years ago, he was separated from his father due to war, left alone with his ailing mother in the land of the forest, while his father was serendipitously rescued by our Leaf Village's border ninjas. Consequently, he remained in Konoha, becoming a ninja who bravely fought on the front lines, all the while seeking news of his wife and child. Just months ago, he finally learned their exact whereabouts. Konoha dispatched personnel to escort them. But tragedy struck a few days ago. Chinsho Taohua's voice quivered as she recounted the tale, revealing her emotional nature. The brutes from the land of lightning launched an attack on our front lines, and to cover his comrades' retreat, his father sacrificed himself. This devastating news reached them while they were en route to Konoha, and his mother, unable to bear the blow, passed away. Thus, he has arrived in Konoha alone, as the child of a hero. As Chinsho Taohua lovingly stroked Wushin Gujia's head, he looked up at her. The child too missed his parents deeply. Yet he held back his tears, refusing to cry. After listening, Kakuzu nodded, feeling a surge of sympathy for Wushin Gujia. But he knew he had to ask the necessary questions. Since I have a ready house available, are you hoping to temporarily place this child with me? Yes. We respect the child's wishes. He does not want to go to the orphanage, so we must find him a suitable place to stay, and your establishment is perfect. It is close to the Hokage building, allowing us to keep a watchful eye on him, Chinsho Taohua stated, her reasoning sound. The village's orphanage had only recently been established, lacking comprehensive facilities, making it understandable for the child to resist going there. However, Kakuzu posed a crucial question. What about his daily living arrangements? This was fundamental to Wushin Gujia's well-being. It would be unreasonable to expect Kakuzu to assume full responsibility for the child's care, as he had his own life to lead. Chinsho Taohua seemed to grasp Kakuzu's concern. You need not worry about living expenses. He is the child of a hero in the village and will receive a monthly allowance of 20,000 ryo, sufficient for his daily needs. 20,000 ryo was nearly the monthly wage of many small merchants, ensuring that basic expenses would be well covered. Observing Wushin Gujia's innocent eyes, Kakuzu couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle his hair, pulling 100 ryo note from the child's hand. Why, Mr. Kakuzu, what is this for? Wushin Gujia exclaimed in disbelief. Why, you ask? Kakuzu gazed skyward for a moment, realizing that stating his thoughts directly might wound the child's spirit. Perhaps a more tactful delivery would yield better results. Lowering himself to meet Wushin Gujia's gaze, he smiled. You are fortunate. You are my very first tenant. Henceforth, your rent will be a mere 100 ryo each month. Kakuzu refrained from granting full exemption from rent, as he was not a philanthropist. Hearing this, little Wushin Gujia nodded, albeit with a look that revealed his own understanding. He bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Mr. Kakuzu. When I grow up to be a ninja, I will repay you the remaining amount, and I shall also take care of the room's cleanliness every day. Is that so? Then I appreciate it. Room 002 will be your new home, conveniently located right next to mine. Wushin Gujia nodded, shouldering a bag nearly half his height, and swiftly entered the room. Bustling about to tidy up, Kakuzu couldn't help but smile slightly, rising to glance at the side. At that moment, Chinsho Taohua regarded him with a newfound admiration, perhaps swayed by Kakuzu's earlier gesture of waiving the rent. Miss Taohua, there's one matter from your previous discussion that continues to perplex me, Kakuzu ventured. What is it? She inquired. Does the Cloud Village truly possess such audacity? Kakuzu questioned, recalling Taohua's mention of the Cloud Village launching an assault on Konoha. Initially, he felt incredulous. In a few decades, Under Sarutobi Hiruzen or Tsunade's leadership, during a period of weakness, it might seem plausible for the Cloud Village to provoke Konoha. However, in this era, dominated by Senju Hashirama, and with the Cloud Village only recently established, wasn't it sheer folly for them to attack Konoha instead of fortifying their own village? Were they truly unafraid that Senju Hashirama might one day bring his might to their doorstep? Upon hearing this question, Chinsho Taohua's expression darkened, the atmosphere around them seeming to chill. Yet, this was not directed at Kakuzu. The barbarians of the Cloud Village are nothing but muscle-bound fools. Do you think they can engage in meaningful dialogue? Senju Toka took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm her restless spirit. In truth, there were indeed inaccuracies in my previous remarks. That group of brutish individuals possessed not only brawn, but also a plethora of unscrupulous tactics. If given the chance, I would willingly venture to the front lines to deliver a crushing blow, ensuring they would refrain from troubling Konoha for the next 3 decades. Chapter 31. The illusion techniques capable of countering the Sharingan. The establishment of a nation and its villages heralds the dawn of a new era, simultaneously serving as a jolt to the old. If disputes are resolved through immediate and violent confrontation, what distinguishes us from the Warring States period? Konoha has always advocated for dialogue, encouraging parties to sit and discuss their issues. As Hokage, Senju Hashirama has tirelessly pursued this goal. However, it appears we have yet to fully achieve it. The boundaries between nations are seldom tranquil, with territorial disputes between neighboring countries being an inescapable topic. On contested lands, the border guards from both sides are unlikely to compromise on such matters, ultimately leading to conflict. There are countless pretexts that can ignite discord. Any fabricated reason suffices to provoke a clash. Each party seeks to elevate its own moral standing, portraying itself as the victim. Reflecting on this, it seems to align with the behavior of the Cloud Village. As for the aftermath of conflicts, with Senju Hashirama stationed in Konoha, the chances of the Cloud Village escaping unscathed appear slim. However, the Cloud Village is a thoroughly martial community, employing crude and straightforward methods for resolution. At worst, they might offer monetary compensation to Konoha, perhaps even doubling or tripling the amount. If that fails, their attacking ninjas may resort to seppuku or even offer themselves for execution in front of Konoha's people to showcase their bravery. This approach may seem foolish, yet in the eyes of the Cloud's warriors, it is not. They believe they have fought valiantly for their village, shed blood, and died without regret. Their deeds destined to be celebrated as heroic within their community. Thus, skirmishes along the border between Konoha and the Cloud Village are frequent. Whenever Toka contemplates these matters, a deep-seated resentment brews within her. Alas, the clan leader has long instilled in us the value of peaceful dispute resolution, which has regrettably hindered our ability to engage in battle at the front lines. Kakuzu wished to inform the Senju Kunoichi before him that once the leader of the Senju clan passes, the shinobi world will once again be engulfed in flames of war, with battles erupting daily, leaving her overwhelmed. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, for he had no desire to reveal such a fate. Death is irreversible, as the living. We must continue to look forward, honoring their sacrifices. Shifting the topic, Kakuzu inquired, I have heard your illusion techniques are formidable. What is the underlying principle? Might you enlighten me? Toka regarded him with keen interest, perhaps surprised by his inquiry. It was undeniable that her prowess allowed her to secure the esteemed position of the 3rd seat within the Senju clan during the tumultuous Warring States era. Initially, Kakuzu assumed Toka, like Senju Tobarama, relied on their clan's vast chakra reserves. However, he later learned this was not the case. In the Warring States, the Senju clan's principal adversary was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. Despite their immense chakra, the Senju found it quite challenging to contend with the Uchiha Sharingan. After all, sheer chakra could not negate the effects of illusion techniques. Yet, remarkably, Toka had mastered illusion techniques that rivaled those of the Uchiha clan. During confrontations with the Uchiha, Toka consistently utilized her illusion techniques to shield her clan from the torment of the Sharingan. This allowed the Senju to focus on leveraging their vast chakra to overpower the Uchiha. It is fair to say that Toka's feats in repelling the Uchiha's assaults were nothing short of commendable, thus earning her a place among the clan's elite. Kakuzu's curiosity about the nature of Toka's illusion techniques was piqued. In his mind, when considering the powerful illusion techniques of the later Hokage, the Sharingan was the immediate thought. Other techniques paled in comparison. Your information gathering appears quite thorough, Toka remarked with a smile, not at all displeased. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Do you wish to learn? Kakuzu chuckled, remaining silent. Even if you wish to learn, I am unable to teach you. Kakuzu was not surprised by this statement. Every ninja's secret techniques held immense value and were fundamental to their survival, making it entirely reasonable for one to withhold such knowledge. Moreover, the worth of Toka's illusion techniques was truly immeasurable. For decades to come, no technique would rival the Sharingan. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. It is not that I do not wish to teach you, but rather that I cannot. Toka seemed to sense Kakuzu's thoughts, but paid them no mind. As many who discussed illusion techniques with her shared similar sentiments. She continued, when I was quite young, I was wounded by the Uchiha Sharingan. And that experience opened my eyes to the anguish of illusion techniques. I began to scour ancient texts at home, seeking methods to counter the Sharingan's illusions. Ultimately, I discovered a secret technique within our ancient clan scrolls, which I diligently practiced for a decade, allowing me to stand against the Uchiha Sharingan. To master this technique, one must possess the unique physique of the Senju clan. Yet, among our numerous clan members, none have succeeded, not even the clan leader or my brother Tobarama. Is that so? Kakuzu's brows furrowed slightly as he processed her words, quickly arriving at a conclusion. Toka's statements seemed to represent the true answer. While it was understandable that Toka would hesitate to share her secret techniques with outsiders, the years had passed without another Senju inheriting such formidable illusion techniques, including those who had trained extensively under Toka. Thus, it became evident that both bloodline and innate talent were crucial. The absence of either would preclude the mastery of such extraordinary illusion techniques. Having concluded the discussion on illusion techniques, and seeing that Kakuzu had no further questions, Toka turned to leave. However, before departing, she glanced back at him. In truth, I can impart another insight, which I discovered upon reaching the pinnacle of my illusion techniques. Whether it be the Sharingan's illusions or our standard techniques, they ultimately converge at a singular point. The reason ordinary illusions lack the potency of the Sharingans is simply that the practitioner's skill is insufficient. Their spirit and essence are markedly inferior to that of their adversary. Therefore, if you are intrigued by illusion techniques, I encourage you to pursue this path, and I believe the results will not disappoint. With these parting words, Toka made no further delay, gracefully propelling herself forward. A fleeting figure vanished from sight, leaving Kakuzu to ponder the words of Senju Tachiha. Indeed, her insights held considerable merit. All roads lead to Rome. Although the distance may vary, with relentless perseverance and an inexhaustible lifespan, one shall inevitably reach Rome on foot. However, in this instance, Kakuzu's inquiry stemmed solely from curiosity. He clenched his right fist and lightly tapped his left hand, a hint of sorrow creeping into his voice as he remarked, "My body requires modification, otherwise I cannot cultivate." Kakuzu could never escape the ramifications of his body's side effects. The lines that replaced his physical form granted him eternal life, yet precluded him from independent cultivation, compelling him to rely on the hearts of the strong to augment his power. But where could he find so many formidable opponents to conquer? 5 hearts were merely a foundation. True strength must be attained through one's own efforts. Though it posed no immediate concern, Kakuzu felt it prudent to address this issue sooner rather than later. Respected Hokage, when might I borrow your cells? Chapter 32. The assembly line. A month slipped away quietly. Thanks to your benevolence, this past month has been remarkably profitable. Inside the glass factory, the craftsman, weary-eyed yet spirited, approached Kakuzu with the account books in hand. Their quartz glass had been on sale in Konoha for a month, and during this time, it had overwhelmingly triumphed over sand glass. It had garnered the absolute favor of the Konoha populace, with countless individuals flocking daily to purchase custom glass. Kakuzu perused the ledger. The profits for the month, after deducting costs, amounted to several hundred thousand. While this sum was not exorbitant to Kakuzu, it nonetheless represented a promising beginning. Konoha had yet to achieve the prosperity of future days. As the population grew, the revenue was expected to multiply significantly. Moreover, with quartz glass gaining renown in Konoha, its fame had undoubtedly spread throughout the Land of Fire. The records in the ledger revealed that merchant caravans from various countries lingered at the entrance of the quartz glass shop. Some merchants were overjoyed after witnessing the quartz glass, while others appeared contemplative, and a few seemed uncertain. Yet, all proceeded to purchase some, eager to test its efficacy. Additionally, the prominent clans of Konoha began to seek out quartz glass. Its superior transparency and brilliance rendered it far more appealing, leaving the clans with no justification for not switching. Furthermore, their intent was to replace all the glass in their entire clan, prompting representatives from each clan to arrive with substantial orders. It was not uncommon for them to request dozens or even hundreds of customized pieces. Moreover, the Hokage's office and Konoha's administrative bodies also placed significant orders for glass. Notably, a department named the Biological Laboratory ordered quantities of glass that were several times greater than those of other departments. Gazing at the stack of invoices, Kakuzu envisioned the wealth that would soon flow in, certainly in the millions, perhaps even tens of millions. That thought brought him great satisfaction. Let us proceed with custom orders at the original price for everyone, prioritizing orders based on arrival, without adjusting the sequence for commoners or clans. Kakuzu added, "Oh, and for that biological laboratory, let us increase the price by 10%. Why is that?" One craftsman, bewildered, asked. The biological laboratory was, after all, an administrative department of the village, and they had placed such a substantial order in one go. It seemed unreasonable to not offer a discount, and instead, to raise the price. There is no special reason, simply put, they can afford it. Very well. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Kakuzu prepared to depart when the craftsman called out to him once more. "Is there something else?" It seems we might not complete this current workload, as many workers have expressed reluctance to continue." Kakuzu was about to inquire further when he suddenly grasped the underlying issue. The craftsman pointed to the dark circles under his eyes, lamenting, "Boss, the orders have been increasing daily, and so has our workload. My fellow craftsmen and I have been laboring tirelessly. I haven't returned home in over 20 days. At this rate, my wife might leave me." The craftsman wanted to elaborate, but Kakuzu raised a hand to halt his words. This was indeed a lapse in Kakuzu's consideration. He had anticipated that quartz glass would become popular in Konoha, but had not foreseen the rapidity of its spread. Nearly every household was preparing for installation. Yet, with only a handful of craftsmen to service a city of thousands, the toll was unsustainable. "I understand now. You have all worked hard. From this moment forth, you shall work in 3 shifts, ensuring that each of you has time for work, rest, and family. Your wages for this month will triple." Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, the craftsman's weary eyes seemed to brighten remarkably. "Thank you, boss. I will notify the disgruntled workers to cease their complaints. For you are the best employer I have ever encountered." The craftsman vigorously shook Kakuzu's hand, his expression brimming with gratitude, before darting off to relay the news. Kakuzu smiled gently, remaining silent as he surveyed his glass shop, his mind beginning to reflect deeply. It was time to consider expanding the establishment. There was no avoiding a bit of hardship in the coming days to resolve this matter. Soon, Kakuzu embarked on his plans. His vision, though not particularly high-tech, would undoubtedly astonish in this world. He intended to establish a factory for assembly line production. The processes of crushing, weighing, mixing, melting, forming, and annealing the glass would all be systematized and arranged in a linear fashion for the craftsman to operate. This would not only significantly enhance efficiency, but also alleviate employment issues for many in Konoha. After several days of diligent work, the factory began to take shape. With all processes meticulously arranged, an uninterrupted flow of glass would emerge from the factory round the clock, continuously dispatched to Konoha and various towns throughout the Land of Fire. Kakuzu's primary concern was merely when the factory would need to be expanded again. Of course, he need not involve himself in every detail. Daily, reports with key performance indicators were delivered to him. As the president, he merely had to make decisions while delegating the remainder to his subordinates. Each day, he could comfortably rest at home, with wealth accumulating steadily in his hands. Once everything was properly organized, Kakuzu stretched his neck and, feeling somewhat fatigued, prepared to return home for a good night's sleep. Just as he stepped into his courtyard, a youthful yet resolute voice called out, "Mr. Kaku, you're back." Kakuzu looked up to see that it was none other than Maruhoshi Koga. Delighted at the sight of Koga after several days apart, Kakuzu felt a wave of warmth. Maruhoshi Gukei is truly a sensible child. He feels that residing in Kakuzu's apartment for free obliges him to contribute in some way. Thus, whenever a tenant expresses interest in renting, he takes charge of the arrangements and ultimately hands over the payment to Kakuzu. When the rooms are vacant, he diligently manages the dust and cleanliness. Observing Gukei's industriousness, Kakuzu wishes to offer him some monetary compensation for his efforts. However, Gukei resolutely declines. To him, Being able to live here without charge is already a stroke of fortune, making it impossible for him to accept any payment from Kakuzu. With that, Kakuzu does not press the issue and takes the opportunity to bring Gukiai some treats whenever he returns home. After all, it is a child's nature to delight in good food, and Gukiai graciously accepts Kakuzu's kindness, thus becoming even more dedicated in managing the apartment. This time, upon seeing Kakuzu's return, Gukiai breathes a sigh of relief, hastening to bow and announce, "Mr. Kakuzu, you have finally returned. There are guests wishing to see you." In this world, it is customary for tenants to visit their landlords as a form of etiquette. Each renter pays their respects to the landlord, and over time, this has become a common understanding among people. However, this also means that Kakuzu finds himself facing a multitude of visitors, often numbering in the dozens or hundreds, which he struggles to manage. Moreover, Kakuzu is not one to be overly concerned with trifles. Since everyone has just moved to Konoha, it is reasonable to assume they have much on their plates, so there is no need to fuss over formalities. They can all attend to their own affairs and simply greet each other when they meet. This is Kakuzu's arrangement for his tenants. As long as they pay their rent on time, everything else is kept simple. However, this occasion is somewhat different. "Mr. Kakuzu, they insist on meeting you." They? He pauses, casting a glance at Marihoshi Gukiai, realizing that it is not just one person who wishes to see him. Before long, Kakuzu opens the door to find 3 individuals seated at the table in the center of the room. Upon Gukiai's introduction, the 3, all adorned with smiles, stand to greet him. Yet, Kakuzu cannot shake the feeling of peculiarity upon observing them. All 3 appear to be in their 20s, one slender with a pineapple hairstyle, another robust with spiky red hair, and the last of medium build with flowing golden locks. The unmistakable features lead Kakuzu to recall memories of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Upon hearing Kakuzu's reference, the trio exchanges knowing smiles, and the one with the pineapple hairstyle steps forward politely. "We are honored that Mr. Kakuzu is aware of our humble reputation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamashiro Kumin. This is Akimichi Togen, and this gentleman is Yamashiro Sarayu. What a pleasure to meet you. I never expected to encounter members of the legendary Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans here." Kakuzu is genuinely surprised to have these renowned shinobi as tenants. Why would they choose to rent his property instead of settling in their own territories? The 4 of them gather around the table to converse, while Gukiai dutifully serves tea. Through their casual discussion, Kakuzu begins to grasp the situation. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are prominent families located in the southern region of the Land of Fire. Each clan possesses unique techniques, and together they form an incredibly powerful alliance, which has granted them early fame. They maintain good relations with the Senju and Sarutobi clans. However, the number of members in the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans is not as vast as that of the Senju or Hyuga clans. Currently, each clan consists of only a handful of individuals, but with several decades of growth, they could expand to a more substantial number. Having only recently arrived in Konoha, they are still in the process of establishing their residence, hence their temporary stay at Kakuzu's. With merely a few dozen individuals, accommodating them in a large room does not pose a problem. The 3 clans have long been united, and they adhere to an unspoken agreement to maintain a balance in the age of their clan leaders. Thus, the 3 individuals before Kakuzu have been selected as the new leaders, each of similar age. They plan to settle in Konoha and, in a few years, expand their families. This means that figures like Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Inuzuka Kiba, who are referred to as predecessors at the beginning of the story, will soon be born. Additionally, Yamashiro Kumin possesses an intriguing skill. The Nara clan is known for their medical expertise. Kakuzu inquires, intrigued. However, the medical practice he refers to is not modern medicine nor chakra healing, but rather traditional Chinese medicine. Kakuzu witnesses Kumin taking pulses, which piques his interest. "Oh, forgive me for the amusement. Medicine has been a family tradition, gradually dwindling in practice. Fewer and fewer people seek treatment in this manner. It is nearly a lost art." Kakuzu is astonished to encounter the existence of traditional Chinese medicine in this parallel world. One wonders where the ancestors of the Nara clan learned such knowledge. However, given the turmoil in the shinobi world for over a century, tracing its origins may prove challenging. Don't mention it. Traditional Chinese medicine is a profound and expansive field. If the opportunity arises, could you impart some of your knowledge to me? Perhaps it stems from a genuine passion, Or perhaps it is the innate call of his Chinese heritage. Whether out of nostalgia or as a new skill to acquire, Kakuzu feels compelled to learn it. Yamashiro Kumin responds generously, of course. It is merely a curious branch of knowledge. Mr. Kakuzu may learn at any time. Through this conversation, Kakuzu forges a bond with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. In the days that follow, Kakuzu either visits the glass factory or studies traditional Chinese medicine with Yamashiro Kumin. As time passes steadily, one day, under a clear blue sky with abundant sunshine, the rays illuminate the courtyard, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere. Kakuzu sits atop the roof, hands folded as he quietly observes a man painting in the courtyard. This man, in his 30s, possesses a handsome visage. At this moment, he holds a brush in one hand while raising a palette filled with vibrant oils in the other. Dipping the brush into the paint, he channels chakra into it. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly glides the brush across the paper, capturing the essence of the scene before him. In no time, the houses and trees are vividly depicted, each stroke brimming with life. The houses are drawn with great finesse, while the trees sway as if caught in a breeze, a true master at work. The calluses on the man's hands suggest that he, too, is a shinobi. With the conclusion of the Warring States period, many ninjas have found themselves with ample leisure time. This man, a tenant of Kakuzu's, is likely a talented artist as well. As he finishes the initial sketch, the artist dips his brush into white dye. In the next moment, with a swift stroke, the white dye cleaves the painted trees in two. To Kakuzu's astonishment, the trees in the courtyard mirror the action, splitting as if by magic. Goodness! Kakuzu exclaims, springing to his feet and leaping down from the roof. As he lands, his body instinctively lowers, arms poised underground, ready to apprehend this mysterious man before him, regardless of the identity of the man before him or his intentions for being there. It was clear to Kakuzu after observing the situation that if this man were to strike his brush across the house depicted on his blueprint, his own residence would be severed in twain. This was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, the man seemed to acknowledge Kakuzu's presence. He turned to face him, and they exchanged a 2-second gaze before the man set down his brush. My apologies, Mr. Kakuzu, he began. I was merely indulging in idle pursuits. I had intended to visit you a few days ago, but time eluded me until now. I am sincerely sorry for any disturbance I may have caused. I am called Shiyuhui. Chapter 34. The Realm of Transformation. Mr. Kakuzu, please do not misunderstand. I am a descendant of the Shiyu family. Having just arrived in the village, I currently lack proper accommodation, which is why I took refuge here. I harbor no ill intentions. Shiyuhui hastily provided his explanation. The Shiyu family? Kakuzu mused, glancing at the painting on the easel, recalling the earlier scene. Was this not the most renowned illusionist family from the Land of Fire? Your praise is unwarranted, Mr. Kakuzu. I cannot claim to be famous. I have merely achieved a modicum of success. Since Shiyuhui had managed to enter the village, it was reasonable to assume he bore no hostility. Kakuzu relaxed his guard and approached Shiyuhui to inspect the oil painting on the board. Was that earlier also an illusion? Kakuzu unconsciously formed the hand seal for the body flicker technique, allowing chakra to circulate within him. The results confirmed that everything was functioning normally. He had not fallen victim to an illusion. Cough, cough. Shiyuhui coughed twice, a faint smile breaking through his pale visage. Mr. Kakuzu, please do not doubt. This is the pinnacle of our Shiyu family's illusionary arts. Unlike typical illusions that ensnare the opponent within a dream, this technique immerses the user in the illusion. When one's consciousness is fully absorbed within the illusion, it transcends mere illusion and becomes a state of artistic perception, wherein one can manifest whatever they desire. As Shiyuhui picked up his brush and palette, he resumed his work on the painting. Dipping his brush in blue ink, he conjured a bolt of lightning that struck the earth. Boom! The sky over Konoha remained clear, yet within Kakuzu's courtyard, a thunderous explosion echoed as a large chunk of earth was uprooted. Kakuzu's expression reflected surprise. The scene within the painting had transformed into reality. This illusion indeed possessed a considerable level of sophistication. However, mere seconds after the display, Shiyuhui's complexion abruptly turned even more ashen. Clatter! His brush and palette fell to the ground as he gasped for breath, his body swaying as though on the verge of collapse. Are you all right? Kakuzu approached to steady him. At that moment, the explosion had startled a nearby dwelling, and a woman cradling a child emerged, pushing open the door. Hui, why do you never heed my warnings? I've told you not to use that illusion again. Your body cannot withstand it. The woman, holding the child, approached Shiyu Hui and helped him sit on the side. She then respectfully nodded toward Kakuzu. Mr. Kakuzu, I apologize for the trouble. I will clean up the courtyard shortly. By the way, I am his wife. It's nothing, just a minor incident, Kakuzu replied with a smile, his attention shifting back to Shiyu Hui. Shiyu Hui, pale and breathless on the steps, finally turned to Kakuzu and, somewhat sheepishly, said, I apologize, Mr. Kakuzu. I must have embarrassed you. The art of transformation demands an immense toll on one's mental faculties, so coughed before he could finish. A fit of violent coughing seized him. At this point, Kakuzu recalled his previous conversation with Senju Toharu. The human body can generally be divided into 3 categories: physical, spiritual, and mental, which correspond to physical techniques, ninjutsu, and illusionary arts, respectively. The greater the illusion, the more mental energy it consumes. If one attempts to wield an illusion without sufficient mental strength, the burden on the nervous system becomes exceedingly great. Shiyu was likely in such a state now. Glancing at the infant in the woman's arms, Kakuzu inquired, Does the child have a name? Yes, he is called Shiyu Chihong, the woman replied. Oh, is that so? Kakuzu's gaze turned playful. When this child grows up, he will likely come to understand the substantial strain their family's secret arts impose on the nervous system, leading to the prohibition of such techniques in his generation. Little did they know that if their daughter, Shiyu Akane, could master these arts, she would not be outmatched by the Uchiha clan's youngsters. However, such a scenario would also eliminate a memorable moment. Contemplating these thoughts, Kakuzu smiled silently. 6 months swiftly passed. One day, the entrance of the quartz glass shop was alive with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, creating a lively scene that drew many villagers of Konoha to stop and watch. For half a year, the quartz glass had maintained its remarkable popularity for a simple reason. I heard that Lord Hashirama is coming. Is it true? Look, isn't that our Hokage? My goodness, it truly is. That Lord Hashirama has come personally indicates that the quartz glass has made significant contributions to Konoha. The villagers exchanged excited remarks, heightening the festive atmosphere. At that moment, Kakuzu stood at the entrance, welcoming the throngs of visitors. Draped in Hokage robes and donning a Hokage hat, Senju Hashirama was accompanied by Senju Toharu and other members of the Senju clan. Additionally, representatives from the Hyuga and Yamenka clans were present to offer their congratulations. Kakuzu, I knew I was right about you. The quartz glass you established has not only greatly benefited Konoha, but also alleviated many labor issues. On my desk, I received letters from other nations, each eager to acquire our quartz glass. Your quartz glass has truly opened the doors for peaceful exchanges between Konoha and other nations. Ha! As he concluded, Senju Hashirama could not contain his laughter. Kakuzu exchanged glances with the others, sharing in the laughter. The quartz glass he created had essentially surpassed the era of sand glass. And with its affordable pricing, it was being adopted throughout the shinobi world, while his business had extended far. Claiming to have opened the doors for peaceful exchanges with other nations was perhaps a stretch. Kakuzu felt his enterprise, no matter how grand, did not possess such capability. Nonetheless, the assembly line he innovated had indeed resolved many issues for Konoha, not only flourishing commercial interactions, but also providing job opportunities for many young people, drawing numerous newcomers to the village. Thus, in Hashirama's eyes, Kakuzu deserved considerable credit. Hashirama's personal visit to express gratitude had undoubtedly earned Kakuzu much acclaim, and such acclaim typically translates into monetary gain. That night, as Kakuzu lay in bed, his expression was more serious than ever. 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000 Kakuzu found himself afflicted by his occupational habit, insisting on tallying the figures meticulously so he could finally set his restless heart at ease. Oh, indeed. The numbers 1000 and 2000 in the context of the angles denote a unit that has been omitted, which is 10,000. After more than 6 months, the total income from my rent and the profits from quartz glass has reached 40 million. Gazing at the stars that filled the bed with a meager sum of money, Kakuzu reclined upon them, savoring the sweet fragrance that wealth brings. Chapter 35. A visitor from the Senju clan earning 40 million in half a year may not seem particularly advantageous when compared to his profession as a bounty hunter in the black market. As a bounty hunter, at a minimum, he would typically earn at least 10 million each month. Therefore, for someone of Kakuzu's caliber, 40 million is not a substantial amount. However, alongside its shortcomings, there are notable benefits. Kakuzu no longer needs to endure hardships in search of targets. Nor does he have to chase down the trails of his prey in a game of cat and mouse. Each day, he can simply lie down in peace, allowing considerable sums of money to flow into his accounts effortlessly. Additionally, the 40 million he earned comes with a sense of security. Not only is his income in the Hidden Leaf village legitimate, but with the formidable Hashirama Senju overseeing the village, both his assets and personal safety are well protected. Thus, each path holds its own advantages. Kakuzu propped himself up and glanced at the pitch-black night sky. Slowly rising, he opened a section of the floor, revealing an empty staircase leading down to the cellar he had specially constructed. He meticulously locked the substantial sum of 40 million into the safe within the cellar. As he ascended and secured the floor, it blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering it indistinguishable from before. After firmly closing the trapdoor, Kakuzu's demeanor shifted as he rose. His arm shot forth into the dark night sky. Hashirama Senju, stop hiding and come out. His thunderous shout shattered the silence of the night. As Kakuzu unleashed his fierce assault, the shadowy figure did not remain concealed any longer. In a flash, it emerged from the darkness into the illuminated room. It seems your perception has improved significantly over the past 6 months. With silver hair and piercing blue eyes clad in armor, who else could it be but Hashirama Senju? Enough with the idle chatter. Hashirama, haven't you been eager to verify certain matters? Today, I shall make it abundantly clear that there are some issues I have endured for far too long. Come, let us fulfill your desires here and now. Turning to face Hashirama, Kakuzu's gaze was imbued with a burgeoning combat spirit. He had indeed been patient for far too long regarding Hashirama. The flying thunder god mark etched onto him remained unremoved, perpetually a threat. Now, Hashirama's presence had brought this threat to the forefront. His arrival had unveiled Kakuzu's method of concealing his wealth. For someone in Hashirama's position, 40 million was not particularly significant. With his family's resources, Hashirama would not resort to unsavory means for such an amount. But how much wealth does Kakuzu possess? Where does he hide it? Such inquiries touch upon Kakuzu's privacy. Hashirama's ability to come and go as he pleases had infuriated Kakuzu. This time, he had discovered Kakuzu's hidden riches. What if next time Kakuzu were engaged in a more intimate act, only to be interrupted by Hashirama's sudden appearance? That would surely be shocking. Thus, Kakuzu felt the need to bring this matter to a conclusion. The best resolution with someone like Hashirama was to engage in a battle, decisively proving his superiority. With intensity in his eyes, Kakuzu had already devised a plan. If necessary, he would unleash the mightiest form of the earth grudge fear today, solely to teach Hashirama a lesson, emphasizing that possessing the flying thunder god mark does not grant one the freedom to act indiscriminately. Sensing the intensity radiating from Kakuzu, Hashirama raised an eyebrow. He understood that this time, he had truly provoked Kakuzu. Kakuzu, please calm down. Fighting serves no purpose. What is meaningful then? The previous competition had seen them evenly matched. If they were to clash now in the Hidden Leaf, it would likely yield no significant outcome, perhaps merely a destructive explosion that could attract the Hokage's attention. While it may not seem meaningful, Kakuzu was not inclined to let Hashirama off the hook so easily. He demanded an explanation for today's events. Perceiving Kakuzu's arms poised to strike from every angle, Hashirama sighed helplessly. If you cannot calm down, the situation will never be resolved. Especially now, your influence in the Hidden Leaf has grown significantly. Your glass industry has permeated every household, and your prices have continuously risen over the past 6 months. How could I not come to check on you? Oh, is that biological laboratory yours? Kakuzu recalled that the demand for glass in the Hidden Leaf's biological experiments was extraordinarily high, even with a 10 price increase. They continued purchasing frantically. Kakuzu thought to raise his prices further and see how long they could endure. Is that so? Observing Hashirama's expression, Kakuzu had no doubt that the biological laboratory was indeed under Hashirama's management. Their strained relationship was a consequence of the necessity for quartz glass, leading Hashirama to endure losses for half a year. What brings you here today? Kakuzu inquired. Your greed has become excessive. My laboratory can no longer cope. The prices must be adjusted back to reasonable levels. Kakuzu pondered Hashirama's request for a moment before responding. Very well. But I must warn you, if you dare to use the flying thunder god to appear before me without permission again, I will find a way to eliminate you. Even Hashirama Senju cannot save you, I assure you. Your demands are somewhat excessive, Kakuzu. Do you expect me to remain vigilant at all times around someone like you? Hashirama, with his sensitive disposition, would not overlook any perceived threat, including Kakuzu. At the very least, any significant actions taken by Kakuzu would warrant immediate attention from Hashirama. Then you may summon your umbu. However, I must emphasize that if anyone dares to enter my premises without my consent, I will certainly kill them. Kakuzu had no interest in Hashirama's affairs. His primary focus for the past few years had solely been on earning money, with all else being secondary. Umbu? Hashirama crossed his arms, frowning. What umbu? Oh no. Kakuzu quickly fell silent, realizing he had let slip a crucial detail. The hidden leaf had only been established for less than 6 years, and even the most basic welfare institutions and schools were not yet fully operational, let alone an assassination unit surrounding the Hokage. You know, the kind of people who work in the shadows for you. Understand? Kakuzu stubbornly explained. Intelligent individuals often require minimal explanation. A mere hint can convey the essence of a matter. Kakuzu's seemingly inconsequential statement sparked a glimmer of realization in Hashirama's eyes, as if he had come to a significant conclusion. Ah, I see. Kakuzu, your suggestion is indeed intriguing, and I shall consider it. Kakuzu never anticipated that his offhand remark would serve as the seed for the formation of the umbu. Chapter 36. Uchiha in the 7th year of the Shinobi World's new era, which marks the 6th year since the establishment of Konoha Village. The village has flourished with a vibrant atmosphere over the course of the past year. Clans such as the Inuzuka and the Aburame have successively settled in the village, not only augmenting its population, but also contributing significantly to its strength as shinobi clans. In a medical hall located in the northwest of Konoha, Kakuzu felt the pulse with one hand while meticulously jotting down the names of herbs such as ginseng, white atractylodes, poria, and licorice with the other. He adjusted the prescriptions according to the pulse's indications, ultimately composing a prescription. Old man, this is the Junzi C decoction from my hometown, which can markedly alleviate symptoms such as low voice, shortness of breath, fatigue, and poor appetite. Moreover, take care of your health and avoid being restless. This is the key to longevity. Upon receiving the prescription from Kakuzu, the villager expressed his gratitude profusely. Mr. Kakuzu, you are indeed a hero of Konoha. Not only have you established factories that resolved our livelihood issues, but you also possess medical knowledge and have healed many of us. On behalf of everyone, I thank you. No need for such formalities, old man. It's already noon. You should head back for lunch and remember to take your medicine afterward. After sending the old man off, Kakuzu returned to his original position. At that moment, Shikaku Nara approached him. Haha, Mr. Kakuzu, your name has spread widely throughout Konoha. Kakuzu glanced at Shikaku and smiled in silence. Over the past year, aside from collecting rent and being a hands-off manager at the factory, Kakuzu had been diligently learning traditional Chinese medicine from Shikaku. In the modern age, a year of study would hardly suffice for mastery. Yet, having lived 2 lives, Kakuzu, with the fusion of his 2 souls, absorbed knowledge with remarkable speed, often recalling information from his previous life regarding Chinese medicine. With the authenticity of traditional Chinese culture as its foundation, his learning speed was astonishing, to the extent that there were times Shikaku sought advice from him. At this point, Kakuzu had nearly mastered various techniques, such as pulse diagnosis and health maintenance. Together, he and Shikaku decided to open this Chinese medicine hall. Overall, business was thriving, and the influx of visitors laid a solid foundation for Kakuzu's growing reputation. Mr. Kakuzu, it's already noon. You should take a break. I'll handle the consultations this afternoon. Then I must trouble you, my dear Shikaku. Kakuzu patted Shikaku on the shoulder, rising to relinquish his seat. After stepping out of the medicine hall, he strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha. The weather was clear and pleasant. The streets of Konoha appeared much more prosperous compared to a year ago, with people bustling about and various shops gradually lining the streets. Everything seemed to herald a promising future. Mr. Kakuzu, wow, it's really you. I never expected to see you here. Mr. Kakuzu, I have admired you for a long time. Could you please give me an autograph? Mr. Kakuzu is one of the few polymaths in our village. Once, Hashirama Senju personally endorsed his glass factory, and he now managed the highest rents in Konoha, treating patients daily. Frankly, it was hard not to gain fame under such circumstances. Fortunately, his notoriety was a positive cycle. The villagers greeted him with friendly hellos or requests for autographs, nothing more. Had they surged towards him in a frenzy, it would have been quite a headache. Kakuzu responded with a smile to each villager's goodwill. As he continued to wander through the streets of Konoha, he lost track of time. A fragrant aroma wafted past his nose. Kakuzu paused and looked to the side. His body, transformed by the earth grudge fear, had most of its organic components replaced with black threads. Some might assume that in this state, Kakuzu could forego eating, as his metabolic functions had largely been supplanted. However, he could assert with clarity that despite the lack of most metabolic processes, he still had 5 beating hearts within him. For these hearts to thrive, they required energy, and the energy demand for 5 hearts was substantial. Thus, Kakuzu needed to eat regularly to replenish his energy. The delightful aroma in the air was undeniably a culinary delight. Kakuzu raised his head and saw Ichiraku Ramen. He was astonished to find such a place in this era. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Many things are passed down through generations, and Ichiraku Ramen was no exception. Boss, I'd like a large bowl of ramen. Sure thing. Within minutes, a generous bowl of ramen was served. Kakuzu savored the char siu, pork ribs, and egg, complemented by the savory broth. The flavor is truly extraordinary. The ramen had a delightful elasticity and chewiness, each bite bringing immense satisfaction. Another bowl, please. Coming right up. This was the authentic cuisine of the ninja world. To not experience it here would be a disservice to anyone claiming to have traversed the shinobi realm. Kakuzu devoured 6 bowls before feeling his energy needs were sufficiently met. Boss, the taste was wonderful. I wish you prosperous business. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Kakuzu. We hope to see you again soon. Kakuzu placed a stack of cash on the table and exited the ramen shop. After his hearty meal, Kakuzu continued to meander through the streets of Konoha. Yet, as he walked, he noticed that the number of people around him seemed to have diminished significantly. What is going on? Kakuzu's instincts as a shinobi sensed something amiss. This was the bustling street where Ichiraku Ramen was located, a vibrant area of Konoha. How could it feel so desolate after merely crossing 2 streets and turning a couple of corners? As he scanned his surroundings, Kakuzu quickly discerned the answer. A certain group of individuals stood out, clad in identical uniforms, adorned with a unified clan emblem. The emblem comprised 2 parts. The upper half was a red crescent, while the lower half was a white arc, resembling a table tennis paddle from a distance. This was the insignia of the Uchiha clan. Kakuzu had not anticipated that, while wandering aimlessly, he would stumble upon the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Though he had been in Konoha for a year, he had little desire to explore the gathering places of the prominent clans. Despite the dawn of a new era in the shinobi world, the divide between commoners and shinobi persisted, and the barriers between them had not entirely vanished. Prominent clans maintained their own territories, seldom mingling with outsiders. Commoners, too, would not casually wander into the domains of these great clans. Kakuzu was no exception. He typically avoided places like the Uchiha or Hyuga clan strongholds. His avoidance stemmed not from adherence to unspoken rules between commoners and clans, but from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. He feared that if he strolled through the Hyuga clan's territory, some mischievous child might inadvertently activate their Byakugan and gaze upon him. Kakuzu could not guarantee that his secret grievances would remain concealed. Chapter 37, Kaleidoscope. The Sharingan, the illustrious ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. It is said that it can discern the flow of chakra in the air, analyze the intricacies of various advanced taijutsu, and even replicate all ninjutsu except for bloodline limits. It is precisely due to the might of such eyes that the Uchiha clan has earned its formidable reputation. However, Kakuzu was confident that, despite the Sharingan's prowess, it could never unveil the fact that he possessed 5 hearts. In this regard, he felt assured. Yet, the innate arrogance of the Uchiha made it difficult for them to foster harmonious relationships with others. Kakuzu resolved not to linger in this place for long and deemed it prudent to depart promptly. By the riverbank, a young man with long hair and a chiseled visage exuding an air of haughtiness sat upon a large stone, surrounded by several children, all of whom bore the Uchiha crest. The children looked upon the young man with palpable excitement. "Brother Ming, we have heard that you have awakened that bloodline limit. Please, show us," one child exclaimed. "My father has always said that Brother Ming is the brightest among our younger generation, and we should learn from him." The legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It is said that there are very few in the clan who possess such eyes, aside from the clan leader. "Brother Ming, for the strength of our clan, please teach us how to awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan." The young man, referred to as Brother Ming, was named Uchiha Ming and was 19 years old. 6 years prior, he had witnessed his father's death at the hands of a member of the Senju clan. At that moment, Blood had marked his eyes, and when he was rescued, he discovered that his eyes had undergone a profound transformation. From that day forth, Uchiha Ming resolved to avenge his father with his new eyes. However, not long after, the Senju and Uchiha clans, compelled by the tides of fate, reached an accord and established a new village, heralding a new era. Under the collective yearning for peace, Uchiha Ming's desire for vengeance gradually waned. A sudden outburst of frustration welled up within Uchiha Ming as he recalled these events, prompting him to rise abruptly from the stone. His shout startled the surrounding Uchiha children into silence, sensing the ire of their elder brother. Observing the frightened expressions of the children, Uchiha Ming felt a sense of helplessness. It was unjust to vent his frustration upon them. He sat back down, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. Since the village's founding, his mindset had shifted. He recognized the hard-won nature of peace, yet he found himself adrift, struggling to discern the purpose of his existence, drifting through each day in a haze. His recent outburst was merely a release of his inner turmoil, but scolding the children seemed unbecoming. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall indulge your request. But only this once." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Ming." The children erupted into excited chatter once more. Amidst their exuberance, Uchiha Ming slowly closed his eyes. Chakra gathered in his mind and flowed into his eyes, igniting a warm current within. When Uchiha Ming opened his eyes again, they had transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. This was quite normal. The children were not surprised. The three-tomo Sharingan was common within the clan. They were eager to witness the transformation that followed. As the three-tomo began to spin rapidly, the Uchiha children held their breath, captivated. "Pay attention." Uchiha Ming's voice rang out. The three-tomo Sharingan morphed. Indeed, it transformed. "Incredible. Is this truly the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan? What is this pattern? A shuriken? You fool, that is not a shuriken. Look closely, its tips are curved and overlap." It does indeed seem so, but what pattern could this possibly be? The Uchiha children debated animatedly for some time, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. The pattern bore some resemblance to a shuriken, yet its tips were far more intricate, thus they settled on that notion. Unsure of the pattern, the children shifted their focus to another inquiry. "Brother Ming, I heard from the uncles and elders that once one awakens such eyes, they gain new abilities. Pray, what is your ability?" At that moment, Uchiha Ming's face drained of color. This was the question he dreaded most, and the very reason he wished to avoid others. To this day, even after awakening his eyes, he had yet to fully grasp his abilities. He had sought counsel from the clan leader, who had chastised him for attributing his inability to harness the kaleidoscope's power to the ceasefire. "Foolish child. To use the truce as an excuse to mask your incompetence in unlocking the kaleidoscope's potential. Return and learn to adapt to your abilities. If you cannot wield power comparable to the Uchiha clan, do not return to me." Each recollection of this encounter filled Uchiha Ming with a sense of despondency. He too was of the Uchiha clan, and he had rejoiced in his possession of the Sharingan. To awaken the kaleidoscope made him one of the rarest among his kin. With such a fortunate aura surrounding him, why was he still unable to unlock the powers of his eyes? Uchiha Ming clenched his fists in frustration. "Enough, children. Do not pry further. Our true path lies in honing our strength to uplift the Uchiha clan. Do you understand?" "Yes, Brother Ming." The children responded in unison. Seeing their synchronized reply brought a smile to Uchiha Ming's face as he gestured for the children to follow him back to the encampment. Meanwhile, beneath a colossal tree, Kakuzu opened his eyes. A 13-year-old who has awakened the kaleidoscope. Remarkable. His gaze drifted to the deep blue sky. Kakuzu recalled that the prerequisite for awakening the kaleidoscope within the Uchiha clan was either to personally slay a beloved friend or to witness a cherished one perish before their eyes, inflicting profound psychological trauma. This immense shock would transform into unique chakra, enabling the Sharingan to evolve into the kaleidoscope. However, Kakuzu always felt this explanation was incomplete. During the Warring States period, countless lives were lost daily. Even the mighty Uchiha clan was not immune to death. Regardless of who perished, they all had parents and children. If one person's death could indeed cause immense sorrow to their loved ones, leading to the awakening of the kaleidoscope, then the number of those who could awaken it would surely be far greater. Kakuzu had previously conversed with Senju Taohua about the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States. Senju Taohua had informed Kakuzu that during that tumultuous time, the only individual she had witnessed awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan on the battlefield was Uchiha Madara himself. If there truly were a second, or even more members of the Uchiha clan who activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, the situation would be dire indeed. Each individual would possess a formidable power, and even the Senju clan, with the illustrious Hashirama Senju, would find themselves outmatched. Consequently, Kakuzu deduced that while the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan necessitates intense stimulation, there exists another critical condition: innate talent. Should one lack this talent, no amount of suffering would likely suffice to evolve the Sharingan. In other words, every Uchiha who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly a genius. Chapter 38, Uchiha Obito. In this world, if hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for geniuses? Talent delineates one's potential, while effort merely accelerates one's approach to that limit. I find myself envious of these young prodigies, born with their extraordinary lineage. Watching Uchiha made apart, Kakuzu smiled faintly. Truth be told, Kakuzu's own talent is not to be underestimated. At the age of 26, he attained the rank of elite jonin, surpassing 95 of the ninja world. However, it is the remaining 5 that pose the greatest challenges, their potential often so high that they seem to possess an unfair advantage. If only he could acquire the talent of these individuals, perhaps in a few decades, he wouldn't face such hardships. Contemplating the potential plot twists he might encounter decades hence, Kakuzu's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Yet amid this laughter, a fleeting thought flickered through his mind, causing his smile to falter. He cast his gaze towards the direction in which Uchiha May had departed. If possible, could I also possess the Uchiha bloodline? This idea, akin to a seed buried in the earth, sprouted and rapidly grew into a towering tree within Kakuzu's heart, becoming an obsession. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their Sharingan. Its power is immense, yet why have those clans opposed to the Uchiha not managed to seize it for themselves? Primarily, the Uchiha clan guards their Sharingan with utmost vigilance. When an Uchiha perishes in battle, it is not merely their body that is recovered, but rather their eyes, which are preserved and safeguarded within the clan, ensuring that outsiders cannot access them. Even if fortune smiles upon a few, allowing them to forcibly extract an Uchiha's eyes before the clan retrieves the body, they can only implant them into their own, acquiring the Sharingan's formidable vision. However, without the Uchiha bloodline, they cannot truly master the Sharingan. It will continuously drain their chakra, ultimately leading to their downfall. Lacking the corresponding bloodline renders one unworthy of wielding the Sharingan. This is the pride of the Uchiha, a warning to their enemies to abandon any thoughts of coveting their power. Yet, for Kakuzu, who possesses the Earth Grudge fear, is this truly an insurmountable obstacle? Thump, thump, thump. Fish leaped swiftly from the water, splashing and creating ripples across the tranquil surface, mirroring the fervent heartbeat ignited within Kakuzu's chest. What is the ability of Earth Grudge fear? To seize the heart of another, transforming their jutsu and chakra into one's own. If the heart seized belongs to an Uchiha, does it not imply that a portion of their bloodline resides within me? Subsequently, could I awaken the Sharingan through this bloodline? Kakuzu's pupils dilated, his breath quickening. This thought, though audacious and radical, is not without merit. With the heart of an Uchiha, wouldn't the bloodline it provides be that of the Uchiha clan itself? His fingers twitched slightly as he turned his feet, gradually aligning himself with the footsteps of those individuals. Originally, this was merely an unintentional eavesdrop on a conversation, but now it had become deeply relevant to Kakuzu. The 5 hearts within him throbbed wildly, seemingly welcoming the imminent arrival of a new member. Once he possesses the Uchiha bloodline, will his destiny be irrevocably altered? Kakuzu could not ascertain the answer, yet he was determined to take a chance. He regarded those Uchiha youngsters with disdain. A mere gust of wind would suffice to render them unconscious. Kakuzu's true objective has always been the young man named Uchiha May. His ability to awaken the Mangekyo indicates a formidable talent. Based on his heart, it is conceivable that Kakuzu's own eyes could one day transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his broad sleeves, Kakuzu's arm subtly shifted, as the Earth Grudge Fear's arm delved deep underground. It swiftly reached the ground beneath Uchiha May and his companions. And should Kakuzu choose, he could launch an attack at this very moment. Apologies, I was just about to make my move here. The cold wind swept through, bringing a chilling clarity to Kakuzu's mind. His steps faltered as he gazed ahead, a haze settling over his vision. This place is devoid of people, yet it remains within the territory of Konohagakure. Have I perhaps underestimated my adversary's strength? Moreover, this is the Uchiha stronghold. The coldness in his mind prompted several self-inquiries. After contemplating these questions, Kakuzu felt an urge to strike himself across the face. The allure of the Sharingan, the foundational ocular power of the six paths, is undeniably captivating, ensnaring Kakuzu's thoughts. Should he recklessly engage in conflict here, he would likely find himself devising a means to defect from Konoha. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, calming the tumult within. Upon reopening his eyes, the scenery appeared significantly brighter. Everything around him became clearer. The development of Earth Grudge Fear had granted him new insights and dimensions. Following his thoughts may indeed lead to newfound power. However, any formidable strength must be approached gradually. One cannot leap forward recklessly. Even Hashirama Senju has yet to pass, and without acquiring his cells, taking such a great leap could lead to complications. Thus, it is prudent to remain patient. Once Kakuzu had resolved these thoughts, he raised his gaze only to find that Uchiha Mei and the young Uchihas had vanished, likely having gone far away. Very well. Since they are no longer present, Kakuzu decided against pursuing them and prepared to turn back. Yet, at that moment, he felt an ominous cloud overshadowing the clear sky above him. A colossal shadow enveloped his towering frame of nearly 6 feet. A chilling voice resonating like thunder in his ears. "You, what are you doing?" Kakuzu turned abruptly. Behind him stood a figure clad in purple garb, their wild hair obscuring half of their face, leaving only one piercing eye to gaze upon him. Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu could scarcely believe that his first encounter with Uchiha Madara would unfold in such a manner. The real Uchiha Madara appeared even more imposing than he had imagined. Kakuzu slowly turned to face him and replied nonchalantly, "I seem to have lost my way in your territory." This explanation, being his first visit to the Uchiha clan's domain, seemed quite plausible. Is that so? Madara's solitary eye narrowed slightly as he stepped closer to Kakuzu. A gust of wind swept through. The crisis has arrived, and Kakuzu has instantly entered a state of readiness. Chapter 39. The enemy of my enemy shadows flitted about, and the wind whistled ominously. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu found himself surrounded by several ninjas. So it is this fellow who dares to intrude alone into the Uchiha clan. Are you prepared for death? A sinister smile crept across Uchiha Ming's face as he returned, his tongue licking his lips, his eyes swirling into a kaleidoscope pattern, radiating an insatiable desire for combat. He had not fought in a long time, and Kakuzu before him was undoubtedly his best target. A stranger with no clear purpose appearing in Uchiha territory, exuding a faint aura of killing intent. All indicated that he was no ordinary person. Whom do you intend to deceive with such clumsy excuses? Uchiha Madara halted his advance, crossing his arms as he stood firm, his imposing figure emanating immense pressure. It must be said that Uchiha Madara's intimidating presence was extraordinary. Even Kakuzu, a battle-hardened warrior, felt the tension and knew he could not afford to be careless. Kakuzu's mind functioned like a high-speed computer, rapidly analyzing the situation and formulating an appropriate strategy. Within mere seconds, he arrived at a conclusion. In light of the circumstances, there was only one optimal choice: to flee. However, the act of fleeing required finesse. For an ordinary individual, escaping under Madara's watchful gaze would be akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, Kakuzu's method of retreat would differ from the norm. He would slip away unnoticed, even in the face of imminent death at Madara's hands. "Leader, there is no need for you to intervene personally. Allow me to employ my eyes to cast an illusion upon him, compelling him to reveal his true intentions for coming to our clan," Uchiha Ming proposed, his eyes kaleidoscope slowly rotating, his expression brimming with eagerness. He had longed for a chance to stretch his muscles in battle. Yet, his eager offer was met with a cold rebuke. "Stand down." The abrupt command from Madara transformed Uchiha Ming's expression. He wished to voice a reply, but Madara offered him no opportunity. "You have yet to awaken your ocular techniques. What business do you have discussing combat? Return and reflect upon it." Such merciless words shattered Uchiha Ming's thoughts, cutting deep. As he lowered his head in frustration, a fellow Uchiha clan member nudged his shoulder, offering an encouraging glance. Uncertain, Uchiha Ming looked up again at Madara, astonished. He had not anticipated that the leader would activate his Mangekyo Sharingan to confront him. This indicated that his opponent was indeed formidable. The leader's decision to withhold his assistance was, in fact, a protective measure for him. Listening to his companions, Uchiha Ming began to gain a glimmer of understanding. His gaze upon Kakuzu now held a newfound intensity. Whoever could provoke the leader to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan must be a master. Who exactly is this individual? As Madara, now wielding the Sharingan, lowered his arms and advanced slowly, the three tomo began to spin. When the Sharingan failed to discern the flow of chakra within Kakuzu, Madara comprehended that Kakuzu was no simple adversary. In those seemingly calm eyes, Kakuzu had undoubtedly witnessed the carnage of the ninja world. Madara surmised that Kakuzu, too, was a powerful survivor from the tumultuous Warring States period. While Madara did not presume that Kakuzu could surpass him in strength, he would not underestimate him either. Activating the Mangekyo was both a testament to the gravity of the impending battle and a mark of respect for his opponent. As Madara's pace quickened, Kakuzu's hands remained firmly guarding his front. Just as their confrontation was about to erupt, suddenly, Madara halted abruptly, and while Kakuzu remained unfazed, he keenly sensed the approach of another. Only the nearby Uchiha clansmen took a brief moment to process the unexpected arrival. Who was this person? Why did they appear so suddenly? What do you intend to do? One Uchiha stepped back, his demeanor growing wary. The newcomer disregarded their inquiries, directing his gaze solely at Madara. Madara, do you intend to commit murder in the village? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the figure before him, a complex expression crossing his face, one that contained a mix of hostility, restraint, a desire for vengeance, and an overarching sense of patience for the greater good. Senju Tobarama, what brings you here? The unfriendly tone of Madara's voice revealed his disdain for Tobarama. That question should be directed at you, Madara, Tobarama retorted, unyielding. If he were to be intimidated by Madara, he would not have survived to this day. Kakuzu glanced back at Tobarama, his eyes conveying clear intent. Tobarama, you have finally done something commendable with the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobarama remained unfazed, continuing to confront Madara. A stranger appearing in Uchiha territory warrants my inquiry as the clan leader, does it not? Stranger? Madara shot back. How long has it been since you last walked the streets of Konoha? This man, Kakuzu, has been in Konoha for over a year. Now a business owner and a physician at the medical hall, also an assistant at my biological laboratory. Tobarama emphasized the name Konoha heavily. While it might have gone unnoticed by others, it resonated with a different significance for Madara, causing his expression to grow colder. The mere mention of Konoha tempered Madara's initial urge to strike, as the name carried profound implications for him. Kakuzu, slightly bewildered, cast a glance at Tobarama. He recalled that the biological laboratory in Konoha was indeed under Tobarama's purview. Aside from the exorbitant fees he charged for glass, they appeared to have no further connection. What was this assistant role in the biological laboratory? A new position in Konoha? With no immediate answers forthcoming, Kakuzu adhered to the principle that an enemy of my enemy is my ally. As the standoff continued and time passed, the crowd of onlookers swelled. The sound of stealthy footsteps echoed as ninjas traversed rooftops and branches. Unlike ordinary ninjas, these warriors donned armor and bore no Konoha headbands, their faces obscured by distinctive masks. Armed and vigilant, they silently observed Tobarama, poised for battle at a moment's notice. Those in the know would recognize them as the newly formed Umbu. Chapter 40. New responsibilities in the sky. Chirping birds fluttered back to their branches, their melodious calls echoing as they resumed their watch over the passers-by below. The gathering of the Uchiha clan ultimately dispersed. Why did you let them go, clan leader? Uchiha Ming gazed at Uchiha Madara, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. However, Uchiha Madara merely clasped his arms and silently stared at the surface of Nanha River, not responding immediately. Why? Why? What gives that Senju Tobarama the audacity to act so arrogantly in our territory? Uchiha Ming's relentless questioning met with Uchiha Madara's silence. Like a stubborn mule, Uchiha Ming refused to relent, as if he would not leave until he received an answer from Uchiha Madara. Since the clan leader arrived in Konoha, our Uchiha clan has lost its former glory. I truly do not understand the purpose behind the establishment of this village. Enough! A thunderous roar erupted from Madara's throat, causing Uchiha Ming to stagger in shock. He swallowed hard, incredulously staring at Madara, who had not displayed anger for a long time. Turning to face Uchiha Ming, Madara's three-tomo Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope. The subtle change frightened Uchiha Ming, who realized that the clan leader was genuinely enraged. He quickly lowered his head, ceasing further words, and quietly awaited Madara's response. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, Madara remained silent, until the sound of receding footsteps echoed in Uchiha Ming's ears. Return. When Uchiha Ming looked up again, Madara's figure was already fading into the distance, his elongated shadow revealing an endless solitude and loneliness. As a young member of the clan and a steadfast follower of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Ming was filled with youthful passion, often appearing impulsive and excitable, even reminiscing about the Warring States period. Though Uchiha Madara understood these sentiments, he maintained a stoic demeanor. While walking, Madara's expression hardened as he gazed up at the Hokage Rock, where he and Senju Hashirama once stood, pledging to create a village that would end the chaotic era of ninjas. Since that time, Madara had tirelessly sought peace. Now that Konoha had been established, peace seemed to have truly dawned. Diplomacy had replaced blades, and documents had supplanted fists. Everything appeared as Madara had envisioned. Yet one thing caught him off guard. During the initial gathering of clans to vote on the village leadership, nearly everyone favored Senju Hashirama as Hokage, seemingly forgetting Madara, who had co-founded Konoha alongside him. Even in other appointments, the clans were predominantly inclined towards the Senju clan, with the majority deeming Tobirama the more suitable choice for the role of Hokage's assistant. It seemed that Uchiha Madara's name had vanished from the hearts of the people. In truth, the reality was not as it appeared. The reason for the unintentional neglect of Uchiha Madara was that he held a profound impression in their minds, akin to that of Senju Hashirama, a symbol of strength. However, Hashirama was always kind and smiling, embodying ideals of love and peace, far more appealing than Madara's perpetually somber countenance. While such formidable power combined with a fierce temperament might have made him a powerful clan leader during the Warring States period, now, in this time of peace, Madara felt abandoned by the world. A long sigh escaped him, accompanied by the dull thud of his footsteps. His eyes gradually closed, and when he reopened them, the kaleidoscope Sharingan had reverted to its usual form. Madara was well aware of these matters. If he were to lower his pride and extend goodwill towards the clans, infusing them with the love that resided within him, the outcome might be vastly different. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. The very blood that coursed through his veins forbade it. The Uchiha clan was inherently proud. Since the village's founding, it had become evident that the villagers found it increasingly difficult to interact with the Uchiha. This was the Uchiha's flaw. At his age, Madara found it challenging to open his heart to anyone besides his family, his clansmen, and his dear friend Senju Hashirama. This predicament was a conundrum he could not unravel, a burden he could not shed. He was unable to face others with an open heart, yet fortunately, he was strong enough to bear this psychological pressure and unease alone. However, one fact remained unchanged. He too cherished peace. Years ago, when Izuna perished before him, the memory remained vivid. He understood that more lives would be lost in tumultuous times, which made him value the current peace all the more. Yet, was this peace truly what he desired? That question began to waver in his heart. As the streets grew emptier, the silhouette of the once great Uchiha Madara stretched longer, an incongruous figure amidst the surrounding environment, standing precariously on the precipice of his own thoughts. In the distance, a gaze pierced through. Senju Tobirama, you have finally utilized your Flying Thunder God technique correctly. Enough of this nonsense. Here is your new appointment letter. Simply state whether you accept it or not. Senju Tobirama handed a document to Kakuzu. Upon opening it, Kakuzu realized it was indeed a letter regarding his appointment, complete with the Hokage's seal. The content was straightforward, requesting Kakuzu to serve as an assistant in the biological laboratory. This seal isn't of the Hokage's doing, is it? Hearing Kakuzu's inquiry, Tobirama closed his eyes, treating it as a tacit acknowledgement of an unspoken truth. Kakuzu smirked slightly, opting not to delve deeper, but instead posed another question. Why choose me? Tobirama lowered his arms and gradually opened his eyes, silently observing Kakuzu for several seconds. He understood that merely stating platitudes about the village or Konoha would not resonate with Kakuzu. Rather than being evasive, it was better to be forthright. You are not one of Konoha's own. Ah, I see. This remark implied that Kakuzu was not deeply rooted in Konoha and was not bound by the constraints of the various ninja clans, allowing him the freedom to act without excessive concern. Additionally, you are a bold individual, unafraid to explore novel ideas, Tobirama added. Kakuzu could only chuckle, turning his body slightly away, and after a brief silence, he inquired, then, what's in it for me? Chapter 41. The Emergence of Konoha's F4A Brown Hawk. its leg bound with a message, soared into the clouds, issuing a series of triumphant cries as it traversed the sky. Trained through countless repetitions, the hawk would follow a designated path, delivering its message to the specified destination. As it navigated through the clouds, it also cast a glance down at the village it served, even from a distance of thousands of meters. The sharp gaze of the eagle perceives every detail of Konoha village with remarkable clarity. To him, Konoha appears as a vast arc, easily encompassing its entire outline. Yet the eagle is acutely aware that this is merely a scene observed from a lofty vantage point. Upon entering Konoha, one would soon realize that while it may not be overwhelmingly large, it is certainly not a place that can be fully explored by a single individual. The residences of the villagers occupy merely 13 of the village, with the remaining 23 designated for administrative areas, training grounds, densely forested back mountains, and certain zones inaccessible even to ordinary citizens or ninjas. Senju Tobarama and Kako ventured into a dense thicket, and after navigating several peculiar turns, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. A well-maintained staircase led down to a subterranean realm, offering a glimpse into an entirely different world. Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He found himself drawn to the mysteries of this environment. Before Tobarama could speak, Kakuzu had already taken the initiative to descend. The staircase was not long, comprising perhaps only 20-some steps, sufficient for a mere underground level. Upon entering the space below, it became evident that the world beneath differed vastly from that above. The first thing to catch the eye was the white walls, illuminated by electric chandeliers, beneath which were arranged glass instruments and various glassware, including test tubes. With a mere glance, Kakuzu recognized that these glass items were produced from his quartz glass factory. He gently caressed the glassware, feeling the coolness emanating from it, and a smile graced his lips. He could easily deduce Tobarama's intentions. Do not misunderstand. This is no clandestine location, but rather the second division of Konoha's biological laboratory, Tobarama explained after clearing his throat. Surely, this cannot be your personal laboratory, Tobarama, Kakuzu teased, sensing the unspoken truth that Tobarama's elder brother, Hashirama, was likely unaware of this facility. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ulterior motives, Kakuzu assured, waving his hand to ease the atmosphere. He was not one to lack understanding. Progress in technology inevitably requires sacrifices. Remaining entrenched on a moral high ground only leads to stagnation, ultimately resulting in being left behind. Tobarama, without a doubt, was the type of person who understood the need for adaptability. Kakuzu glanced around at the various experimental apparatuses on the tables. How did you transport all this here? The flying thunder god technique, perhaps? He inquired, pondering how to move such essential equipment without attracting attention. However, Tobarama dismissed this notion with a gesture towards a particular direction. Kakuzu then noticed 3 children busily wiping the experimental apparatuses and sweeping the floor. Goodness, Tobarama, have you no shame? You employ children to provide cover for you? These youthful children, brimming with energy, darted about without raising suspicion, making them suitable for the task of transporting items. Tobarama merely rolled his eyes at Kakuzu's comment, refraining from immediate response. Instead, he clapped his hands, prompting the 3 children to cease their activities and approach them. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed Kakuzu-san from our village, Tobarama instructed the trio. The reactions of the 3 children varied. The first, a slender boy of modest height with a perfectly shaped face, radiated the essence of a protagonist. His bright eyes reflected both the carefree spirit of youth and a hopeful longing for the future. Standing straight, he bowed respectfully. Kakuzu-san, I have heard your name from teacher Tobarama. I understand you are a formidable opponent. I admire you greatly. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sarutobi Hizashi, the eldest son of the Sarutobi clan. After Hizashi's introduction, a girl beside him regarded him with a unique expression. Once Hizashi completed his self-introduction, she turned her gaze towards Kakuzu, offering a charming smile typical of her youthful age. Hello, Kakuzu-san. My name is Uchiha Koharu, and I am in the same group as Hizashi. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Following her polite bow, Koharu raised her head, revealing a hint of shyness as she subtly leaned closer to Hizashi. Lastly, the tallest boy, slender like the others, cast a sidelong glance at Hizashi and Koharu. A flicker of disdain mingled with a subtle competitive spirit in his expression. Sensing the attention from Tobarama and Kakuzu, he quickly composed himself, first bowing to Tobarama. Good day, teacher Tobarama. Then he turned to Kakuzu, bowing deeply, showcasing a remarkable spirit of respect. Greetings, Kakuzudano. Your reputation echoes throughout Konoha village. I have heard numerous tales of your exploits from my teacher and seniors. If given the chance, I hope you can offer guidance to us younger generations. I am Shimura Danzo, the eldest son of the Shimura clan. I look forward to your mentorship. As the three children concluded their introductions, Kakuzu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was not the narrative he had anticipated. It was entirely different. No, that was incorrect. Kakuzu had believed himself to have adapted to this era after so long. Yet today he realized he had only acclimated to a portion of its inhabitants, with others remaining unfamiliar. The stark contrast before him overwhelmed his senses, and he felt a slight heaviness in his breath. Meanwhile, Tobarama appeared oblivious to Kakuzu's unease, simply remarking, "What is the issue with asking my students to assist with a task?" Chapter 42. The tragic Danzo, as the saying goes. One can gauge a person's future from their childhood. However, the conditions presented to Kakuzu only allowed for inferences about the youth based on their later years. He could believe that Sarutobi Hizashi was a charming and radiant child, given his lineage as a ninja and the rightful heir to the Hokage. His appearance, befitting a hero, was entirely plausible. Yet, Kakuzu was struck by the profound impact of the two children behind him. The future king of Konoha, Danzo, who would share in the misdeeds of the ninja world, stood in stark contrast to Hizashi. Tall, handsome, and poised, he bore no scars from future battles. His chiseled features embodying a spirit of resilience, complemented by a respectable lineage. Kakuzu could only think what an unmistakable aura of wealth and privilege this child possesses. In the midst of the discussion, the rather annoying advisor, Tokashoka, emerged, a girl in her early teens, blooming into a graceful young woman. She radiated the sweet aura of youth, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen to express her affections. Logically speaking, such phenomena pose no significant issues. After all, who has not experienced youth? Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been a diligent student, and Tokashoka was a beautiful girl during her school days. Danzo, on the other hand, was an ambitious and proud second-generation ninja. The real concern lies in the overwhelming impact this has on Kakuzu's perception of the Konoha F4. One must ponder whether it is time that wields the proverbial knife, or if Kishimoto is simply remiss for not sketching a few youthful portraits for posterity. What troubles you? You appear quite unwell, noted Senju Tobarama, his brow slightly furrowed as he discerned Kakuzu's unusual demeanor. Just as Kakuzu struggled to articulate his thoughts, Danzo approached, bearing steaming tea. Lord Kakuzu, Teacher Tobarama, please enjoy some tea. Kakuzu accepted the cup with a faint smile, taking a sip to soothe his throat, hoping to mask his discomfort. Your students are quite remarkable, each embodying excellence, Kakuzu remarked, appreciating Tobarama's discerning eye, especially since Konoha would inevitably rely on their contributions in future conflicts. Tobarama took a deliberate sip from his cup before nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, for the village to thrive, it must welcome fresh blood. These three will undoubtedly become the leaders of the next generation of Konoha. Yes, I concur. With their talents, they will surely leave a mark upon the ninja world, Kakuzu affirmed as their conversation continued. However, Danzo returned, this time carrying a platter. Lord Kakuzu, Teacher Tobarama, please enjoy some fruit. The platter, adorned with meticulously sliced apples and pears, showcased Danzo's thoughtful preparation. Leave it, Tobarama instructed, and Danzo nodded, placing the platter down before retreating to continue his laborious cleaning. Kakuzu unceremoniously took a piece of fruit, savoring its refreshing sweetness. Observing Danzo laboring diligently, a hint of amusement flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. It was evident that Danzo was putting on an act, not merely for Kakuzu, but also to impress his teacher, Tobarama. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not make a show of himself. Instead, he quietly engaged in his tasks, focused and unpretentious. Tokashoka, however, was the most lackadaisical of the trio, exerting minimal effort and frequently casting dreamy glances at Hiruzen, besotted. The notion of her infatuation with Hiruzen would likely become sensational news in Konoha decades hence, potentially provoking the ire of his future spouse, Sarutobi Biwako. Yet, in the present, Tokashoka's youthful crush was entirely normal. It was only natural to harbor feelings for such a diligent student like Hiruzen. However, as time passed and they matured, these sentiments were gradually concealed following the transition of power in Konoha. All three of your students are exceptional, but which do you favor the most? Kakuzu posed casually. This question was not easy for Tobarama to answer as a teacher, for he was expected to treat all students equally, at least publicly. Kakuzu's inquiry was intended as light banter. Yet, upon hearing the question, Tobarama's expression grew solemn. After a contemplative sip of tea, he fixed his gaze upon the trio before finally articulating his thoughts. The three of them, a team of 2 boys and a girl, must not only consider gender dynamics, but also foster mutual competition to enhance their abilities. Tobarama's initial statement was striking. It seemed the duo of boys and a girl in Konoha's teams originated from his vision. The interplay of gender would indeed cultivate attraction and rivalry, which could be beneficial, albeit prone to the complexities of romantic entanglements. Yet, Kakuzu refrained from voicing these thoughts. Tobarama, a seasoned warrior from the warring states, understood that the training of children in his era was far more brutal than it is today. To him, the potential for romantic complications was manageable. If they could not navigate such trivial matters, perhaps they were unfit to be ninjas. Gazing at his 3 pupils, Tobarama continued, I hold a particular admiration for Hiruzen. He is neither arrogant nor hasty, and despite his youth, he possesses a calm disposition. Most importantly, I see qualities of love and peace in him, attributes I have never been able to attain. Kakuzu observed Tobarama intently, detecting a hint of melancholy beneath his composed demeanor. Despite Tobarama's harsh demeanor towards Hashirama, he had witnessed the specter of death too often. If only humanity could achieve true understanding, the world might embrace genuine peace. Yet Tobarama recognized his limitations. He had only glimpsed the seeds of hope in his elder brother, and now he perceived a similar potential in Hiruzen. The very essence of what one lacks becomes the most fervent desire, especially when that essence embodies the ultimate aspiration of countless ninjas from the warring states. Kakuzu calmly drained his cup, aware of Tobarama's sentiments as a fellow warrior of their era. Fixating on his reflection in the cup, Kakuzu posed another question. And what of that young man beside you? He alluded to Danzo, deliberately omitting Tokashoka. Knowing well that a ninja who so openly fawned over someone would have been dismissed by Tobarama long ago. Chuckling softly, Tobarama toyed with his cup. If one is overly eager to win, do you not think they have already lost? Oh, is that so? Half an hour later, after the laboratory was nearly tidied, Tobarama stood and addressed them. Thank you for your efforts. You may return now to familiarize yourselves with the tasks I have assigned. In a few days, I will personally guide you through the drills. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen politely bowed to both Tobarama and Kakuzu. Understood, teacher. Lord Kakuzu, farewell. With that, he exited the laboratory, ready to fulfill Tobarama's directives. Tokashoka cheerfully bid farewell to both Kakuzu and Tobarama, her gaze bright with anticipation. Hiruzen, wait for me. Finally, Danzo approached, more formal than before, bowing respectfully to Kakuzu and Tobarama. Lord Kakuzu, teacher Tobarama, I too shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will fulfill your instructions and present you with a satisfactory result during the practical drills. Please watch over me. Farewell. After demonstrating his dedication to craftsmanship, Danzo was preparing to take his leave. Wait. Danzo turned back, immediately bowing politely. Mr. Kakuzu, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Kakuzu looked at Danzo and smiled. Nothing in particular, I just wanted to see you speak, so please, share more. What is your dream? Chapter 43. The Konoha Conference. What is my dream? Danzo murmured to himself, repeating the question. Suddenly, his gaze became solemn, and the look he cast at Kakuzu and Tobarama was imbued with unwavering determination. I have but one dream. To become Hokage like Lord Hashirama, to protect our village and safeguard Konoha, allowing the next generation to thrive under my care. Every child harbors a grand dream, and this time, Danzo spoke with resolute conviction. This was not mere posturing before Tobarama. He genuinely aspired to become Hokage. Oh, a commendable ideal. One day, you shall realize it. Go forth, study diligently, and strive to become Hokage as soon as possible. Kakuzu's encouraging words resonated in Danzo's ears, invigorating him further, and he excitedly bid farewell to Kakuzu and Tobarama. Kakuzu cast a sidelong glance at Tobarama, who merely gazed in the direction Kakuzu had departed, his expression showing no notable change. One could tell that Tobarama was not swayed by Danzo's grandiose declarations. It was reasonable to assume that among the children graduating from the Ninja Academy, at least half aspired to become Hokage after years of Konoha's education. Unfortunately, There could only be one village leader, and thus, the most suitable candidate would be chosen, whether it was Hashirama or Tobirama. Their favored choice seemed consistently to be the bright young boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which left Danzo at a disadvantage. Decades later, he would still lament that he missed the opportunity for the Hokage position simply because he did not step forward to take on the rearguard mission, a regret he would carry for a lifetime. Had Danzo been brave enough to step up at that moment, the scene might have unfolded differently. Danzo, teacher, allow me to handle the rearguard. You all retreat first. Tobirama would have smiled with pride. Danzo, you truly embody the will of fire. I knew I did not misjudge you. This task is entrusted to you. Let us go, monkey. Thus, Danzo's lifelong regret stemmed from a single moment, lingering in his heart until he was ultimately defeated by the second Hokage. But enough of these matters. Kakuzu pulled himself back from his thoughts, intending to engage Tobirama in a different conversation. Suddenly, a child burst from the laboratory. Without even greeting Tobirama and Kakuzu, he rushed outside, yelling, Koharu, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. This scene left Kakuzu somewhat puzzled. You have a student? Tobirama sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He graduated from the academy alongside Hiruzen and the others, but he is not part of our group. He insisted on coming. His name is Mitarashi-an. Oh right. Kakuzu recalled upon hearing Tobirama's words. With the addition of him, the Konoha F4 was finally complete, a formidable character who would later ascend to the Council of Elders, possessing a knack for manipulation. However, judging by his earlier words, he couldn't possibly still be a sycophant, obsessively following Koharu around. Koharu had feelings for Hiruzen and Mitarashi-an. Enamored with Koharu, was oblivious to the cold gaze of Danzo, who harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. This relationship was acceptable. Rich experiences in youth fostered enduring connections in old age. As time passed, Kakuzu's life gradually returned to tranquility. Each day consisted of a regular work schedule, monotonous yet fulfilling. On a certain day, 2 months later, knock, knock, knock. Kakuzu was savoring sushi for breakfast when a knock sounded at the door. Come in. With a whoosh, the door swung open to reveal a youthful, smiling face, Marahoshi Koji. Upon entering, Koji hefted a leather suitcase onto the table, sliding it across to Kakuzu. Mr. Kakuzu, here is the rental income from 146 tenants this quarter. I just collected the last payment. Would you like to count it? Kakuzu smiled and, after lifting the suitcase, chose not to count the money. Ever since Koji moved in, he had been helping Kakuzu manage the apartments like a steward. Come, join me for a meal. Kakuzu stood and retrieved sushi from the refrigerator. With the beep of the microwave, the savory aroma filled the room. Thanks, Mr. Kakuzu, I'm starting now. Koji joined his hands in gratitude before diving into the meal. As they ate, they chatted. How is school life treating you? Since arriving at Konoha, Koji had aspired to become a ninja and had been studying at the academy since last year. Thanks to you, Mr. Kakuzu, I've learned shuriken techniques and the basic physical techniques of the Konoha style. Once I master these, I should be able to learn the body flicker technique next semester. Learning one technique per semester, quite commendable. Just as they were conversing, there was another knock at the door. This time, the familiar face that entered was Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you're just in time. I just made some sushi. Would you care to join? Kakuzu gestured to the seat beside him. Shikamaru chuckled and sat down, waving his hand. No, thank you. I already had breakfast. I'm here to inform you that we should head to the conference today. Whenever significant events occur in the village, the Hokage summons the leaders of various clans to discuss matters, which is referred to as the Konoha Conference. Kakuzu, I'm genuinely impressed by you. Shikamaru cast an admiring glance at Kakuzu. The primary attendees of the Konoha Conference are the village's upper echelons and the major ninja clans. Although the Nara clan had only recently arrived in Konoha, they were a legitimate ninja clan, with many members stationed on the front lines to defend the village. Thus, their presence carried weight. Kakuzu, however, was different. He had always lived independently, not as a ninja in Konoha. Despite his considerable reputation, he remained an outsider. To attend such a high-level meeting in this capacity was certainly worthy of Shikamaru's admiration. Kakuzu smiled nonchalantly, savoring the last piece of sushi. Ultimately, the situation was not overly complicated. It stemmed from his arrangement with Tobirama. Inviting Kakuzu to serve as an assistant in the laboratory meant he would naturally receive some benefits. Tobirama had much to offer. If given the choice, most would select the highly coveted Flying Thunder God technique. After all, it was undeniably impressive. Yet, Kakuzu had not chosen that route. While the Flying Thunder God was indeed remarkable and powerful, mastering such spatial ninjutsu required a prerequisite. One must possess in-release chakra. Without it, no amount of effort would yield success. This explained why, in the decades following Tobarama's creation of the Flying Thunder God, only Minato Namikaze had managed to learn it, as he was the only one who possessed in-release within him. Jiao Du, lacking any hidden techniques, found little value in acquiring them, ultimately opting for tangible benefits instead. His primary intention was to continue purchasing properties in Konoha. The mere mention of this condition darkened Senju Tobarama's expression. He genuinely feared that Jiao Du's fervent asset acquisition might lead to Konoha falling under his dominion. Yet, upon reflection, he considered the vastness of Konoha and concluded that Jiao Du would likely be unable to monopolize all its assets. Thus he nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, Senju Tobarama remained vigilant, ensuring that Jiao Du would not exploit the black market profits to undermine Konoha. He would be able to sense Jiao Du's departure from Konoha through the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiao Du had no objections to this stipulation. As for the second advantage, Jiao Du aimed to enter Konoha's decision-making circles. In a world where ninjas wield considerable power, Jiao Du held little interest in the concept of authority itself. His motivations were solely to prevent Senju Tobarama from having complete control over him. In summary, while Jiao Du and Senju Tobarama could collaborate in certain areas, their mutual wariness would persist in others. Being part of the decision-making circle without corresponding power was akin to being a mere observer. Senju Tobarama, after a brief hesitation, consented. After quickly finishing breakfast and advising Maru start to study diligently, Jiao Du left with Nara Shikaku. As a member of the Nara clan, they had long since completed their residence in Konoha, and Nara Shikaku had moved out with his kin. However, their clan's territory was not far from Jiao Du's home, and they often engaged in discussions on traditional medicine, thus maintaining a cordial relationship. Upon exiting, they encountered two individuals waiting outside. Jiao Du waved in greeting. Ding Yan. Sheng Lu, long time no see. Hello, Jiao Du, you've become quite well known in Konoha. They chuckled in response. The four of them bantered amiably as they made their way to the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, Senju Takaharu emerged. Esteemed guests, it is truly commendable that you have come on your day off, she remarked. Not at all. With your delightful company, all fatigue dissipates, Jiao Du replied nonchalantly, inciting laughter from Nara Shikaku and the others. Senju Takaharu shot him a playful glare, contemplating a suitable allusion to retaliate, but recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, merely stomped her foot before regaining her smile. She led Jiao Du and the three clan heads of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi into the largest conference room. This marked Jiao Du's inaugural attendance at such a high-level meeting, and he anticipated an atmosphere befitting its stature. However, as Senju Takaharu opened the door, a cacophony of laughter and chatter enveloped him. Is this a marketplace? Jiao Du initially questioned, uncertain if he had entered the right place. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the gathering was indeed significant. To his left sat the head of the Inuzuka clan, adorned with red markings and accompanied by a large dog. Nearby, a member of the Aburame clan, clad in sunglasses and a long coat, was enveloped in a shroud of mystery. In the center, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation over tea, appearing quite familiar with one another. Jiao Du recognized them as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, whose familial ties had established a solid foundation for their camaraderie. In a relatively empty corner, a solitary figure seemed intent on maintaining distance from the others. His distinct pale eyes immediately revealed his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan. However, he was not the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, who was reportedly stationed at the front lines. Instead, this was his son, Hyuga Ryuten, a young man in his early 20s. A few seemingly unremarkable elderly gentlemen also occupied a corner, but Jiao Du felt no particular concern regarding them. It was Akimichi Ding Yan who introduced him, explaining that they were masters of taijutsu, responsible for the foundational training of Konoha's ninjas. Jiao Du nodded, recognizing that the large attendance at this conference indicated the growing number of ninja clans joining Konoha, making it understandable for him not to recognize everyone, especially given that this era was set decades before the original plot unfolded. As for the seating arrangement, it was customary to establish a certain order, otherwise, chaos would ensue. However, in a bid to foster unity and camaraderie, Senju Hashirama allowed attendees to sit freely, aside from specific reserved seats in the front row. Jiao Du and Nara Shikaku chose seats closer to the front and engaged in casual conversation. The conference room doors frequently swung open as representatives from other ninja clans arrived. However, when the doors swung open once more, all attention was suddenly captured by the new arrival. With a resounding thud, Senju Tobarama, sporting silver hair and an air of arrogance, entered. The room fell silent, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he flashed a faint smile. It has been a while since we have gathered so completely. It is a true honor to share this moment with all of you, he declared. Oh, it is Lord Tobarama. Please, come in and take a seat, the attendees responded warmly. Long time no see, Assistant Tobarama, someone exclaimed. Indeed. Lord Tobarama exudes the charisma of a Hokage. Others chimed in. Once the atmosphere lightened, Senju Tobarama approached and took a seat at the front row opposite Jiao Du and his companions. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Jiao Du inquired casually, "Aren't you going to take a seat up there?" He gestured towards the elevated positions. "I heard that Konoha was convening a meeting on short notice. Organized by my elder brother," Tobarama replied with a shrug. "Oh, is that so?" Jiao Du exchanged puzzled glances with Nara Shikaku, sensing something amiss in Tobarama's words. However, any lingering doubts were swiftly dispelled. With another loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a powerful presence. Clad in purple attire, with explosive hair and a commanding demeanor, Uchiha Madara made his entrance. The Konoha assembly, which included various prominent clans, could scarcely function without the presence of one of the founding families, the Uchiha. At the moment Uchiha Madara arrived, a palpable silence enveloped the room, with some individuals even holding their breath in reverence. Faced with the simultaneous gaze of numerous eyes, Uchiha Madara felt an unusual sensation within. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was accustomed to the scrutiny of his kin. Whether it be dozens or even hundreds of eyes, he would remain unfazed. However, today was different. The gazes directed at him bore varied significances. Some were hostile, some aloof, and others scrutinizing. Each pair of eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions, yet none possessed the fervent love for their family that his own clan members held, for they did not share the Uchiha bloodline. Madara's hands, which hung at his sides, tightened slightly. He was neither a fool nor ignorant of human sentiments. He understood the expectations of the prominent clans present, who were all looking to him to provide an attitude to gauge their subsequent responses. Logically, he should have raised his hand and offered a warm smile to everyone. Yet, he found his limbs weighed down as if burdened by lead, rendering him unable to lift them. Tick-tock, time passed second by second. The pride and glory of the Uchiha clan compelled Madara to make a choice. A leader could not remain rooted in place indefinitely. Grinding his teeth, he prepared to act when, in a fleeting moment, he caught sight of several pairs of intensely hostile eyes among the crowd. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. Uchiha. All he needed to do was to be true to himself, to perceive the path ahead with his own eyes. There was no need to ingratiate himself with others. Humph. The corners of Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, derisive chuckle escaped his lips as he began to stride forward. The entire hall fell silent, save for the sound of his footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. As he approached, Uchiha Madara drew forth a bench and seated himself. However, his action caused a slight furrow in Senju Tobarama's brow, and the gazes of the other clan leaders shifted subtly. Madara had positioned himself right next to the Hokage's seat. Could it be that today's meeting was jointly initiated by Uchiha Madara and the Hokage? The assembly fell silent, communicating through glances. Kakuzu simply observed the dynamics at play, eventually resting his gaze upon the meditative Uchiha Madara. In truth, he felt that Uchiha Madara bore a striking resemblance to someone present. With a faint exhalation, Kakuzu redirected his attention to Senju Tobarama. Both individuals possessed an innate fearsome countenance. Yet, Uchiha Madara was stronger, more reliant on power, a trait influenced by the spirit of Indra. This arrogance and strength destined him to find discomfort in a society reliant on interpersonal relationships. Conversely, Senju Tobarama shared some similarities with Madara but lacked the formidable power of his brother, relegating him to a more subdued position. Thus, in times of peace, the mighty Uchiha Madara found himself in a relatively weaker stance. Chapter 45, Tailed Beasts. Forbidden Techniques. Madara's arrival cast an oppressive air over the hall. Yet this tension dissipated quickly with a resounding burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, my sincerest apologies, everyone. I seem to have arrived late today. Please do not hold it against me. Clad in the Hokage robe and hat, Senju Hashirama strode into the hall. Misinterpreting the silence as displeasure over his tardiness, he repeatedly offered apologies, displaying an endearing demeanor. In such an environment, who could possibly find fault with the affable Hashirama? The various shinobi clans rose in unison, greeting him with smiles. This evoked memories for Kakuzu of an illustration he had seen online in a past life. If an intern made a poorly timed joke, it was seen as a lack of discernment. But if the boss did so, it was regarded as charm. In all honesty, the amiable nature of Senju Hashirama was indeed captivating. His presence immediately lifted the atmosphere. In this era of peace, such sentiments were precisely what everyone yearned for. Senju Hashirama took his seat at the head of the table, casting a glance at Uchiha Madara before pressing his hands down to signal for quiet. Understanding the cue, Senju Tobarama indicated for everyone to settle down. The Hokage was about to speak. True to form, Hashirama wasted no time in outlining the purpose of the meeting. The turbulent shinobi world has only just begun to stabilize, a peace that I, and indeed all of you, cherish. I hope to see this tranquility endure, or perhaps even extend further. Hence I propose we capture the nine-tailed beasts that have been rampaging across the shinobi realm. The process of capturing the tailed beasts would undoubtedly be arduous, a task that he and Madara would undertake without burdening the others. Beside him, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes slightly, observing the assembly with a calm gaze without uttering a word. Sensing the need for a more democratic approach, Hashirama added, I welcome any opinions. Who supports my proposal, and who opposes it? Feel free to voice your thoughts. The display of democracy from Hashirama moved the gathering, leaving them both touched and amused. The tailed beasts had once been referred to as the monsters of the shinobi world. Later, they were identified by the number of tails they possessed, ranging from 1 to 9. Each tailed beast wielded immense power, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, for he harbored no illusions about the strength of these formidable creatures. As for the others, their trepidation was palpable. In such circumstances, there was little room for debate. Anyone daring to oppose would risk inciting Uchiha Madara's wrath. It was clear that no one would suggest an alternative to Hashirama leading the charge to capture the tailed beasts. Thus, the proposal garnered unanimous support. However, capturing all 9 tailed beasts would require considerable time, and Hashirama proceeded to outline the arrangements for his departure from Konoha. Overall, he directed that his assistant, Senju Tobarama, would oversee administrative matters. Should any significant issues arise, all necessary parties would reconvene. In urgent cases, messages could be dispatched via carrier pigeon to inform Hashirama. He even procured a special kunai for the Flying Thunder God technique to ensure everything would proceed without a hitch. A week later, as the villagers of Konoha watched, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, each burdened with a large scroll on their backs, waved farewell and departed the village, embarking on their quest to capture the tailed beasts. As for the affairs of Konoha, everything was proceeding smoothly due to thorough preparations. No significant incidents occurred within the village. However, Kakuzu's workplace had seen an increase in experimental subjects and an array of testing apparatus. With your brother absent, you're brazenly exploiting your authority, aren't you? Kakuzu mused, one hand gripping a test tube while the other held a dropper, carefully introducing a drop of solution. The two liquids swirled together, emitting tendrils of vapor, which he then poured into a machine, his fingers deftly dancing over the keyboard to initiate various computer analyses. In the ensuing moments, Senju Tobarama paid little heed to Kakuzu's words, instead focusing intently on Kakuzu's actions, his gaze reflecting a deep contemplation. You must have thoroughly perused all the dissection literature by now, he remarked. In this world, there were indeed predecessors who delighted in the dissection of human bodies, compiling their findings into tomes. However, during the Warring States period, the relentless battles led to the loss of a significant portion of these texts, leaving Tobarama to gather and organize the remaining documents himself. What do you think? He added, his tone laced with a hint of jest, his eyes brimming with confidence. This was the essence of Kakuzu's assurance. Yet, the more Kakuzu exhibited this demeanor, the greater the perplexity grew in Tobarama's gaze towards him. To be candid, Kakuzu's learning pace was astonishingly rapid, so much so that it was almost unfathomable. It could be said that insights Tobarama had been compiling since his youth were digested by Kakuzu in merely 6 months. Of course, this was not solely a reflection of Kakuzu's formidable learning abilities. If circumstances permitted, Kakuzu would gladly share with Tobarama that concepts such as human anatomy and dissection were well established and highly advanced in his past life. Although he had not mastered these disciplines previously, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of them. With a general framework in mind and armed with the relevant literature, it was only natural that his learning speed would be significantly accelerated. Additionally, the computers and experimental apparatus in the laboratory were familiar to him from his former life. What difficulty could they possibly present? With a flurry of keystrokes, Kakuzu produced a report detailing the latest experimental data, outlining the maximum capacity of the human body to rapidly accumulate and withstand chakra in the shortest time. Upon receiving Kakuzu's experimental sheet, Tobarama promptly extracted a meticulously compiled scale and began to diligently cross-reference each piece of data. Kakuzu, not one to lag behind, stepped forward to assist in the comparison. The subject of their research in the laboratory revolved around Tobarama's hypothesis regarding ninjutsu. Generally, if an individual had a novel idea concerning ninjutsu or sought to innovate, they would simply practice on their own, without the need to establish a grand laboratory for repeated experimentation, as Tobarama had done. However, Kakuzu understood that Tobarama's motivations transcended mere curiosity about ninjutsu. He was intent on investigating forbidden techniques. The primary distinction between ninjutsu and forbidden techniques lay in whether the training methods conformed to the prevailing practices of this world. For instance, utilizing the transformative properties of chakra to create new ninjutsu, or presenting chakra in various forms, or even altering its application. All these constituted conventional training methodologies. They were practices passed down through generations of ninjas, and typically, those who followed such methods would encounter minimal issues. Naturally, should one inadvertently develop a technique of immense power with significant adverse effects on the human body, it might be classified as forbidden, though such instances were exceedingly rare. Tobarama's approach diverged from traditional training methods. He aimed to directly observe the rapid fluctuations of chakra within the body, how it could swiftly concentrate and disperse. This approach shattered conventional training paradigms, and even Tobarama hesitated to experiment on himself, as a single misstep could lead to dire consequences, necessitating repeated trials. After 3 months of diligent effort, Kakuzu and Tobarama finally determined a method for the rapid accumulation and dispersal of chakra. On this particular day, in a training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, only Kakuzu and Tobarama were present. Kakuzu sat calmly in a chair, one hand clutching a pocket watch while the other hung languidly over the edge of the seat. "Let us begin," he declared, activating the watch, signaling the commencement of Tobarama's performance. Adhering to the conclusions drawn from their experiments, Tobarama sought to swiftly gather and disperse the chakra within his body. Using conventional hand signs to guide the chakra proved inadequate, leading to a singular conclusion through discussions with Kakuzu. Tobarama raised his arms, fingers crossed before his chest, and uttered, "Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu." Chapter 46. The study of Senju Hashirama in the forest, a cacophony of birds erupted into flight, darkening the sky as they scattered. Their synchronized movement was not a collective migration. Rather, it was prompted by the intrusion of numerous unidentified humans into their territory. With a series of explosive white smoke bursts, Senju Tobarama emerged one after another from the mist. Their demeanor and movements were perfectly synchronized, resembling a mere copy-paste. "Not bad," Kakuzu remarked, surveying the 168 shadow clones. Before turning his attention to the original, "Can you continue?" Tobarama shot Kakuzu a vexed glance. "Are you instructing me?" He retorted, "Of course I can." With narrowed eyes, Tobarama rapidly concentrated and dispersed chakra once more. "Huh," he bellowed, a deep roar resonating from his lips. This time, the number of clones increased significantly. The emergence of these clones not only frightened the birds from the trees, but also completely claimed the territory of the insects and reptiles below. A cursory glance revealed at least 800 clones. "All right, that's enough," Kakuzu interjected, rising to push aside the clones blocking his path, sauntering towards Tobarama. Finding the original among so many identical clones was not particularly challenging. "Look, the one in the middle, drenched in sweat, is clearly the original," Kakuzu observed. Approaching, he reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a notebook and tossing a soldier pill towards Tobarama. "Pathetic, you're even worse than a child." Tobarama, having just consumed the soldier pill, nearly choked at the remark. After swallowing, he regained some color, taking a few heavy breaths to straighten up. Why don't you give it a try? He challenged, his exhausted expression still tinged with defiance. Calm down, Kakuzu replied with a composed smile. I recall that Naruto has a technique called Naruto 2000 round barrage. Literally, that would mean 2000 shadow clones. I wonder if he was boasting. In any case, Tobarama's 800 pales in comparison to 2000. Enough of that, Kakuzu added, flipping open his notebook to note. Let us put this away for now. Tobarama nodded, catching his breath. With the shift in his consciousness, over 800 shadow clones simultaneously erupted in smoke, vanishing into thin air. A breeze began to stir, a tangible manifestation of Kakuzu's intuitive perception. Scientifically, it could be explained as the chakra from the 800 clones converging back towards the original. The flow of chakra influenced the direction of the wind, and this was the reason behind it. The rapid gathering and dispersal of chakra was evident. Each shadow clone, being corporeal, required chakra for maintenance. The disappearance of the clones meant that their chakra reattached to the original, while the experiences each clone had undergone would augment the original's consciousness. With swift strokes, Kakuzu documented the key points, observable phenomena, and various side effects of the multi-shadow clone technique. In essence, the technique was not particularly complex. It primarily revolved around the issue of chakra accumulation and dispersal. However, controlling the precise quantity of chakra involved proved to be a formidable challenge. Each shadow clone divides the power of the original body. Should the quantity be mismanaged in a single attempt, the original's chakra may become depleted. Once chakra is exhausted, it can lead to fatal consequences. Can one withstand the overwhelming influx of so many thoughts returning to the mind at once? It seems manageable, but caution is advised. Senju Tobarama adjusted his head and ultimately reached a conclusion. In summary, the essence of the multi-shadow clone technique lies here. To master it, one must possess a sufficient reservoir of chakra as a foundation. Of course, if one has the chakra of Naruto or Hashirama, and possesses a strong constitution that is impervious to extraneous thoughts, then we might as well disregard what Kakuzu has said. Before long, the two returned to the underground laboratory. Teacher, would you like some water? Kakuzu-sama, would you care for some tea? Danzo respectfully presented a tray before the two. It must be said that Danzo's attentiveness is commendable. Upon hearing that his teacher was unwell, he rushed over to provide care. Although this display may seem somewhat contrived, it cannot be denied that Danzo is genuinely putting forth effort. Well done, young Danzo. You are paving a broader path for yourself, and your journey to becoming Hokage will be much smoother, Kakuzu remarked, accepting the tea with a nod of approval. I understand, Kakuzu-sama. I will strive even harder, Danzo replied. A flicker of competitive spirit shining in his youthful eyes, ignited further by Kakuzu's words, fueling his dreams of becoming Hokage. Yet, the poor lad remained oblivious to the subtle amusement that danced in Kakuzu's gaze. Go on now, Tobarama said, taking a sip of water to catch his breath. Gesturing for Danzo to leave. Understood, Tobarama-sensei. Please call me anytime if you need assistance, Danzo said respectfully as he exited the laboratory. Hey, what is wrong with you? Deceiving that kid every day? Kakuzu chuckled, savoring a sip of tea. Why not give him a chance? Hearing the playful tone in Kakuzu's words, Tobarama chose not to respond. Sipping his water and placing the cup back on the table. Kakuzu, why don't you practice? This forbidden technique is something we developed together. His fingers lightly tapped on the chair, and a glimmer of understanding shone in his eyes as he looked at Kakuzu. Tobarama was clearly aware of Kakuzu's inability to practice ninjutsu freely. As a formidable ninja, there are typically two reasons for not practicing ninjutsu. One is due to physical limitations, such as battle scars that hinder training. The other is an inherent inability to practice. The direction of Tobarama's gaze made it evident which reason he leaned towards. Having been seen through, Kakuzu remained unfazed. After spending so much time in Konoha, if Tobarama could not discern his true nature, it would be a disservice to his title as the second Hokage. Since you have your own thoughts, I shall refrain from explaining, Kakuzu stated calmly. Taking another sip of tea, entirely unperturbed. Let Tobarama guess. Whether he deduced correctly or not mattered little to him. Kakuzu redirected the conversation back to the multi-shadow clone technique. If I am not mistaken, the concept of this forbidden technique draws from the wood clone of the Hokage, correct? Humph. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about my elder brother, Tobarama replied with a smirk, a smile creeping upon his lips. Why bring up my brother all of a sudden? Such a crude diversion could hardly escape the keen perception of Tobarama, a master of subtlety. No, no, Kakuzu waved his hand dismissively. I was merely pondering how, being born of the same mother, the disparity could be so vast. Wow. Tobarama was taken aback by Kakuzu's bluntness, losing his appetite for tea. In truth, Kakuzu's speculation was not far from the mark. As the brother of the god of ninjas, Tobarama appeared composed, yet as a ninja, he harbored an unyielding desire to grow stronger, striving toward his brother's prowess. However, seeking to enhance his strength through conventional means had become unrealistic at his level. Hence, Tobarama embarked on a journey into forbidden techniques to align his power with that of his brother. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. You are correct. My brother's wood clone can be regarded as almost lifelike. He distributes his power, and the wood clone essentially becomes a true individual. Distributing chakra among shadow clones indeed borrows from the concept of wood clones. Tobarama paused before continuing. However, in terms of quality, shadow clones fall short compared to wood clones. Yet, my brother's wood clones cannot split into hundreds or thousands, so in terms of quantity, shadow clones hold an advantage. Now that they were partners in research, Tobarama had no qualms about sharing this knowledge with Kakuzu. Upon finishing, he expected Kakuzu to nod in satisfaction or offer suggestions. Instead, he was met with Kakuzu's enigmatic gaze, prompting him to furrow his brow. What's wrong? Do you have something specific in mind? Suddenly, Tobarama's mind raced with a chilling possibility, and he bolted upright. Are you insane? Do you intend to study my brother? Tobarama's throat tightened, and his pupils dilated. Yet, he could not deny that the thought, while reckless, held a certain allure. Chapter 47. Hashirama's Confrontation. Tobarama sighed. I do not oppose your interest in forbidden techniques, but moderation is key. For instance, should you dare to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal on me, I shall ensure you understand the true meaning of suffering. Memories of the past surfaced, casting a shadow of pain across Tobarama's face. Years of brotherly bonds had taught him that his elder brother was not one to jest. If Kakuzu dared to target Senju Hashirama in his experiments, he would be finished, utterly doomed. Hashirama would undoubtedly deliver a lesson in love. With a shiver, Tobarama returned to reality. Experimenting on his own brother seemed amusing, yet the risks were substantial. Kakuzu, you go ahead. Tobarama hesitated for a moment before cautioning. Provided you are prepared to face the consequences. Observing the expression on Tobarama's face, Kakuzu could easily decipher his inner turmoil. Ah, Tobarama, that's where you are mistaken. My mistake? What do you mean? Tobarama frowned, perplexed. I mean, when seeking assistance, one should adopt the proper demeanor, especially when the other party is your elder brother. You appear as though you are demanding payment. Kakuzu confidently asserted, ensuring his words were not unfounded. He assessed the actual situation to aid Tobarama in understanding. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tobarama replied, I won't go. This was Tobarama's final stance. He had no intention of facing rejection from Hashirama. However, Kakuzu was not overly disappointed by Tobarama's refusal. No one could halt the advance of science, nor could anyone extinguish the fervor of a scientist. The seed had been planted, and it merely awaited its time to take root and flourish. Moreover, when do you plan to provide me with an explanation for this matter? Jiongu sat up, revealing his left arm, where the Flying Thunder God tattoo still stood resolutely. Senju Tobarama, compelled to rise as well, realized that until this issue was resolved, Jiongu would continue to trouble him. The mark could be classified as a curse seal or a form of sealing technique. As Tobarama spoke, he rose and rummaged through the experimental table. I have witnessed numerous times how a curse seal disappears from a person, causing their techniques to fade alongside it. Let us approach the issue from that perspective. After sifting through a pile of documents, Tobarama finally found the blueprints he sought. He handed them to Jiongu, who, upon examination, straightened his posture. The contents still reflected Tobarama's imaginative thoughts on ninjutsu. Are you certain this research will yield results? Jiongu inquired, casually flipping through the blueprints. Uncertain, Tobarama replied, crossing his arms, but if we do not try, we shall be left with no hope at all. Is that so? In that case, let us give it a try. Jiongu smiled in agreement. The ensuing days were filled with relentless research on forbidden techniques between Jiongu and Tobarama. 3 months later, the forbidden technique gradually took shape, but failed to unlock the Flying Thunder God mark. Tobarama glanced at the sorcerer on the table and patted Jiongu's shoulder. Jiongu, Do not lose heart. The complexity of the flying thunder god mark may require several attempts before we succeed. Tobarama's timely consolation was appreciated. Yet Jiao couldn't shake the feeling that beneath Tobarama's composed demeanor lay a hint of schadenfreude. Nevertheless, such thoughts were of little importance to Jiao. Have you heard? The Hokage will be returning soon, he remarked. Tobarama nodded in acknowledgement. The lookout tower had received word from his elder brother. They would soon return to Konoha. Tobarama gazed into the distance, pondering the outcome of his brother's endeavors. A hawk soared across the sky, the blazing sun illuminating the earth. Along the lengthy roads of the Land of Fire, two adult men strolled, engaged in conversation. Their laughter echoed through the mountains and forests. In contemporary terms, these two could be deemed heroes. Madara, it has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. Indeed, Hashirama, it has been many years since I experienced such a thrilling battle. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both wore smiles reminiscent of their initial meeting beneath the southern river. Madara, your scroll contains some of the strongest tailed beasts. Do not let them escape, Hashirama cautioned. Hashirama, are you being overly cautious? If they run, we can simply recapture them. Upon finishing his sentence, they exchanged amused glances. Should one inquire about their collaboration to capture the tailed beasts, it would seem as effortless as an eagle snatching a chick. However, the reality was quite the opposite, for they feared a moment of inattention could lead to the death of a tailed beast. Once dead, it could take decades for a tailed beast to be reborn. Thus, Senju Hashirama and his companion were exceedingly cautious. Yet, upon understanding this premise, a new question arose. Madara, do you not find it curious? After the death of a tailed beast, they dissipate into the world in the form of chakra, only to coalesce again years later. This seems to imply that tailed beasts are indispensable to this world, or perhaps they are an integral part of it. Hashirama stroked his chin, articulating his thoughts. However, as he spoke, Madara's expression stiffened, momentarily lost in thought, causing his steps to falter. He regarded his longtime friend. While Hashirama appeared simple-minded on the surface, he was quite astute in practice. Madara had not anticipated that Hashirama would arrive at such a conclusion. Yet, during this mission to capture the tailed beasts, Madara not only recognized this, but also recalled a phrase he had once encountered. In the union of yin and yang, one can attain the myriad phenomena. What do the myriad phenomena refer to? The tailed beasts, which are undying and have become a part of nature, and the Uchiha Sharingan, along with Hashirama's would release. Naturally restrained tailed beasts. Could this all be mere coincidence? Gazing towards the horizon, Madara felt an unseen hand guiding the choices of fate. Madara, what troubles you? Oh, nothing. Just found your thoughts on tailed beasts and nature quite intriguing. Madara smiled, concealing his true thoughts from Hashirama. This was not due to a lack of trust towards his friend, but rather, the content above could only be comprehended thoroughly by the eyes of Uchiha Madara. Soon after, Hashirama and Madara returned to Konoha. Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Sasuke, the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, as well as many others from Konoha, awaited their arrival at the gates. Capturing all 9 tailed beasts, which had caused so much trouble in the ninja world, was an immense honor. Warm applause greeted Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Brother, you have worked hard. Hand over the goods, Tobarama said, arriving with the umbu. Hashirama lifted the heavy scroll from his back, clapped his hands together, and handed it to the umbu. Madara, not overthinking it, presented the sealing scroll in the midst of the enthusiastic applause. However, as he just handed it over to Tobarama, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, he noticed the absence of any Uchiha clan members. Chapter 48. The foolish Udodo. The newborn sun slowly ascended, casting its warm light upon the earth. The gentle rays first illuminated Konoha, shining brightly upon the summit of Hokage Rock, making the smooth head of the first Hokage gleam even more. In the office, Senju Hashirama yawned, clearly not fully rested. Hokage-sama, all the important documents from the past few months are here, said Senjutawa, carrying a stack of papers nearly half his height. Hashirama's gaze was somewhat dazed, realizing the heavy responsibilities awaiting him upon his return. However, there was no alternative, after all. He was the Hokage. Let us go through them one by one. Senjutawa began handing him documents while Hashirama reviewed them. Konoha Commercial Street Construction, approved. The list of new students for the next generation of the Ninja Academy. This requires no further discussion. Hashirama sincerely hoped that more children in this ninja world could receive education away from war. Approved. Umbu's second quarter budget expenditure. Hashirama bit his pen, pondering. He believed the establishment of the Umbu was unnecessary. He didn't require such protection. Yet, he ultimately decided against it, recognizing that the Umbu's existence was for Konoha's benefit. Approved. Just as Hashirama was going through the mundane tasks, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal Tobarama's ever-stoic poker face. Brother, you idiot, shut your mouth. Do you even consider yourself human? Hashirama's abrupt interjection left Tobarama momentarily bewildered. Having done nothing wrong, why did he face such rebuke? Brother, what is wrong? What is wrong? How can you even ask? Look at what you have done in my absence. Zhu Jian searched the table and finally placed a document on it, gesturing for Fei Jian to come over and take a look. As he approached and picked up the document, Qinsho Fei Jian's pupils involuntarily constricted. Tongue curse seal technique. Technique type. Curse seal. Progress. Essentially complete. Effect. This seal allows the setting of forbidden words, once uttered by the subject. The seal's power will activate, killing them through the expulsion of chakra. Supplement. Given the nature and effect of this seal, inscribing it on the subject's tongue maximizes its efficacy, making it an unparalleled choice for controlling others and ensuring their silence. 4 symbols sealing technique. Technique type. Sealing technique. Progress. Essentially complete. Effect. This technique activates upon the death of the user, causing the blood to erupt from their body, forming a sphere that encapsulates surrounding matter and drags it into the underworld. Supplement. The cost of dying in an explosion leaves little time for reaction, which may result in only sealing inconsequential items. Use with caution. Fei Jian closed the scroll and shut his eyes. Since the forbidden techniques he had been researching were now exposed, he had nothing further to say. He could easily guess what his elder brother would say next. I have told you countless times, a new era must prioritize peace, and we must serve as exemplars. Look at these forbidden techniques you are researching. Controlling others and risking death are akin to the recitations of a monk. Qinsho Taohua flicked her bangs, standing by, stifling laughter with great difficulty. Qinsho Fei Jian, gazing skyward, had grown accustomed to such situations. He had no desire to counter his elder brother's somewhat naive notions, for any rebuttal would only plunge him into a vortex of despondency. The best approach was simply to let it be. Qinsho Zhu Jian lectured his younger brother for 20 minutes before finally tiring. After taking a sip of water, he made a final decision. He pointed to the nearby sealing scroll. Put all your forbidden techniques into this. I will safeguard them for you. Qinsho Fei Jian raised an eyebrow, agreeing to this decision. After all, he was the only one who currently possessed these forbidden techniques. Sealing them away was indeed appropriate, with the possibility of later utilizing them at opportune moments or as incentives for his subordinates. As he took the scroll, Fei Jian had already contemplated the future of these forbidden techniques. Oh, by the way, Fei Jian, remember to include that multiple shadow clone technique you researched. It consumes a tremendous amount of chakra and could potentially be fatal. Understood, brother. Fei Jian sighed. Since his elder brother had mentioned it, he decided to inscribe the multiple shadow clone technique on the first page. With swift strokes, the initial forbidden technique was etched onto the scroll. 20 minutes later, Fei Jian neatly wrapped the scroll and handed it to Zhu Jian, who then sealed it away. Fei Jian was about to leave when Zhu Jian called out, "Wait, is there something else?" Fei Jian turned around and inquired, "What is it, brother?" Zhu Jian scratched his head. "What was the matter that brought you here?" Only then did Fei Jian recall that he had indeed come with a purpose, but his brother's interruption had caused him to forget. Now that he remembered, Fei Jian suddenly felt that whether or not he spoke was inconsequential. Judging by his elder brother's attitude toward forbidden techniques, the likelihood of approval was nearly zero. However, if he did not voice it, his heart felt restless, as if it were being clawed by a cat. The path ahead was one of truth, compelling Qinsho Fei Jian to explore further. "It is nothing significant," Fei Jian said, retrieving a test tube and an unopened needle from his ninja tool pouch. "I merely wish to borrow a vial of your blood for research purposes." "Nanny." Qinsho Zhu Jian's eyes widened in shock. "You wish to study me?" If Qinsho Zhu Jian recalled correctly, he had long warned Fei Jian against such notions. Yet, he raised his right hand, forming a hand seal. The technique had not yet activated, but it felt as if the Hokage building was already beginning to stir. "Forget it, brother, I was just mentioning it. If you are unwilling, that is fine." At that moment, Fei Jian felt a surge of panic, simultaneously cursing Kakuzu in his heart for planting this inquisitive desire within him, leading to today's predicament. Beside him, Qianshou Taohua was urging him, "Leader, it is all right. Fei Jian is merely being thoughtless. Do not dwell on such matters." Taohua was also feeling anxious, understanding that Qianshou Zhu Jian's forming of hand seals was simply a sign of respect for the identity of a ninja. Should Zhu Jian casually form a seal, it would likely spell disaster for Qianshou Fei Jian. 10 minutes later, vials of blood flowed from Zhu Jian's body. He removed the test tube from his arm and tossed it to Fei Jian, then picked up another test tube, attaching the needle to continue drawing his blood. Brother, what are you doing?" Fei Jian stammered, looking at the 6 or 7 vials of blood in his hand, feeling flustered. This was all precious blood from his elder brother, who seemed to be recklessly giving it away today. "Fei Jian, I know you have an interest in researching forbidden techniques. However, if you research one, I must seal another. Frankly, I feel rather guilty about it. To prevent you from wreaking havoc upon others, you may use my blood for your studies." Qianshou Fei Jian could hardly believe that he would ultimately receive approval in such a manner. All right, brother, that is more than sufficient. More than enough?" Zhu Jian raised his gaze, skepticism written across his features. "Take a bit more. It will allow you more time for research. Though drawing blood is painful. Who could blame me for being your elder brother, your foolish Udu?" Chapter 49. Deceptive Moves. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. With a series of explosive sounds, several shadow clones appeared in the courtyard. A slightly breathless Maru Hashikawa displayed a look of satisfaction. "Mr. Kakuzu, I succeeded." "Indeed." Kakuzu's gaze initially conveyed approval, but quickly turned serious. "However, you are still far from success, understood?" Upon hearing this, Maru Hashikawa instantly comprehended, crossing his arms. All shadow clones dissipated. The timely retrieval of chakra improved Maru Hashikawa's complexion significantly. At less than 10 years of age, he was a prince-like figure, and should act according to his abilities. "Do you remember the basics of ninja combat I once shared with you? Mr. Kakuzu, you once stated that the essence of ninja combat lies in concealment. Techniques and secrets that go unnoticed by the opponent provide the greatest opportunity for a ninja to turn the tide. Thus, the techniques you have imparted will serve as my greatest trump card." Though young, Maru Hashikawa was quick-witted, able to draw connections rapidly, which set him far above his peers. Kakuzu waved his hand in satisfaction. "Go play. I will teach you more when I have the time." "Thank you, Mr. Kakuzu." Watching Maru Hashikawa depart, Kakuzu smiled calmly. He rose to stretch his towering figure. His sturdy back cracked as he leaned back repeatedly. The dark lines within his body moved swiftly, allowing Kakuzu to reach a state of utmost comfort. While the land granted him eternal life, it simultaneously stripped him of his basic corporeal form. Thus, Kakuzu found himself incapable of mastering ninjutsu or secret techniques. However, this did not impede his comprehension of such arts. Gazing at his broad palm, Kakuzu understood that if his body could exhibit even a hint of life, he would adeptly grasp the secret techniques he had studied alongside Senju Tobarama. The question remained, when would the cells of the Hokage allow him to conduct his experiments? Due to the disparity in strength, Kakuzu dared not request this from Senju Hashirama, who would not easily succumb to death. Yet, this was of little consequence. Time held no value for Kakuzu, and he could afford to wait. The following day, Kakuzu concluded his brief respite and resumed his duties, carrying a briefcase as he returned to work. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of the laboratory from before, he now placed his bag aside upon entering, brewed a strong cup of tea, and retrieved a copy of the compendium of medicinal mixtures from the shelf. Settling into his chair, he sipped his tea while perusing the book, simultaneously pulling out a pack of cigarettes purchased from a street vendor. The first puff brought a satisfying rush. After approximately 2 hours of work, a voice echoed from outside his office. "Is Kakuzu present?" "Yes." "Come in," he replied. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man, not clad in the Leaf's vest, and clearly not a ninja, yet emanating a chakra presence and adorned with a Leaf forehead protector. This could only imply one thing. He was a member of the Leaf's administrative department. "Ah, Kakuzu. It has been a month since we last met," the man remarked. "Indeed, given my relationship with you, it seems a month is the minimum for our meetings," Kakuzu replied. The man, Pingjun, made himself comfortable, taking a seat directly across from Kakuzu. He reached into his bag and produced a thick envelope. "Kakuzu, this is for you." Kakuzu set aside his book and accepted the envelope, extracting a substantial stack of bills in front of Pingjun. He began counting them meticulously. After the first count, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, prompting him to start again from the reverse side. Although this was somewhat time-consuming, Pingjun displayed no hint of impatience. Instead, he watched the bills flip through Kakuzu's fingers, his throat tightening with anxiety, silently praying that there would be no mistakes this time. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. He recalled the last incident where a salary issue nearly led to Kakuzu wreaking havoc in his finance department, with Senju Tobarama unable to intervene. At last, the sound of the final bill echoed. Kakuzu finished counting, arriving at a total of 650,000. Well, Pingjun, your arithmetic has not failed you today. The 3 rounds of counting confirmed the figure in his hands. His monthly salary, neither a penny more nor less. That is splendid. Kakuzu, I have more salaries to distribute. So I must take my leave, Pingjun said, visibly relieved. He hurriedly exited with his bag in hand. Kakuzu, on the other hand, delightedly accepted the money, his hard-earned reward for the month. Reflecting on the past 3 months, it seemed he hadn't conducted a single experiment, merely indulging in tea and reading. Yet, Kakuzu vowed he had not been idle. The return of the Hokage and the departure of Senju Tobarama to assist elsewhere had diminished laboratory work. Other matters were of little consequence. His salary must remain intact. Moreover, Kakuzu's monthly income also encompassed rent from properties in the leaf and revenue from his glass factory. Through relentless effort, he had acquired over 300 properties in the leaf, establishing himself as the foremost real estate mogul in the area. As for the glass industry, despite nearing saturation after several years of development, it still yielded tens of millions in pure profit each month. Kakuzu couldn't help but think of the mountains of cash accumulating in his cellar. With hands clasped and fingers intertwined, it was time to return and tally his wealth. The ringing of the alarm clock interrupted his thoughts. Kakuzu silenced it with a swift motion. Throughout his years of work, he had maintained a habit. The sound of the bell signified a command. Time had flown by, and it was already the lunch break. Kakuzu, a man of punctuality, departed precisely on time without delay. Before leaving, he took a work report for the month. Stepping outside into the bustling street, the throngs of people illustrated the vibrancy of the town. Entering Ichiraku Ramen, he called out, "Boss, a bowl of chashu ramen." The owner instantly understood. "Certainly, Kakuzu-san. Please hold on, 5 bowls will be ready shortly." Before long, 5 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Kakuzu devoured them in a whirlwind, then proceeded to a tea house in the leaf for a brief respite. At last, as the second hand of the clock approached 2 o'clock, Kakuzu opened his eyes and, with a few agile leaps, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the door of the Hokage's office. Knocking softly and receiving permission, he entered. There sat the man known as the God of Shinobi, though he appeared somewhat frazzled. The paperwork awaiting his attention seemed to have multiplied significantly. "Hokage-sama," Kakuzu greeted. "Ah, Kakuzu. Please take a seat," the Hokage replied, gesturing for him to sit. Kakuzu complied, producing the document he had brought. "Hokage-sama, here is my monthly report." "Haha, just leave it there," Hashirama said, casually indicating a spot. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. It seemed rather casual, but he had not penned anything of substantial value anyway. Hashirama chuckled at Kakuzu's demeanor, knowing he seldom bothered to read these reports. The two, sharing a mutual understanding, exchanged smiles. "Hokage-sama, what is you so busy?" Kakuzu inquired. "Take a look," Hashirama replied, displaying the letters from various countries. "They are requesting a summit of the 5 Kage, which is quite a hassle." Hashirama did not shy away from revealing the contents of the correspondence. Kakuzu casually glanced over them. "Hokage-sama, I am Reikage, and I have heard that you and Konoha have successfully gathered the tailed beasts. I cannot express my gratitude enough. However, as the esteemed Hokage, I represent a Wagakure and wish to invite you for a hunt at the border." Observing the letters, Kakuzu's fingers lightly tapped the table. He began to grasp the intentions of the other 4 great nations. Ultimately, they sought a share of the tailed beasts captured by Konoha. Hence their call for a so-called summit of the 5 Kage. This also entailed a decision by Senju Hashirama that would impact future generations. The distribution of tailed beasts to other villages was intended to foster peace. However, in the end, the 4 great nations did not find tranquility, but rather escalated their hostilities. Kakuzu recalls that such a decision by Hashirama Senju was deemed a foolish move by many netizens. In his previous life, Kakuzu shared this sentiment for a considerable time. Yet, Upon truly experiencing this world, his perspective evolved. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Kakuzu felt compelled to inquire of Hashirama, Lord Hokage. What shall we do if your decision does not lead to peace in the shinobi world? Chapter 50. The first 5 Kage summit. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, and the sound of flowing water echoed softly. The Nanga River, which meanders through much of the Land of Fire, flows quietly through Konoha as it cascades downstream. It nurtures countless lives within this land. With its long history, it has witnessed the rise and fall, the transformations of this territory. Today, it seems that something is stirring once more, yet the river remains tranquil, undisturbed as always. Trees lining its banks sway gently in the wind, which brings a refreshing serenity. Yet beneath this calm lies an undercurrent of discontent. At the Nanga Shrine, within a concealed chamber, flickering flames cast shadows that dance in the darkness, reminiscent of 2 living figures engaged in a waltz. This dimly lit space is illuminated with a touch of warmth. Below stands a tall black gravestone, the origins of which remain a mystery, known only to be a relic left by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. Swoosh! In front of the gravestone, Uchiha Madara gently wiped the fan in his hands. Each stroke produced a unique sound as metal met cloth, resonating through the shadows. Madara gazed at this weapon, a singular instrument that had accompanied him since the Warring States period, through countless battles, earning him a formidable reputation. Today, he noticed for the first time that the fan bore signs of rust, a phenomenon previously unheard of. As he polished his weapon, 3 clan members stood behind him, representing Uchiha Kagami, who had come specifically to seek Madara's counsel. Leader, have you heard? There are rumors circulating outside. The Kage from the 4 major villages are gathering in Konoha for the first 5 Kage summit. They speak of negotiations, but in truth, they covet our tailed beasts. These beasts were captured by your own hand. We cannot simply relinquish them. Listening to the fervent words of his younger clansmen, Madara remained seated, flipping the fan to its other side, continuing to trace the marks upon it. Since you are all aware, what do you propose we do? The moment their leader spoke, Uchiha Kagami and the others seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Stepping forward, fists clenched, they presented their suggestions. Leader, the 4 Kage have concocted a narrative of Konoha as a threat. We cannot accept this without a fight. If they desire the tailed beasts, let us extract a heavy price from them in resources, land, wealth, and techniques. Yes, leader, do not forget that you played a part in capturing the tailed beasts. We cannot allow those great clans to manipulate us. We must approach the Hokage immediately. Through this, we will demonstrate that the Uchiha have a rightful place in Konoha. The supporters of Madara engaged in an intense discussion. However, with a resounding clatter, the fan was dropped heavily to the ground. The sharp sound silenced Uchiha Kagami and the others, their gazes fixed intently on their leader. Madara slowly rose, repositioning the fan behind him. As he turned, the Uchiha clan members were taken aback to see that their leader's eyes had transformed into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Simultaneously, his demeanor shifted, exuding the same decisiveness and intensity he had displayed during the Warring States period. Of course, Madara would not bring harm to his own clan. He merely observed these trembling individuals, walking past them with deliberate slowness, leaving behind a perplexing remark. One who is perpetually immersed in transient tranquility will never attain true peace. With that, a knowing smile graced Madara's lips as he departed from the Nanga Shrine, leaving his clan members bewildered. Returning to the heart of Konoha, one finds the most fertile lands, lush vegetation, and the friendliest of people in the shinobi world. These conditions combined have led to rapid prosperity for this territory. Merely a few years after the conclusion of the Warring States period, Konoha now stands at the pinnacle of political, economic, and military strength, overshadowing the other 5 great villages. In this bustling time, villagers stroll through the streets, noticing an influx of visitors from other villages clad in diverse and unusual attire. This is not only due to Konoha's long-standing open-door policy, but also because of recent agreements among the higher echelons of Konoha to host the first 5 Kage Summit. Representatives from the 5 great nations will converge here, marking a momentous occasion that many wish to witness firsthand. Others are eager to learn how this inaugural summit will conclude. Consequently, the streets of Konoha have become increasingly vibrant, yet this influx also adds pressure to the village's defenses. One might question whether anyone would dare to wreak havoc in Konoha. Realistically, it seems unlikely, for Konoha is currently at its zenith. The Senju clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Inazuka clan, and the Hyuga clan are formidable forces not to be trifled with. Those who dare to disturb the peace are likely to be subdued in no time. Moreover, during such a critical period, any acts of disruption would undoubtedly tarnish their own village's reputation and could even jeopardize the negotiations. Thus, those from outside villages in Konoha who possess even a modicum of sense would refrain from large-scale disturbances. However, minor mischief may still occur, testing Konoha's defensive capabilities. At the village gates, the ever-stoic Senju Tobarama stands watch, flanked by numerous representatives from various clans. They embody Konoha's visage, not only welcoming visitors from neighboring villages, but also preparing to receive certain distinguished guests. Yet, upon observing Tobarama's stern expression, one might question whether he is there to greet or to intimidate. Hey! Tobarama's gaze shifted sideways to Kakuzu, who was leisurely seated on the ground, engrossed in a book. Do you not find my presence at the gate somewhat inappropriate? With a chuckle, Kakuzu closed his book, stood to stretch his limbs, and cast a sidelong glance at Tobarama. You are a member of the Senju clan and the Hokage's assistant, representing Konoha's facade. If you do not stand here, who will? I, on the other hand, feel I should not be here at all. I was quite comfortably immersed in my laboratory. What was the purpose of dragging me out here? At this point, Kakuzu felt that Tobarama was being rather unreasonable. They each had their own responsibilities, and it seemed unnecessary to disrupt their respective tasks. The thousand-handed Tobarama, however, summoned Kakuzu to assist in welcoming guests, which was utterly inappropriate for his expertise. Tobarama, with his hands tucked into his pockets, remarked, "You are well aware of the heightened defense within the village. Should a significant incident occur, I cannot speak for the other villages, but the embarrassment for Konoha would be immense. Thus, I urgently require the assistance of a top-tier ninja. Otherwise, I would not have called upon you." Kakuzu nodded, acknowledging Tobarama's flattery. "Your praise is somewhat acceptable. I can reluctantly acquiesce." With a haughty snort, Tobarama declared, "Very well, I must attend to a matter briefly. Please keep watch here and ensure no suspicious individuals escape." Before he could make any further movements, Kakuzu, who had previously stood upright, promptly sat down again. "What do you mean by this?" Tobarama, feeling exasperated, struggled to suppress his irritation. "Did we not agree on this beforehand? I am offering you 15 times your usual wage for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Tobarama becoming considerably more serious. "So, you recognize that you require my help for tasks, not merely oversight. If something were to happen while I am here monitoring, the responsibility would fall heavily upon me. What do you propose?" Tobarama's forehead creased deeply, his expression growing increasingly impatient. Kakuzu, sensing the shift in tone, stood tall again, stowing away his reading materials and adopting a more solemn demeanor, raising 3 fingers. "If you wish for me to oversee matters, the remuneration must be increased to 3 times my usual pay." Chapter 51, Shadows of Other Villages. In an instant, Tobarama vanished with the flying thunder god technique. Kakuzu, a man of his word, decided to keep an eye on the situation, for their agreement had been established. Rising leisurely, he stretched and observed the villagers entering the town with a calm demeanor. With Hashirama's presence, there was little chance of disorder in Konoha. He might as well stand guard as a mere formality. As Kakuzu was standing idly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Greetings, Kakuzu-senpai. I am Hyuga Ryuten of the Hyuga clan. It is a tremendous honor to collaborate with you today." Kakuzu turned to see a young man with pristine Byakugan and a flowing coat. Ryuten performed a perfect 90-degree bow, revealing a square face as he raised his head. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young master of the Hyuga clan." Kakuzu extended a polite hand. Ryuten quickly bent forward, extending his hands in response. "Please, just call me Ryuten." "Very well." Observing the perpetually humble and polite demeanor of Ryuten, Kakuzu felt a twinge of discomfort. While courtesy is commendable, excessive politeness can create an overwhelming sense of unease. Given their age difference of about 10 years, they ought to be able to converse as friends or brothers, yet Ryuten maintained a demeanor more suited for a junior addressing a senior. Kakuzu found himself puzzled. Was he too old, or did Ryuten perceive himself as too young? In summary, while both belonged to prestigious clans known for their ocular techniques, the Hyuga were not as haughty as the Uchiha, yet they remained equally difficult to approach. This might stem from their upbringing, which emphasizes strict adherence to hierarchy and decorum, distinguishing between the main and branch families. In this rigid atmosphere of conversation, Kakuzu felt considerable pressure. As they were both part of Konoha, and this was their first interaction. It would be best not to let the conversation dwindle into silence. Kakuzu glanced at the upright Ryuten, who stood ready for his next utterance, and forced a smile. Have you eaten? Not yet. I meant to say, have you slept? Kakuzu quickly corrected himself. How about we share a meal later? Ryuten stepped forward, bowing his head. I will follow your lead, senpai. All right, then let us dine together. Kakuzu suddenly felt flustered, realizing he was being swept along in the conversation. He feared the dialogue might soon reach an awkward end. Just as this social demise loomed, a sensory ninja appeared before them. Kakuzudano. The Utsutsuki is less than 10 miles away. Kakuzu and Ryuten turned. Their conversation abruptly halted. The first Utsutsuki, Kakuzu murmured, his interest piqued. Curiosity often arises towards the unfamiliar. Soon, the individual who established a Wagakure during turbulent times appeared. He was of modest height, yet his entrance was striking. He did not walk, but rather floated in midair. A rare ability in the ninja world. I am Ishikawa, here to attend the 5 Kage Summit. The Utsutsuki, embodying the will of stone, was unassuming and introduced himself without airs. Esteemed Utsutsuki, welcome to Konoha. I trust your journey has been arduous, and we have prepared a comfortable inn for you, complete with warm springs, delightful cuisine, and soft bedding. Should you wish, we can also provide special services for an additional fee. What? The Utsutsuki raised an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed by Kakuzu's words. Kakuzu, however, chose not to elaborate further and offered a subtle smile, signaling to his companions. Narashikaku stepped forward. Tsukikage-sama. It has been a long journey. Please follow me. Members of the Akimichi clan automatically assisted in carrying the Utsutsuki's belongings. Thus, the Utsutsuki was escorted to the inn, accompanied by his entourage of around 20 IWNeen. By his side was a bandaged man, presumably his famed apprentice Mu. Nearby a small, comical-looking ninja with a prominent nose observed Kakuzu with wide eyes, seemingly delighted. The mischievous glint in his eyes suggested he was inclined to offer Kakuzu a handsome sum to explore Konoha's attractions. Haha, the 2-scale Anoki. In all honesty, this individual was unmistakable. He wished to experience Konoha's charm. Did he not care for his own well-being? Yet, to be fair, he was still young and vigorous. If he were to provide adequate compensation, Kakuzu might consider showing him around, as it would not harm Kakuzu's own health. As evening approached, another group of unique guests arrived. Clad in tight-fitting garments and wearing headscarves to guard against the winds, they emanated a conservative vibe. From Sunagakure, the first Kazakage, Reto, stepped forward. A middle-aged man with medium-length hair and a serious demeanor, he was clearly not one to indulge in frivolity. Kakuzu used the same cordiality he had extended to the Utsutsuki. The Kazakage merely observed Kakuzu silently, maintaining a vigilant stance. Though he had arrived in Konoha, he was not one to trust the words of outsiders easily. Of course, beyond his heightened caution, Kakuzu speculated that perhaps the Kazakage was simply tight on resources, hence his disinterest in engaging with Kakuzu. The following day at noon, Kakuzu and his companions awaited the arrival of representatives from the Land of Water, the founding patriarch of the Hidden Mist Village, who is also one of the 5 shadows tasked with restoring order in turbulent times, is none other than the Water Shadow, Bailien. Bailien, now in his 60s or 70s, bears a gruesome scar at the corner of his left eye. It was deemed unnecessary to invite him to partake in the services, as it was clear to Kakuzu that the Water Shadow was not one to take lightly. His temperament was likely fierce. Had Kakuzu uttered a word of jest, he might have found himself dragged into a rather unpleasant experience, only to be left with the burden of paying afterward, an unfavorable outcome indeed. Initially, it was believed that Bailien possessed the most volatile temperament among the 5 shadows. Yet, 3 days later, a formidable assembly of over 60 individuals appeared at the gates of Konohagakure, prompting heightened vigilance among the guards. Clad in rudimentary combat leathers that starkly showcased their robust muscles, these ninjas stood resolute, their bulging eyes fixed upon the gates of the village. To an untrained observer, it might have seemed as though they were preparing to launch an assault on Konohagakure. From this imposing group emerged a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man. Once he stepped forward, he unleashed his thunderous voice upon Konohagakure. I am the first Reikage, AI, here by invitation for the 5 Shadows Conference. Yet you, people of Konohagakure, have left us outside the gates. Is this how you honor your guests? His booming voice echoed menacingly, serving as an unmistakable warning from the first Reikage to the village. The aura he exuded left the ninjas at the gates either gritting their teeth in frustration or wearing grim expressions. They were evidently displeased with the rakige's manner of speech. However, amidst the tension, Kakuzu maintained his composure, stepping forward with an air of indifference that garnered quiet admiration from many within Konohagakure. Some regarded Kakuzu as possessing a broad-minded disposition, able to tolerate such provocations, while others believed he simply chose not to stoop to the level of the uncouth. Little did they know that Kakuzu's calm demeanor stemmed from the realization that he was not a ninja of Konohagakure, merely a hired hand tasked with guarding the gates. Why should he be perturbed? Clearing his throat, Kakuzu understood the need to remain discreet in such a scenario. He stepped forward to confront the legendary first Raikage, and despite the Raikage's imposing stature, in that moment, Kakuzu's presence overshadowed him. With a commanding tone, Kakuzu stated, "Enter," but refrained from causing trouble. After delivering this admonition, he turned to leave, casting one last glance at the Raikage, adding, "Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." The Raikage's eyes widened in astonishment at the threat. Staring at Kakuzu's retreating figure, his expression twitched with disbelief. What audacity! How dare he raise his voice against a village leader? This is intolerable. Despite the tumult within him, it was of no concern to Kakuzu. He had merely come to assert his dominance, and was content to depart afterward. Should the Raikage choose to escalate matters, it would still not involve Kakuzu, for the ruckus would surely draw out Senju Hashirama to address the situation. Yet, it appeared that the Raikage was wise enough to temper his anger. Though seething, he swallowed his pride, vowing to make Konohagakure pay for this affront during the negotiations. With a furious wave of his hand, he signaled his companions to lower their guard, already plotting to reclaim his dignity at the negotiation table. However, this remained of little concern to Kakuzu, who had no stake in the dealings regarding the tailed beasts. As the Cloud Ninjas entered the village, the five shadows gathered, yet they did not immediately convene at the same table. Meetings such as these are a process that requires careful preparation. The sun shone brightly on the earth, infusing it with vitality, yet its intensity kept many indoors. The once bustling streets of Konohagakure were now noticeably subdued. Kakuzu leaned against a towering ancient tree, his tranquil gaze observing the serene surroundings, fully aware that beneath this calm facade lay a tempest of unrest. The seemingly simple yet cunning earth shadow, the ever-vigilant wind shadow, the intimidating water shadow, and the explosive Raikage, all of them together promised a spectacle of considerable magnitude. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama materialized beside him. Here again, Kakuzu remained steadfast, leaning against the tree. "Do you believe I would annihilate you?" Tobarama's presence felt like a moving target, appearing at will and departing just as easily, a blatant display of disrespect. Should he ever be discovered while attending to some services, it would be quite embarrassing. Tobarama glanced at Kakuzu without offering any explanation. Had the situation not been dire, he would not have employed such a method to seek him out. The circumstances remained manageable, and Kakuzu perceived that Tobarama had likely gained a comprehensive understanding of the other shadows by observing them from the shadows. The fact that things remained under control indicated that the four shadows would not pose a significant threat to Konohagakure. While each of these individuals was formidable in their own right, should they confront Tobarama one by one, his Flying Thunder God technique and various secret arts would surely suffice to handle them. Consequently, Kakuzu had little concern regarding Tobarama or the safety of Konohagakure. "I am leaving," he declared, stretching his neck, satisfied that his task was complete. "You cannot depart just yet?" Tobarama's tone shifted, compelling Kakuzu to turn back. "What do you mean? The village will not be quiet for some time. I need you to keep an eye on certain individuals." After a brief pause, Tobarama continued, "The Raikage, Wind Shadow, Water Shadow, and others are already monitoring them. I will assign the Earth Shadow to you." Kakuzu felt that Tobarama was being rather unreasonable, treating him as if he were merely a subordinate. Just as he prepared to refuse, Tobarama's expression hardened. "No more arguments, triple the pay." In that instant, the Flying Thunder God activated, and Tobarama vanished before Kakuzu could utter another word. "Damn it," he muttered, gazing at the spot where Tobarama had disappeared. "I was talking about a raise, you know?" Days swiftly passed. During this time, while the people of Konohagakure busily prepared for the conference, the other four hidden villages were not idle either. Ninjas flowed in and out of the vicinity of the relay station, the bustling crowd reflecting the anxiety and unease of each village. The negotiations at the table were no less a battleground than war itself. The outcome of a decisive meeting often sways the fate of various villages. Hence, some individuals began to gather intelligence regarding the talks in Konoha, eager to ascertain how many tailed beasts had been dispatched by the village and their respective values. What was the stance of their Hokage concerning this negotiation? While seeking information through various channels, they also sought to discreetly insert their own spies into Konoha. A few years ago, this would have been an opportune moment for such infiltration. However, circumstances had changed, especially with the inclusion of the Inuzuka clan. The secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan had eradicated the spies from all nations. Those spies who had been interrogated by the Inuzuka would divulge every piece of information they possessed and would even have their past intel uncovered. Given this situation, dispatching spies nurtured from their own villages to Konoha was no longer a viable option. Perhaps the only method for these villages lay in swaying the existing personnel within Konoha. Yet, the results remained minimal. The intelligence they managed to gather about the talks was scant, insufficient to grant them any advantage in the discussions ahead. Tomorrow dawn would herald the commencement of the Five Kage Summit. This night was destined to be restless for the people of the other four villages, with many unable to find solace in sleep. The first Suchikage knelt before the window, gazing at the cunning moon, a mysterious glimmer igniting in his eyes. "No, Inoki." With his words, two figures promptly knelt behind him, their heads bowed, awaiting the Suchikage's command. "Go for the village. You must make the journey today, no matter what. Strive for success, understood?" Listening to the Suchikage's words, Wu, swathed in bandages, concealed his expression. In contrast, Inoki wore a grave demeanor, devoid of his usual joviality. "Master, understood." "Suchikage, do not worry." Both Wu and Inoki nodded in unison, one vanishing in an instant. The night was profoundly deep and silent. A gentle breeze stirred the hem of Kankaro's cloak. He slowly set down the book in his hand, casting a serene gaze towards the horizon. People tirelessly rushed towards an uncertain future and fate, unaware that some matters may lie beyond human control. Yet, some individuals would stubbornly persist in their attempts. In the bustling commercial street of Konoha, the clock on the wall struck midnight. It was indeed late, yet the stalls remained vibrant with patrons, observing the throngs. The owner of the stall was busily attending to customers. The tall figure of Kankaro entered at a measured pace. "Good sir, what would you like to eat?" he inquired. With a calm gaze, Kankaro glanced at the owner before turning his attention towards a specific direction. "No need. Someone has already ordered for me." The owner, perplexed, followed Kankaro's line of sight. At a nearby table sat Inoki and Wu, who had ventured out for a late-night meal. As ninja, they had naturally sensed Kankaro's arrival, exchanging a wealth of information through their glances. Being elite jonin from a Wagakure, they had long recognized they were being followed by Kankaro. Now that he had arrived, they could not ignore him. "Brother from Konoha, you are a guest here. Please join us." Wu graciously invited Kankaro to their table. "Ha ha. Is that not the esteemed gentleman who welcomed us the other day?" Inoki chimed in, rising to laugh heartily. The two warmly insisted that Kankaro join them. Without hesitation, Kankaro accepted, observing the bountiful food laid before him, yet untouched, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Brother Kankaro, I must thank you for guarding us from above these past few days. Allow me to raise a toast to you." Wu, though bandaged, made a show of lifting his cup and took a hearty drink. No need for formality, it was a mere trifle. Kankaro replied with a composed smile, raising his cup in return. Inoki, seeing this, also approached with a jovial demeanor, toasting Kankaro as well. "Hey, Lord Kankaro, I must say you are rather remiss. I have expressed my willingness to pay more. When will you take me to experience the wonders of Konoha?" The smirk on Inoki's face was unmistakable. Kankaro calmly downed his drink, pondering how Inoki, despite being slightly older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still yet to reach adulthood, his youthful thoughts lingering on such matters. What a sight! Hearing Kankaro's admonishment, Inoki smiled sheepishly. Subsequently, he and Wu took turns toasting Kankaro, as if they would not rest until they were inebriated. Half an hour later, Kankaro raised his gaze to the sky. Suddenly, he set down his cup and cast a glance at Inoki and Wu, a meaningful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Do you know why I choose to remain here, drinking and conversing with you instead of seeking out your true selves?" Upon Kankaro's utterance, the smiles on Inoki and Wu's faces froze instantly. "Ah, what do you mean?" "Lord Kankaro, Inoki intended to clarify that they were not mere clones, but midway through, he faltered, wishing he could slap himself. With Kankaro's advanced ninja capabilities, could he truly not discern that they were merely clay clones? Wu, on the other hand, remained notably composed, likely suspecting that Kankuro was merely feigning engagement with them. Yet, Kankuro did not interfere with their true selves' plans, a fortunate circumstance for them. Kankuro cast a calm glance at Inoki and Wu. The reason I have not pursued your true selves is simple. Since you yearn to dance, why would I hinder you? As Kankuro's words echoed, Inoki and Wu maintained an outward calm, yet the flicker of unease in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Chapter 53. Obedience and Collision. Inoki and Wu arrived at a room, loudly declaring their intentions to the individual within. Shortly thereafter, a man appeared. Clad in armor and wearing the Konoha forehead protector, long pointed hair obscuring half his face. Even in the darkness, his pair of crimson Sharingan eyes shone brightly. Uchiha Madara had arrived. Lord Madara, we represent a Wagakure and seek to form an alliance with Konoha. Wu stated their purpose. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed, gazing down at the two from the steps, his Sharingan eyes emanating an undeniable brilliance in the night. It seemed that no deceit could escape the scrutiny of those eyes. He recalled a conversation with his dear friend regarding the courage required to truly understand and trust one another, an openness that necessitated laying one's heart bare. Now, the forehead protector upon his brow symbolized the fulfillment of his dreams, yet he felt as though everything was slipping further away. With a faint gaze directed at the two individuals below, he emitted a low, somber voice. Kneel, as a sign of your submission to Konoha. The words of Uchiha Madara astonished Inoki, who, despite his youth, found himself momentarily speechless. He swallowed hard, incredulous as he regarded Madara. This cannot be right, Lord Madara. Why would you utter such words? Lord Hashirama does not acknowledge any alliance. Madara's brusque interjection interrupted Inoki, who, at that moment, realized the difficulty of establishing mutual trust between individuals. Madara believed there was no longer a need to cultivate such meaningless bonds. Submit to the might of Konoha. With that, Madara's three-tomo Sharingan gradually closed, casting an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. And do not dare to mention that person's name in my presence. Suddenly, the Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Enraged, Madara's domineering demeanor completely ignited Inoki's fury. The thought of his village yielding to Konoha was more unbearable than death itself. At the same time, both Inoki and Mu formed hand seals, preparing to display their power to Madara. Yet, their actions appeared absurd in Madara's eyes. Susanoo, a colossal figure of chakra, surged forth. A towering blue giant rising from the ground. Transparent bones enveloped Madara's form, with blue energy radiating around him. The roar of the Susanoo reverberated, shaking the very ground. With a powerful punch, a deafening explosion ensued. The area before them reduced to ruins, and amidst the chaos, Inoki and Mu were sent flying. Confronted by Madara, they stood utterly defenseless. With consciousness still intact, Inoki struggled to lift his head, unwilling to concede defeat. Grasping a nearby stone, he recalled their will of stone, the spirit of a Wagakure, and the many comrades by his side. In that moment, Inoki seemed transformed. Clenching the stone tightly, he began to rise from the ground. Battered yet resolute, he embraced the will of stone, recalling the sacrifices of his ancestors and comrades. It appeared as though Inoki had seized the script of a protagonist, poised to reverse the tide against Madara. Gradually, he approached Madara once more, ready to exhibit his final courage. However, before he could utter a single word, Madara interrupted. It seems you wish to continue the dance. With a single glance from the Mangekyo, Inoki was utterly subdued. When he finally opened his eyes again, the dawn had broken. What has happened? It hurts. The pain coursing through his body jolted Inoki awake. He soon realized he was on a stretcher, bound and surrounded by Konoha's medical personnel. As he scanned the vicinity, he spotted a familiar face. Kakuzu, where is that Otsutsuki? You should focus on your own condition first. Kakuzu, having withdrawn his hand from Mu's wrist, cast a grateful glance toward Inoki. The diagnosis revealed that Mu was largely unharmed, suffering only surface wounds that could be concealed with some additional bandaging. As for Inoki, Kakuzu placed his hand upon Inoki's wrist for a brief examination. Kakuzu's smile suddenly instilled a sense of unease within Inoki. Observing the extensive medical bandages adorning his body, Inoki choked out, What is wrong with me? You have paid the price of a hero. Your chaotic chakra is running rampant within you, disrupting your lumbar nerves. Take care of yourself and refrain from engaging in any inappropriate activities. Rising, Kakuzu offered a sympathetic glance, leaving Inoki in a state of confusion. As Kakuzu turned to leave, Inoki grew more anxious. Wait, Kakuzu. What is the matter with my body? Don't go. Rest assured, at least your life is preserved. As for me, Kakuzu glanced back at the stretcher-bound Inoki. I must check on how your esteemed Suchikage is faring. The first 5 Kage Summit was a significant event not to be missed. In Konoha's specially constructed meeting room, a 2-story loft, the area was heavily monitored by both visible and covert sentinels, ensuring that even a fly's entry would be duly recorded. Kakuzu entered the first floor at a leisurely pace, immediately sensing the tense atmosphere. The guards from Awagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure were seated in 4 distinct areas, remaining vigilant while keeping an eye on one another. After all, trust was a rare commodity. Their actions were all aimed at allowing the Kage in the second floor to convene without disruption. With Kakuzu's arrival, representatives from Konoha also made their entrance. Ah, Mamoharu. How is it? Senju Mamoharu, adjusting her bangs, gestured upward. They are already in discussion. Within the room were 6 individuals, with Tobarama acting as an assistant to the clan leader. We may only observe from the periphery and must not approach or disturb them. Otherwise, before she could finish, a tremendous noise erupted, shattering the tranquility and silence like thunder. The ninja from various nations jumped in surprise, hastily rising to their feet, weapons drawn and ready. Hand seals were swiftly completed, prepared to confront any intruder. Even the Konoha ninja, including Senju Mamoharu, were startled. What is happening? Why such a sudden loud noise? Is there truly someone reckless enough to cause trouble at this moment? They knew well that this was the 5 Kage Summit, where 5 of the most powerful men convened. Provoking trouble here was akin to courting death. As everyone remained on high alert, speculating the cause, Kakuzu cleared his throat, deeming it necessary to assuage their fears. Please, everyone, return to your seats and remain calm. The recent commotion was due to. Kakuzu's gaze shifted upward. The Hokage, perhaps, has stumbled. Chapter 54. Is this from my second mother? Mamoharu, take a break. I will handle things here. On the second floor, alongside the 5 Kage engaged in discussion and Tobarama as the assistant, there were also 5 guards stationed in the corners, signifying both authority and respect for the Kage. Senju Mamoharu nodded at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I leave it to you. Not at all. Kakuzu temporarily took over Mamoharu's position. As a seasoned ninja, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings. It must be noted that the bodyguards accompanying the other 4 Kage exuded an impressive aura. The bodyguard of the Wind Kage was a bald man, notably adorned with a dragon tattoo on his gleaming head, distinctive indeed. Kakuzu silently commended him. The bodyguard accompanying the Lightning Kage was a man with a local flair, though lacking any particularly striking features worthy of mention. The menacing guards of the water-wielding entity turned out to be a long-haired young man. With his fair complexion and flowing locks, one cannot deny his striking handsomeness. The final guardian, hailing from the Earth Shadow, was rather intriguing. He too was wrapped in bandages, resembling the one previously seen on the stretcher, yet distinctly different. Each of the 4 bodyguards possessed unique characteristics. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Kakuzu's gaze shifted towards the front. At the center, a pentagonal table hosted a discussion among the 5 shadows. As was previously heard, upon their initial meeting, Hashirama Senju immediately bowed his head to the other 4. Beside him, Tobarama Senju appeared utterly flabbergasted. This was their home ground. Was it not rather humiliating to bow to others? The other 4 shadows were similarly taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. Was Hashirama Senju showing weakness? If so, could they leverage this to obtain more bargaining chips and tailed beasts from him? Yet, this newfound joy was soon tempered by the harsh reality. Though the 4 shadows were excited, they were not foolish. The power behind Hashirama's bow was akin to an earthquake. If it were to land upon them, it would surely shatter their spines. When questioned why such force did not break the table, it was simply because the table was crafted from wood release. Thus, the 4 shadows remained on high alert. Under the guidance of Tobarama Senju, the 5 at the table delved into the crux of their meeting. Considering the varying strengths of the nations, they aimed for a reasonable distribution of the tailed beasts to maintain a balance of power. However, it required each nation to contribute funds for the purchase. Whether these words stemmed from Tobarama's own sentiments is uncertain, yet they indeed reflected Hashirama's aspirations. In this moment of hard-won peace in the ninja world, he wished to prolong it, thus smiling at Tobarama and stating that they could forego payment. The tailed beasts could be given freely. Silence. Tobarama Senju exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration any longer. He disregarded the presence of outsiders and shouted at Hashirama, who fell into a state of embarrassment. Though the scene was comical, the other four shadows did not dare to laugh. Firstly, they feared the repercussions. Secondly, they had to earnestly consider the distribution of the tailed beasts. Kakuzu merely stood to the side, quietly observing while absorbing the unfolding situation. He gained a general understanding of this five-kage summit. From a power perspective, this was an unjust negotiation. The strength of the God of Shinobi was universally acknowledged. One must ponder where the audacity of the other four shadows stemmed from, daring to convene in Konoha. The answer is not hard to deduce. It is a common phrase in the ninja world, for the village. Despite immense pressure, they must strive to secure tailed beasts for their villages. Furthermore, the details of this meeting would soon circulate throughout the ninja world. The four shadows could not display weakness in front of their subordinates. Should they falter, it would not only undermine them, but also jeopardize their village's standing in the ninja realm. So, even with trembling hearts, they had to maintain a facade of composure. Kakuzu had to commend them. Those who attain high positions are indeed masters of their craft. Except for Hashirama, of course. Legend has it that Hashirama did not truly care for the title of Hokage. He had always preferred Madara to assume the role. However, unable to resist the democratic process. As everyone voted for him, he reluctantly took office. Hashirama was indifferent to the prestige of the Hokage title. Thus, with a resounding crash, another tremor echoed. Hashirama bowed once more, articulating the following sentiments. In the past, we harbored numerous conflicts, but those were desperate acts for the sake of our clans and families. I understand that even if we successfully allocate the tailed beasts and sign a peace treaty today, I cannot guarantee how long this treaty will endure. Yet, I have a dream. I hope that one day we can transcend national boundaries and unite as a single entity. This is my vision for the future. I earnestly ask you all to take the first step towards this dream. His sincere demeanor, resolute tone, and the two bows upon the table indeed stirred the hearts of the other four shadows. They momentarily set aside their grievances and agreed, as Hashirama proposed, to negotiate the distribution of the tailed beasts and sign a peace agreement today. The four shadows assumed a serious stance, ready to delve into the matter at hand. Although the overarching direction was established, numerous discrepancies and disputes arose when it came to the details. The first to challenge was the Earth Shadow, Ishikawa, who immediately directed his ire towards the Wind Shadow. He contended that the Land of Wind was unworthy of receiving a tailed beast due to its desolate sandy terrain and scarce resources, plagued by sandstorms, where its citizens suffered greatly. Should they acquire a tailed beast, they would undoubtedly wage wars of aggression against other nations to seize better lands. Upon hearing this, the Wind Shadow, Rado, erupted in fury. Why should I receive less than you? I am a born warrior. What Rado did not anticipate was that his retort would provoke an attack from the opposite side. The Lightning Shadow interjected, Wind Shadow. This is not your nation's marketplace where you can bicker at will. The Earth Shadow speaks with reason. If you desire a tailed beast, you must provide a justifiable explanation. In that moment, Rado comprehended that the Lightning and Earth Shadows were colluding behind the scenes, launching a simultaneous offensive against him today. However, faced with their accusations, Rado found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, after the establishment of the five great nations, each had devised its own ranking system. Presently, Konoha stood unchallenged as the foremost ninja village, excelling in both political and military strength. It is difficult to ascertain who ranks second, as opinions vary, but without a doubt, the Land of Sand is seen as the weakest. This is not a personal affront. It is simply a reflection of the harsh reality. The Land of Sand is barren, unable to cultivate, and reliant on the import of food, while possessing little to export. Even now, many within the Land of Sand suffer from hunger, their economy and livelihoods lagging behind even smaller nations. Confronted with the predicament crafted by the Earth and Lightning Shadows, Rado clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Had the circumstances been different, he would have wanted nothing more than to stand and fight. Ultimately, however, he restrained his anger, since he could not win the argument. He had but one recourse, to seek allies. Rado cast a pleading glance towards the Hokage. Hashirama, noticing Rado's gaze, felt a sudden jolt of realization. Chapter 55, The Contest for Power. Hey, everyone listen to me. The Wind Shadow has journeyed a great distance to Konoha. It would be unreasonable for him to leave without a tailed beast. I ask you all to grant Hashirama Senju a favor and provide the wind shadow with a tailed beast. This should suffice, he mused, mentally rehearsing this line of reasoning. With both hands resting firmly on the table, Hashirama was just about to rise and speak when a pair of large hands firmly pressed him down. Tobarama, what are you doing? Tobarama remained silent, gazing down at Hashirama with an imposing demeanor. His eyes resembled those of a grim reaper from another realm. Hashirama felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized that he might be on the verge of making a fool of himself once more. He quickly lowered his head, his expression turning despondent. Tobarama could easily guess what Hashirama was about to say. His gaze shifted to the four individuals seated at the table. His elder brother Hashirama likely had not grasped the intricacies of their relationships and was poised to make inappropriate remarks, which would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, it was up to him to navigate these matters. Tobarama's eyes swiftly scanned the faces of the four. He had already surmised the underlying dynamics. That Otsutsuki and Reikage had undoubtedly engaged in private discussions. In an effort to gain an upper hand at the negotiating table, they had allied themselves. That Otsutsuk's rationale for targeting the Wind Country stemmed from geographical advantages. The land of Earth was situated in the northwest of the ninja world, characterized by flat terrain and abundant resources, rivaling only Konoha in prosperity. The two neighboring great nations were Konoha and Sunagakure. That Otsutsukij, wary of provoking Konoha, had directed his aggression towards Sunagakure, believing it to be the softer target. This was his true intention, which received the Reikage strong backing. Considering these circumstances, a cold glint flickered in Tobarama's gaze. A nation devoid of tailed beasts cannot truly be counted among the 5 great nations. Upon uttering this statement, both the Reikage and Otsutsukij fell into a brief silence. If the other 4 great ninja villages possessed tailed beasts while Sunagakure did not, the delicate balance of power among the 5 great nations would be irrevocably disrupted, contradicting the very purpose of this conference. Humph, that Otsutsukij scoffed. Your words are indeed valid, Tobarama, but perhaps we should return to the original topic. Indeed, let us not digress, the Reikage asserted, striking the table. What if he wields the tailed beast to assault other nations? Facing their relentless insistence, Tobarama merely cast a fleeting glance at them. Lord Windshadow, the one-tailed Shikaku was captured from your desert lands, excelling in wind release and magnet release sealing techniques, making it ideally suited as a strategic asset for your village. Tobarama's reasoning was sound, prompting even Hashirama to nod in agreement. However, the Wind Shadow appeared somewhat anxious, feeling that Tobarama's offer of a single-tailed beast was rather insufficient. Yet, Tobarama chose not to respond to the Wind Shadow's pleading gaze, concluding his remarks with indifference. The reason for Tobarama's reluctance to further assist the Wind Shadow was straightforward. Although the Otsutsukij and Reikage harbored ulterior motives, their arguments were grounded in rationality. As the saying goes, those without shoes are unafraid of those who wear them. Sometimes, the mentality of a newly affluent individual can be quite formidable. Let us not forget that Konoha is also in close proximity to Sunagakure. Of course, if the Wind Shadow felt dissatisfied, he could continue to advocate for his position. But Tobarama would only extend his support to this point, just as the Wind Shadow wished to press on. That Otsutsukij produced a contract from his robes and presented it to the Wind Shadow. Please, calm your anger for the moment and take a careful look. It will not harm you or your village. The Wind Shadow merely glanced at the document, maintaining an outward facade of anger. Yet, his involuntary look of surprise betrayed his inner thoughts. The sovereignty and dignity of the village were non-negotiable, yet for those still suffering from hunger, could they truly afford to cling to such principles? Every leader in the ninja world had a common goal in establishing their villages, to end the chaos and protect their citizens. However, some villages had yet to fulfill this promise. The Wind Shadow pounded his fist on the table, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. In that moment, he profoundly understood what it meant for a weak nation to lack diplomatic power. For the sake of his village and its people, he would have to set aside his temporary pride. Though still seated at the table, the Wind Shadow had mentally withdrawn from the negotiations. Observers from afar also formed their opinions. While the Wind Shadow might feel powerless, he remained a competent leader, genuinely concerned for the welfare of his people. Surprisingly, the Otsutsukij, who had initially targeted the Wind Shadow, did not press his advantage after subduing him. Instead, he offered compensation, preventing the Wind Shadow from harboring too much animosity. This approach exemplified the principle of moderation, striking with one hand while offering sweetness with the other. It could also be said that the Utsutsuki was shrewd and cunning, likely having learned from Onoki. With the Wind Shadow's issue resolved, the negotiations at the table continued. The Utsutsuki took the lead, declaring, "We in Iwagakure will take the 4 tails and 5 tails. Does anyone object?" While the Utsutsuki's tone was somewhat brusque, the others at the table had little objection to his claim. Observers in the distance could not help but admire the Utsutsuki's cunning strategy. It must be said that experience often breeds wisdom, and that Utsutsuki epitomized this. He understood that he could not secure the most powerful tailed beast. Rather than becoming embroiled in a fierce struggle, he chose to obtain the most stable options while he held the initiative. The 4 tails and 5 tails, being moderate in strength, would serve as sufficient defenses for the land of Earth. Moreover, since they were not the most conspicuous tailed beasts, the other nations had little reason to oppose this choice. While the Utsutsuki may not emerge as the greatest victor, he was assuredly positioned to gain without risk. Next, only Konoha, the land of thunder, and the land of water remained. The Water Shadow, known for her ferocity, and the Reikage, with his explosive temperament, were both formidable in their own right. Both adhered to a fundamental principle: the more tails one possesses, the greater the strength. They sought powerful tailed beasts, but the Water Shadow, despite her fierce demeanor, was of a considerable age and not as impulsive as the Reikage. The land of water differed significantly from the other 4 great nations, with less than 30 of its territory being land, the remainder being ocean. This geographical reality made travel quite challenging, yet conversely, it also made invasion difficult for others. Securing 2 tailed beasts suited for water release would render the gates of the land of water nearly impenetrable. Thus, the Water Shadow was intent on acquiring the 6 tails and 8 tails. The Reikage, on the other hand, was even more domineering, demanding the 8 tails and 9 tails. As he concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the stillness. "What did you just say?" Chapter 56. New ideas. When the Reikage boldly proclaimed the ambitions of the Land of Thunder, the entire loft fell into a hushed quiet. The Reikage found this curious. Had he not conspired with the Utsutsuki to support one another? He had previously helped the Utsutsuki subdue the Wind Shadow, so why was the Utsutsuki not now assisting him? At this moment, the Utsutsuki lowered his head, feeling an unprecedented embarrassment. "Do you desire the 8 tails and the 9 tails? Are you truly foolish?" The Utsutsuki lamented his choice of allies, questioning how he had ended up with such dim-witted companions. While wanting the 8 tails was one thing, desiring the 9 tails was utterly absurd. The Reikage was indeed a simpleton, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Moreover, there was a crucial issue at hand. Should the Cloud Village truly acquire the 9 tails, their strength would inevitably increase significantly. The delicate balance of power would be shattered, and such a prospect alarmed the Utsutsuki. Thus, the Reikage did not hear the Utsutsuki's voice. However, he did catch the words of others. "What are you saying?" The Reikage turned to respond to Senju Tobarama. Yet, he was taken aback to find that Tobarama stood silently, merely gazing at him with a peculiar expression. The speaker was Senju Hashirama, who was beside Tobarama, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. The sound reverberated throughout the room like the ominous tolling of a death knell, each beat resonating in the Reikage's heart. His eyelids twitched, and he suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. In this moment of uncertainty, the Reikage's wisdom shone through. He indicated that the border between the Cloud and Leaf villages was extensive, frequently subjected to attacks from the Leaf. If the 9 tails could not be offered, then perhaps the 7 tails or 8 tails could suffice. It was undeniable that positioning oneself as a victim to blame others was a strategy that aligned with the brutish nature of the Cloud's warriors. Kisame observed the Reikage, finding him rather amusing. His ambitions were grand, yet his capabilities fell short. Kisame wagered that this individual would eventually encounter trouble. A day later, the inaugural 5 Kage summit concluded. The 5 Kage signed a peace treaty, pledging not to wage war against one another, provided their villages faced no existential threats. In the Hokage building's lounge, Kisame sat calmly sipping tea. However, the flickering glint in his eyes betrayed his turbulent thoughts, which were also concerned with the distribution of tailed beasts. Due to his unique identity, Kisame's focus differed from that of the others. Once each village returned with a tailed beast, they would activate their Jinchuriki, transforming these beasts into superweapons for their nations. Kisame pondered whether one day he could awaken the life force of his own Geto Mazo and convert his 4 companions within into unconscious entities. Could he then transform them into Jinchuriki? Imagining unleashing five-tailed beasts in battle against formidable foes was exhilarating. He set down his teacup, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Although the idea was enticing, the path to realization was fraught with challenges. The most fundamental requirement was a physical body, a substantial obstacle standing before him. Ultimately, he lacked Senju cells. Years had passed, and Kisame had yet to devise a method to approach Senju Hashirama, seeking his cells without incurring his wrath. This task was inherently difficult. Rationally speaking, Kisame had little connection to Hashirama. What about collaborating with Senju Tobarama? He mused, envisioning Tobarama placing him upon an operating table, a scalpel swiftly dissecting his body. Just then, a loud clatter echoed as the door handle turned. Kisame's thoughts snapped back to reality. He looked up to see Senju Tobarama and Senju Mito entering. Tobarama, with a stoic expression, sat down and swiftly drank the tea on the table. Mito, upon sitting, placed her sword down with an irritable stomp, her displeasure evident. I don't understand. Why does the clan leader indulge those brutes so readily? Mito's face was as cold as frost, and her anger was genuine. It was one thing for the Cloud Village to end up with the 2 tails and 8 tails, but given their attitude, it was a miracle Mito had not drawn her sword. As the strategist of the Senju clan, Tobarama unusually refrained from explaining, instead quietly sipping his tea. Kisame observed and smiled calmly, reaching into his pocket to produce a pack of cigarettes. Care for one? Tobarama's slender eyes glanced at him. His haughty demeanor made Kisame want to chuckle. Ultimately, Kisame placed a cigarette between Tobarama's lips and lit it for him. Tobarama was indeed a ninja of considerable depth. Yet, even the most composed individuals can harbor frustrations. The legendary ninja Sima, he had his moments of ire as well. Tobarama was likely feeling an overwhelming surge of grievances within. A single cigarette might alleviate some of his troubles. Kisame then turned his attention to Mito, who was still fuming. It is not the Hokage's indulgence. It is a matter of greater strategy. What do you mean? Mito furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed. Kisame lit one for himself, exhaling the smoke as he continued. The cloud frequently clashes with the leaf at the borders, yet they still concede the tailed beasts to them, which understandably frustrates you. Indeed. Mito nodded in acknowledgement. Pray tell, does your Senju clan still harbor enemies from the Warring States period? Mito pondered before finally nodding. The situation was indeed complex back then. The primary adversary of the Senju clan was the Uchiha clan. However, they were not their sole opponents. Many clans had been vanquished by the Senju and fled in defeat. The establishment of villages heralded a new era, with every clan vying to join. But do you truly believe that clans with grievances against the Senju would join the Leaf? Kisame's words caused Mito to contemplate deeply. Undoubtedly, those clans defeated by the Senju bore lasting grudges. They would not join the Leaf, and if they did, it would spell trouble. Who knows if they were biding their time, waiting for the day when they could strike and obliterate the village. Similarly, clans with vendettas against the Sarutobi, Nara, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans would also refrain from joining the Leaf. They would likely align with the Cloud or other nations with strained relations with the Leaf. Mito's bangs fell slightly, and she was no fool. The realization dawned on her. I was too hasty. Hatred merely breeds bloodshed and death. The Cloud and Leaf are at odds, but from another perspective, the outcome may differ. Someone like Hashirama, who embodies great compassion, is willing to sacrifice his life in hopes that former adversaries may relinquish their enmity. However, to expect Hashirama alone to resolve all animosities within the ninja world is an overly ambitious endeavor. His idealism is both noble and distant, yet he continues to strive to make a difference. The ninjas and villagers of the Cloud Village also inhabit this land. Should the Cloud Village ever cease to exist, they too would become lost souls. They shall once again band together as families, reviving the unending slaughter reminiscent of the Warring States period. This is precisely why the colossal Susanoo has not materialized, nor have the two annihilated four nations. For Hashirama does not consent. He understands that bloodshed only begets further bloodshed. Yet, is there no means to conclude this impasse? Senju Taijima posed a new inquiry. There is, replied Senju Tobarama, his middle and thumb fingers clasping a cigarette as his index finger flicked off the ash, revealing his seasoned smoker's demeanor. It merely requires time to smooth away these grievances. Tobarama, unlike Hashirama, does not possess such a vast heart and benevolence, yet his vision extends far into the future. He comprehends that in their generation, The hope for absolute peace is but a faint glimmer. As for any peace treaty signed, merely scraps of paper. Kakuzu chuckled nearby. Indeed, aside from time. A catalyst is essential. What catalyst? Tobarama's hand holding the cigarette suddenly stilled, his gaze fixed upon Kakuzu. A catalyst that compels the world to unite. Chapter 57. The first against Uchiha in the elegant and pristine confines of the second experimental laboratory, a cup of robust tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a book awaited. It was a day spent comfortably, effortlessly earning a daily wage of 20,000 yen. This was indeed a divine employment, a position within the ranks of Konoha. However, such a heavenly job was destined to be disrupted one day. Swish. As Kakuzu reclined in comfort, a slight frown creased his brow, without needing to turn. He was aware that Tobarama had returned. Having concluded his previous affairs, Tobarama was now poised to redirect his focus onto forbidden techniques. The emergence of one forbidden technique invariably heralds the prohibition of another. Despite his elder brother Hashirama's repeated admonitions, the forbidden techniques he had developed vanished without a trace. Yet, did Tobarama care? Not in the slightest. For the march of science shall not be hindered by anyone's obstruction. This time, however, in addition to researching forbidden techniques, Tobarama brought along something distinctly different. Upon glancing back, he noticed two individuals lying on the ground, gasping for breath. They had been brought along via Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Your audacity has grown, Kakuzu observed. The presence of the living signified the commencement of Tobarama's human experimentation. For Kakuzu, this was no surprise. Previously, Hashirama had expressly forbidden such inhumane experiments. Fear not, they are death row inmates from Konoha prison, Tobarama remarked, his gaze slightly lowered. Let us utilize their lives to make one final contribution to Konoha. How clever of you to tread the line so artfully. Embodying the will of fire, Kakuzu quipped. Rising to don white gloves, readying for work. Unfazed by Kakuzu's jest, Tobarama continued, stroking his stubbled chin. By the way, there is something that requires your attention. What is it? The research funding allocated by the village is quite tight. I cannot divert too much here. My current financial situation is somewhat strained, and I require your support, else the upcoming experiments will be difficult to undertake. As Tobarama's words faded, clatter echoed through the room. Kakuzu, poised to work, abruptly halted, the tweezers slipping from his grasp onto the table. He peered at Tobarama, his gaze laden with significance. Difficult? Then perhaps it is best not to proceed. I wouldn't want my salary to go unpaid. Kakuzu's intent was clear. His funds were not to be touched. Tobarama crossed his arms, a mix of annoyance and resignation gracing his features. 3 months later, 2 new forbidden techniques were unveiled. The first, Kakuzu did not significantly contribute to. Rather, Tobarama had improved upon the Jinjutsu passed down through the Senju clan, ultimately culminating in the Dark Night walking technique. This Jinjutsu, once unleashed, would create a shadowy environment, obscuring the opponent's vision. In this darkened realm, only the caster and their allies would be privy to the surroundings, enabling them to launch attacks. In essence, this Jinjutsu could temporarily snatch away the opponent's light. The second forbidden technique came to fruition through the collaborative efforts of Tobarama and Kakuzu, the mutual explosive tag. Concentrated at a single point, it would unleash a catastrophic explosion. Once a target was locked, the opponent would be obliterated to mere fragments. This technique proved immensely effective against instantaneous teleportation, evasion, and even resurrection jutsu. The success of these 2 forbidden techniques left Tobarama thoroughly satisfied. On this day, after months of toil, the 2 finally had the opportunity to sit down and enjoy a drink. Master Tobarama, Lord Kakuzu, this is my family's specially brewed shochu. I hope you will savor it, said Sarutobi Hizashi. Ah, how diligent you are, Kakuzu remarked, ruffling Hizashi's hair. It was curious that today, the sycophantic Danzo had not made an appearance, an unusual occurrence. Was Tobarama deliberately excluding others? While this was a possibility, it was irrelevant to Kakuzu. He accepted the drink. Savoring a sip. A contented sound escaped his throat. This is quite good. Presenting this to your mentor shows your thoughtfulness. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Kakuzu. I shall strive to improve. Hizashi beamed with joy at the praise. Meanwhile, Tobarama gestured for Hizashi to set the drink down, waving him off to clean the interior. Once Hizashi departed, Kakuzu and Tobarama engaged in casual conversation over the exquisite liquor. Tobarama, to speak candidly, are you not contemplating civil strife? Civil strife? Tobarama paused. directing his gaze at Kakuzu. What do you imply? Do you not perceive that your forbidden techniques are particularly effective against the Uchiha? Kakuzu's comments were not inciting discord. Both the vision-obscuring Dark Night walking technique and the mutual explosive tag, capable of countering Izanagi, appeared tailor-made for the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Tobirama closed his eyes, refraining from an immediate response. He had numerous ways to address this inquiry. He could outright deny Kakuzu's assertion or explain that his techniques arose from years of conflict with the Uchiha, not as a targeted approach against their clan. However, Tobirama understood that such words would only deceive outsiders. To utter them in Kakuzu's presence would merely provide him with fodder for mockery. After a long pause, Tobirama set down his cup and spoke. First and foremost, I will not underestimate anyone who poses a threat to the village. Just as I did not with you in the past. Kakuzu did not dispute this. Despite their collaboration, he recognized Tobirama as a competent politician, one who undoubtedly remained wary of him. Secondly, are you not aware that within my Umbu team, there is a child named Uchiha Kagami? Oh, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Tobirama fell silent again, his gaze drifting out the laboratory window with a hint of reminiscence. Approximately half a minute later, Tobirama continued, in truth, the Uchiha clan is a family bound by profound love, a love that carries great weight. However, this weight is not something that the average person can bear. A single misstep can lead to chaos. I have long endeavored to channel this force of love towards a positive direction, rather than simply rejecting it. Thus, when I engaged with the Uchiha clan, I sought to open their hearts and enable their complete integration into Konoha. Akatsuki is the individual I have identified for this purpose. Do you understand now? Kakuzu nodded, having grasped Tobirama's intent. If possible, Tobirama wished for the Uchiha to fully assimilate into Konoha. Yet, given the Uchiha's proud demeanor, they did not regard the rest of Konoha's inhabitants as their companions. This arrogance breeds resentment and exacerbates defensiveness. This, too, was likely one of the reasons Tobirama devised such a forbidden technique. He remains wary of the Uchiha, yet does not perceive them as enemies. Ultimately, Tobirama has not reached the point of viewing them as an inherently malevolent clan, just as Kakuzu and Tobirama were poised to discuss other matters. A lower-ranking ninja rushed into the laboratory with great urgency. The only individuals permitted to enter the lab, aside from Tobirama and Kakuzu, were Tobirama's few disciples. Danzo appeared flustered. Tobirama-sensei, there is grave news. Uchiha, hearing Danzo's report, Tobirama sprang to his feet, his expression grave. The situation was dire, yet as the leader of the Senju clan, he quickly regained his composure. Kakuzu. What is it? I require your assistance. As he spoke, Tobirama placed his hand on Kakuzu's shoulder. Wait, Kakuzu began. But Tobirama's opposing seal had already taken shape. In a flash, the two vanished from the room, leaving behind a bewildered Sarutobi Hizashi and the anxious Danzo. Hizashi, set aside your work. It is time for us to make our stand. Danzo clenched his fists, his eyes alight with fervor. To him, this was the moment to achieve glory, the day to decide the next Hokage. With that, he seized Hizashi and dashed out of the laboratory. Today, he intended to confront Hizashi on the battlefield. In an instant, Kakuzu found himself outside. A mere glance around confirmed that he stood before the grand gates of Konoha. Aside from the vigilant guards ahead, a man approached the village entrance, a scroll slung over his back. Madara, you cannot leave. Tobirama's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed upon Uchiha Madara. His slight crouch signified readiness for battle, prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to strike down the soon-to-be traitor. Hearing this, Madara halted his advance, turning slowly to face them, his dark hair framing eyes that gleamed with contempt. Cannot leave. Is it just you? His gaze shifted to Kakuzu. And you as well? The cold wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves, sending a chill through Kakuzu's heart. He wished to hide his face. Being looked down upon was an embarrassing feeling. He longed to explain, Madara, do not misunderstand. Your departure is of no concern to me. It was Tobirama who summoned me. Now, everything is fine. Simply turn right upon exiting, and we shall never meet again. Kakuzu's thoughts were already forming a strategy. He yearned for a peaceful resolution. However, the issue lay in Tobirama's stubbornness, which he found impossible to persuade. He regarded Madara with an unwavering, hostile glare. Madara, you may depart, but the nine tails upon your back is Konoha's property. You must leave it behind. Madara scoffed, turning his attention to Tobirama. It seems you wish to dance as well. In that instant, his eyes transformed into the three Tomo. They spun rapidly, the Sharingan on the verge of manifesting. Simultaneously, the intense hatred surged forth, manifesting as a tangible wind that swept towards Tobirama and Kakuzu, laden with swirling sands. The two shielded their faces against the storm, yet their legs could not resist the urge to retreat. The disparity was glaringly evident. Kakuzu found himself at a loss for words. Tobirama had his convictions, and while he did not oppose them, he wished for a little less obstinacy. Let us not forget that he and Uchiha Madara bore a grudge of fratricide. Previously, due to Konoha's importance, Madara had chosen to set aside his hatred. But now, just as the confrontation was on the brink of eruption, a flurry of sounds sliced through the air, swiftly approaching from various angles. Moments later, the encirclement was complete. This was the prowess of the Umbu. In the event of an emergency, they could respond immediately. Dozens of elite ninjas, along with Tobirama and Kakuzu, would give even the other four Kage pause. However, to Uchiha Madara, this only served to increase his mobility. Hence, Madara's expression was one of arrogance and disdain as he formed hand seals, an overwhelming chakra radiating from him. Just as the colossal Susanoo was about to manifest, Madara, please temper your rage. Madara instinctively turned to see a familiar face. A member of the Nara clan from the Hokage Building's advisory department. Nara Shikaku, exuding a nascent brilliance, pressed on despite the tension. The Hokage will arrive momentarily. This proclamation momentarily halted the surge of Madara's aura. The Hokage. This was a term both familiar and foreign to him. Once, he had yearned for this title, but the scythe of reality had repeatedly severed his dreams. Now, these two words held little significance for him. As Uchiha Madara pondered these thoughts, Tobirama, clad in the Hokage's mantle, arrived on the scene. The surrounding ninjas instinctively parted to allow Tobirama to face Madara directly. Tobirama regarded his once close friend with a heavy, complex gaze. He did not frantically demand to know why Madara sought to betray Konoha. Instead, he merely observed his old friend, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. Finally, he spoke. Madara, Konoha was our dream. All inquiries and moral reproaches paled in comparison to the dreams of their youth. In those days, they had been the most innocent, the most untainted. Their oaths had been the very aspirations they sought to fulfill. Now, all that remained had largely come to pass. To abandon all hope, could it be a denial of one's past self? Hashirama was deeply curious about what Madara truly felt at this moment. The dreams of childhood must have stirred faint ripples within him. With eyes closed, a subtle movement appeared at the corners of Madara's mouth. It was a reminiscence of days gone by. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, his face bore no trace of emotion. Perhaps that fleeting memory was the last remnant of his attachment. Then, before everyone present, he uttered his profound statement. Hashirama, not everything in this world unfolds according to your wishes. The longer one lives, the more one can comprehend the inevitability of helplessness, suffering, and emptiness that pervades reality. Listen closely. Wherever there is light, shadows inevitably follow. If the concept of a victor exists, so too must there be a vanquished. If one harbors the selfish desire for peace, it will inevitably incite conflict. To protect love will, in turn, breed hatred. There exists a causal relationship between them that cannot be severed. This is the reality. Upon the conclusion of Madara's statement, a profound silence enveloped the gathering of over 100 ninjas. It became abundantly clear that Madara's philosophy stood in stark contrast to that of the Hokage. This ideological rift was precisely why Madara chose to leave Konoha. It seemed reasonable, yet the keen-eyed Kakuzu noticed that some of the more contemplative individuals, such as Shikamaru Nara, furrowed their brows slightly. Perhaps they sensed that Madara's words transcended mere disagreement with Hashirama's ideals. Redirecting his gaze to Madara, it was well known that he had been led astray by Kagaya's machinations, fully succumbing to darkness. If the timeline was accurate, Madara should have encountered the altered stone tablet by now. Yet, Kakuzu was certain that this statement was not a product of Kagaya's brainwashing. Kagaya, in her current state, likely lacked the courage to confront Madara. This assertion must have arisen from Madara's own reflections. Kakuzu had to admit that Madara's reasoning resonated more profoundly with reality than Hashirama's. While Hashirama aspired to spread love throughout the ninja world, an admirable yet overly idealistic goal, Madara's perspective revealed the inherent duality of love and hate, their interdependent existence. In terms of philosophical insight, Madara had surpassed Hashirama, though he ultimately fell into Kagaya's trap. Nevertheless, the fact that Madara contemplated peace in such a manner led Kakuzu to regard him as the philosopher of the ninja world. Such understanding was not commonplace. Shaking his head, Kakuzu pulled his thoughts back to the present. With Hashirama's arrival, it foreshadowed that conflict was unlikely to erupt. A slight sense of relief washed over him as he surveyed the increasing crowd around him. Next to him stood two young children, who had arrived unannounced. Sarutobi Hisashi gazed at Madara, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, while Danzo muttered to himself, "Wherever there is light, shadows must exist." Suddenly, Kakuzu recalled that these two were already Genin, and judging by their demeanor, they had absorbed Madara's words. Light and shadow. Observing their serious expressions, Kakuzu felt a premonition. Was the darkness of Konoha, roots hidden in shadows, about to emerge? Chapter 59. A new enterprise. The final outcome of the standoff at the village entrance was that Hashirama waved his hand, parting the crowd, and Madara strode confidently through the gates of Konoha. Some privately inquired why the Hokage allowed Madara to leave. The Hokage's response was that the Nine Tails was captured by Madara and thus rightfully belonged to him. However, many believed that the Hokage's reluctance to take action stemmed from lingering affection for the past. His compassionate heart always hoped that one day Madara might return to Konoha. Perhaps Hashirama understood that such a possibility was exceedingly slim, yet he still wished to try. Such behavior might seem foolish, but the existence of individuals like him was precisely what enabled the world to transition from savagery to peace. Hashirama had released his heartfelt emotions, but not everyone was pleased. In the laboratory, Tobarama's expression was icy as he slammed his palm on the wooden table. He could not fathom why his elder brother would allow a tiger to return to the mountains. When Madara eventually returned, Konoha would undoubtedly be his first target for vengeance. It was a clear understanding. Yet, even with such clarity, the one in charge remained his elder brother, not him. Hey, what are you doing?" Kakuzu said leisurely as he lit a cigarette, gesturing toward Tobarama. As an educator, be careful not to lead the children astray. Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, Tobarama waved his hand dismissively and adjusted his demeanor. Indeed, this was not how he, Tobarama Senju, should conduct himself. He had merely lost his temper for a moment. Turning his attention to the young Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo, he said, "You've both worked hard today. You may return home early." Hisashi and Danzo nodded, bowed to Tobarama and Kakuzu, then withdrew from the laboratory. Silence enveloped the room. However, such tranquility often heralded that Tobarama would conceive different thoughts. Kakuzu remained unhurried, exhaling smoke as he patiently awaited. After a long while, Tobarama suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing within his narrow pupils. "What do you think the effects of sealing techniques would be on someone as dangerous as Madara?" In response, Kakuzu's facial muscles relaxed into a smile. You're overthinking it. To be honest, Tobarama, you are undoubtedly a paragon among mortals in the world of Hokage. However, compared to those prodigies, there remains a disparity. Do you not already possess sealing techniques? Kakuzu flicked the ash from his cigarette, leaning slightly forward, a broad smile gracing his face. Why not use your sealing techniques to subdue Madara today? It was not that Kakuzu intended to mock. He simply could not contain his amusement. The four-symbol seal, wasn't that a technique capable of sending one to the underworld? Yet, truth be told, its practicality was limited. If the opponent was not sealed, one might end up sealing oneself, which would be quite tragic. Kakuzu regarded this forbidden technique as a subpar product among forbidden arts, one that could ruin a lifetime if learned. Are you aware of the Uzumaki clan's Shikifujin? Tobarama did not seem to take notice, continuing to inquire. I know. Kakuzu nodded. It is said to be a distant relative of your Senju clan. The Shikifujin was indeed a sealing technique far superior to the four-symbol seal created by Tobarama, yet one should not underestimate the sealing arts. To perform the Shikifujin, one must first gain control over the opponent. Thus, the completion of this sealing technique not only demands a price of life, but also requires exceedingly high prerequisites. Perhaps you do not grasp my meaning. Tobarama tapped his fingers on the table. I have once witnessed the Shinigami of the corpse demon seal, severing the souls of others and guiding them to the Pure Land. Are we still capable of discovering new ideas from the Pure Land? Oh, what a splendid notion. Kakuzu extinguished the cigarette between his fingers, his interest growing more palpable. The Pure Land, the summoning of souls, the time for the impure world reincarnation is nigh. As time flows on, spring gives way to autumn. Following the conclusion of the first 5 Kage summit, life in Konohagakure appeared remarkably stable. Within this tranquility, the vitality of Konoha steadily ascended. After all, this was the zenith of Konoha, a period of unprecedented growth. On the bustling commercial street, one could find succulent barbecue restaurants, steaming hot spring establishments, and stores bustling with ninjas purchasing their tools. Numerous charming hostesses stood outside various establishments, creating a lively atmosphere. However, if one were to speak of the most vibrant establishment, it would undoubtedly be the gambling house that had opened a few months prior. Do not misunderstand. This world adheres to its own legal regulations. Operating a gambling house is not illegal, provided one follows the proper procedures and possesses the necessary permits, thus avoiding classification as an underground gambling den. The gambling house rakes in profits daily, making it one of the most lucrative professions in this realm. It is often said that while one might win small amounts, the house never loses. This is a business that guarantees profit. Consequently, many aspire to engage in such enterprises, yet few can sustain them. Curiously, this particular establishment, the Sky Gambling House, has only been in operation for half a year, yet it has nearly monopolized the gambling industry in Konoha. Numerous smaller gambling houses have either merged with the Sky or shut down due to inability to compete. One might argue that the Sky Gambling House's success is due to its aggressive business practices. However, this assertion is entirely inaccurate. This gambling house excels in its procedural, managerial, and service aspects, achieving an almost flawless standard. It is precisely these impeccable attributes that have allowed the Sky Gambling House to dominate the market, transforming it into a colossal money-making entity. Every day, patrons flock to the Sky Gambling House, seeking thrills while speculating about the mysterious owner behind the establishment and the source of such formidable power in Konoha. Opinions abound, with countless theories circulating. Prominent figures from Konoha and even the Land of Fire have found themselves subjects of speculation among the gamblers. However, none can convince the others of their claims. Since no one can definitively identify the owner, attention turns to the inner workings of the establishment. On this day, a man dressed in luxurious attire, short in stature with a pair of small mustaches at the corners of his mouth, entered the depths of the gambling house, escorted by 2 towering bodyguards. This man, referred to as Little Mustache within the Sky Gambling House, oversees various matters within the establishment. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that he is merely a figurehead, not the true owner. Little Mustache diligently adheres to the rules established by the owner. He manages external affairs, ensuring that all operations comply with the regulations laid down, avoiding excessive handling of matters. For someone like him, well-versed in navigating the intricacies of human relationships, this is no daunting task. Only when significant issues arise does he quietly navigate through various checkpoints to meet their elusive owner. Today, he stood before a grand door. With hands clasped together, he emanated a chakra aura that permeated the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was tracking him, he nodded to his 2 robust bodyguards. Understanding the cue, the guards raised their hands in unison. With the muscles on their arms tensing and veins bulging, the heavy doors creaked open. Inside sat none other than the true master of the Sky Gambling House. Upon raising his gaze, Little Mustache beheld the true visage of their owner. Perhaps many would be surprised to learn that their master was, in fact, a rather genteel figure. Once upon a time, Kakuzu wielded kunai, engaging in fierce street battles with foes. Now, he invests in enterprises, manages factories, and engages in light-hearted banter with others. He has truly become the archetype of a businessman, necessitating a transformation in his personal image. Leaning back in his chair, his feet propped up on a stool, his body contorted at a precise angle, he sat quietly, perusing documents with an air of refined elegance. From afar, he appeared cultured, an embodiment of a high-caliber ninja. His gaze lowered as he delved into the contents of the documents titled The Essence of Animal Body Recombination. This was a rare manuscript from a century ago, a technological marvel of this world. The animals referenced were not ordinary creatures, but unique to the ninja realm. Colossal octopuses the size of mountains, birds with 3 or 4 heads soaring through the skies, and massive rhinoceroses capable of flattening trees with a single step. These beings differed from typical creatures in that they possessed chakra within them. If one were powerful enough, they could even tame them as summoning beasts. A century ago, there were those who contemplated the possibility of cloning these animals using mere strands of their fur. However, due to the incessant warfare and lack of technological advancement, Such endeavors were never realized. Yet now, the possibility seems within reach. As Kakuzu leafed through the pages of the manuscript, the door swung open. Little Mustache stood respectfully at the threshold. "What is it, Little Mustache?" Kakuzu inquired, addressing him by his nickname due to his distinctive features. Little Mustache waved his hand, and the bodyguards, displaying remarkable intuition, stepped outside and closed the door behind them. With a resounding thud, the door shut completely. Little Mustache pressed a hand to his chest, expressing a hint of regret. "Lord Kakuzu, I apologize, but there is a matter requiring your attention." "Speak plainly," Kakuzu replied. "Someone has borrowed 3 substantial loans from us." "Wait," Kakuzu interrupted, his tone laced with an icy edge. "Have you forgotten my regulations? The Sky Gambling House operates legally and in accordance with prescribed procedures. I have added a stipulation that allows each individual to borrow only once. They may only borrow again upon repayment of the previous loan. Yet, someone has borrowed 3 times? Are you implying that this individual not only failed to repay, but also lost again?" Kakuzu's tone shifted as an oppressive chill enveloped the room, rendering the air almost frigid. Little Mustache shivered, collapsing to one knee. "Lord Kakuzu, the individual in question is from the Senju clan. He has been quite persuasive, managing to deceive our junior staff and exploit a loophole." "The Senju clan?" Kakuzu pondered momentarily. The rapid growth of the Sky Gambling House could not be divorced from the support of Tobarama Senju, the assistant to the Hokage. However, all the management is solely handled by Kakuzu. Were it not for his relentless pursuit and provision of experimental funds for Senju Tobarama, the Forbidden Technique experiments would have collapsed long ago. Their relationship is one of mutual benefit. Thus, Kakuzu does not intend to settle accounts with Tobarama. Even members of the Senju clan must tread carefully in his presence. "Bring him here," Kakuzu commanded. The man with the beard hesitated. "Lord Kakuzu, that fellow possesses an exceptionally strong chakra, at least at the level of a jonin. I fear that if he does not come." Kakuzu raised his gaze towards the bearded man. "Then you shall kneel and beg him to beat you senseless. Then roll in front of the Senju household, telling them that without 100 million, this matter cannot be resolved." Confronting the Senju clan? That is not a wise choice. The bearded man sighed, stood up, and with a forced smile, exited the room. Despite the pressure, the debtor from the Senju clan seemed quite amiable. Moments later, he was brought before Kakuzu. Gazing intently at the individual before him, Kakuzu noted that although he owed a substantial debt, his complexion was vibrant and lively, with his distinctive bowl-cut hairstyle adding a unique flair. "Leave this to me," Kakuzu declared, gesturing with authority. The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly closed the door behind him. Kakuzu's attention returned to the grinning Senju clan member. There were subtle fluctuations in his chakra, a result of a transformation technique. However, the execution appeared rather rudimentary. If one compared it to a childhood photograph of a certain individual, they would find it strikingly similar. This was, without a doubt, a youthful version of Hashirama. Under Kakuzu's discerning gaze, the individual awkwardly scratched his head and tilted his face skyward, erupting into hearty laughter. "My apologies. I did not expect the proprietor here to be Lord Kakuzu. This makes things much simpler." With a puff of smoke, Senju Hashirama reverted to his original form. His waist-length hair, light-colored attire, and that endearingly foolish visage returning. "Lord Hokage, please have a seat," Kakuzu smiled. Hashirama, feeling somewhat bashful, sat before Kakuzu and clasped his hands together. "I sincerely apologize. I have forgotten to bring money during my recent outings. I assure you I will repay you next time." His tone was earnest, his demeanor serious. Kakuzu, showing great respect for Hashirama, replied, "I fully trust your words, Lord Hokage." He weighed the 3 loan slips in his hand, totaling merely around 10 million. Such an amount was trivial for Kakuzu at present. He could forego repayment entirely. "Ha ha ha, Kakuzu, you truly understand me. I shall leave these IOUs with you. I will definitely repay them. Now may I take my leave? If the Hokage wishes to depart, none may hinder him." "Hey Kakuzu, you are quite the jester." Hashirama chuckled, just as he was about to exit. Behind him, Kakuzu's lips curled into a sly smile. "Lord Hashirama, I shall send these bills to your residence shortly. By the way, I hear that your finances are managed by your elder sister-in-law, Lady Uzumaki Mito, correct?" Upon hearing that final name, Hashirama's expression shifted, a look of embarrassment spreading across his face. "Kakuzu, I must say, this is quite unfair. Are we not good friends? You cannot scheme against me like this. If you send the bills home, I will be utterly doomed. Is that so? Should I kneel on the floor or scrub the washboard? Kakuzu teased. Durian. Hashirama blurted out, instantly regretting it as he covered his mouth, wishing he could slap himself. Kakuzu stood, offering a knowing smile. The durian would pierce through flesh, and with Hashirama's regenerative abilities, the wounds would heal only to be reopened again and again. A cycle orchestrated by none other than Lady Mito, truly a genius. As Kakuzu elaborated on these details, Hashirama felt his face flush with embarrassment, hastily pulling Kakuzu aside to speak earnestly. Kakuzu, we are old acquaintances. You must not reveal this to my wife. Otherwise, wife. Lord Hashirama, you do refer to Lady Mito in such a manner? All right, I shall relay your words verbatim. Wait. No, Kakuzu, what do you desire? Hashirama suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. Kakuzu, however, remained unfazed, smiling serenely. The first Hokage was indeed powerful, yet he displayed a certain naivety in other aspects. Perhaps this is a common trait among reincarnated Azuras. From the moment Hashirama entered, Kakuzu had already surmised two things. First, that Hashirama's promise of repayment would likely stretch into the next life. Given his notorious bad luck with gambling, he would probably lose any money allocated for repayment. Secondly, Hashirama had come to the casino without attendants and had utilized a transformation technique, clearly desiring to keep this visit hidden from his household. Thus, Kakuzu casually guessed the name Uzumaki Mito. Kakuzu's understanding of Mito was not profound. He merely knew she hailed from the Uzumaki clan and that Uchiha Madara held her in high esteem. Given that Madara never married, it was likely he harbored feelings for her as well. Yet, Mito chose the affable Hashirama, as such a life would hold its own joys. A woman capable of subduing both Hashirama and Madara was undoubtedly a true master. However, merely mentioning her name caused the legendary ninja to falter. This only served to validate the adage. It is not the woman who becomes the elder brother's partner that earns the title of elder sister-in-law, but rather the man who becomes the elder sister-in-law's spouse who earns the title of elder brother. Kakuzu discerned that he had gained the upper hand over Hashirama. Chapter 61. Hashirama's cells, within reach. Kakuzu had long been puzzled. If Mito withheld funds and Hashirama was notoriously unlucky at gambling, how could he possibly afford to repay his debts? Upon being asked, Hashirama's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Well, Madara has helped me repay a few times. By the heavens, the truth is out. The money Madara lent him could not possibly be known to Mito. Thus, it became clear that Hashirama and Madara shared a profound bond, while Mito was merely an unexpected circumstance. This prompted Kakuzu to recall Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade, who inherited his gambling proclivities and was equally infamous for her losses. The renowned cash cow of the gambling houses in the Land of Fire. From where did Tsunade acquire her gambling funds? Some claim the Senju clan was wealthy, but by that time, they had long been silent in Konoha. Even if there were assets remaining, they had likely been squandered by the likes of monkeys and Danzo. Yet Tsunade remained steadfast in the gambling houses. Kakuzu surmised that her financial backing likely came from Jiraiya. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Jiraiya possessed an astonishing writing talent. Unlike authors like himself, a mere amateur, Jiraiya was truly a gifted individual, the chosen one. Thus, Tsunade's gambling funds likely derived from his monthly royalties. This mirrored the dynamic between Hashirama and Madara. Unfortunately, Jiraiya pursued Tsunade throughout his life, while Hashirama had long since parted ways with Madara. Henceforth, the unfortunate Hokage would find himself devoid of an economic source. Every time Tobirama reflects on how Madara tidied up his mess, he finds himself filled with emotion. Now, with Madara's departure, Tobirama feels an overwhelming sense of loss. The void in his heart can only be filled through gambling. As for Tobirama's plight, Kakuzu merely smiles in silence. He has no intention of taking any money to avoid further burdening Tobirama, who might impulsively harm himself in a moment of despair. Who knows the worth of each strike to his head? Ultimately, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. As the leaders of the Senju clan, both Hashirama and Tobirama should lack for nothing. Yet, in the end, they find themselves reliant on Kakuzu. Is this truly appropriate? Lord Hokage, if you wish to delay repayment, there is still something you must disclose to me, or I shall seek out your elder sister. A month swiftly passes. The night is dark and windy, with an abundance of clouds obscuring the stars. In the second biological laboratory of Konoha, Kakuzu and Tobirama exchange glances. Before the meal, two living beings, previously rendered unconscious. Kakuzu nods at Tobarama. It is time to commence. Tobarama takes a deep breath and swiftly forms hand seals. In, si, wu, shun. Drink. A thunderous roar erupts from his throat. The soil beneath begins to corrode the two before them rapidly. The intense agony jolts the two individuals from their stupor. They howl at the heavens, their eyes wide with terror, their anguished cries echoing throughout the laboratory. Yet, all this proves futile. Once the soil envelopes them entirely, their voices are silenced. Perhaps they have crossed into another realm. Their departure has exchanged two distinct souls from the hands of death. Upon returning to the realm of the living, the two souls awaken, their faces marred with cracks and their black eyes filled with confusion. They survey their surroundings, appearing utterly bewildered. Where's this place? Where am I? Not only the summoned individuals, but even Kakuzu and Tobarama are momentarily taken aback. Tobarama fixates on the ancestors of the Senju clan as his intended targets for resurrection. However, he does not recognize these two newcomers. It is evident they do not hail from the land of fire, as their voices and attire betray the characteristics of that region. While Tobarama remains lost in thought, Kakuzu nudges him with his elbow. What are you pondering? We have succeeded, after all. Yes, we have succeeded. As if awakening from a dream. A rare smile graces Tobarama's face. Today, they have managed to summon others from the clutches of death. This alone marks a monumental advancement for the ninja world. The summoned individuals remain confused and disoriented, yet Kakuzu and Tobarama are too elated to pay them any heed. This is a leap in technological advancement for the ninja world that will surely be recorded in history. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberates through the air. Kakuzu and Tobarama instinctively leap aside as a colossal wooden jutsu surges between them. Upon witnessing the emergence of this technique, they both realize the gravity of the situation. As they regain their footing and glance back, they find the laboratory door has been blown apart. As the wooden jutsu gradually retracts, the imposing figure of Hashirama Senju clad in Hokage robes steps forth. The current Hashirama lacks his usual amiability and playful demeanor, replaced instead by a stern countenance. He strides forward, his scrutinizing gaze piercing through Tobarama. Tobarama, unnerved under the intensity of Hashirama's stare, diverts his gaze to Kakuzu, this is not your concern. Hashirama's stern voice interrupts Tobarama's attempt at explanation. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your clandestine activities? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu glances at Tobarama, his eyes conveying a message. Is this my fault now? While Hashirama is often perceived as simple-minded, it is clear that Tobarama's actions have led to this predicament. The Umbu he established are solely accountable to the Hokage. While Hashirama may not locate their whereabouts, the Umbu certainly will. If they are found, it is tantamount to the Hokage discovering them. Tobarama has unwittingly shot himself in the foot. I sense something amiss since the last time I encountered Kakuzu at the gambling den. What kind of research is conducted at night? That is why I followed you today. Kakuzu shrugs his shoulders in response. The notion that Tobarama possesses great wisdom while uncovering the truth is not his concern. Brother, they are merely death row inmates, he begins, but is cut off. Silence. Hashirama's countenance is as frigid as ice. He is truly enraged. What right do you have to define another's life and death? Do you dare claim your actions are not driven by a need for experimental subjects? At this, Tobarama refrains from further protest, forming reverse hand seals. Edo Tensei activate. The poor souls summoned from the afterlife remain oblivious to their fate, as they are once again dragged into the abyss of death, destined for an eternal slumber. Follow me. Hashirama commands, turning away. Kakuzu and Tobarama exchange glances and comply. As the three stand outside, gazing into the darkness of the night, the ground trembles. Towering ancient trees erupt from the earth, intertwining and curling, rapidly engulfing the laboratory. From this day forth, this laboratory shall cease to exist. Hashirama turns to Tobarama. You will return with me, and you are to be confined. You are not to leave without my explicit permission. Brother, Tobarama attempts to argue, but Hashirama offers no room for negotiation. I will appoint a new head for the biological laboratory. I wish to see no more of such experiments. Thus, Tobarama's fate for the foreseeable future is sealed. Hashirama then shifts his gaze to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you are also forbidden from engaging in such matters. This is my bottom line. Kakuzu shrugs and lets out a resigned sigh. A few words have determined the outcome. This, after all, remains a world where strength dictates truth. Watching Hashirama lead Tobirama away, Kakuzu breathes a heavy sigh and gazes up at the sky, only to realize that there is no moon tonight. No wonder it is so dark. He had intended to complain to the Sage of Six Paths about the Senju brothers who have consumed his resources and now cast him aside, leaving him without the lucrative job he once held. This is utterly unacceptable. As Kakuzu internally rants, a limb of the earth grudge fear bursts forth from the ground, reattaching to his wrist via dark threads. At this moment, he finds himself with a vial of blood in hand. Squinting his eyes, he deduces that it has likely not been opened for several months. Yet the blood within remains neither dried nor viscous. Such vital blood could only signify one thing in the ninja world: Hashirama's cells. Chapter 62. Fusion, Strengthening. Tobirama seeks to uncover Kakuzu's true intentions. Thus, utilizing the Hashirama cells in his possession, he orchestrates a cunning scheme against Kakuzu. He was aware that with Kakuzu's level of ninja skills, he would ultimately notice this detail and locate the blood. However, that was precisely the outcome he desired. The location of the blood had been ensconced within a barrier. The moment there was any disturbance regarding Hashirama's blood, he would be able to sense it. The pieces were already laid out. It was merely a matter of whether Kakuzu had the courage to seize them. Today, this matter reached a conclusion. Kakuzu lost his job, but he discovered treasure. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit any signs of joy. It was imperative to remain composed when possessing such valuable assets. Recently, a few friends, including Narashika, came to visit Kakuzu. Kakuzu, just let it go. With your abilities, finding another job should be a piece of cake, right? Lord Hokage South's decision to close the laboratory was somewhat hasty. But trust him. If all else fails, you could become a ninja. The monthly salary is at least 300,000. Indeed, Kakuzu was already in his 30s. Unemployed in middle age, he no longer had a steady income. All he had left were nearly 300 properties and shops to rent out, as well as a renowned glass factory. And there was a gambling house, which many were unaware of. Kakuzu expressed his gratitude to Shika and the others for their consolation, sending them away with a heavy heart. In the following days, Kakuzu remained despondently confined to his room. However, each night he would rise to meticulously experiment with Hashirama's blood. The blood ultimately needed to merge with his body. There was no need for him to carve off a piece of flesh for the experiment. The lines of the earth grudge fear were abundant. Yet, every time the lines integrated with the blood, the results left Kakuzu feeling somewhat disheartened. In the experimental vessel, the life forms within the black lines were pitifully few. The moment they merged with the blood, the life forms were completely devoured by the Hashirama cells. Such results not only showcased the power of the Hashirama cells, but also indicated the weakness of Kakuzu's body, aside from his heart, in terms of life forms. There was only one way to merge with the Hashirama cells: dilution. After several nights of toil, Kakuzu gazed at the liquid in the experimental vessel, still feeling a headache. This was the highest dilution concentration he could control under the current conditions, approximately 260 times. This figure led Kakuzu to doubt whether he had made an error. Blood diluted 260 times was almost akin to water. Even more infuriatingly, his black lines seemed to be struggling to withstand it. What was going on? Was his earth grudge fear body truly that frail? Faced with this outcome, Kakuzu spent 3 days smoking in his room. Ultimately, he made a resolute decision. 5 hearts. 5 elite jonin were nearing the limits of his body. In this world of ninjas, if one could not enhance their strength and remain stagnant throughout their life, what difference was there from being dead? He thought of Senju Hashirama, of Uchiha Madara. Those were the men standing at the pinnacle. In his previous life, he had been weak and feeble, muddling through under the torment of illness. Having died once, Kakuzu, at his core, was not afraid of death. For if this life were to follow the same path, he would still be slain by the protagonist due to his inadequacy. Wasn't that the truth? The needle pierced Kakuzu's artery. The injector rapidly compressed under his guidance. The liquid coursed through the black lines of his body, flowing like a river. Whether it was a physical reaction or a psychological effect, Kakuzu felt a chill gradually extending from his body to his head. He began to feel increasingly cold. Kakuzu did not know whether this was good or bad. Before losing consciousness, he held on to only one belief. This was a chance that could change his fate. He did not want to miss it, nor could he afford to. He had to grasp that fleeting opportunity of destiny. Otherwise, he would rather die. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The wall clock pointed to 7 in the evening. This was precisely the time Kakuzu was to inject the Hashirama cells. However, 3 whole days had already passed. Creak. The door was slowly pushed open. A small head cautiously peeked inside. The person speaking to Kakuzu was Maru Hashin. When he first arrived here, he had only been a 6-year-old child. But now, he had grown into a nearly full-fledged youth. He should be graduating from the Ninja Academy next year. It was Kakuzu who had instructed him to guard the entrance. Maru Hashin had followed Kakuzu's orders diligently, keeping the door secure for the past few days. Yet, as time dragged on, he felt compelled to check on the situation. Just as he called out, Maru Hashin's expression turned to one of alarm. Instinctively, he wanted to scream, but at the last moment, he recalled that he too was a ninja. Maru Hashin forced himself to calm down and cautiously approached Kakuzu. At that moment, Kakuzu sat on the floor, eyes tightly shut, hands hanging limply. This scene once again disturbed Maru Hashin's heart. Still, he suppressed his fear. He did not want his worst fears to come true, his eyes desperately searching for signs of life in Kakuzu. Suddenly, Maru Hashin noticed a bead of sweat trickling down Kakuzu's forehead. Could a dead person still sweat? He could no longer be certain. Trembling, he extended his hand, intending to check Kakuzu's breath. However, swish! Ah! Maru Hashin was truly frightened this time. His hand barely grazed Kakuzu's breath when a powerful hand seized his wrist. He wanted to scream, but just as he began to utter a sound, another hand covered his mouth. A minute later, Maru Hashin gasped for breath as that strong hand released him. He had not misjudged. A dead man would not sweat. Moreover, the sweat was radiating intense heat. At that moment, Kakuzu was drenched from head to toe. Kakuzu-sensei, are you alright? Confirming that he wasn't witnessing a zombie resurrection. Maru Hashin calmed down. Kakuzu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at Maru Hashin. I'm fine. I just had a long dream. This dream allowed Kakuzu to see his past life and current existence. He was no longer the weak person from his previous life, nor was he the Kakuzu of this world. He was a brand new being, possessing his own thoughts and ideas, with the desire to survive from his past life. He vowed never to falter in this life. The moment he awakened from the dream, Kakuzu suddenly understood that true immortality was not merely the continuation of life, but also the eternal strength to defend oneself. Thus, in the grand scheme of fate, he could not let go of that fleeting opportunity. In this life, he would also be the protagonist. Kakuzu had awakened, signifying that all was well. However, the 3 days and nights of mental struggle left him somewhat weary. Hashin, I appreciate your help. All right, Kakuzu-sensei, you should rest for a bit. I will go out to buy something to replenish your energy. After confirming that Kakuzu was fine, Maru Hashin dashed out and closed the door behind him. At the moment the door was firmly shut, Kakuzu took a couple of heavy breaths. Although he felt utterly fatigued, there were certain matters he was eager to unravel. Rising to his feet, he sensed a newfound robustness in his physique. Slowly raising his hands, he crossed them and began to channel his chakra, gathering and dispersing it with remarkable speed. Multiple shadow clone technique, with a series of explosive sounds accompanied by thick clouds of smoke. The room was filled with identical shadow clones. Chapter 63, Rebirth and Immortality Z. Cho, In, Shun, Hai, Wei Si. With a swift flick of his wrist, he formed hand seals. Dark night technique. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished and the external light vanished. Everything was enveloped in darkness. Only Kakuzu's eyes shone brightly in the void. This technique could be deemed a high-level illusion, capable of temporarily blinding the opponent. With this concept as a foundation, it was conceivable that he could genuinely contend with the grand ambitions of the Uchiha clan through illusion. Reversing the hand seals, the Dark Night technique was dispelled. Leaning against the wall, Kakuzu breathed evenly. Feeling the transformations within himself, he understood that the cells of Hashirama had indeed opened a sliver of opportunity for him. The blood coursing through his veins, the connected meridians, all of these elements granted Kakuzu the potential to grow stronger autonomously. To date, he had learned every forbidden technique from Senju Tobarama, except for the Flying Thunder God technique, in a remarkably short period. After all, he was one of the pioneers of these forbidden arts. Even the most challenging technique, the Impure World Reincarnation, was no exception. However, this version of the technique differed from its application in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Currently, the Impure World Reincarnation could not pinpoint its resurrection target. Whether the resurrected entity was a ninja, a civilian, a warrior, or something else entirely was left to chance. Moreover, the timeline was chaotic. The moment of resurrection was increasingly unpredictable. The resurrected individual's strength could range from 80% at their peak to as little as 20%, or even an infant's capabilities. Such scenarios could be rather awkward. Kakuzu even entertained a bold hypothesis. Techniques like impure world reincarnation, the rebirth of the cycle, and self-rebirth, which drew souls from the hands of the death god, likely required the practitioner to possess not only the ability to command, but also a grasp of the concepts of time and space that exist beyond the veil. Otherwise, who could say what might emerge from the reincarnation? Clearly, the current Senju Tobarama had not fully mastered these intricacies. Perhaps it was left for future generations to refine. Just as the multiple shadow clone technique thrived thanks to the prince, or the flying thunder god technique was enhanced with the help of the Uchiha clan. The complete version of impure world reincarnation would still hinge upon Orochimaru. Returning to the crux of the matter, while having meridians and flesh was undeniably vital, Kakuzu had something even more paramount to examine. Standing upright, he leaned forward, stretching his arms backward. Swish, swish, swish. The threads of the Earth Grudge Fear technique rapidly released their tension. As these threads were liberated, Kakuzu's companions within him were also set free. In the process of releasing these allies, Kakuzu could more clearly perceive the changes within his body. The threads of Earth Grudge Fear still enveloped him, yet beneath them, a delicate new form had already begun to grow. The living entity merged with the threads of Earth Grudge Fear, creating a synthesis that represented the union of rebirth and immortality. Soon, all his companions emerged, each distinct in height and build, devoid of individual consciousness. Relying solely on Kakuzu's commands for instinctual actions, each companion, possessing a heart, also bore a newly formed body beneath the threads. Yet Kakuzu could sense that these newly sprouted forms were fragile, akin to newly born infants. To reach the level of an average adult would likely require a decade of growth and training. However, this was of little consequence. For Kakuzu, time was abundant. What occupied Kakuzu's attention now was another matter. He placed a hand on his chest, gazing at the companions before him. Representing fire release was the fire armor. Representing water release was the water E. Representing lightning release was the lightning bing. Representing wind release was the wind ding. Lastly, a partner wearing a brownish-yellow mask, wielding earth release, also emerged. The rules of the Earth Grudge Fear technique dictated that one heart must remain in the original body to ensure its free movement. Kakuzu typically kept Earth Release hearts due to their superior defensive capabilities. However, today, even Earth Release had detached from his body. At this moment, Kakuzu could distinctly perceive a rhythmic heartbeat emanating from his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Another heart had manifested within him. The heart that commanded the 5 elemental releases had now emerged. This indicated that, in future battles, Kakuzu would have an elite Jonin fighting alongside him. Previously, it was a 1 versus 5 scenario. Now it would be 1 versus 6. By this calculation, his strength had undeniably increased. As for the emergence of this 6th heart, Kakuzu quickly deduced the reason. The fusion of Hashirama's cells with Earth Grudge Fear had successfully activated new life under the conditions of immortality. Much like the later emergence of the 10,000 White Zetsu, they too were living beings. Though Kakuzu's body structure differed from that of ordinary humans, his physiological functions did not reject the appearance of a new heart. Thus, the 6th heart emerged. Kakuzu found this outcome satisfactory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under his conscious control, the 5 life forms returned to his body. With this new physique, it was time for Kakuzu to prepare for a new endeavor. A few days later, in the Senju estate, sunlight streamed through the windows, brightening the room. Senju Tobarama sat on the floor, thoughtfully chewing on the end of a pen. Suddenly, the pen shifted slightly, ceasing its movement in his mouth. With a gentle exertion, this pen could transform into a ready-to-launch shuriken. Tobarama's elongated eyes focused on the door. Someone had arrived uninvited. He sensed their presence. Yet, oddly, the shadow guards outside had not raised an alarm. Closing his eyes, Tobarama concentrated once more. Abruptly, he opened them wide. No, this is Kakuzu. Kakuzu stood atop the roof, greeting Senju Tuka. He then leapt gracefully through the doorway, coming into view before Senju Tobarama. You've grown stronger, and significantly so. Removing the pencil from his mouth, Tobarama set aside his work and regarded Kakuzu solemnly. The battle from many years ago lingered in their shared memory. At that time, he was unfamiliar with Kakuzu's abilities. Yet Kakuzu possessed profound knowledge of his flying thunder god technique. On that occasion, Kakuzu triumphed through superior intelligence. Years later, Kakuzu's skills gradually became apparent to Senju Tobarama, but his strength remained elusive. One might have thought Kakuzu had reached the zenith of his capabilities. However, upon their recent encounter, Tobarama was compelled to regard Kakuzu with newfound seriousness. He realized that Kakuzu had devoted years of dedication to achieve this breakthrough. This suggested that his previous understanding of Kakuzu had been neither accurate nor complete. Most crucially, Tobarama sensed that Kakuzu was shrouded in a thick veil of mystery, one that his perceptive abilities could not penetrate. Therefore, the extent of Kakuzu's current strength eluded even Tobarama's keen senses. Detecting the astonishment in Tobarama's words, Kakuzu raised his head and gestured in a certain direction. "Shall we venture outside to test our mettle?" Words cannot compare to the clarity of a spar. It had been many years since Kakuzu had engaged in combat, and he felt his ancestral ninja skills were nearly forgotten. Yet Tobarama shook his head, redirecting his gaze back to the sketches laid out on the table. "We shall not go." Hearing this response, Kakuzu touched his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. The reason Tobarama refrained was due to Hashirama's decree. If he dared to step outside, Hashirama would return and break his legs. Even a battle in the courtyard was out of the question. Should the Senju estate be damaged, Kakuzu would be unscathed, but Tobarama would face dire consequences. Thus, Tobarama remained dutifully in his room. Kakuzu entered and took a seat opposite him, observing the downtrodden Tobarama with a slight smile. "You have endured quite a lot, but I trust that in time, things will improve." His gaze fell upon the blueprints Tobarama was working on. Even the second-in-command of the Senju clan cannot halt your research into forbidden techniques at this juncture. Tobarama did not lift his head, but lazily exhaled. "With idle time, I might as well investigate the forbidden techniques that once eluded me. Even though I recognize the improbability of their completion, are there forbidden techniques that you cannot accomplish?" Kakuzu inquired, curiosity piqued. When he discerned the name of the forbidden technique, his expression shifted. This is Chapter 64, The Technique of the Ghost Bud. The presence of this technique was somewhat unexpected, yet not overwhelmingly shocking. "Have you begun to delve into the intricacies of bloodlines?" Indeed, Tobarama confirmed with a nod. As elite ninjas of the shinobi world, there is little to conceal. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans possess ocular techniques, while the Senju and Uzumaki clans are endowed with vast chakra reserves. Their uniqueness stems fundamentally from their respective bloodlines, or as it is professionally termed, bloodline limits. Are you attempting to amalgamate various bloodline limits? How? Have you never considered it? At this question, the two shared a knowing glance, smiling in silence. "Do you now have a lead?" Kakuzu pressed again. "Yes, but therein lies the greatest difficulty," Tobarama replied, frustration evident as he picked up his pen and examined the blueprints while explaining. "I once endeavored to merge two distinct bloodlines, striving to forge a new power. However, I discovered that the repulsive reaction between the two bloodlines was substantial, preventing a secure fusion. In fact, the mixture threatened to damage the experimental subject. Initially, I was skeptical and persisted in my trials, conducting 8 experiments, but only once did I glimpse a potential for success. Yet, I realized that even the most basic fusion would require at least a decade." At this point, Tobarama fell silent, knowing Kakuzu could infer the implications. The basic fusion of the two bloodlines did not guarantee the emergence of a new bloodline or the simultaneous mastery of both bloodline limits, and each endeavor would require a minimum of 10 years. Kakuzu's fingers lightly drummed on the table as he regarded Tobarama. Yet, how many decades can one afford to wait? Tobarama was no madman. He had witnessed firsthand that during the Warring States period, the average lifespan was less than 30 years. Although peace had been achieved, even his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, could not possess infinite longevity. Tobarama himself was uncertain how many decades remained for his research. Furthermore, his scientific pursuits were frequently hindered by financial constraints, his brother's interference, and various trifles. Thus, Tobarama understood that this was an experiment he could not complete. Meanwhile, Kakuzu appeared outwardly calm, yet internally he was somewhat astonished. He cast his gaze upon the incomplete ghost bud technique. The technique remained unfinished, and its risks were unknown. Tobarama was not inclined to test the waters. Should he err, it would lead to complications. However, if Tobarama were to act with more audacity, capture an Uchiha, acquire their Sharingan, and conceal himself for decades, could the Senju and Uchiha powers within him gradually merge? Though he could not awaken the Rinnegan without being a reincarnated individual, Might the genuine fusion of the two bloodlines signify a certain degree of ancestral return? Yet, all of this existed solely in the realm of fantasy. Tobirama had already conceded that the fusion of two bloodlines was exceedingly challenging, with a low probability of success. The higher the bloodline limit, the more difficult the fusion, and the risks associated with merging the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines would only escalate. The birth of a Rinnegan could transform a once mighty warrior into a frail elder. Thus, the fusion of bloodlines was not a feat for the average individual. Kakuzu's fusion of Hashirama cells might well be a singular exception in the shinobi world, as such bloodlines retain vitality even when diluted over 200 times. Consequently, Hashirama cells became a staple for many formidable warriors in later years. Even drawing the interest of Danzo, Kakuzu mused that he would need approximately a decade to adapt to this body before he could enhance the cells once more. Turning back to Tobirama, who seemed to recognize the futility of this research, he carelessly tossed the manuscript aside. This action elicited a flicker of surprise from Kakuzu. A gust of wind later swept the manuscript into an inconspicuous corner of the Senju estate, where it would remain lost, and Tobirama, viewing it merely as scrap paper, showed no inclination to search for it. Years later, a boy named Baruhu would inadvertently stumble upon this manuscript. What appeared to be worthless paper in Tobirama's eyes would serve as a refreshing oasis for Baruhu, who was struggling in a metaphorical desert. He activated all of his potential, fervently researching the feasibility of the ghost bud technique. When a person is reduced to mere obsession, they become formidable. Upon encountering a youth who had obtained a Sharingan from a friend, he experienced an epiphany. The complete version of the ghost bud technique was born. Alas, Tobirama, the copyright ninja. Yet, it must be noted that Baruhu's interpretation of the ghost bud differed from Tobirama's current approach. To generalize, Baruhu emphasized speed and even resorted to forceful acquisition, while Tobirama's intent leaned toward gradual fusion. In comparison, Kakuzu favored the latter, for all things possess their own development. Haste may yield counterproductive results, like the character Baruhu, who, in his fervent desire for power, became arrogant and impatient. According to Baruhu's descriptions, the convergence of 5 bloodline limits would grant immortality and necessitate the initiation of the 4th Great Ninja War. This notion seems rather far-fetched. Is it truly possible that the amalgamation of 5 bloodline limits bequeaths eternal life? Has he consulted the Sage of 6 Paths? In this world, the quest for immortality ultimately hinges upon the likes of Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Such bloodline limits are unreliable. As for the initiation of the 4th War, during that era, figures like Nagato wielding the Rinnegan, Obito with his Kimui, Jiraiya in Sage Mode, and the formidable 5 Kage could certainly contend with him. Nevertheless, in the end, Baruhu's plight is quite tragic, for he shares a similar fate with Kakuzu. Despite his formidable strength, he was defeated by some wind technique. How utterly nonsensical that is. Kakuzu's thoughts began to drift. Observing this, Senju Tobirama assumed Kakuzu was merely lost in contemplation. Hey, oh, what is it? Tobirama's voice snapped Kakuzu back to reality. Tobirama presented another volume of herbology before Kakuzu. Seeing your keen interest, I shall gift you this supplementary volume. Take your time studying it. At this, Kakuzu felt a surge of satisfaction. He picked up the tome and began to peruse it leisurely. The pages detailed numerous aspects of the fusion of bloodline limits, contrasting it with the amalgamation of ordinary blood. After a cursory glance, he concluded that the integration of bloodline limits indeed requires time, decades, perhaps even centuries. However, would such a duration pose an issue for Kakuzu? He accepted the volume with gratitude. With your evident interest, take it home and examine it at your leisure. Tobirama, you are quite unscrupulous. I have no desire to end up like you, confined by your elder brother. Senju Hashirama had refrained from confronting Kakuzu, not out of any debt owed, but rather because he deemed Tobirama the true culprit, thus only imprisoning him. Yet, should Kakuzu establish a laboratory anew, the situation might change. Kakuzu anticipated that Hashirama might not only find a reason to demand repayment, but might even seize his funds for gambling. However, that was not insurmountable. He could simply conduct his research outside of Konohagakure. Chapter 65. A new journey. The inevitability of parting permeates life. After several years in this place, Kakuzu harbored a unique sentiment. However, it would be best to forego overly sentimental farewells. For acquaintances like Ino Shikicho, Kakuzu did not bid them adieu in person. Instead, He entrusted Marahoshi to deliver a sum of 10 million ryo to each of them, a token of gratitude for their care over the years. Additionally, Kakuzu's enterprises in Konoha could not be neglected. He assigned the management of rent to Marahoshi, ensuring that the collected rents would be deposited into Kakuzu's account. A mere visit to any bank in the Land of Fire would suffice for Kakuzu to verify his latest balance. Furthermore, both the glass factory and gambling house had capable hands overseeing them. Kakuzu did not require a substantial share. He merely needed his subordinates to manage well and remit funds to him monthly. He relished the sensation of earning money without engaging in any labor. As he strolled towards the village gates, Kakuzu carried minimal baggage, much like when he first arrived. Draped in an oversized cloak and clutching a satchel, he ambled along the path. Soon, he reached the village's grand entrance. Here, he paused, gazing up at the sentry tower. A ninja descended gracefully, landing before him. "Are you leaving?" Senju Taijima inquired. "Indeed, I find staying in the village rather tedious. I seek to travel," Kakuzu replied with a smile. "When will you return?" "In a year or two, perhaps." With that, both exchanged smiles. Kakuzu was not a ninja of Konoha, and his relationship with Taijima was not one of colleagues. Ninjas must often conceal their emotions, thus the brevity of their words. Taijima stepped aside, offering a polite smile as a farewell. Kakuzu, too, uttered no more, taking deliberate steps beyond the gates of Konoha. The moment he crossed the threshold, within the Senju estate, Senju Tobarama sensed the change. Kakuzu had yet to erase the flying thunder god mark on him. As soon as he departed Konoha, the sensation would manifest. After a moment's contemplation, Tobarama lifted his gaze, resuming his research. Before long, Kakuzu had ventured beyond the confines of Konoha. Gazing upon the towering mountains and inhaling the fresh air, he had no intention of wandering aimlessly. Previously, when Senju Hashirama had drawn an IOU from Kakuzu, he had posed a question: where might the sage's abode be? Sage techniques are an anomaly within the ninja world, existing independently from the conventional chakra system. Absorbing nature's energy is indeed a shortcut to power. Although sage techniques are among Hashirama's signature skills, he had generously divulged this knowledge to Kakuzu without reservation. He confessed ignorance, stating that while training in wood release, he had stumbled upon the wet bone forest, where he practiced sage techniques. Kakuzu found this explanation utterly baffling. Was Hashirama belittling him? How could he, lacking wood release, possibly locate it? Hashirama then offered a second method of approach. The sage's domain bore resemblance to the summoning realm. Both were alternate spaces. With a stroke of luck, perhaps Kakuzu might indeed find it. Kakuzu found merit in this notion, contemplating the myriad toad statues in Mount Mayaboku. Surely, those were fortunate individuals. Hashirama further assisted Kakuzu's recollection, suggesting that his training site for wood release should be located in the southeastern corner of the Land of Fire, near the water country. With no other recourse, Kakuzu resolved to rely on chance. Naturally, the likelihood of failure was high, and he had no intention of returning empty-handed. Thus, he prepared for the journey ahead. Upon encountering a structure reminiscent of a restroom, Kakuzu's demeanor shifted dramatically. Yet, driven by a spirit of experimentation, he ventured inside. Upon reaching the second basement level, he encountered the individual in charge, a bald man in his 30s. Beyond his shining forehead, the man's eyes seemed to glimmer with golden light. Upon seeing Kakuzu, his eyes lit up. "Ah, my lord, you appear to be a skilled ninja. We have a plethora of fresh tasks available for selection. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Oh, by the way, our refrigeration unit is malfunctioning, resulting in a rather pungent odor. We had no choice but to conduct our operations here to mask the scent. I hope you can overlook it." "Enough, enough," Kakuzu interjected, waving his hand in impatience. The bald man was quite the chatterbox. Was it appropriate to prattle on in such a place? Kakuzu pointed toward the desk, and the bald man instantly understood. The task list was promptly retrieved and laid out before Kakuzu. The leading sheets bore signs of age, dust lingering upon them, indicating they had been hanging there for many years. The first entry was for Senju Hashirama, with a bounty of 153 million. The second was Uchiha Madara, boasting a bounty of 149 million. Next was Hyuga Hayashi, with a bounty of 73 million, followed by Reikage A at 72.5 million. Finally, there was Senju Tobarama, with a bounty of 60 million. Isn't this bounty a bit excessive? Kakuzu mused, unwilling to test his memory. Such substantial rewards were easily etched in his mind. capable of being recalled even decades later. Notably, Tobarama's bounty had surely surged by 5 million. Indeed, my lord. Over the years, those who have caused significant disturbances within the ninja world have seen their bounties rise swiftly. Additionally, with the passage of time, currency has depreciated, resulting in a modest increase in value. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu understood. In simpler terms, those who attracted attention had their worth increase rapidly. Hashirama, Madara, and even the first Raikage, who dared to negotiate with Hashirama, belonged to this category. Conversely, those who remained under the radar had their bounties inflated merely due to currency depreciation, provided their strength had not waned over the years. Kakuzu's gaze swept over the list. Just as he contemplated which target to pursue, the loquacious bald man could not contain his chatter. My lord, I can recommend a highly cost-effective bounty for you, if you'd permit me. Following the bald man's pointing finger, Kakuzu's eyes fell upon a bounty of 30 million. However, he discerned immediately that this particular bounty was problematic. The image depicted a man in his 20s, with brown hair and sharp features, who was rather handsome. Name, Ruto. Description, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, of Jonin rank. Task requirement, capture alive and deliver him to the designated location. Reward, 30 million. Observing the sheet, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. The demand for capturing a Jonin alive indeed elevated the task's difficulty. Yet, for a skilled bounty hunter, subduing the quarry and transporting them without limbs was hardly a challenge. Thus, the bounty seemed rather inflated. Noticing Kakuzu's silence, the bald man hastened to add, My lord, to be frank, this is the most cost-effective bounty available at present. From what I understand, others at various locations have taken on this task. As for the high reward, it's worth considering. Given the risks involved in infiltrating the land of water, please do not hesitate. The longer you wait, the higher the chance this man will be captured by someone else. 30 million is no trifling sum. Just as the bald man prepared to prattle on, Kakuzu's gaze turned icy. Speak further, and I shall end you. Chapter 66. Boyle released. The mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks soaring majestically. Yet, above this grand landscape hung a thick veil of mist, enhancing the scenery's ethereal allure with an air of mystery. Beneath this dense fog lay not solid ground, but rather a labyrinth of rivers. The waters flowed quietly, branching out like the veins in a body, guiding every drop into the heart of the ocean, a swirling vortex. The vast seas sprawled across the land, with each tributary slicing the terrain into countless fragments, giving rise to innumerable small islands. Each island was home to residents of the land of water, and due to their isolation, each harbored its own unique culture and characteristics. This was the geographical essence of the land of water, appearing both enigmatic and distinct when compared to the other four great nations. Ryu Island, a lesser-known isle within the land of water, was lush with trees but lacked fresh water, rendering it nearly uninhabited. Over time, it had become overgrown with wild vegetation and weeds, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, precisely because of its remoteness, it served as an excellent hiding place. Amidst the dense fog, a clash of blades echoed. The fierce exchange of swords and shurikens sparked bright flashes. 5 ninjas clad in half-gray, half-black attire, bearing the headbands of the land of water, glided across the ground, forming a surrounding formation around their target. The individual before them bore a similar headband, marked with a design resembling flowing water cascading at a 45-degree angle. This was the emblem of the Mist Village. The Mist Ninja, of average build with sharp facial features and short, reddish-brown hair, stood resolutely. The leader of the land of water ninjas brandished a wanted poster, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he beheld Ruto. I never imagined you would become so valuable one day. A bounty of 30 million is simply irresistible. Do not blame us for what must follow. The land of water was merely a small nation adjacent to the land of water. When questioned on how these ninjas dared to act so brazenly, the answer lay in the allure of wealth, compelling them to venture into the land of water to pursue Ruto relentlessly. Ruto met the gazes of the bounty hunters with unwavering resolve. Yuki-ken, the depths of this situation are far more intricate than you perceive. Even if you manage to kill me, that 30 million will never be yours. As a former ninja of the Mist Village, Ruto recognized the leader of the bounty hunters from their previous encounters. However, Yuki-ken merely scoffed at Ruto's words. Whether we can claim it is not for you to fret over. Your only concern should be to relinquish your life. Ruto sighed in resignation, aware that the bounty hunters before him were blinded by greed. Realizing further discourse would be futile, he declared, "Then let us engage in battle." He raised his hands, swiftly forming seals. Noticing this, Yuki-kin wore a mocking smile. He knew Ruto possessed a Kekii Genkai, but that mattered little. He had gathered ample intelligence on Ruto. "Brothers, be cautious. He is initiating a release of toxic gas. Hold your breath while we engage in combat. Understood?" "Understood," the bounty hunters chorused, holding their breath as they donned makeshift gas masks to ensure their safety. At that moment, Ruto completed his hand seals. He opened his mouth, and a gas resembling the mist around them surged forth, rapidly enveloping the area, merging seamlessly with the fog. "Brothers, now is our moment. Let us conclude this swiftly," Yuki-kin commanded. He and his 4 brothers uniformly hurled their ninja tools and techniques towards the front, targeting the fleeing Ruto. With his hands maintaining the original hand seals, Ruto forcefully leaped backwards, simultaneously releasing gas from his mouth. After a few minutes of pursuit, swish, a bounty hunter's ninja blade sliced through Ruto's arm. In pain, Ruto's footing became unsteady, while the bounty hunters swiftly encircled him. "Ha ha ha! Ruto, you have nowhere to escape. Since we are acquainted, will you come with us willingly? Or shall we break your legs and take you by force?" The masked bounty hunter, Yuin, laughed heartily, reveling in the imminent victory. Yet, Ruto remained remarkably calm, shaking his head with poise. "Though we know each other's names, if you think that equates to understanding me, you are gravely mistaken. Have you considered why those from the Mist Village do not come to capture me themselves, but instead issue a bounty? It is simply because you are all too foolish." "What did you say?" Ruto's serene demeanor and calm tone revealed no trace of panic, instilling a sense of unease in Yuin and the other bounty hunters. Suddenly, what is happening? One of the bounty hunters cried out in pain, horrified to discover that the skin on his wrist had begun to rot violently. As his voice echoed, the remaining bounty hunters noticed something amiss. They had felt discomfort during the skirmish, as if a small flame was burning within them. But the intensity of the battle and the stability of their chakra had distracted them from the sensation. It was only upon halting that they were astonished to find their garments being gradually consumed by the mist. The exposed skin, too, was rapidly corroding within the fog. For the more severely affected, the decay extended beyond mere flesh, as the gas began to erode their very bones. In mere seconds, the previously dominant bounty hunters found themselves in disarray, each one wailing in agony, discarding their weapons, clutching their arms, and other corroded areas. But it was futile. As long as they remained enveloped in the mist, other parts of their bodies would succumb to the decay. Yuin, the leader of the bounty hunters, fared slightly better. Yet the corrosion still inflicted excruciating pain. He grimaced, looking at Ruto. "What have you done?" In response, Ruto lowered his hands from their seals, replying nonchalantly. "Did you think that wearing a gas mask or holding your breath would suffice? What I wield is not poison gas, but my unique bloodline limit, boil release. Curse you!" Yuin shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage. At that moment, he regretted not receiving detailed intel about the true nature of boil release. Those high-ranking officials from the Mist Village were untrustworthy, sending him to capture Ruto without disclosing any relevant information about boil release. Based on the Mist Village's usual conduct, Yuin was certain that Ruto harbored even greater secrets. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. The enticing bounty of 30 million was alluring, but one must be alive to enjoy it. As a bounty hunter, he knew precisely what to do: retreat swiftly if overwhelmed. "Brothers, let's go." Yuin turned and fled, needing to distance himself from the area engulfed by boil release. Otherwise, he would be reduced to nothing but bones. The other bounty hunters, seeing this, quickly followed suit, escaping the region. Meanwhile, Ruto completed his transformation from prey to hunter. "Have you forgotten that in your astonishment, you inhaled quite a bit of my boil release? Your insides are likely corroding as we speak. Perhaps staying here is more prudent." Ruto took a leap, propelling himself towards the fleeing bounty hunters. They sought his life, and he had no intention of sparing them. Moreover, if he let them escape, his hiding place would be compromised. To ensure his safety, Ruto resolved to eliminate these bounty hunters before seeking refuge on another island. In the dense forest, 5 bounty hunters, enduring the pain of corrosion, hurriedly fled. Yuin, glancing back at the relentless Ruto, clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching in frustration. He realized that this course of action was untenable. Ruto would eventually kill them all. He needed to devise a plan to shake off Ruto. Just as Yuin pondered this, one of the bounty hunters exclaimed, "Be brother, there are people ahead." "What?" Yuin exclaimed in disbelief, peering forward. Through the mist, a tall figure was slowly approaching them. What is that? Get out of the way. Yuin, irritated by the potential obstruction, flung several shurikens forward, each attached to an explosive tag. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens struck the trees ahead, igniting the explosive tags with a dazzling glow. Boom. The explosion sent forth a massive cloud of black smoke, flattening the surrounding trees and underbrush. Yet, amidst the billowing smoke, rhythmic footsteps remained unfazed, emerging steadily from the chaos. What? Yuin was taken aback as he realized that the approaching figure was indeed a person, a towering man clad in black steel. Kisame, is that you? As the bounty hunters drew nearer, the corners of Kisame's mouth curved into a subtle smile. Since we are all in the same line of work, it is only proper to greet one another. In an instant, Kisame's hands moved swiftly, completing the necessary seals. He raised his right arm high into the air, and chakra rapidly surged upwards, forming a unique lightning technique. Lightning release, thunderclap spear. With the chakra coalescing, a sound akin to a bird's call resonated, and a spear forged from lightning materialized in Kisame's grasp. This was the lightning chakra transformation he had conceived during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village. Once the corporeal activation of Kakuzu was awakened, he commenced his cultivation. In Kakuzu's perspective, this particular technique of lightning release did not require overwhelming potency. However, it must adhere to the most crucial aspect of lightning release: swiftness, unparalleled swiftness, so rapid that the adversary is struck before they can even react. Through relentless experimentation, Kakuzu relinquished the attribute of precision in this lightning release, channeling all available strength into its might and speed. Thus was born the rumble-piercing spear, his first self-created ninjutsu, presented to you with the hope that it will not be scorned. As Kakuzu's right hand quivered, the rumble-piercing spear soared through the air like a majestic eagle, unfurling its wings to traverse the sky with remarkable speed. Opposite him, the rainhound's pupils dilated as they reflected a lightning dragon, rapidly hurtling towards him. As a ninja, his immediate instinct was to evade. However, evasion proved futile. The lightning dragon's speed was unparalleled. Unless one possessed advanced body flicker technique, there was no escaping its grasp. Screams of terror erupted from the rainhound and his fellow bounty hunters as they instinctively halted their movements or began to defensively brace themselves. When the rumble-piercing spear reached them, it resembled an ancient beast unleashing its thunderous maw, swallowing the bounty hunters whole. Intense lightning intertwined, spiraled, and ensnared them. Each flash of lightning seemed like the beast's massive jaws relentlessly tearing at their bodies. The hunters' forms began to char, their exposed skin turning ashen. Within mere seconds, the effects of the rumble-piercing spear subsided, yet for them, those fleeting moments felt like centuries of torment. Among the remaining 4 bounty hunters, some had already been reduced to lifeless charcoal, lying still, awaiting a breeze to transform them into mere ash. Others were engulfed in darkness, with only their white pupils glaring at the sky, their eyes wide open in death. Those brief seconds brought them an eternity of suffering. Only the rainhound, the leader of the hunters, lay prostrate on the ground, blood pooling around him. Trembling, he raised a hand, struggling to lift his head. His face, a tapestry of blackened flesh and blood, bore witness to his immense agony. His scorched lips moved as if attempting to utter something. Kakuzu's towering figure loomed before him, casting a downward gaze upon this comrade. I sincerely apologize. My power was insufficient to grant you a swift end. It is my fault that you linger in such immense pain. Kakuzu first expressed genuine regret to the rainhound, then extended his hand to press down gently upon the rainhound's head, which he tried to raise. I shall refine my ninjutsu further, but for now, allow me to alleviate your final suffering. With a gentle twist of his palm, snap, the rainhound's head was decisively severed. Dusting off his hands, Kakuzu rose slowly, having aided another while simultaneously clearing his own path. Now, the focus shifted to the true target of the day. Kakuzu's gaze fell upon a ninja valued at 30 million, who had already formed hand seals, his boiling release wafting into the air. Chapter 68. What else can delight me? Rudu stood at a considerable distance, untouched by the lightning release's aftermath. Upon witnessing Kakuzu annihilate 5 bounty hunters in an instant, his expression turned grave. This towering ninja was undoubtedly far beyond the likes of the rainhound and his cohorts. Rudu's mind began to accept this reality. Faced with a formidable opponent, Rudo opted for a preemptive strike. The boiling release, akin to mist, enveloped the surroundings. In less than half a minute, Kakuzu's form was surrounded by the corrosive gas in the air. You are formidable, yet you are not of the land of water. I presume the body hardening you employed earlier was earth release, perhaps from an earth ninja? Rudo began to speculate on Kakuzu's origins. Kakuzu nonchalantly rose, casting his gaze toward Rudo. Such matters are of no concern to you. Simply know that I am here to kill you. Rudo was unfazed by Kakuzu's response. He had heard such declarations countless times before. Though the hidden mist village had been established for many years, its complexities remained. An outsider such as himself would not fare well stirring the pot. Hearing this, Kakuzu chuckled softly, arms crossed, observing the young man before him. In truth, Rudo made a valid point. Through the intelligence gathered along his journey and the words of the recently deceased Rain Hound and others, it could be inferred that the bounty on Rudo was issued by the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist. If Rudo had indeed turned traitor, it would be the responsibility of the Hidden Mist to eliminate him. Yet, why resort to issuing a bounty in the black market? This was perplexing. The 30 million bounty also bore its share of mysteries. It was this cloud of uncertainty that indicated the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. However, having arrived, would Kakuzu be deterred by such trivialities? The bloodline limit, boiling release. He extended a hand, slowly gliding it through the air, savoring the sensations of corrosion creeping along his skin. Kakuzu regarded Rudo with a calm demeanor. Do you comprehend why, despite being aware of your intentions, I have engaged in this idle chatter for so long? Kakuzu posed a pivotal question. Rudo, oblivious and uninterested in the answer, merely wished for his boiling release to take effect swiftly. Suddenly, Rudo's pupils dilated in astonishment. His anticipation was met as the boiling release did not disappoint, rapidly corroding the exposed arm of Kakuzu. However, the outcome left him utterly aghast. His eyes clearly perceived that as the boiling release began to erode Kakuzu's skin, countless black threads emerged from within his body, swiftly mending the inflicted wound. Moreover, on Kakuzu's face and neck, wherever there were signs of corrosion, black lines emerged immediately to effect repairs. Jiongu stood there, motionless, like an imposing iron tower. If you wish to erode me, then come forth. If you move even a fraction, I concede defeat. As he uttered this phrase, Rudo involuntarily took a step back. His throat tightened, and although the weather was not warm, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Rudo scrutinized Jiongu, his mind racing to analyze the unique characteristics of Jiongu's physique. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not conjure a reasonable explanation, leaving him with only a single retort. You truly live up to the reputation of a jonin from the Hidden Mist. That much is evident. With a jest, Jiongu lowered his arms and twisted his neck. After such prolonged play, it was time to conclude. Although boiling release could not corrode his body, the gas that was absorbed was meticulously cleaned by the black lines. However, that did not mean it could not erode other things. Departing from Konoha in haste, he was left with but this one coat. Should it be eroded by the boiling release, standing here without it would be quite indecorous. Do you possess anything else that might delight me? Jiongu inquired calmly. Rudo remained silent, gazing at Jiongu as if facing a formidable adversary. If not, it's my turn. Jiongu swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, he activated his ninjutsu. When Rudo saw the endless darkness extending from Jiongu, he wasted no time and leaped backward, determined not to let the shadows envelop him. His instinct as a ninja was sound. However, he was mistaken in one aspect. This dark expanse was not a tangible ninjutsu, but an illusion technique, the art of dark night travel. The moment Rudo beheld the descent of the dark night sky, he had already fallen prey to the illusion. No matter how swiftly he fled, he would ultimately be shrouded in darkness. Damn it! Rudo halted, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his body tensed, holding a kunai in his left hand while forming a defensive seal with his right. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the space around him had transformed into a pitch-black void. His keen eyes, capable of discerning details amidst fog, were rendered completely blind in this darkness. Nevertheless, Rudo quickly regained his composure, lowering his body slightly as clarity returned to his thoughts. Though darkness obscures my vision, it does not hinder my senses. In that case, I shall fight with my 5 senses. Slowly, Rudo closed his eyes, intently attuning himself to the subtle movements of the wind and grass around him. Interesting. If that is the case, let us continue this game. In the darkness, Jiongu perceived everything with perfect clarity. He crossed his arms. Bang, bang, bang. Ludo's ears perked up, and his senses rapidly expanded. Using shadow clones against me? Yet, why do I sense an overwhelming number? At least 200? No, 300. Is this the effect of the illusion? Though uncertain of the scene before him, Ludo had no choice but to proceed. He swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, raging stream. Chakra surged beneath his feet, and a torrent of water rapidly coalesced. The water began to crash chaotically against everything around him. Chapter 69. The Greatest Disparity Among Ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. Each clone shattered by the water release erupted in a cloud of smoke. Such sounds had echoed over 200 times. Ludo felt immense pressure. He truly could not discern whether this was an illusion or reality. A typical ninja could never summon this many shadow clones. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that he had fallen into Jiongu's rhythm. Yet, at this critical moment, he could only trust in himself. His physical stamina and chakra were depleting rapidly. However, as a pivotal moment arrived, Ludo suddenly opened his eyes. The darkness before him began to dissipate gradually. Ludo realized that his tactic had proven somewhat effective. Although the art of dark night travel was a sophisticated illusion, every illusion has its time constraint. It cannot indefinitely keep an opponent ensnared in a dreamlike state, with exceptions like Kodoame Tsukumi or Infinite Tsukuyomi. Minutes later, the darkness had significantly diminished. The moment he opened his eyes, Ludo beheld his adversary clearly. His pupils constricted slightly, and he stood in shock, confronted by no fewer than 200 Jiaodus. In that instant, Ludo finally comprehended that this was indeed a new ninjutsu transcending his understanding. Yet, what good was that knowledge? A fierce gale swept past him. Jiongu's towering form loomed like a tiger that had lain in wait in the jungle. Suddenly pouncing upon its prey, the tiger sought to devour its quarry hole, while Jiongu's iron fist aimed to shatter Ludo's back. In a moment of desperation, Ludo gritted his teeth, channeling chakra into his feet, enabling him to spin around swiftly. Whoosh! The black iron fist, accompanied by an overwhelming sound of breaking air, charged forth. Boom! That punch was as unstoppable as a train barreling down the tracks. A blow to the back of his head or chest would surely result in instant demise. Ludo could only raise his arms to defend. Crash! At the moment of impact, Ludo distinctly felt his arms shatter. He endured the excruciating pain, struggling to maintain his footing as his feet slid across the ground, carving deep grooves while kicking up clouds of dust. The dust mingled with the mist in the air, rendering the surroundings a bleak and hazy expanse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ludo sagged his arms, the relentless pain stimulating his nerves, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He yearned to lift his head, but fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Today he finally grasped a profound truth. When he first became a ninja, he naively believed that the greatest disparity among ninjas lay between the Genin and the Jonin. A single Jonin could extinguish a Genin in mere moments. Becoming a competent Jonin was Ludo's grandest aspiration. Driven by this belief, he dedicated himself to relentless training and undertaking missions to grow stronger. Along the way, he awakened the bloodline limit passed down in his clan, the boiling release. This technique, capable of killing by merging with the air, was inherently difficult to counter. Coupled with the perpetual fog of the hidden mist village, he had seemingly gained a significant advantage. His strength surged rapidly, and he achieved his long-desired status as a Jonin. However, with the increase in experience, he came to realize a new perspective on this understanding. Today, he could finally articulate this newfound insight. The greatest disparity among ninjas is not between Genin and Jonin, but rather between Jonin and Jonin. He had previously been entangled in a dark affair within the village and had sensed that, despite his prowess as a Jonin, he was still far from the true pinnacle of strength. If certain formidable ninjas were to take action against him, it would likely be no different than a skirmish with a lowly shinobi. The victor would be determined within mere exchanges. Confronted by the immovable presence of Kakuzu, this realization intensified. He was, unequivocally, no match. The appearance of Kakuzu heralded his inevitable demise. Yet, Rudo was unwilling to accept death. He simply could not resign himself to such an end. Despite having suffered considerable depletion of his strength, he still clung to life with fervor. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to lift his head, striving to discern Kakuzu's assault. However, as he raised his gaze, he found no trace of Kakuzu's form. Extending his sensory perception in search of his opponent yielded nothing in any direction. Desperation compelled Rudo to glance at the ground, yet it was already too late. A hand emerged from the earth, seizing his ankle. The earth release beheading technique. With a cacophony of earth and stone being displaced, Rudo was unceremoniously dragged into the depths below. Once underground, his already incapacitated hands found it even more challenging to move, and his feet were ensnared. Meanwhile, Kakuzu swiftly approached, standing before Rudo, who was left with nothing but his head above ground. Observing the situation, Kakuzu extended his dark, iron hand. The intent behind employing the beheading technique was to immobilize this opponent. Although he could easily vanquish Rudo, a jonin, Kakuzu remained cautious. After all, Rudo was a wielder of a bloodline limit, and who could predict what means he might employ to escape? The myriad of secret techniques within the ninja world was vast, and Kakuzu was not prepared to risk a loss of 30 million due to negligence. Hence he ensured Rudo's limbs were completely restrained. However, Kakuzu deemed this precaution insufficient. The mission required Rudo to be captured alive. If Rudo were to take his own life by biting his tongue, it would pose a significant issue. Thus, upon his emergence, Kakuzu reached for Rudo with his iron hand. He contemplated either stuffing Rudo's mouth with cloth or extracting his teeth to prevent any self-inflicted demise. This way, his task would be accomplished. No, don't. As Kakuzu's hand drew near, Rudo's expression turned frantic, his head shaking vigorously in a desperate plea. The look in his eyes was filled with a primal desire to survive. He was, in essence, beseeching Kakuzu for mercy. Observing this, Kakuzu's gaze darkened slightly. His hand hesitated momentarily, but did not withdraw, remaining vigilant against any sudden act of self-destruction from Rudo. However, given the fervent will to live emanating from Rudo, it seemed unlikely that he would resort to such drastic measures. Kakuzu felt a surge of interest. It was well known that, aside from the considerable influence of ninjutsu, two concepts drew countless individuals into their depths, even to the point of peril: the village and the bonds they foster. Inspired by such ideals, most ninjas displayed a fearless demeanor even in the face of death. Rarely did one exhibit the sort of frantic disarray that Rudo displayed. Why? Hadn't the Mist Village taught you that as a ninja, you must never appear weak in the presence of death? Kakuzu mused, recalling his own training experiences in the Waterfall Village. Being a ninja was an emotionless vocation. They were not meant to possess feelings, nor should they be swayed by them. Their sole duty was to obey orders and complete missions. Kakuzu surmised that the teachings of the Mist Village were likely akin to those of the Waterfall Village. However, upon hearing these words, Rudo bit down on his lip. No, it wasn't he like that. He slowly lowered his head, not as a prelude to self-destruction, but as he wrestled with the turmoil of his thoughts. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze towards Kakuzu, an expression of newfound resolve in his eyes. This village, it was not worth my life. Because the one who placed the bounty on me is none other than Hakuren. Chapter 70. The Dawn of Blood Mist in the Land of Water, on the island of Shinri, a small island located in the southwestern region. The island is renowned for the Shinri Lake, a vast body of fresh water that nurtures an abundance of resources on the island. It has become a vital hub for many villagers of the Land of Water and various trade caravans. However, just a week prior, a group of mist ninjas passed through this small island when a sudden, resounding explosion erupted. Subsequently, a large contingent of mist ninjas arrived, urgently evacuating all inhabitants of the island. This abrupt expulsion left many villagers bewildered and discontented. Yet, unable to oppose such overwhelming force, the island's populace ultimately succumbed to the ninjas' demands. Now, only the ninjas remained on the island, dressed in the distinctive attire of the Land of Water. Mizuki Hakuren stood upon the surface of Shinri Lake, arms crossed and eyes closed. Behind him stood his chubby disciple, Nakaji, who wore red glasses and bore blue stripes across his face. Nakaji was a member of Hakuren's clan, their bloodlines closely intertwined. Mizuki-sama, I have gathered all pertinent intelligence. The Sanbai, or three-tailed beast, is indeed a unique entity among the nine-tailed beasts. Before its capture, it resided in the southern seas of our Land of Water. It possesses a natural affinity for water, whether sealed within a scroll or a jinchuriki. As long as it is brought near a body of water, it will go berserk. If the jinchuriki lacks adequate control, the Sanbai could easily break free. Upon hearing Nakaji's report, Hakuren slowly opened his eyes, the scar on his left eye lending a more fearsome appearance to his visage. He gradually parted his lips. As long as there is water, the Sanbai will be prone to rampage, thereby breaking the shackles of its seal. Indeed, Mizuki's Nakaji affirmed, confirming Hakuren's statement. At this, Hakuren suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Mizuki-sama, what brings about your laughter? Nakaji inquired again. I just thought of something amusing. Since this creature goes berserk in water, could I not seal it within an ordinary ninja and then, under the guise of a diplomatic mission, take it to a village with water? At that point, the Sanbai would emerge on its own, and with its immense chakra, it should be able to decimate an entire village, wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Listening to Hakuren's maniacal laughter, Nakaji felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The Mizuki's ideas were truly reckless. If this plan were to spiral out of control, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Mizuki-sama, the ninja world has only recently achieved a semblance of peace. Perhaps we should. Nakaji's statement trailed off as he sensed the darkening expression on Hakuren's face. I am well aware of that. Hakuren's demeanor shifted, growing more ominous. If given the chance, he would indeed wish to put his plan into action, sending someone to the land of Earth to obliterate Iwagakure, for at present, the village with the worst relations with the mist was undoubtedly Iwagakure. During the last Five Shadows conference, the ambitious Bai Lian sought to capture the Eight Tails. Known for its affinity with water, his sole competitor was the Reikage. However, the scheming Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, unexpectedly allied with aiding him in seizing the Eight Tails. In the end, Bai Lian only managed to secure the Three Tails and the Six Tails, a fact that continued to weigh heavily on his mind. Despite his profound dissatisfaction, Bai Lian swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, as the leader of a village, he must always consider the bigger picture. With less than a decade since the end of the Warring States period, it was unwise to instigate war at this juncture. Furthermore, as the architect behind the establishment of Kirigakure, uniting the various clans of the Land of Water, he understood a fundamental truth. One must first stabilize internal affairs before addressing external threats. If the hearts of his villagers were not united, how could he contemplate waging war beyond their borders? Bai Lian's gaze darkened once more, causing Jiongu to lower his head even further. Reporting to Lord Mizuki, the Yuki clan has fully submitted to us, while the Kagaya clan remains restless, constantly clamoring for new conflicts. As for the Kirigakure clan, they remain indifferent towards us, and the other major ninja clans are relatively calm. Each time Jiongu recounted these circumstances, he felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, both he and Mizuki Bai Lian hailed from ninja clans and had awakened their bloodline limits, yet they struggled to coexist harmoniously with other clans in the village. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian emitted a dissatisfied snort. He had visited Konoha and gained insights into Iwagakure and Kumogakure, and he was acutely aware of Kirigakure's unique position. The territories of the other four nations primarily comprised land, while over 70% of the Land of Water was dominated by water. Countless islands dotted the expanse, each home to its own distinct culture and customs. While this diversity appeared vibrant, what Bai Lian truly desired was unity, akin to the other four great nations, where any actions detrimental to the village would be met with a united front. However, the people of Kirigakure were plagued by discordant thoughts, making such unity unattainable. In order to consolidate authority and foster cohesion among the populace, Bai Lian regrettably found it necessary to suppress the most powerful and obstinate clans. He deemed the Kagaya clan, with their reckless nature, unworthy of concern, provided they did not instigate a significant rebellion. Conversely, the cunning Kirigakure clan, being the most defiant, required close scrutiny. Understood. By the way, have we captured that traitor Rudu? Upon hearing this, Jiongu hesitated before forming hand seals to extend his sensory perception, assessing the surrounding situation. Reporting to Lord Mizuki, according to intelligence, the bounty hunter will be bringing Rudu here today. Woofing has already gone to arrange everything. Hearing this, the Mizuki issued a cold snort. Rudu, the traitor, bore sole responsibility for the loss of the Three Tails. It was unforgivable for him to flee after failing his mission. Although the sudden rampage of the Three Tails during transport had taken them by surprise, it was of little concern. They could retrieve it once more. As for Rudu, due to his status as a bloodline limit ninja, Bai Lian intended to make an example of him. With only Rudu remaining in his clan, once captured, Bai Lian would personally subject him to severe interrogation to instill fear in the other ninja clans. Having already pronounced judgment on Rudu's fate, Bai Lian shifted his focus back to the present, gazing out over the lake. He seemed to envision the colossal-tailed beast lurking beneath the water's surface. How is the sealing team progressing? Rest assured, Lord Mizuki's, all arrangements have been made. The barrier team and sealing team are ready. But given that we are capturing the three tails, should we not dispatch additional personnel from the village? No need, Bai Lian replied, waving his hand as he advanced. His gaze fixed on the lake ahead. There, 10 expertly skilled mist ninjas, chosen by Bai Lian himself, were preparing the sealing formations. Once the seal was complete, the three tails would be as vulnerable as a fish in a barrel. Of course, Bai Lian had considered the possibility that the seal might fail. After all, they were dealing with a tailed beast. However, this concern lingered in his mind for only a fleeting moment. Such a mere creature, while possessing immense chakra, had little else of merit. If it truly managed to break free from the seal, he would personally recapture it. Bai Lian lowered his crossed arms, slowly extending his palms to reveal a yellow, eye-like object forming within them. Chapter 71. Is money more important than life? A gentle drizzle fell, moistening the earth and refreshing all living things while dispersing the thin mist in the air. For the land of water, this was a rare clear day. To the south of New Departure Island, Kakuzu escorted the trader Rudu along the main road. Glancing up at the sun, partially obscured by clouds, he mused that such weather was ideal for meetings in the land of water, as visibility remained largely unobstructed. Before long, Kakuzu and the restrained Rudu came to a halt, standing 5 meters away from a figure whose back faced them. Unsurprisingly, this individual was the contact for the mission. Sensing their approach, he slowly turned, revealing his striking features. Long black hair adorned with blue ornaments and a chiseled face that exuded charisma, albeit with eyes habitually closed. He was Wu Feng, Bai Lian's second disciple, who had stood guard beside Bai Lian during the Five Shadows conference. Such a familiar presence. It seems we are old acquaintances. Although you are not a ninja from Konoha, in my view, you are nonetheless classified as one, Kakuzu remarked. It was no surprise that Wu Feng could accurately identify Kakuzu, as he too hailed from Kirigakure, renowned for its sensory and assassination capabilities. Thus, remembering Kakuzu's chakra signature was hardly unexpected. All right, I have brought you what you requested. Where's my payment? Kakuzu was not one for superfluous chatter. A proper transaction required an exchange of goods for payment. Ah, Kakuzu-kun, I truly appreciate your efforts in capturing this traitor. May our transaction be fruitful, Wu Feng responded, confirming that the individual before him was indeed Rudu, leaving little else to discuss. Stepping forward, Wu Feng placed a hand upon Rudu's shoulder while tossing a leather case toward Kakuzu. Upon opening the case, Kakuzu was greeted with a bounty of cash. Don't rush off just yet. Every detail must be confirmed, Kakuzu insisted, adhering firmly to his own principles. He sat on the ground, meticulously counting the bills within the case. Watching Kakuzu's serious demeanor, Wu Feng couldn't help but smile faintly, remaining patient as he held Rudu in place. With each bill that passed through Kakuzu's fingers, the tactile sensation and quality felt undeniably authentic. 3,000 banknotes, neither in abundance nor a scarcity, were meticulously counted twice, confirming the accuracy of the sum. With a decisive click, the suitcase was securely closed once more. Jiao rose to his feet, his coat dampened by the moist earth beneath him. Yet, this minor inconvenience mattered little. Now that both he and his cargo were ready, it was time to depart. Just as Jiao turned, the enigmatic Wu Feng suddenly spoke again. Jiao, if I am not mistaken, the traitor Lu Do has likely revealed our true purpose here, has he not? At this remark, Jiao instinctively halted his movement, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Feng, remaining silent. However, his demeanor had already provided an implicit answer. Ah, Jiao, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. It is merely an unwritten rule of our village that we prefer not to have foreigners meddling in our affairs. Our internal matters, including the loss of our tailed beasts, should remain confidential. As Wu Feng's smile persisted, the winds around them began to stir. Suddenly, countless circular chains erupted from the moist earth beneath Jiao's feet, encircling his formidable form. With a concerted effort, these iron chains would bind him securely. Despite the urgency of the situation, Jiao remained remarkably composed. A true ninja must always face adversity with calmness. In this predicament, he could swiftly gather his chakra to execute the body flicker technique and evade capture. Yet, a significant dilemma arose. What would become of his money? Would he abandon it to be left behind or risk its destruction by the chains? In a critical moment, Jiao made his decision. With a single hand, he hurled the suitcase into the air, while the chains tightened around his body. The sight provoked a chuckle from Wu Feng, who displayed a smile befitting a cultured rogue. Jiao, I truly cannot comprehend why you prioritize money over your life. After a bout of laughter, Wu Feng gradually composed himself, opening his eyes just a fraction. My apologies, Jiao, but our village is currently in disarray. Ludo, being a traitor of the ninja clan, poses a challenge for us to confront directly. Thus, we must rely on bounty hunters like you. If you were an ordinary person, I might consider letting you go, but given your ties to Konoha, we cannot allow any information regarding our village or the lost-tailed beasts to escape. Thus, I regret to inform you that this is where our paths diverge. As his words fell, Wu Feng formed hand signs. Water release, water prison technique. A torrent of water surged forth, rising dramatically from the muddy ground, engulfing Jiao in a colossal water prison. Farewell, Jiao. Wu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he executed another sign. Water release, water prison's explosion. He activated a hidden barrier within the prison. With an earth-shattering roar, the water prison erupted, sending sprays of water into the air, creating a tempestuous wave. Nearby, the captured Ludo resigned himself, closing his eyes and bowing his head in defeat. The fierce winds tousled Wu Feng's hair, droplets of water splattering against his face. Soon, the explosive aftermath subsided, and Jiao's form vanished from sight. Suddenly, something plummeted from the sky, the black suitcase worth 30 million. Wu Feng approached slowly, retrieving the suitcase and brushing off the dust. He turned to face the now resigned Ludo. Though you are a rogue ninja, I am curious about your thoughts on Jiao. Why does he place such immense value on money? Life is singular, yet he chooses 30 million. Does he believe he possesses more than one life? Truly intriguing. As Wu Feng reveled in his triumph, a sharp crack echoed through the air, jolting his attention. What was that sound? His demeanor shifted, and he scanned his surroundings. From a nearby branch, a ninja clad in mist village attire emerged, one of Wu Feng's earlier ambushers. Yet, as this ninja stepped forward, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, two other hidden mist ninjas also met their end, their lives extinguished in an instant. Wu Feng's expression turned to one of horror, not yet comprehending the unfolding chaos when a voice whispered ominously in his ear. Boy, drop that money. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. In that instant, realizing Jiao had not perished, Wu Feng heightened his senses, rapidly locating Jiao's position. He was neither to the left nor the right, and the ground bore no trace of chakra. Thus, there was only one possibility. Wu Feng abruptly lifted his gaze, and within his narrow line of sight, he distinctly perceived Jiao's towering silhouette. With a fist enveloped in an unrelenting tempest, Jiao descended upon Wu Feng like a meteor, aiming for his head. A blow of such magnitude would surely result in instant obliteration. Do not underestimate me, Wu Feng declared, raising his left hand to form a defensive seal, channeling chakra into his feet as he slid backward. The ground trembled with the force of Jiao's strike, creating a vast crater. Jiao, it is evident you are a formidable opponent, yet do not underestimate the ninja of the mist, Wu Feng acknowledged, acknowledging Jiao's prowess as a disciple of the first water shadow. With remarkable speed, Wu Feng transitioned from a dual-handed seal to a single-handed one, a testament to his mastery of chakra manipulation. Just as he prepared to launch his counterattack with water release, Ludo, who had feigned submission, suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of life igniting within them. In an instant, Ludo felt the ropes binding his hands begin to fray. These were Jiao's cursed threads. The moment the ropes fully unraveled, Ludo understood precisely what he needed to do. With a swift motion, the sound of steel piercing flesh echoed through the air. Before Wu Feng could unleash his technique, he was struck by a searing agony. His years of squinting eyes suddenly widened, filled with astonishment and fury. Casting a sidelong glance behind him, he discovered that the scoundrel, Rudu, had plunged a knife into his waist, an act of utter treachery. You traitor to the village. I will personally end your life, roared Wu Feng, his voice laced with bitterness. Yet, Rudu, who had struck him from behind, paid him no heed. If the water shadow sought to eliminate him entirely, then he would sever all ties with the village. His remaining obsession was singular, to survive, if only for the sake of his dearest ones. With this thought, Rudu tightened his grip, driving the kunai deeper. The pain was so intense that Wu Feng nearly cried out. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned without hesitation to deal with the traitor Rudu first. But the situation had changed. His greatest adversary was not Rudu. but the formidable Kakuzu before him. He hoped to retaliate against Kakuzu as soon as the latter's punch missed its mark. However, it appeared his aspirations were utterly dashed. Kakuzu withdrew his fist and slowly rose, regarding Wufing with an indifferent gaze. Such a look was not that of a foe, but one of disdain and contempt. It was understandable. Before the battle had even begun, Wufing had already been stabbed in the side. What could he possibly use to confront Kakuzu now? Yet Wufing, who had always maintained a graceful demeanor, felt his composure shatter. He could not allow the Leaf Village to look down upon him. Otherwise, he would suffer immense humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he continued to form his hand seals with determination. "Oh, do you still wish to dance?" Kakuzu inquired, observing Wufing's defiance. "Huh, don't get too cocky. Even if I perish today, I shall make you witness my final resolve." "Is that so?" Kakuzu's interest was piqued by Wufing's melodramatic words. Was Wufing planning to self-destruct in a final act of defiance? As this thought crossed his mind, Kakuzu advanced toward Wufing, his body undergoing complete hardening. "Come now, let me witness your last stand," Kakuzu taunted, adopting an attitude that suggested Wufing's attempts were futile. This demeanor was both infuriating and maddening. Wufing clenched his jaw, acutely aware that Kakuzu's hardened form was 10 times more resilient than in his normal state. Inflicting damage upon Kakuzu would require a formidable ninjutsu. A sudden surge of inspiration struck Wufing, prompting a transformation in his hand seals. "Water release, water surface explosion," he exclaimed, as chakra surged rapidly within him. Boom! Smoke erupted around his feet, billowing in all directions. Rudo, sensing the impending danger, was compelled to release Wufing and retreat swiftly. What unfolded before their eyes was a flurry of 30 million bills soaring into the sky. The explosion of chakra from the water release caused the bills to burst forth with a cacophony. Each drenched bill began to tear apart, creating a scene that halted Kakuzu in his tracks, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What the hell? The tumult within him surged, his worldview, life philosophy, and values shattered by the spectacle before him. The 30 million was a sum he had painstakingly gathered, counted twice. Why must this cultured scoundrel engage in such ruinous behavior toward his wealth? It was utterly unacceptable. Kakuzu felt an overwhelming urge to roar in frustration. Yet this was a world of ninjas, where mere words held no weight. "Huh!" he bellowed, unleashing a primal scream. Kakuzu transformed into a streak of black lightning, delivering a brutal blow to Wufing's abdomen. The pain caused Wufing's vision to blur, blood erupting from his mouth. One punch was insufficient. Kakuzu continued to pummel Wufing until he could no longer retaliate, finally halting his assault. Grasping Wufing's head, he lifted it to meet his gaze. "Your water shadow is here too. Let him take charge of this." This scene resembled a childhood fight, where one would call for a parent to intervene. At this, Wufing coughed up more blood, yet a mocking smile crept onto his face. He did not respond directly to Kakuzu, but instead cast a sidelong glance at Rudo. "You should know, the water shadow is incredibly powerful, far beyond your capability to challenge. Ha ha ha." Rudo, who had been in the midst of removing his Mist Village headband, resolving to sever ties with the Water Shadows faction, suddenly froze at Wufing's words. The doubt of whether Kakuzu could defeat their first Water Shadow lingered in the air. However, Kakuzu was unconcerned with such matters. He glared at the scattered remnants of the 30 million, and with a furious punch, he knocked Wufing unconscious. Initially, upon hearing about the tailed beast, Kakuzu had merely intended to gather materials for his experiments. The internal affairs of the Mist Village held no interest for him. Yet, Wufing's actions were egregious. A loss of 30 million demanded accountability. Otherwise, Kakuzu would don the Water Shadow's garb and unleash a wave of destruction upon the Leaf Village, ultimately compelling Senju Hashirama to intervene. If they severed Kakuzu's financial lifeline, they should not blame him for endangering theirs. This was a matter of principle. Meanwhile, the Water Shadow, Balian, was preparing to seal the three tails. After forming a hand seal, Nakaguchi suddenly spoke up. "Water Shadow, it seems there is trouble with Wufing. I shall investigate." Just as Nakaguchi prepared to step onto the water, Balian called him back. "Anyone capable of causing Wufing trouble must be formidable. Your presence would be futile. I shall go instead." Balian slowly turned, gazing toward the southern part of the island. He sensed a powerful aura awaiting him. The sealing of the three tails could wait. After all, that beast could not escape. "You remain here. I shall return shortly." Chapter 73. Nether release, young man. I am the Water Shadow, Balian. Let us discuss your matters. In a matter of minutes, Balian traversed several kilometers to the southern part of the island, where he encountered Kakuzu and his severely beaten disciple. Woofing, enough of this nonsense. You heartless wretches, bring me what I desire, or I shall not hesitate to pay a visit to the Mist Village. Kakuzu regarded Balian with a languid gaze, lightly tapping Woofing's drooping head. The Mist Village's inhabitants were utterly ungrateful, demanding his services without compensation. Was there no justice? Upon hearing this, Balian's lips curled into a smirk. Ha ha ha. The water shadow crossed his arms and laughed heartily in front of Kakuzu. How amusing. You truly are a bold young man, daring to make demands before me. Quite impressive. The laughter was laced with scorn, as though it emanated from a disdain that transcended social strata. After all, he was the esteemed Mizukage, while Kakuzu was merely an anonymous bounty hunter. Such contemptuous words elicited a response from Kakuzu. It appeared that urging the venerable Mizukage to act was indeed a challenge. With that, Kakuzu exerted force, causing the head of the unconscious wind to crack ominously. The intense pain jolted the fainted wind awake. Kakuzu's principle was straightforward, regardless of your identity. If you dare to owe me money and refuse to repay it, do not blame me for resorting to violence. Kid, do not be impulsive. Seeing Kakuzu's seriousness, the Mizukage's expression shifted. Your meager possessions are but a trifle in my eyes. I shall grant them to you. He understood that if he did not produce something soon, his beloved disciple's life would be at stake. Come, look here. The Mizukage slowly lowered his arms, extending his left hand towards Kakuzu, his palm gradually unfurling. In the center of the Mizukage's left palm lay a yellow pattern resembling an eye, which suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, a colossal surge of chakra brewing within. Not good. By the time Kakuzu realized that the Mizukage was preparing to unleash a deceptive maneuver, it was already too late. The energy in the Mizukage's palm erupted with astonishing speed, almost instantaneous. A tremendous gale surged forth, striking Kakuzu's head with the force of an invisible sword. The sound of a piercing wind filled the air. In an instant, the upper portion of Kakuzu's chest was obliterated. The Mizukage had executed a swift kill. Kid, to demand payment from me, you are still dawdling. The Mizukage clapped his hands, efficiently resolving the matter, and was about to rush to rescue his beloved disciple. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, and dense smoke billowed forth. Staring at the space where Kakuzu had vanished, the Mizukage was momentarily taken aback. Shadow clone technique. This was not unfamiliar to the Mizukage. Yet, the lifelike quality and vitality of this clone were astonishing. Damn, this guy truly has connections to Hashirama Senju. The Mizukage clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, his twitching face resembling a menacing centipede, which only intensified his aura of menace. Meanwhile, at a distance from the lake, Kakuzu gradually lowered his hand, the fog ninja he had grasped by the neck growing lifeless. Simultaneously, a surge of chakra energy rapidly gathered from afar. The information gathered by the Southern Shadow clones manifested vividly in Kakuzu's mind. He was not particularly surprised, as he had anticipated this. Where there is a disciple, there is a master. In this world where the master-disciple bond parallels that of father and son, a mentor's influence on their apprentice is profound, just as the malevolent Uchiha theory of Hashirama Senju was flawlessly inherited by the small group. Thus, Kakuzu was not one to remain passive. He took the initiative to eliminate all the fog ninjas present, treating it as a form of interest. However, it appeared there was still one remaining alive among the fog ninjas. Casually glancing aside, he noticed that Chuji had not yet perished. At this moment, Chuji was drenched in sweat, his senses heightened, fixating intently on Kakuzu. You fog ninjas seem incredibly exclusive. Kakuzu twisted his neck and discarded the corpse in his hand as if it were refuse. Splash! The body hit the water, sending up a flurry of splashes before slowly sinking beneath the surface. Observing Kakuzu before him, Chuji could not help but swallow hard. He possessed the bloodline limit of the Yamanaka clan, granting him exceptional sensory abilities. Without needing to probe deliberately, he understood he was far from Kakuzu's match. After all, formidable sensory perception is merely one aspect of combat power. It cannot be relied upon entirely. In the face of Kakuzu, he would have no means to retaliate. Fortunately, just as Kakuzu lifted his foot to approach Chuji, a swift flash of movement occurred. The Mizukage, Byakuren, finally arrived, blocking Kakuzu's advance. He fixed a gaze filled with murderous intent upon him. He had never expected Kakuzu to employ such a clever ruse, diverting him while slaughtering his subordinates cleanly. This had thoroughly provoked his nerves. "Mizuki's, this guy," Chuji began, only to be interrupted by Byakuren's dismissive wave. "You focus on taking care of the unconscious wind behind you. I shall handle this." "Yes, please be cautious, Mizuki." Chuji nodded, turning to tread upon the water swiftly, departing the scene. Now, only Kakuzu and Byakuren remained. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples upon the tranquil water's surface. Kakuzu and Byakuren stood facing each other. "Come." Byakuren's eyes momentarily tempered their fury and bloodlust, replaced by an overwhelming chill. In his eyes, Kakuzu was but a man destined to meet his demise. Then I must thank you, Mizuki, for your gracious concession." Kakuzu smiled, gazing at the silver-haired Byakuren. Within Kakuzu's pupils, a shadow clone, prearranged, leaped from the water, swiftly positioning itself behind the Mizuki. Simultaneously, the clone completed its hand seal. Earth release, earth flow river. The clone slammed its hand onto the ground, an immense chakra surging into the river's surface. Rumble, rumble. A colossal mudslide spread across the water, swiftly engulfing Byakuren's rear. In response to Kakuzu's preemptive strike, the Mizuki remained motionless. His eyes, filled with defiance and disdain, regarded Kakuzu with unwavering resolve. How could he, the esteemed Mizuki, fall prey to the same shadow clone technique a second time? The Mizuki extended his left hand, placing his palm against his back. Dark release, absorption hole. In the face of the overwhelming mudslide, Byakuren's palm radiated a crimson glow. A ferocious and powerful suction erupted from his palm. The gigantic mudslide rapidly flowed into the Mizuki's hand, absorbed completely within mere moments. This was the power of Byakuren's bloodline limit, the dark release. "Your belongings are returned to you." Byakuren twisted his wrist, his left palm directed at Kakuzu, revealing a more sinister and bloodthirsty glow emanating from the red hole in his palm. Earth release, earth flow river. The immense mudslide, once absorbed, was now unleashed. But this time its target was Kakuzu. Chapter 74. The ultimate form of the earth grudge fear. The plump ninja, Chuji, shared the same clan as the Mizuki and possessed the bloodline limit of dark release as well. However, his dark release was limited to sensory abilities and could not perform the miraculous chakra absorption that the Mizuki could. The reason for this discrepancy is not difficult to discern. A bloodline limit is merely a foundation. Its true potential depends on individual talent, much like the awakening of the Sharingan. Some may awaken their Two-Tomo Sharingan upon witnessing a friend sustain an injury. Someone witnessed the massacre of their entire clan, repeatedly watching the scene until their spirit shattered, ultimately unleashing a single grudge. Whether it was a single or a double grudge, it was all permissible. What truly incites concern is the thought of never being able to awaken one's eyes for a lifetime. That would indeed be a profound embarrassment. Returning to the main topic, the earth-style technique surged forth powerfully, covering an expansive area. Jonin leapt back with great force, bouncing several times on the water's surface until he finally dissipated the entirety of the earth technique's might, transforming the mudslide into a pool of mire that gradually merged with the water. Just as Jonin firmly planted his feet on the water, a sudden gust of wind heralded an approaching presence. "What's the matter, boy? Is this all you're capable of?" The Mizuki materialized behind him, a playful glint in his eyes. Having played a crucial role in ending the chaos of the era, he carried his own sense of pride. In response to the Mizuki's taunt, Jonin remained silent, turning abruptly, his arm whipping out like a long whip, opting to respond with his fist. Whoosh! His fist, propelled by a fierce gale, struck directly at the Mizuki's head, while his skin instantaneously hardened. Humph! A scoff escaped the Mizuki's lips. He raised his right hand upward. Crack! The collision of fist against palm echoed. Yet, this time, the steel-like punch did not yield the anticipated critical blow. Jonin's eyes burned with intensity as he observed the Mizuki. He could feel the earth chakra from his arm rapidly flowing into the Mizuki's palm. The external manifestation revealed that the black sheen on his arm was slowly transferring to the Mizuki's hand. So this is the sensation of a hardened earth-style fist. The Mizuki smiled, retracting his arm and swiftly transforming his palm into a fist. Huh! With a thunderous shout, the hardened fist swung back toward Jonin. Splash! Jonin's form was forced back, his feet stirring up countless splashes of water. Only after sliding back several dozen meters did he lower his arms, which had been guarding his chest. Meanwhile, The Mizukage maintained a relaxed and playful demeanor. Though I am unaware of your connection to Konoha, I do not mind capturing you as a bargaining chip for negotiations. If you prove worthless, then your reckless words upon arriving at the hidden mist will be a decision you will regret for a lifetime. The weight of the Mizukage's words, coupled with the scar on his face, cast a chill across the center of the lake. Jonin straightened his posture slowly, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is widely acknowledged that the first Hokage is the God of Shinobi, the strongest in the ninja world. However, many overlook the strength of the other village leaders. They are by no means weak, for they could not have carved out their own territories amidst chaos otherwise. Yet, the Mizukage's calm demeanor suggested he had complete confidence in his advantage over Jonin. Was he underestimated? Clenching his coat with his left hand, he forcefully swept it aside. Whoosh! The coat billowed in the air, descending slowly against the resistance of the atmosphere, finally resting upon the water's surface. Young man, are you finally unable to restrain yourself? Allow me to witness your true strength. The Mizukage, at 60 years of age, found it fitting to refer to Jonin as a young man. He spread his feet slightly apart, readying himself for an all-out battle. Mizukage, you too bear the name of a shadow. Not giving it your all would be a grave disrespect. As Jonin shed his clothes, his explosive muscles were revealed. To be honest, it had been ages since he had confirmed his true power. Today seemed like a splendid opportunity. With a series of pops, the black threads on his back snapped one by one, revealing openings on his skin. Whoosh! The earth-style threads buried within his body rapidly manifested, spreading across him at an astonishing speed. Jonin was about to showcase the ultimate form of the earth-style. Unlike in the original work, he now controlled 6 hearts, having roughly altered the external appearance to his liking. As Jonin's complete form emerged, the Mizukage's expression shifted to one of calm focus. The Mizukage's stance lowered slightly, his feet firmly planted. Before him stood Jonin, whose wings were composed of black threads on either side. Above those wings, 5 differently colored masks hovered. The Mizukage could distinctly sense life emanating from beneath each of those masks. Together with Jonin himself, there were a total of 6 pairs of eyes glaring at him. Young man, it seems you are not an ordinary individual. The Mizukage's previous disdain had vanished, replaced by a weighty tension. Jonin smiled calmly, casting a sideways glance at his newly unfurled wings. He was unsure if his new form was aesthetically pleasing, but its efficacy was undeniable. Lowering his center of gravity slightly, he produced a shuriken in his hand and tossed it. The shuriken, propelled by the air, hurtled toward the Mizukage. In that instant, Jonin completed his hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Rustle. The shuriken transformed from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Within a single second, a total of 64 shuriken shot simultaneously toward the Mizukage. Yet, this was not the end. The 5 masks on either side of Jonin opened their mouths simultaneously. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Wind release. Pressure damage. A torrent of flames erupted, intertwining with a fierce gale. Whoosh! The fire, augmented by the wind, became utterly ferocious. The flames roared like a lion, bearing down on the Mizukage with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meanwhile, on the other side, lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water disruption wave. The thunderous behemoth charged through the air, cutting through the water with its razor-sharp edge. The combination of the two produced an indomitable torrent of water. Finally, from the surface of the water emerged the head of an earth dragon. Earth release, earth dragon bomb. Countless clumps of earth erupted like raindrops. 6 distinct chakra types surged forth simultaneously. From a bird's eye view, the 6 techniques unleashed covered approximately 4/5 of the lake. As that moment arrived, the rare clear sky over the land of water was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds. The atmosphere thickened, seemingly resonating with some unseen force. Facing such a vast expanse of ninjutsu, ordinary ninjas had no means to escape or evade. The Mizukage's pupils reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, and the scar beneath his eye trembled slightly. To be honest, he felt a twinge of panic. Chapter 75. The Three Tails Unveiled. A deluge of attacks blanketed the area, dense and unyielding, resembling a carpet bombing. The Mizukage had witnessed such grand spectacles before. He reminisced about the Warring States period when he led his clan into battle, often encountering similar scenarios. However, back then, he did not bear the brunt of the assault alone. His clan members shared the burden of the firepower. Yet today, this level of firepower, typically witnessed only on the battlefield, was effortlessly conjured by Jonin alone. In this moment, it would be a lie to claim that the Mizuki's heart remained unaffected. He realized that the young man before him was far from the ordinary individual he had imagined. Yet, even with this newfound awareness, surrendering was utterly out of the question for Bai Lian. She raised her hand, palm facing the torrent of ninjutsu raining down upon her. Do not underestimate the water shadow. With a fierce roar, Bai Lian unleashed demonic escape, self-destruction. Boom. The hollow in her palm glowed with a blood-red light. An immense shockwave surged forth, crashing against the 6 elemental chakra with overwhelming force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It shattered, completely obliterated. The waves surged, sending forth layers of frothy spray. As the colossal torrents struck the earth like thunderous applause, the fierce currents surged onto the land, resembling a ferocious beast emerging from the flood. The ground trembled, mountains lamented, and the entire island reverberated with a deafening roar. Despite the chaos, the battle between Kakuzu and the water shadow raged on. Kakuzu leaped into the air, discerning the water shadow's state through the thick smoke. At that moment, the water shadow looked up, their eyes locking across the distance. Although the power of the water shadow's demonic escape was formidable, it had not completely neutralized all 6 elemental attacks. A significant portion of chakra broke through the barrier, striking directly at the water shadow. Yet, the water shadow absorbed this chakra with the demonic escape. Now, raising her palm towards Kakuzu, the light within her hand resembled a bloodthirsty eye. Come. Kakuzu's gaze burned with fighting spirit. This was a direct confrontation, and there were various ways to engage in such a duel. Ultimately, Kakuzu and the water shadow chose to unleash their ninjutsu in a frenzied clash. The thunderous roars and earth-shattering battles were true artistry. As the demonic escape attack commenced, Kakuzu's 5 masks opened their mouths. The interdependent forces of the 5 elements erupted like cannonballs, and then, boom, an intense explosion erupted in the air. Dark smoke billowed upward, the explosive sounds growing increasingly deafening. One after another, Kakuzu and the water shadow showed no signs of halting until one of them fell. For a ninja, to exhaust all means to eliminate the enemy was an unwavering law. Gradually, the sky darkened under the influence of the thick smoke. By this time, 2 hours had passed since the first explosion echoed across the lake. The once clear surface was now a scene of devastation. Shattered wood, the carcasses of wild beasts, all tainted the waters with murkiness. The ground was littered with remnants of destruction. Sizzling, the charred remains of trees smoldered, their trunks blackened by flames. From above, one would easily discern that the island was pockmarked and scarred. The devastation here was no less than that of a small battlefield. Kakuzu, panting heavily, his body heaving, felt the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the dampness enveloping him. This moisture stemmed partly from the splashes during the battle and partly from the sweat pouring from his body. Extended high-intensity exertion had left him feeling depleted, a state indicative of excessive chakra consumption. In this world, aside from a select few, everyone's chakra was finite. Although Kakuzu possessed 6 hearts, endowed with the chakra reserves of 6 elite jonin, it could not withstand limitless expenditure. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? The water shadow by Lian's arms hung limply, the muscles slightly withered, thin wisps of smoke still rising from her palms. Despite her intermittent words laced with arrogance, there was no longer a trace of disdain in her eyes, for she understood all too well that she had barely endured the relentless onslaught. Water shadow, your demonic escape has certainly opened my eyes, but I wonder how many more times you can absorb. Kakuzu endeavored to maintain a steady tone. To be candid, in this ninjutsu-dominated world, the demonic escape, a bloodline limit, seemed rather unreasonable, capable of devouring one's chakra. How could one possibly fight back? However, every ninjutsu carries risks. It's not impossible to shatter the demonic escape. A powerful ninjutsu, concentrated to the point where the opponent cannot fully absorb it, could potentially obliterate the demonic escape in one fell swoop. Yet, the hours of combat had already indicated the outcome. The man deserving of the title of the first water shadow was not so weak. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the highest caliber. The water shadow took a timely breath of fresh air, momentarily alleviating her fatigue. Your attacks are indeed formidable, but I can still absorb them all. If you are truly a man, then let us determine the ultimate victor here. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. What a crude attempt at provocation. The water shadow's true thoughts were likely tinged with regret for not bringing enough reinforcements on this outing. as such a predicament was quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, the battle's intensity would have likely reached the ears of the Hidden Mist village by now. In due time, a large contingent of ninjas from the village would arrive, and Kakuzu would find it impossible to escape. Water Shadow, if I wish to leave, you would not be able to stop me, would you? Humph, you useless fool. If you are a man, then stand here and contest life and death with me. The Water Shadow's expression hardened, her voice stern as if she had already resolved to face death. Kakuzu's brows twitched. This Water Shadow was truly bothersome. This venture into the Hidden Mist had already cost him 30 million, and now she was taunting him for not being a man. How irritating. Just as Kakuzu pondered whether to temporarily suppress the pain of 30 million and rationally choose to retreat, the air around them trembled. Kakuzu and the Water Shadow felt their bodies sway. Glancing sideways, the water's surface rose and fell like mountains, surging in waves. It was indeed curious that, even as they faced off due to their exhaustion, such a potent chakra fluctuation still emanated. Moreover, Kakuzu could distinctly sense that this chakra wave was immense, powerful enough to dominate the entire lake as it was released. In the center of the lake, a colossal shadow began to materialize. The enormous figure surged upward, accompanied by a thunderous splash. Splash! The water erupted into towering waves, and the cascading streams fell from its form like fine sand. Raising its head, it gazed toward the heavens. Roar! 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 The earth-shattering roar echoed across the sky. Its resounding voice shook the very ground. The massive creature occupied at least a quarter of the lake's surface, clad in white armor adorned with sharp spikes, while 3 iron tails lashed down like heavy whips. Splash! 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 The water surged violently, flooding the earth. Should the natural environment here be transformed into the sea, each flick of its tail would likely incite a miniature tsunami. This was the 3 Tails Isabu, a formidable accumulation of chakra. Kakuzu stood upon the water's surface, gazing contemplatively at the colossal beast. He almost forgot that this was the hard-won sanctuary of the 3 Tails, which had only recently broken free from its confines. He had just unleashed a furious barrage here, likely causing considerable discomfort to the 3 Tails below. However, the creature, known for its temperance, had surprisingly held its ground until now, unable to contain its wrath any longer. The Water Shadow, by Lien, observed the emergence of the 3 Tails, a fleeting shadow crossing his scarred cheeks. To put it bluntly, it was this beast that had instigated a series of unfortunate events, resulting in the loss of many of his subordinates. Nevertheless, dwelling on this now would yield no benefit. Bai Lien, being a pragmatic individual, averted his gaze and cast a glance at Kakuzu beside him. The 3 Tails needed to be restrained, and Kakuzu must be kept in check as well. Bai Lien resolved to utilize the 3 Tails to impede Kakuzu, at least to prevent the latter from escaping too easily. Once the main forces of the Mist Village arrived, the 3 Tails would be sealed, and Kakuzu would be utterly eradicated. The malevolent and ferocious gaze of the Water Shadow was swiftly captured by Kakuzu's minions. This old fellow had taken 30 million from me, and yet he acts so brazenly. Observing the wisps of smoke still emanating from Bai Lien's palm and the violent heaving of his body, Kakuzu's expression grew slightly colder, followed by a hint of a smile. In an instant, a kunai appeared in his hand, affixed with an explosive tag, and the muscles in his arm detonated once more. The technique of shuriken. Whoosh! The kunai flew accurately toward the 3 Tails, striking its massive form with precision. Is this guy out of his mind? Watching Kakuzu's ridiculous maneuver, the Water Shadow couldn't help but smirk with disdain. He had intended to use the 3 Tails to distract Kakuzu, but unexpectedly, Kakuzu had provoked the beast himself, which saved him considerable effort. The outcome was precisely as the Water Shadow had anticipated. Boom! The explosive tag detonated at the 3 Tails' head, enveloping it in a thick cloud of black smoke that forced its eyes shut. When the 3 Tails reopened its eyes, they were filled with the savage light characteristic of a beast. Roar! The 3 Tails' overwhelming fury erupted forth. Chapter 76, Ultimate Technique. The Beast Ball in Hand. Why do the tailed beasts instill dread in many a ninja? It is not solely due to their inexhaustible chakra reserves. Their immense and oppressive forms also contribute to this terror. They can crush humans with the ease akin to that of a human stepping on an ant. The profound despair felt by ninjas when facing a tailed beast is a significant source of their anxiety. If one were to inquire how much damage a shuriken or an explosive tag could inflict upon a tailed beast, the answer would likely be akin to a mere tickle. Nonetheless, This too serves as a means of provoking the beast and drawing its fire. The three tails fixated its gaze on Kakuzu, perhaps due to its unique disposition. Or for other reasons, it opened only its left eye. It lifted one of its colossal hands and swiftly brought it down like a gale. Boom. The surface of the lake erupted into towering waves, crashing relentlessly against the trees and rocks along the shore. Amidst the tumultuous waters, Kakuzu did not falter. He opted for a lateral approach, advancing towards the three tails while swiftly forming hand seals. Earth style, Earth Flow River. A torrent of mud and stones surged from Kakuzu's side, targeting the grand visage of the three tails. The Earth style possesses an advantage over water style, and should be capable of inflicting considerable harm upon the water-loving three tails. However, whether due to exhausted chakra or other reasons, the attack appeared somewhat feeble this time. The ultimate effect was akin to a mouthful of yellow phlegm splattered upon the three tails' face. Ha! Has this guy lost his mind? The water shadow laughed heartily, viewing Kakuzu's current antics as mere circus tricks. It not only appeared foolish but also comical to employ such subpar ninjutsu against a tailed beast. While the attack lacked power, its insult was profound. Finally, the three tails was incensed. Its colossal form slowly rose, sending ripples through the waters once more. Gathering its immense chakra, it concentrated it at its mouth, manifesting a display of red and blue chakra, both signifying tremendous destruction. Even from a distance, one could sense that should this chakra strike, it would shatter even the most rugged mountains. Kakuzu gradually lowered his arms, suppressing the provocative expression on his face. The oppressive presence of the tailed beast ball had taken form before him. He could not afford to stand idly as it approached. Swiftly pivoting, he unleashed chakra beneath his feet, propelling himself away with a cacophony of splashes. Ah, so he still has some sense left. He knows to flee. The water shadow's mockery deepened. He had previously regarded Kakuzu as a formidable ninja, but witnessing his provocation of the three tails now led him to believe that Kakuzu's mind had been damaged in the recent skirmish, prompting such foolish behavior. However, now was not the time for such musings. The sheer magnitude of chakra contained within the tailed beast ball was overwhelming, and the water shadow resolved to exercise caution. Seeking refuge, just as the water shadow prepared to turn and escape, his peripheral vision caught sight of Kakuzu charging towards him at breakneck speed. A sinister intent flickered in the water shadow's eyes. What do you intend to do? The water shadow confirmed that his voice was loud enough for Kakuzu to hear. Yet, Kakuzu paid him no heed, barreling forward with singular focus. This is bad. The water shadow sensed an impending crisis. I cannot allow this fool to approach me, he thought. The water shadow formed hand seals, preparing to utilize the body flicker technique to flee. However, at that moment, his legs suddenly felt unbearably heavy. Looking down, his eyes widened in horror. Unbeknownst to him, countless strands of earth grudge fear had emerged from the water, firmly binding his legs. Damn it! The water shadow roared in anger, hastily bending down to gather chakra in an attempt to sever the strands. Yet Kakuzu would not allow him such a reprieve. In a flash, Kakuzu appeared behind the water shadow. At this moment, the earth grudge fear strands on Kakuzu had all been retracted according to his will, returning him to his normal form. Kakuzu's hands gripped the water shadow's shoulders from below. Bai Lian gasped. What are you doing, you lunatic? Kakuzu replied, Water shadow, please look ahead. Bai Lian's gaze shifted forward, discovering the enraged and humiliated glare of the three tails locked onto them. To be precise, the three tails' target was Kaku. Yet at this moment, Kakuzu had inadvertently tethered Bai Lian to himself. Oh no! Bai Lian's white hair seemed to explode instantly. You madman, let me go. Bai Lian was now convinced that Kakuzu had indeed lost his mind. If he wished to end his own life, that was one thing. But dragging himself down with another was the act of a complete lunatic. Bai Lian struggled desperately to free himself from Kakuzu's grip. However, the earth grudge fear strands only tightened their hold. Jotan's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Water shadow, if you are indeed a man, do not shy away. Come, use your Reaper technique to absorb the tailed beast orb. This provocation ignited Water Shadow's fury. His eyes became bloodshot, filled with disbelief and panic, while his hair stood on end in sheer terror. He truly wished to distance himself from this madman, Jotan. Yet, in that moment, a sound reverberated, though not thunderous. It was immensely powerful. Water Shadow gazed ahead in horror. The tailed beast orb, colossal as a small mountain, sent countless splashes soaring as it hurtled towards him. Oh no. Water Shadow was paralyzed with dread. He was utterly shattered. Amidst this dual psychological assault, with no avenue for escape as the tailed beast orb bore down upon him, he reluctantly raised his hands and invoked the Reaper technique, just as Jotan had instructed. Then, with a cataclysmic explosion, a blinding brilliance erupted upon the water's surface, transforming the white sky into an abyss of darkness. The tailed beast orb detonated completely. Had there been an observer at that moment, they would surely have chronicled the greatness of the first Water Shadow, White Lotus. This formidable ninja had once quelled chaos and founded the Hidden Mist Village. He had once attended a summit, facing the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, with unwavering resolve at the negotiation table, securing control over the Three Tails and Six Tails for his village through sheer eloquence. Later, when the Three Tails rampaged, Water Shadow stepped forth, crushing the tailed beast orb with his own hands. Chapter 77. Even ghosts must repay their debts. A true hero dares to confront the might of the tailed beasts, bravely facing the peril of shattering orbs. Just like the two men from Konoha, who traveled great distances to capture all 9 tailed beasts as if they were mere chicks. In later eras, another brave soul would send a tailed beast orb soaring through the air as if it were a tennis ball. These moments, whether from the past or future, are destined to be immortalized in history, admired by countless generations to come. Returning to the present, a new miracle has emerged. The newly lake billowed with curling wisps of steam. The vast evaporation of the lake's waters attested to the immense weight of the tailed beast orb. Yet, at the lake's center stood a resolute man. Disheveled and grimy, his tattered clothes lay scattered, muscles withered to the bone, and his face bore the ultimate expression of despair. Heavy breaths escaped him, and in his current state, even a gust of wind could send him tumbling. Moments prior, the colossal tailed beast orb had struck. Jotan and the first Water Shadow had each borne half its force. Confronted with the overwhelming chakra of the orb, Water Shadow had desperately absorbed it. The end result was that he had not met the same dire fate as his Mist Village descendant. He truly succeeded in cradling the tailed beast orb and assimilating a significant portion of its energy. Though battered and disheveled, White Lotus had proven his worth as the Water Shadow. Consider this. Had White Lotus not been embroiled in a fierce battle with Jotan beforehand, and had he fully committed to absorbing the tailed beast orb, he might have managed to utilize his Reaper technique to completely assimilate it. Thus, the Water Shadow, who dared to label the tailed beasts as beasts, possessed formidable strength indeed. However, the current predicament of Water Shadow was far from favorable. The colossal chakra of the tailed beast orb had surpassed his limits. The energy forcefully drawn into his body ruptured numerous meridians. Though he still drew breath, he resembled a mere shell of his former self. He laboriously lifted his head to gaze at the Three Tails, his remaining teeth chattering. He must escape. For the singular thought in White Lotus's mind was that if the Three Tails unleashed another tailed beast orb, his demise would be inevitable. He took a heavy step, attempting to turn away. Yet, at that moment, a sharp bird call pierced the air. Water Shadow looked incredulously at the lake's surface. A powerful electric current surged, causing excruciating pain and numbness in his ankles. What is happening? His eyes widened in shock. He still possessed some life force to sense that a formidable ninjutsu approached at breakneck speed from beneath the water. He sought to evade it, but even in his prime, he would have struggled to escape. How could he possibly hope to do so now in his weakened state? Crack! A lightning spear pierced his abdomen. White Lotus's eyes bulged. His body hunched over. He murmured as he beheld the figure gradually surfacing from the water. It was none other than Jotan. And this lightning technique was indeed his thunderclap spear. At that moment, Jotan's body also convulsed, yet he bore no visible signs of injury. You. White Lotus's body tensed further, his dazed mind snapping back to focus in this moment of urgency. He wished to articulate his thoughts, but his remaining strength could not support further speech. He struggled to turn his head toward the dark mass floating on the water's surface. Jotan and he had both endured half the tailed beast orb's impact. At that time, he had distinctly sensed that Jotan had been utterly pulverized within the orb. All that remained was that dark mass bobbing in the water. Is that what you meant? Jotan's breath steadied, his gaze directed toward the area White Lotus indicated. Beneath that dark mass lay the remnants of a shattered heart. This heart governs water techniques. I obtained it from the village of Waterfall. Jotan's words were both a declaration of fact and a reminiscence of the past. Many years ago, he had taken this heart from Chiba Mei. the captain of the first unit in the Waterfall Village. Back then, Jotan had deemed Chiba too weak and had planned to replace him upon leaving the village. However, he had never found a suitable replacement. One might argue that Hashirama Senju, proficient in water techniques, would have been an excellent candidate. Yet, that individual was not particularly mobile, which led to the delay until now. Faced with the tailed beast orb, Jotan had no choice but to relinquish it. But now, the threads of the Black Earth Grievance technique swiftly coiled around Water Shadow's entire body. The Earth Grievance technique requires one to seize the heart of the opponent before they perish. Otherwise, it would yield no effect. The threads of the Earth Grievance technique, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, skillfully penetrated Water Shadow's body, swiftly enveloping the desired object before returning to Jotan's own form. At that moment, the 5 hearts still remaining within Jotan welcomed a new companion. As the blood from the heart began to circulate through Jotan's veins, a glint of sharp golden light flickered in his eyes. Once, Jotan's power had been confined to the level of 5 elite Jonin. But now, his strength and chakra had ascended to that of 5 elite Jonin combined with a shadow-level powerhouse. A surge of power coursed through his body, and abundant chakra rapidly replenished. Raising his arm and clenching his fist, he felt an inexhaustible surge of power. This was the true source of a ninja's safety, the very premise of Kakuzu's immortality. And indeed, one of the most exhilarating experiences one could have. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu felt an unprecedented clarity and liberality of spirit. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Though he had acquired the Water Shadow's lifetime mastery of water release and a vast reservoir of chakra, he seemed to lack the awakening of the Ein release, a bloodline limit. It was reasonable to ponder. If the Earth Grudge Fear could truly defy fate and seize bloodline limits, then his character in the original story would have been a perfect version of Haiden. However, it mattered little, for the technique of the ghostly bud was now in his possession, and Kakuzu had already devised a general strategy in his mind for awakening Ein release. Kakuzu swiftly squatted down, laying the Water Shadow's corpse flat upon the surface of the water, his hand reaching behind him to retrieve a scroll tucked at his lower back. The scroll was modest in size, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters wide and several meters long. Upon unfurling it, one could discern an array of sealing runes intricately drawn upon its surface. Adjusting the Water Shadow's body to lie upon it, he quickly formed hand seals, placing one hand over the center of the runes. Sealing, activate. As Kakuzu's words resonated, a plume of white smoke erupted from the sealing symbols. Boom. The smoke spiraled upward, rising to Kakuzu's brow. Yet, it soon dissipated, taking with it the body of the Water Shadow, Bai Lian. Kakuzu hastily gathered the scroll, sealing it with a sense of dissatisfaction. Despite having claimed Bai Lian's heart and gained his power, Kakuzu would never forget that this individual had swallowed 30 million of his currency, money that might never be reclaimed. This matter could not stand unresolved. Even if Bai Lian were to become a specter working in the afterlife, he must return Kakuzu's money. Chapter 78. The summoning beast sustained by fire release with the scroll stowed away, Kakuzu cast his gaze ahead. He had not forgotten the colossal creature that loomed before him, eyeing him with predatory intent. Having previously diverted his attention, he realized he must now concentrate fully on this behemoth. Roar. The 3 tails, still brooding over the earlier spit, let out a furious bellow, releasing an overwhelming chakra. Red and blue chakras fused at an 8-to-2 ratio, forming a new tailed beast ball. The wind howled fiercely, tousling Kakuzu's hair as waves crashed violently upon the water's surface. Faced with such terrifying might, would Kakuzu dare to confront it directly? The answer was a resounding no. The reason he had expended a heart to direct the tailed beast ball was to ensnare the Water Shadow. Kakuzu had yet to attain the strength to rival Senju Hashirama, nor did he possess the misfortune of the Water Shadow, let alone the courage akin to Jiraiya. Hence, it would be folly to confront the beast head-on. With arms crossed, over 100 shadow clones erupted from Kakuzu's side, each fleeing in different directions. As long as he could redirect the tailed beast ball's trajectory, Kakuzu would survive the ensuing explosions and strike back. The strategy was clear, and the battle soon fell into Kakuzu's rhythm. Thus commenced a swift-paced duel between Kakuzu and the 3 tails. Several hours later, Newly Island appeared from a distance, shrouded in curling black smoke. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal an astonishing sight. The island was riddled with craters, reshaped by the relentless bombardment of tailed beast balls. When the displaced islanders returned, they would be met with the shocking realization that their homes had vanished. The island had been utterly ravaged. With the sea surging forth to inundate the land, submergence of Newly Island was merely a matter of time. The homes of the islanders would inevitably become part of the ocean's depths. Of course, this was hardly a concern for Kakuzu, as the demolition project was overseen by the water shadow himself, with Kakuzu merely assisting. As for the islanders' properties, Kakuzu supported their claims for compensation from the Hidden Mist village. He believed that in a few days, the village would be bustling with activity. However, that was a matter for the future. His focus returned to the present. Standing upon the water, soaked to the bone, Kakuzu watched as the Three Tails prepared for another wave of assault. He could not deny the spectacle of the battle, showcasing the tailed beast's immense chakra akin to the ocean itself. Yet, to be fair, apart from the relentless bombardment of tailed beast balls, Kakuzu's 5 elemental attacks, and the execution of forbidden techniques, there was little else of note. The Three Tails, despite being a tailed beast, had glaring weaknesses. Its size was excessively cumbersome, rendering it sluggish and unyielding. Should it be attacked from both flanks, it would struggle to defend itself, for its turtle-like form made maneuvering exceedingly difficult. Its exposed back, defenseless except for its 3 tails, often left it vulnerable to assault. This seemingly simplistic reasoning became the insurmountable barrier for the Three Tails. Its unwieldy physique confined it to a life beneath the waves, making it the least impressive among the tailed beasts. In contrast, the 9 tails moved with grace and agility, capable of song and dance as well as combat. The 8 tails could flatten a forest in an instant, while the 7 tails boasted the ability to fly. Even the 1 tail, Shikaku, was hailed as the king of the desert, often boasting alongside the 9 tails. The 3 tails, however, lacked dominion over the waters, possessing little more than chakra but suffering from a lack of combat prowess due to its size, a lamentable reality. Nevertheless, there existed potential remedies for the 3 tails' inherent shortcomings. If sealed within a Jinchuriki, it could harness its chakra through the human host's body, thus compensating for its size disadvantage. A leaner 3 tails would undoubtedly enhance its combat capability. Kakuzu recalled vividly from the original story how the slimmed-down 3 tails had effortlessly dispatched a youth named Jiraiya upon its introduction. Therefore, the present manifestation of the 3 tails posed little threat to Kakuzu. Despite the 3 tails' glaring weaknesses, Kakuzu was not prepared to displace this chakra behemoth today. Firstly, he had expended a considerable amount of chakra during his previous skirmish with Bailian. Though he had regained some, it was insufficient. Secondly, they were still within the territory of the Hidden Mist, and Kakuzu had just slain their water shadow. Who could predict when a vengeful horde might descend upon him? Lastly, Kakuzu had no means to contain the 3 tails before him. Though he carried sealing scrolls, their limited space was inadequate for the tailed beast. He could seal corpses, shuriken, kunai, or even daily necessities, but containing a tailed beast was an entirely different matter. The scroll used to seal tailed beasts must be of the colossal variety, akin to the one that was carried on the back of Hashirama during his battle with Madara. As for the alternative that seemed to lack merit, it was to directly become the host for the 3 tails. To entertain such a notion, Kakuzu could only scoff. Being a host for the 3 tails was beneath him. If he were to become a host, it would be for the 10 tails. It was precisely for these reasons that Kakuzu was destined not to take the 3 tails today. Bending his legs slightly, Kakuzu leapt into the air like an arrow released from its bowstring. He landed firmly atop the massive shell of the 3 tails. Standing on the solid carapace, Kakuzu suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy. After spending so long in the ninja world, he surprisingly lacked a summoning beast of his own, making his situation somewhat stifling. Back in Konoha, he had witnessed even the young Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King. It seemed that summoning such beasts was a hereditary trait of the Sarutobi clan, who had established a summoning contract with the Monkey King generations ago, allowing Hiruzen to command monkeys from birth. However, individuals like Hiruzen, who possessed such innate abilities, were rare. The ambitious Shimura Danzo, unwilling to be outdone, began striving to find a summoning beast after witnessing Hiruzen's prowess. He somehow acquired a summoning beast and showcased it before Kakuzu and Tobarama. It resembled an amalgamation of an elephant's trunk, a pig's head, dog-like limbs, and a cow's body. A bizarre creature indeed. Kakuzu vaguely recalled it being named the Dream Taper. Its peculiar appearance was hard to suppress laughter, and while he and Tobarama managed to contain their amusement, the youthful Hiruzen could not hold back, laughing alongside Tsunade and Mito. Their laughter seemed to mock Danzo for the absurdity of his summoning beast. Faced with Hiruzen's derision, Danzo closed his eyes, bowed his head, and clenched his fists. He felt that Hiruzen was mocking him, looking down upon him, and belittling him as the last in line, all of which filled his heart with negative emotions. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Danzo proclaimed his grand ambitions, declaring, "My dream taper will one day be as large as a tailed beast. Can yours? My dream taper will devour everything. Can yours? My dream taper can consume fire techniques, feeding off flames. Can yours? You can do nothing. So how dare you compete with me for Hokage?" Regarding Danzo's grandiose claims, Kakuzu was unsure whether they stemmed from a desire not to be belittled by his peers or something else entirely. In any case, he found it rather strange. Chapter 79. Hatred from Mastery for Ninjas. Summoning beasts serve a significant auxiliary function in battle, and it was high time Kakuzu sought one of his own. Today's confrontation with the Three Tails had sparked a vision of the type of summoning beast he desired. The ideal summoning beast would complement a ninja's strengths and weaknesses, creating a harmonious partnership. If he could acquire a flying summoning beast, it would undoubtedly provide considerable advantages in battle. The aerial superiority that many ninjas lacked, coupled with agile positioning, would not only enhance his evasiveness but also create opportunities for attacks. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Kakuzu's mind, but he ultimately reached a decision. Taking a deep breath, he momentarily suppressed these thoughts. The Three Tails' roar, along with the crashing of its three tails, signified its unwavering intent to obliterate Kakuzu. With a swift body flicker, Kakuzu evaded the attack, the massive tail crashing against his armor with a metallic clang. As he dashed across the three-tail shell, Kakuzu felt his arms gradually transforming into black. Earth release, hardening. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his power into a singular point. He transformed his palm into a blade, accurately striking down at a protruding spike on the Three Tails' carapace. Clang. The resonant sound of metal echoed. Kakuzu swiftly maneuvered his wrist, catching a fragment of the shattered shell midair. Although it was merely a small piece, approximately a third the size of his palm, it was more than sufficient, for it contained the genetic material of the Three Tails. Kakuzu quickly descended, splashing across the water's surface as he sped away. The Three Tails' furious roars echoed behind him, already gathering energy for a massive-tailed beast ball aimed at Kakuzu. With a slight glance back, he recalled his earlier claim of not being able to take the Three Tails today, thus deeming further conflict unnecessary. As for the Three Tails' roar, he thought it best to save it for their next encounter. Crossing his arms, Kakuzu summoned forth a multitude of shadow clones. This time, however, the clones were not meant to distract the Three Tails. Kakuzu intended to leave behind a parting gift. The shadow clones swiftly approached the Three Tails, who sensed the impending danger. In a desperate attempt, it struck the water's surface with its arms and tail, creating a massive wave that surged through the lake. Many of the shadow clones exploded into nothingness, yet several continued to advance towards the colossal beast. Ultimately, a dozen or so shadow clones reached the Three Tails' mountainous form. They produced pre-prepared explosive tags and hurled them at the beast while forming hand seals. The technique of mutual explosive tags. This move worked best in conjunction with the Edo Tensei technique, but it was equally effective for shadow clones. Boom. A single explosive tag was merely a tickle to the Three Tails, but dozens, even hundreds, detonating simultaneously around its massive body. Roar. The Three Tails ceased gathering its tailed beast ball, letting out a pained howl. In the heart of the Land of Water, in the southwestern region, lies the core of the nation's power, the Hidden Mist Village. Unlike other parts of the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village is often shrouded in mist. Yet nearly half the year, the sky remains clear. Today, the skies above the village were exceptionally bright. Villagers moved about, carrying fishing nets and boarding boats at the docks. The weather was splendid, and they anticipated a bountiful catch. Laughter and conversation filled the air as villagers chatted amiably on their boats. Suddenly, tap, tap, tap. The rapid sound of water splashing disrupted the harmonious atmosphere. The villagers turned to see two ninjas in traditional garb racing across the turbulent waters, their expressions grim as they sped towards a particular direction. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances. Due to the unique geography of the Hidden Mist Village, which was low in elevation and crisscrossed by numerous water flows, it resembled a city built upon water when viewed from above. To maintain the villagers' daily lives, the village leaders had issued a decree: unless in emergencies, ninjas were forbidden from recklessly traversing the water, as it could disrupt the villagers' routines and incite panic. While the Hidden Mist village enjoyed a peaceful day, these two ninjas sped across the water's surface like the wind. The patrolling ninja squad, upon witnessing the scene, contemplated intervening to stop the two individuals. However, upon recognizing their identities, no one dared to impede their progress. For these two were none other than the disciples of the first Mizukage, Nakaji and Kazufu. The Mist Ninja exchanged glances, aware of the rumors that had circulated in recent days, uncertain of their veracity. Nonetheless, it was evident that there had been significant changes within the higher echelons of the Mist Village. The furious demeanor of the two disciples suggested that the rumors were likely grounded in truth. In the heart of the Mist Village stood the Mizukage building, the daily office of the Mizukage, where only the village's elite could reside. Inside the expansive office, a man donned in a flowing white robe, with yellow hair slicked back and slender eyes accentuated by two wisps of mustache, rose from the Mizukage seat. He clapped his hands to attract attention, silencing the voices in the room. Esteemed guests, I am the acting Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Hogetsu. I have been informed of the unfortunate incident involving your new island. An unforeseen calamity indeed. Do not despair about your lost homes. I shall promptly issue orders for the village to arrange accommodations for you all. What say you? As Hogetsu's words resonated, many villagers fell silent, their eyes sparkling with hope. Such fortuitous news. In an instant, they transitioned from islanders to citizens of the Mist Village, a most unexpected stroke of fortune. Hogetsu observed the villagers' expressions with a knowing smile. Moreover, for those unwilling to remain in the mist, the village will offer appropriate compensation. Rest assured, as residents of the Land of Water, I shall not abandon any of you. Upon hearing this, the gathered islanders erupted into thunderous applause. The Mizukage is truly benevolent. This is the leader we have long envisioned. To have such a Mizukage is a blessing for the Mist Village and a fortune for the Land of Water. The office was suffused with praise, enveloping Hogetsu in admiration. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew harmonious, a sudden crash reverberated through the room as the door was forcefully flung open. The villagers gasped in shock at the sight of the furious duo entering, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Hogetsu's smile faltered. Enough. You all must be weary from your travels. Please proceed to the accommodations arranged by the village, he declared, gesturing for a ninja to escort the villagers out. Soon, only three remained in the room: Hogetsu, Nakaji, and Kazufu. Observing the departing villagers, Nakaji maintained a calm demeanor, while Kazufu, however, was visibly agitated. He stormed forward, seizing Hogetsu by the collar and bellowing, "You should have been the first to learn of Lord Byakuren's demise. Yet instead of organizing vengeance, you submitted your application for the position of second Mizukage to the elders. What is the meaning of this?" Hogetsu disdainfully pushed Kazufu's hand away. "I cannot comprehend your words, but allow me to clarify. The dead cannot be resurrected. Please, mourn in peace. My presence here is due to the recommendations of various ninja clans." Infuriating, Kazufu seethed, his fists clenched tightly. He realized that the position of second Mizukage was now a foregone conclusion, unassailable. Suppressing his rage, he pressed on. "Very well. How do you intend to address the matter of the first Mizukage?" Faced with such a query, Hogetsu stroked his mustache, realizing he could not evade the question. After all, the fallen leader was a figure of their own village, and failing to avenge him would invite scorn from the other ninjas. Ultimately, Hogetsu raised his hand and strode towards the door. "I am well aware of the details. The culprit is named Kakuzu, and while he has ties to the Leaf Village, he is not one of them." Just before exiting, he paused and glanced at Kazufu. "I will dispatch an assassination unit to pursue him, though I shall not mobilize a large force." This statement was largely influenced by practical considerations. Should Kakuzu escape into another nation, the Mist would indeed have no choice but to rely on the assassination unit. Deploying a substantial force would effectively amount to declaring war. With that, Hogetsu departed. However, Kazufu's dissatisfaction erupted as he slammed his fist onto the table. He was far from pleased, deeply frustrated. He felt that Hogetsu had usurped his mentor's position and was now evading the crucial task of vengeance. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Noticing Kazufu's turmoil, Nakaji adjusted his glasses, intending to intervene. Yet, Kazufu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with a surge of hatred. He recalled his mentor's words about the Mist's ninja clans. The bloodline limit families, who were self-centered and lacked consideration for the village, necessitating suppression. In retrospect, he finally grasped the essence of that statement. Hogetsu. And all the bloodline limit families. You shall pay for this. One day, I will ensure your downfall. Chapter 80. Terumi Mae's dawn's light had yet to completely dispel the darkness. A flurry of activity unfolded amidst the cliffs and forest, where the glint of blades danced and shadows flitted. The vibrant blue chakra shimmered in the night, accompanied by the sharp cries of birds. Soon, the brilliance and the cacophony faded, and the dark woods returned to silence, save for the presence of several bleeding corpses strewn across the ground. Gradually retracting his arm, blue electricity crackled briefly before vanishing. Another batch of insignificant foes dispatched, yet Kakuzu's countenance remained taut with tension, his gaze fixated on the distance. Acutely aware that countless eyes were watching him from the pitch-black sky, it felt akin to being pursued by a pack of hyenas, although they lacked his combat prowess. They relentlessly followed, waiting for the moment he would falter and expose a weakness, only to pounce and tear him to shreds. Was this the sensation of being hunted by the 5 great nations? Though Kakuzu had mentally prepared himself, the tangible experience proved irksome. Approaching the base of a tree, he retrieved his satchel. Those trailing him could follow as they wished. Once he reached the towns of a foreign nation, they would likely falter. Just as Kakuzu prepared to turn away, a figure leaped gracefully to his side. It was none other than Ruto, who had departed the mist alongside Kakuzu. Ruto regarded the slain mist ninjas with a complex mix of emotions. Truthfully, he harbored no desire to oppose his former comrades. He merely wished to survive. However, whether it be the former or current Mizukage, neither seems inclined to let him off the hook. Lord Kakuzu, can you spare them? They are merely following orders. The voice was thick with emotion, revealing his lingering attachment to the village, compelled to depart due to certain dark circumstances. Oh, Kakuzu cast a languid glance at Ruto. Well, you are indeed one of the hidden mist, but then again, it is precisely because of you that a series of events unfolded. After I send you on your way, I shall consider your terms. Before Ruto could respond to Kakuzu's words, the arm of the dreadful curse swiftly shot forth, seizing Ruto by the throat and lifting him into the air. As Kakuzu constricted the arm of the dreadful curse, he approached with a kunai in hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakuzu struck with his left hand. Blood splattered, painting the air red. 2 kilometers away, several mist ninjas, eyes closed in concentration, suddenly opened their eyes wide. They exchanged incredulous glances, confirming through each other's horrified expressions that they had sensed the same occurrence. Kakuzu had killed Ruto and discarded his body over a cliff. The mist ninjas glanced at their mission list, which originally targeted both Kakuzu and Ruto. Yet now, it appeared Kakuzu had inadvertently delivered them ahead. Some ninjas could no longer contain their excitement and pulled out a pen, marking an X over Ruto's photograph. With one less target to pursue, they could now focus all their attention on Kakuzu. Days later, by the rushing river, a man clad in simple garments leaned against a large stone. He gasped for breath, his eyes twitching in pain, his cheeks wrapped in layers of bandages. Such injuries would surely alter his appearance drastically once the bandages were removed. Though disfigured, it was a worthy sacrifice for him. For from this day forth, no one would know him as Ruto. He inhaled deeply and let out a chuckle from his throat. Thank you, Lord Kakuzu. With that final reflection, Ruto slowly rose to his feet. As the wounds began to scab, he carefully removed the bandages from his face. He commenced a life of concealment, avoiding public appearances to minimize the risk of exposure. Eventually, he arrived at a small island on the eastern shore of the Land of Water. This island was home to a prominent clan from the Warring States period, known for their remarkable bloodline limits, which once flourished. Yet, as time passed, this ninja clan inevitably faced decline, now merely a sparsely populated ordinary clan. Now fully transformed, Ruto set foot on the long-abandoned island, where he found the reason he must survive. Who are you? A scream shattered the tranquility of the island. A beautiful woman in her 20s, cradling a child, gazed at Ruto, whose head bore an unhealed wound, and screamed in terror. She quickly set down her child and formed hand seals. Dissolution technique. Shizi, don't be impulsive. It's me, Ruto explained as he retreated, fearing being melted in the lava like a monster. Recognizing the familiar voice, the woman paused, astonished as she recognized her husband, the father of her child. Shizi immediately threw herself into Ruto's arms. You scared me to death. I sent people to look for you everywhere. But I couldn't search too openly, fearing for our child's safety. I thought you had perished out there. She lamented. striking Ruto a few times to vent her frustration. However, it was clear from the depths of her eyes that she was overwhelmingly relieved that her husband had returned safely. After a brief embrace, Ruto took his child in his arms and recounted his experiences to Shizi succinctly. She nodded in response. Fortunately, Lord Kakuzu is a person of compassion. Otherwise, whether we would meet again is uncertain. Her tone was filled with sentiment, and Ruto nodded in agreement. The couple then discussed their future. There's news from the village confirming the death of the first Mizukage. The head of the Hozuki clan is set to succeed as the second Mizukage. Being a fellow clan member, he should treat us reasonably. You can approach him to clear your name. However, Shizi's suggestion was met with vehement opposition from Ruto. If possible, he would have liked to express that it was a woman's perspective. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts and patiently explained to Shizi. I have met Hozuki Mangetsu. He is a kind elder, friendly to both ninja and civilians alike. However, having just ascended to the position of Mizukage, while he may treat our clan equally, he will also need to placate the remnants of the Byakuren clan, as they represent a formidable force. Thus, I would become his sacrifice, do you understand? In saying this, he might seem to portray a world that is exceedingly cruel. Yet, it was unavoidable. Sacrificing a few for the many was often the lamentable choice of those in power. Shizi nodded with a semblance of understanding, looking at her husband and asking, what will you do? Live your life in hiding? Of course not. In my current state, I doubt anyone would recognize me. Shizi acknowledged her husband's words. Indeed, it was true. Kakuzu had not formally studied the art of disguise, but he had dissected many things in this world. A kunai in his hand could become a delicate scalpel. After a few deft cuts, even his wife could not recognize him. Ruto pondered for a moment, glancing at the child in his arms, and suddenly said, Shizi, from today onward, both the child and I will adopt your family name. This will help us avoid many complications. Hearing this, Shizi smiled in agreement. That sounds wonderful. Our family name, Kimi, is quite melodious. Yes, Kimi is a lovely surname. If bestowed upon a girl, I can only imagine the beautiful name that would emerge. Alas, Ruto sighed, gazing at the child in his arms. He had no choice but to reconsider the girl's name he had envisioned in his mind. Observing this, Shizi lightly swatted Ruto. What are you sighing about? From today onward, you are no longer a ninja, and we can lead a stable life. You can have as many children as you wish. At this, Shizi lowered her head, her face flushed, fidgeting with her clothing. Seeing this, Ruto chuckled softly. Shizi also hails from the clan of ninjas, and although her lineage has waned, the remnants of her heritage still hold significance. No longer bound by the ways of a ninja, she can now anticipate a tranquil existence devoid of the incessant conflict that once plagued her life. Together with Shizi, they shall embrace a life of carefree abandon upon this island. In a moment of reflection, Ruto gazed at his child, momentarily taken aback. What troubles you? Shizi playfully nudged him, her irritation evident. She had been shifting in his arms for quite some time, yet Ruto remained unresponsive, much to her chagrin. The reason for Ruto's silence was a sudden realization of a pivotal question. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at his son, then lifted his eyes to his wife and inquired, Shizi, I possess the boiling release of our clan, while you carry the melting release of yours. Do you think our child will inherit our bloodline limit? Shizi, caught off guard by his words, looked uncertainly at the infant nestled in her arms. Since the establishment of the Hidden Mist Village and the reign of the first Mizukage, bloodline limits have become synonymous with both power and peril. The overwhelming strength of such ninja has often invited oppression from others. Now, with the fusion of boiling and melting releases, one can only wonder what their offspring may inherit. Will they embody the boiling release, the melting release, or perhaps both? There exists a possibility, too, that neither lineage will awaken in them. Ruto, regardless of what bloodline limit our child may inherit, does it truly matter? Shizi's enthusiasm dimmed as she spoke. Her thoughts likely drifted to the increasingly precarious situation of bloodline limit ninja within the Hidden Mist. Thus, she did not wish for her child to embody great strength, but rather to live a life of peace and safety. Ruto nodded in agreement. He shared her sentiments. Who would not wish for their child to traverse life unscathed? However, Ruto's gaze turned toward the horizon, toward the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. The shadows of political strife had forced him to sever ties with that place. Yet, deep within, he harbored a hope that one day, the Hidden Mist might flourish as the Leaf Village does. Achieving such prosperity necessitated a formidable ninja willing to instigate change. Ruto looked down at the child in his arms. Child, I cannot ascertain whether you will fulfill my hopes. I only wish for the current turmoil, the internal strife and corruption of our village, to be resolved by you or your descendants. This is my deepest desire as a father." As Ruto pondered these thoughts, a sense of bewilderment washed over him, questioning why he had spoken such heartfelt words to his child. In response, the boy erupted into a wail, as if he had understood his father's innermost feelings. While Ruto and Shizi reveled in their blissful, carefree life, Kakuzu found himself on the run. To be fair, Kakuzu sensed that the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, did not genuinely wish for his demise. However, due to his position, he had to perform his duties. Thus, an assassination unit was dispatched to tail Kakuzu. The leader of this unit was likely a trusted confidant of Hozuki Mangetsu, who had grasped the true intent behind the pursuit. It was merely a facade. They only needed to project their powerful perception as hidden mist ninjas while trailing Kakuzu. But they would not dare approach too closely out of fear for their lives. As Kakuzu grew increasingly irritated by his relentless pursuers, he devised a plan to shake them off. Initially, he intended to lead them into the land of fire, hoping that the Leaf's ninja would take notice of the hidden mist's movements, potentially igniting diplomatic tensions. Unfortunately, even when the hidden mist ninjas were captured and brought to the Leaf village, they faced little consequence. The benevolence of Hokage Senju Hashirama played a significant role in this outcome. When the hidden mist diplomats explained their presence in the land of fire as part of a covert mission, they offered an apology. Hashirama, understanding their position, merely sent them back with a warning not to return. Kakuzu found this leniency infuriating. After all, although the hidden mist ninjas were not targeting the Leaf, they had entered the land of fire armed. Logically, they should have faced severe repercussions for such an act. Kakuzu sighed, imagining how things would have been different under the leadership of Senju Tobarama, who would have ensured that those captured would have faced dire consequences. However, without facing severe penalties, the hidden mist ninjas lacked caution and continued to pursue Kakuzu. As such, he decided to lead them to a different location for some amusement. Heading northwest, Kakuzu was aware that he would eventually reach the land of Earth. The attitude of both the land of Earth's daimyo and Otsutsuki would be far less accommodating than that of Hashirama. Although geographically distant, the animosity between the land of water and the land of Earth was palpable. If these hidden mist ninjas dared to follow him into the land of Earth, the Otsutsuki would likely order their immediate execution. Kakuzu could vividly envision that scene. Meanwhile, the hidden mist ninjas trailing him exchanged glances, seemingly understanding Kakuzu's intentions. Even before he reached the land of Earth, they received orders to disperse and conclude their mission. Chapter 82. The old ground. The streets bustled with activity, lined with shops and the sounds of people conversing, vendors shouting, and the jingling of bells from passing carts. This town, situated at the confluence of the land of fire, land of water, and land of iron, lacked a clear administrative designation due to its unique geographic position. Over time, it had evolved into a no-man's land. Such unregulated places often breed darkness. However, it must be acknowledged that the absence of constraints has also fostered the prosperity of this place. Inside the inn, Jiao opened the suitcase he had always carried with him. This suitcase was crafted by Jiao himself during his time in Konoha. Despite its modest size, it contained an impressive 200 pounds of weight. The primary function of this suitcase was its remarkable cooling capability, capable of temporarily freezing essential items within, allowing them to be revitalized upon retrieval when needed. Jiao meticulously maintained this suitcase every month, with maintenance costs reaching a staggering 300,000. Inside this expensive suitcase lay a collection of bloodlines that Jiao had gathered. Neatly arranged test tubes housed the bloodlines, quietly preserved within the chilling confines. The purpose of these bloodlines was to prepare for the acquisition of Kekkei Genkai, and the method of merging these abilities was naturally the Otsutsuki style technique. However, Jiao's refined version of the Otsutsuki technique, based on Senju Tobarama, differed somewhat from that of Bairuhu. Bairuhu was an individual yearning for strength, but hindered by a lack of talent. Eager to grow stronger, he could not afford to wait a decade for the potential awakening of his Kekkei Genkai, as there was still a risk of failure within that time frame. Faced with this predicament, Bairuhu discovered an alternative shortcut, combination. By merging his body with another's, he could harness their strength. The core of his Otsutsuki technique revolved around this concept of combination. In contrast, Jiao's Otsutsuki technique centered on the idea of fusion. The process of merging bloodlines was undeniably a lengthy and arduous journey, fraught with considerable risk of failure. Nevertheless, for Jiao, this posed little concern, as time was his most abundant resource. What he currently lacked was a suitable space, a place where he could freely conduct his experiments. In the underground exchange of Baishu Town, 3 rock shinobi presented a trophy they had jointly acquired. Behind the counter stood a woman, approximately 20 years of age, with striking purple hair, an alluring appearance, and an enviable figure. After examining the spoils, she nodded in acknowledgement upon confirming that the target was indeed listed on the bounty. The lifeless body of the target was then placed into a refrigeration unit. At this moment, the 3 rock shinobi exchanged glances, each wearing a smug grin. The leader among them, known as Lizzie, could not resist boasting to the alluring lady, "Miss Yuhua, am I impressive? I personally dispatched a jonin, which surely attests to my strength." Upon hearing this, Yuhua revealed a charming smile, accentuated by 2 dimples. Her casual grin exuded an enchanting charisma. Indeed, such a formidable ninja is a rare find. As she spoke, Yuhua retrieved a suitcase from beneath the counter and pushed it toward Lizzie. This suitcase contained 2 million in cash, the bounty for their recent task. The 3 rock shinobi before her were likely mid-ranking ninjas from a Wagakure. They had slain a jonin from the land of water, known as Wu Village's Beiyu. According to his background, he had showcased considerable prowess during the Warring States period, having dispatched at least a dozen ninjas. However, as the Warring States period drew to a close, misfortune struck, and he lost both arms to an Earth-style explosion. Although Takigakure retained his title as jonin, he was clearly no longer fit for the role of a ninja. Thus, his reputation had become mere pretense. This time, it seemed he was simply unfortunate. While leaving the village alone, he encountered the trio of mid-ranking rock shinobi and was ultimately overwhelmed and killed. Yuhua could roughly surmise the course of the battle, and as she looked at the youthful rock shinobi, her heart filled with disdain. Yet, she maintained her smile. For the customer is always right. Seeing Yuhua's smile, Lizzie felt an even greater sense of triumph. He reached out abruptly toward the suitcase. In a swift motion, Yuhua retracted her hand, yet her expression remained composed. "Gentlemen, your task is complete. It is time to return to your village. Your Otsutsuki will likely have other assignments for you." Lizzie and his companions bristled at her dismissal. They were merely ordinary mid-ranking ninjas and felt fortunate to even catch a glimpse of the Otsutsuki. "Hey, Miss Yuhua, this is rather inconsiderate of you. I frequently come here to take on tasks and support your business. I'm sure you've benefited from my patronage. Yet, you won't even allow me a mere touch? This is excessive." In response to Lizzie's remarks, Yuhua rolled her eyes, feeling quite exasperated. While it was true that he often frequented her establishment, he had accomplished only this one task, making his complaints utterly shameless. "I apologize," Yuhua replied with a forced smile, though a hint of coldness crept into her tone. "This is a place for task exchanges. If there is nothing else, please leave." Yuhua's lack of courtesy stirred Lizzie's anger. He slammed his fist on the table, pointing at her. "Yuhua, quit pretending to be high and mighty. If it weren't for your looks, do you think I would bother coming here? Besides, isn't entertaining clients part of your duty?" Lizzie wore a determined expression, as if he intended to dominate Yuhua today. His 2 companions crossed their arms, watching with amusement, clearly eager to partake in the unfolding drama. The trio's unreasonable behavior had exhausted Yuhua's patience. Although she maintained a semblance of politeness, her smile had vanished entirely. "You are correct. The existence of establishments like this is often to obscure the truth. If you truly value this humble woman, I would be willing to share a drink to alleviate your fatigue." Yuhua had learned from her upbringing that leveraging her beauty could provide her with advantages. While she was willing to entertain these individuals, any ulterior motives would necessitate a stern response. After all, these rock shinobi could not possibly be so impoverished that they could not afford a mirror. Lizzie began to grasp the underlying message. Yuhua held him in disdain. This realization only fueled his anger further. With his companions present, he could not afford to lose face. "Yuhua, you better not regret this." His expression darkened. He had indeed embarrassed himself in front of his comrades. Yuhua responded with a slight smile and gestured for him to leave. Although she was not affiliated with a major village like a Wagakure, she would not allow herself to be bullied. "Gentlemen, please take your leave. I believe a Wagakure would not condone your behavior." Yuhua's dismissal prompted the 2 accompanying rock shinobi to turn away, albeit reluctantly. However, as they did so, Lizzie's eyes gleamed with a menacing intensity, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. Suddenly turning around, he unleashed the training he had received in the village. A powerful punch landed squarely on Yahara Tsukiko's face, instantly leaving a crimson mark and causing her to collapse to the ground with a pained cry. Reacting quickly, Tsukiko attempted to regain her composure and form hand seals for a counterattack. Wucho Xinz, she began, a standard illusionary technique. However, a swift figure from the side, a rock ninja, charged in, and a flash of steel ensued as a kunai pierced Tsukiko's palm. A cry of agony escaped her lips, interrupting her retaliation. Lying on the ground, injured, Yahara Tsukiko resembled a wounded lamb, helpless and vulnerable. Hunter exchanged glances with a companion, both wearing lascivious grins. The situation appeared to have devolved into a game for them, free from oversight. Only one rock ninja, perhaps out of cowardice, tentatively voiced concern. Should we reconsider? If this escalates to the village, what are you afraid of? Hunter interrupted dismissively before the ninja could finish. I will take responsibility for any repercussions. You need not worry. Besides, this matter will not reach the village. Miss Yahara, once we have had our fun, we shall dispose of your body in the wilderness. No one will be able to accuse us then. Ha ha ha. As she listened to Hunter's brazen laughter, Tsukiko gradually loosened her grip on her injured right hand. A glimmer of defiance flickered in her beautiful eyes as her left hand slowly reached for an invisible thread on the ground. Hunter and his two companions approached her menacingly, ready to unleash violence. A light, almost ethereal voice echoed within the desolate underground chamber. A great nation that has never tasted suffering can trample upon the dignity of a small nation at will. This sentiment would later be echoed by Pain to Naruto decades hence. Upon first hearing it, Kakuzu felt a twinge of confusion. In the world of ninjas, war was inevitable, and conflicts between nations were commonplace. Yet, Kakuzu had not observed the great nations brazenly trampling on the dignity and fate of the small. Only after encountering many in this world did Kakuzu realize that the narrative had limited his perspective. The story revealed the experiences of Naruto and his comrades. Individuals born with remarkable traits, be it lineage, wealth, talent, or, at the very least, extraordinary mentors. Any single one of these attributes destined them for greatness. Their pursuits might be the position of Hokage or a higher power. They would never stoop to degrading others. However, aside from these elite ninjas at the pinnacle, the majority were merely low-ranking ninjas. Their talents were limited, and many would plateau upon reaching the Chunin rank, never advancing further. Most were aware of their own limitations. Therefore, for the average ninja, the aspiration to become Hokage was not a dream, nor did they overly pursue power. Instead, they exhibited the most fundamental aspects of humanity. Though each ninja village had its own regulations to prevent indiscriminate misconduct, the rules bound the majority. Ironically, this adherence allowed a small fraction of rule breakers to thrive. The great nations indeed loomed large over the small, and were it not for the mutual checks and balances among the 5 great nations, the annihilation of the small would be but a matter of minutes. Thus, ninjas supported by great nations often looked down upon those from smaller ones. In lawless areas like Shiraki Town, their audacity knew no bounds. I hear you plan to expose these rogue ninjas to a Wagakure? To report them to the Utsutsuki? Hunter sneered. Huh, do you really think that Utsutsuki, who is busy with a multitude of affairs, would even spare a moment for an outsider like you? Hence, beneath the facade of tranquility in the ninja world, countless shadows and evils lay hidden. Just as the jubilant Hunter prepared to pounce upon Tsukiko, a sudden voice startled him. He and his 3 companions turned to see a shadow sitting silently atop the chamber. The 3 rock ninjas felt their pupils constrict and instinctively readied themselves for battle. As ninjas, they could keenly sense the formidable presence of the newcomer, one far beyond their capacity. Uncertain of the stranger's intentions, the rock ninjas remained vigilant. Only Hunter maintained his composure. He took a deep breath, twirled a kunai in his hand, and then returned it to his leg pouch. Friend, I am Hunter from the Iwagakure, a member of one of its clans. He introduced himself in an attempt to ease the tension. Seeing that Kakuzu above did not respond, but merely regarded him with a blank expression, Hunter continued. What you mentioned about great and small nations is nothing but your folly. Is it not? Turning, he picked up a half-open briefcase from the table. Since you've stumbled upon this matter, there's no point in hiding it any longer. Here. Take this 2 million. Consider it a gesture to forget today's events. Will that suffice? With that, Hunter tossed the briefcase toward Kakuzu. However, as it had not been securely closed, the money spilled into the air. With a flutter, 2 million in cash cascaded down. My apologies, friend. I failed to close the case properly. Please gather this 2 million. It's yours now, and then leave quickly. Do not seek trouble for yourself. With a wave, Hunter beckoned Kakuzu to descend. Witnessing this, Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 84. Even less than useless, it is now the 11th year of the new era. Since the end of the Warring States period, the ninja world has known peace for approximately a decade. During these years, various nations have worked diligently to develop their economies and increase production. As the economy and livelihoods swiftly improved, the influx of currency led to concerns of devaluation. However, the current devaluation is far less severe than what is to come. In today's context, 2 million is still a considerable sum. An ordinary genin earns only a few tens of thousands a month. Through diligent mission execution, they might make around 100,000. Chunin may earn several hundred thousand, but rarely surpass 4 to 500,000. Jonin receive higher wages, and if they undertake an S-rank mission successfully, they could earn over 1 million in a month. Thus, 2 million essentially represents the monthly salary of an elite Jonin. Now, this substantial sum lay scattered before Kakuzu. Jiongu gazed at the scattered money, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the hunter below urged him to descend quickly and collect the cash. At that moment, Jiongu felt his worldview shatter once more. He directed his languid gaze towards the hunter below. As a ninja, killing was commonplace. However, the brazen contempt shown by those who relied on their village's power was utterly repugnant, particularly their lack of respect for the young lady involved. Such individuals, I would gladly label as scum. Furthermore, Jiongu's eyes turned to the money strewn across the ground. A person who does not cherish wealth is worthless. One who squanders it is even less than worthless. I shall grant you 1 minute to apologize to that young lady while collecting the money. What? The 3 IWA ninjas were taken aback by his words. Scum, worthless, even less than worthless. These terms rang fresh in their ears. 2 of the IWA ninjas exhibited signs of concern and fear. They sensed that Jiongu's strength was at least that of a Jonin, far beyond their capacity to confront. Engaging in conflict with Jiongu here would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. However, the hunter in front was utterly enraged upon hearing this statement. All the descriptors Jiongu employed were aimed directly at him. You bastard! The hunter clenched his fists. His eyes bloodshot as he glared at Jiongu. He simply could not comprehend where this individual had emerged from. Not only did he dare to insult him, but he also had the audacity to confront him directly, which was infuriating beyond measure. However, despite his overwhelming fury, the hunter dared not make the first move. After all, his opponent was a legitimate Jonin. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he could not prevail. Suppressing his rage, the hunter glanced at the pitiful Misyu, who lay on the ground with no strength to resist. His discontent deepened. He never expected that the prize he had nearly captured would slip away today. Fine. The hunter shot Jiongu a resentful glance, his eyes filled with suppressed emotions. He acknowledged that he could not defeat Jiongu and decided not to confront him directly today, but he vowed to remember this grudge. He would not forget Jiongu's face. Sooner or later, he would return for revenge. Consider yourself fortunate. Today, this woman has indeed benefited you. We shall take our leave. The hunter spat angrily. In his view, since Jiongu showed no interest in the money, he must be after the woman. However, who are you to dictate my actions? Jiongu's nonchalant words rendered the 3 IWA ninjas' feet as heavy as lead. The hunter's expression darkened significantly. What do you want then? I have stated that you must apologize to the young lady and collect the money. In the face of Jiongu's insistence, a sneer finally appeared on the hunter's face, as if to say, you expect me to do as you say? That would be utterly humiliating. Though he had no knowledge of Jiongu's origins, he had already proclaimed that he was from one of the clans of Awagakure. Did he not understand? Whoosh! Jiongu suddenly appeared right in front of the hunter. This unexpected maneuver startled the hunter, causing his heart to race. Looking at him, Jiongu revealed a playful smile. Having read some web novels in his past life, Jiongu understood that such displays of bravado often stemmed from the backing of a powerful village, as well as a family with influence within it. As for the hunter's query about whether Jiongu understood his clan and village, well, Jiongu had never heard of such a clan, but he had indeed encountered the formidable Inoki of Awagakure. He wondered about their current standings within Awagakure. Yes, and what of their Tsuchikage, Inoki? On the surface, he appeared to be a kind old man, but deep down, he was undoubtedly a cunning schemer. Before the 5 Kage summit, he had intended to send his 2 apprentices to confront Uchiha Madara. Yet, upon leaving the summit, he discovered that his 2 apprentices had already fallen. In his fury, the Utsutsuki raged, demanding an explanation from Uchiha Madara. However, Senju Tobirama whispered in his ear that it was Uchiha Madara's own decision, not his elder brother's suggestion, leading the Utsutsuki to relent. He understood Tobirama's implication. When Uchiha Madara went mad, even his elder brother could not stop him. The Utsutsuki ceased his pursuit of Uchiha Madara. Redirecting his ire towards Konoha, he asserted that choosing Konoha as the negotiation site was a disastrous decision. In the future, if the 5 Kage summit were to be held, it would have to be outside the 5 great nations, or else a Wagakure would not attend. After delivering a stern rebuke to Konoha, the Utsutsuki departed with his entourage. This was Jiao Du's impression of a Wagakure. These thoughts flickered through Jiao Du's mind before he snapped back to reality, fixing his gaze on the hunter. Since he was unwilling to comply with Jiao Du's demands, Jiao Du decided to take matters into his own hands. He reached out and grasped the hunter's collar, forcefully tossing him upwards. Boom! Like a cannonball, the hunter smashed through the ceiling, soaring into the air. The 2 IWA ninjas nearby were left dumbfounded by the scene. At this rate, even if the hunter survived, he would likely emerge with a lifelong disability. Immediately after, Jiao Du turned his attention to another IWA ninja who had also dared to act against the woman. With a gentle grip, he seized him. The ninja's arm was brutally ripped from his body, eliciting heart-wrenching screams. Hey, 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 what is a grown man crying about? If you wish to weep, do so elsewhere. Finding the ninja's cries overly bothersome, Jiao Du hurled him away as well. Whether he lived or died thereafter was of no concern to Jiao Du after completing these actions. Jiao Du dusted off his hands and turned to the last IWA ninja, who trembled uncontrollably, clutching his kunai. With a clatter, the ninja's kunai fell to the ground due to his nerves. Unconcerned with the embarrassment, the IWA ninja hurriedly retrieved his kunai. His gaze towards Jiao Du was filled with terror and dread. The fates of his 2 companions had made one thing abundantly clear to Jiao Du. They were no different from ants. Thus, he was now paralyzed with fear, striving to maintain the fighting stance expected of a ninja. Jiao Du merely chuckled at this sight. Let us go. He waved his hand, indicating that this IWA ninja would not suffer the same grim fate as the previous 2. The reason being, he had not acted against the woman. Nevertheless, Jiao Du ultimately addressed him, saying, by the way, when you return, inform your IWA companions that I will be residing here from now on. If they have no business, they should refrain from causing trouble. Do you understand? Why, yes. The last IWA ninja swallowed hard, attempting to move his heavy legs. Seeing that Jiao Du truly had no intention of attacking him, he quickly fled the underground chamber in a panic. Chapter 85. Complementary Forces. The present Kakuzu is no longer the inexperienced individual who traversed into this realm years ago. Now, he possesses both formidable strength and substantial wealth. Having chosen to revisit familiar grounds, he has firmly established himself as the de facto authority here. The existing underground laboratory serves as his natural experimental base. As for the exchange of gold, it is an entity of questionable necessity. It exists as a unique construct within the shinobi world, a product born from the fierce competition among the great nations. While one might consider it a force, it lacks a cohesive organization or combat prowess. Consequently, Kakuzu has repurposed the exchange of gold into a mere transit station, solely responsible for the transfer and allocation of missions, with no involvement in any other affairs. The upper structure of the underground laboratory has transformed into a restaurant, offering the renowned 3-colored dumplings and ramen of the Land of Fire. Though the flavors may not be entirely authentic, sustenance is all that matters. In the span of 2 months, these changes were nearly complete. 2 individuals managed the restaurant and maintained the exchange, Miss Johanna Sayoko and Heisei Rokuno. They handle the daily minutiae, allowing Kakuzu to focus on his experiments in the basement. Seated comfortably in a luxurious fur chair, Kakuzu reclines, rolling up his sleeve to inject a vial of bloodline into his chakra pathways. It has been 3 months since he commenced the process of bloodline fusion. According to the research findings of the ghost bud technique, a complete integration of a bloodline phenomenon typically requires at least a decade. Yet, Kakuzu perceives a remarkable acceleration in the flow of the bloodline within his body. Under the protection of the earth grievance, the newly formed tissues are reacting swiftly with the bloodline, akin to a film projected at 20 times its normal speed. Upon probing the intricate pathways within his body using the lines of earth grievance, Kakuzu deduces that the fervent circulation of the bloodline is attributable to its compatibility with the water heart, the vessel of his current companion, Mizuhi. The power of Mizuhi originates from the first Mizukage, Hakuren. With the corresponding bloodline now taking residence, their union fosters a sense of synergy. Once the bloodline injection is completed, Kakuzu places the test tube on a nearby stool, leaning back in his fur chair, gazing at the ceiling as he savors the sensation of the bloodline coursing through him. Guided by the energy of the Mizukage, he is confident that fusion will not be impeded. Moreover, this synergy is expected to expedite the process, perhaps within a decade. The netherworld will awaken. On Kakuzu's right palm, a form resembling an eye flickers into view. Besides the bloodline fusion, he has other experiments to pursue. The essence of animal body recombination is an ancient treatise Kakuzu painstakingly acquired. To succinctly summarize this tome, it revolves around replication, utilizing a single cell as the foundation. One can delineate the entirety of a species form. However, it is crucial to note that he does not intend to replicate common animals such as cats or dogs, but rather, creatures imbued with chakra, making the task considerably challenging. Given the current technological limitations, achieving perfection in this endeavor is no small feat. Kakuzu's choice to adopt this manuscript as the primary framework for his research stems from his intention not to replicate an entire species, but merely a portion of it. Within a spacious glass vessel, a verdant solution swirls, occasionally releasing white bubbles that rise to the surface. Suspended within is a turtle shell, extracted from the three tails. A true amalgamation of natural energy, it hints at the profound mysteries of nature. Kakuzu crosses his arms, his gaze reflecting the joy of scientific discovery. Originally a third of the size of his palm, the turtle shell has now expanded to the size of his entire hand after months of fermentation and cultivation. This indicates that the biological organization of the three tails is indeed growing, and in due time, it may very well take the form Kakuzu envisions. Thus, over the span of 2 years, time has swiftly passed. The winds howl in the sky, trees sway beneath their force. This year marks the 14th year of the new ninja calendar. The 5 great ninja villages have now been established for over a decade, a period of relative peace seldom witnessed since the Warring States era. However, as tranquility lingers, many individuals and matters have begun to exhibit signs of restlessness. In the land of water, the second Mizukage has taken the helm. Speculations abound regarding the demise of the first Mizukage, Hakuren. Some allege he was assassinated, while others claim he fell to the hands of foreign adversaries. Yet, many surmise that his death was orchestrated by the second Mizukage, Ao. The lack of a unified answer is simple. The village hidden in the mist has chosen to maintain silence on the matter, shrouding its affairs in mystery and reducing its connection to the outside world. Alongside the passing of the first Mizukage, another prominent figure in the shinobi realm has also departed, the first Suchikage, Ishikawa. This elder, who possessed the ability to fly, left an indelible mark during the 5 Kage summit. Unlike the secrecy of the Mist Village, the Iwagakure has provided a cause for his demise, recurrence of an old ailment. Kakuzu finds this explanation credible. While the leaders of the shinobi world are undeniably powerful, it is worth noting that, aside from Senju Hashirama, the remaining 4 Kages bear the scars of countless battles accumulated over the years. The first Suchikage, Ishikawa, was of considerable age, slightly older than the first Mizukage. Thus, it is no surprise that he succumbed to the combined toll of old injuries and the ravages of time. While it is indeed a pity he could not witness the unfolding of the shinobi world, Ishikawa's fortunate passing in a tumultuous realm speaks volumes. As a figure of such stature, departing peacefully amidst the chaos of conflict is a rare blessing. Sunagakure, the least militarily and economically robust of the 5 great nations, lacks the abundance of resources to squander. Fortunately, the first Kazekage, Reto, is a person of discernment. His decision to forego the pursuit of a second-tailed beast during the 5 Kage summit, prioritizing the welfare of his village, exemplifies his profound love for his homeland. Under his guidance, Sunagakure is diligently striving for progress and development. After years of negotiations with Kanehagakure, it appears Sunagakure has finally established a connection with them. The first Kazekage has extended an invitation to Hokage Hashirama to visit, ostensibly to strengthen the bond between their nations. However, beneath the surface, The true intent is to request Hashirama's assistance in utilizing his wood release to create an oasis in the Wind Country, thereby bolstering Sunagekyu's economic growth. In truth, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would likely nod in agreement to such a proposal. This initiative not only stands to assist the impoverished populace of the Land of Wind, but also serves to strengthen the camaraderie between the two nations. What could be more delightful? It is rumored that Senju Hashirama will soon pay a visit to Sunagekure. As for Kumogakure, the situation is far less tranquil. Due to its geographical and historical context, Kumogakure has, since its inception, been a nation dominated by martial prowess. Both the citizens and ninjas possess fiery tempers, often leading to skirmishes along the border with Konohagakure. Recently, news of Hashirama's impending visit to Sunagekure has circulated, seemingly stirring unrest along the border. As for the current Reikage, Kakuzu can only scoff. Given the Reikage's volatile temperament, Kakuzu surmises that it is only a matter of time before significant trouble arises. When the day comes that he provokes Konoha to the point of fury, it will undoubtedly herald his most disastrous days. Let us not forget that Konoha is currently at its zenith, the foremost among the 5 great nations. As for Kakuzu himself, he has spent the past 2 years ensconced in his laboratory, largely disengaged from external affairs. Yet, he finds it rather astonishing that despite his self-imposed seclusion, he has gained notoriety. Chapter 86. Kakuzu's Worth. My Lord Kakuzu. Here is the latest bounty list circulating in the market. You might find it quite intriguing, chirped Yo Shizuko, clad in a tank top, as she perched playfully upon Kakuzu's lap, her tone laced with jest. Seated in an opulent fur chair, Kakuzu leisurely caressed her shoulder with one hand while holding a wine glass in the other, relishing the moment. As he beheld Shizuko's radiant smile, Kakuzu set down his glass and took the bounty notice from her hands. The image depicted a tall man, his hair standing defiantly upward in a classic pompadour, his gaze piercing and his features resolute. His muscular physique showcased a tapestry of sinewy lines, emphasizing his formidable strength. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Ah, the artist possesses a decent skill. He has captured a fraction of my allure and authority. Perhaps I shall refrain from causing him any trouble. Indeed, Shizuko giggled, covering her mouth. Kakuzu, maintaining his silence, continued to scrutinize the document. However, as he read further, his previously relaxed expression morphed into one of discontent. He meticulously examined the figures multiple times. 5,190,000, he muttered, incredulity etched across his features. Is this truly my worth? Am I so undervalued? He grasped Shizuko's face playfully, eliciting a playful protest from her. Truth be told, upon seeing this figure, Kakuzu felt a tinge of melancholy. As someone from a future timeline, he inevitably compared his bounty with that of a certain individual. Decades later, the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a former adversary of his, commanded a bounty of 35 million. This comparison rendered Kakuzu's worth a mere fraction of Asuma's value. Of course, such calculations are flawed. Currency depreciation over decades cannot be measured by today's standards. If we were to compare with Asuma, at that time, Konoha had individuals of equal stature, such as Hatake Kakashi, Mike Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai, all of whom answered to Asuma's father. Given this assessment, it stands to reason that Hiruzen's worth would be several tiers above Kakuzu's. Perhaps around 200 million. Kakuzu snapped back to reality, patting Shizuko on the back. Understanding his cue, she rose and shortly returned with several new bounty notices, laying them before him before resuming her seat on his lap. Kakuzu draped one arm over her shoulder while the other sifted through the bounty notices. The first one featured a long-haired man with chiseled features, the same striking image of Senju Hashirama, with a worth of 176 million. Huh. The devaluation has reached astronomical heights, he chuckled to himself. He pondered how, decades later, the monkey would feel upon discovering that his worth surpassed that of the first Hokage. After several minutes of contemplation, Kakuzu concluded that the monkey would undoubtedly be elated, for by then, he would have matured into the strongest Hokage. Setting aside the bounty notice, Kakuzu took a sip of the nearby red wine. My worth still has room for enhancement, does it not? Shizuko nodded in agreement. Lord Kakuzu, we still have the body of the first Mizukage on hand. While the Mist Village has publicly announced that the second Mizukage, Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu, has succeeded him, they remain reticent about the circumstances surrounding the first Mizukage's demise. This obfuscation has only fueled rampant speculation. Some suspect a grand conspiracy. while others believe the first Mizukage simply wished to withdraw from the affairs of the ninja world, achieving his retirement through this means. Amidst the myriad of opinions, the topic has gained considerable traction, and one can only imagine that the deceased Bai Lian, lying in a cold storage, would never have anticipated that his notoriety would swell in the ninja world posthumously. With fame comes increased scrutiny, and many of Bai Lian's enemies have grown restless, demanding to see him alive or dead. Consequently, the bounty on the first Mizukage has not only remained intact, but has surged to 71 million. He has little utility left. I shall seek a distant exchange center to liquidate it, Kakuzu mused. However, as he contemplated this, his hand paused on Shizuko's shoulder, glancing at the Mizukage's bounty notice. Kakuzu ultimately resolved, I will take him to a more remote exchange center to claim the bounty, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Kakuzu spoke lightly. Should the world discover that the first Mizukage met his end at Kakuzu's hands, his worth would undoubtedly skyrocket, potentially exceeding 80 million. Yet, Kakuzu harbored his judgments about the current ninja world. He deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Suddenly, a glass shattered with an unexpected crash. Shizuko instinctively rose, and both she and Kakuzu turned their gazes towards the far end of the laboratory, where a massive container stood. The internal structure remained largely unchanged from 2 years prior, filled with a vibrant green liquid and white foam. However, the turtle shell suspended within had grown considerably since then. The thickness of the tortoise shell had reached at least 30 centimeters, its size comparable to 2 household windows joined together. As the shell continued to grow, it sporadically emitted red chakra belonging to the three tails. However, this chakra was anything but tranquil. With the progression of the experiment and the growth of the shell, it occasionally unleashed a formidable and restless power, threatening to shatter its enclosing vessel. It was as if the shell possessed a consciousness of its own. Of course, claiming it had true consciousness would be somewhat exaggerated. Kakuzu had studied this shell and determined that, under the influence of the nurturing liquid, it possessed at most the subconsciousness of the three tails. It simply did not wish to be controlled by humans and desired to sink eternally into the depths of the ocean. Kakuzu had also contemplated the possibility of allowing this shell to manifest vitality without possessing consciousness, enabling it to survive outside the nurturing liquid. If successful, he could potentially have a small three tails under his control. After all, the genetic material of this shell indeed originated from the three tails, and the chakra within it was undeniably real. If one were to identify the primary distinction between the shell and the three tails, it would be the quantity of chakra. Take the tailed beast balls, for instance. The three tails possessed an immense reservoir of chakra and could produce tailed beast balls repeatedly. In contrast, the chakra contained within this shell would yield a limited number of tailed beast balls, perhaps once, thrice, or even 5 times. However, the exact number could only be determined after Kakuzu's theoretical plans were realized through direct experimentation. Kakuzu approached the table housing the experimental vessel, opened a drawer, and retrieved a notebook. He shook his head slightly, rising from his fur-covered chair to stand behind Konan. How many times has it been? Her slender fingers counted the entries. Since the commencement of the experiment, this marked the 82nd recorded eruption. Kakuzu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the tortoise shell. Mastering the chakra of a tailed beast was no simple task. It seemed that action was indeed necessary. Otherwise, the laboratory would inevitably be obliterated by this entity devoid of subjective consciousness. Chapter 87. Localized Warfare. Konan, I must make a trip to Konoha. You've worked diligently here for the past few months. Should the glass exhibit any signs of cracking, replace it immediately. Observing the newly replaced glass vessel containing the floating tortoise shell, Kakuzu remarked. Konan nodded in agreement. Lord Kakuzu, please go ahead. I will keep a vigilant watch here. With that, Kakuzu refrained from further conversation, quickly gathering his belongings in preparation to depart. Geographically speaking, the Land of Fire lay to the south of Baishu Town, merely a short distance away. However, before heading to Konoha, Kakuzu needed to dispose of the body of the former Mizukage. The reputation of the first Mizukage, Haku, had only grown since his demise, becoming a focal point of interest for many. While the ninja world appeared tranquil on the surface, undercurrents stirred beneath. Kakuzu wished to avoid notoriety at this moment. He intended to dispose of Haku's body far away, diverting attention while preserving his own anonymity. After consulting a map of the exchange sites, Kakuzu ultimately chose the Land of the Moon, situated at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. With a broader perspective, individuals from the land of Earth might also come here to trade. After discarding the Mizuki's body, even if it caused a stir in the ninja world, the majority would likely direct their suspicions towards the three great nations. Without delay, Kakuzu swiftly traversed the edge of the Land of Fire, arriving at the Land of the Moon 3 days later. Upon encountering the currency exchange in the Land of the Moon, Kakuzu couldn't suppress a furrow of his brow. What on earth? Another restroom. Internally, he found himself exasperated with these individuals, questioning why they favored using restrooms to conceal underground currency exchanges. Did they all possess peculiar inclinations? Suppressing his irritation, Kakuzu proceeded through the restroom to the basement. The person in charge who received him was a shifty-eyed middle-aged man. Kakuzu produced a scroll, unveiling the body of the former Mizuki. Upon confirming that the figure before him was indeed the first Mizuki, valued at over 70 million, the man's expression flickered. He never anticipated that the legendary first Mizuki, whose name had echoed throughout the ninja world in recent years, would one day appear within his currency exchange, an astonishing occurrence. Once word spread, his establishment would undoubtedly gain notoriety in the black market. The middle-aged man raised his gaze, seemingly trying to discern Kakuzu's appearance. However, Kakuzu wore a mask, and the fierce glint in his exposed eyes startled the man. He understood that this individual had the capability to eliminate the first Mizuki and could effortlessly end his life in an instant. Daring not to utter another word, he accepted the Mizuki's body and hurried to the counter to retrieve the payment. Before long, a large leather suitcase was lifted. This, sir, is your 71 million. This sum represented the largest bounty Kakuzu had ever earned. As he felt the weight of the suitcase, which was twice as heavy as usual, an inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through him at that moment. Despite having amassed wealth exceeding 100 million, he experienced a strange sensation akin to that of a newly affluent individual. Do not move, or I shall kill you. The icy words sent a shiver through the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Kakuzu unperturbedly seated himself, opening the suitcase to begin counting the money. The sound of bills being counted echoed, swish, swish, swish. The process was both protracted and chilling. Initially, the middle-aged man was fearful, but as time passed, he grew drowsy. However, at the final moments, his eyes suddenly widened, a jolt of realization dispelling his fatigue, while the previous sense of dread returned. 706,700,798. And then it stopped. Kakuzu's gaze lifted, his sharp eyes resembling twin blades. There are still 2 bills remaining. This statement struck the middle-aged man like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. He swallowed hard, staring at the money in the suitcase, grappling with an unspoken thought. First, it was possible that Kakuzu had miscounted. Second, he might have mispacked the money, for it was easy to lose track with a total of 710,000 bills. Yet, these words remained trapped in his throat, for Kakuzu's imposing stature had risen, casting a shadow over him. At that moment, a resounding boom reverberated through the basement. Are you deliberately trying to cheat me? Kakuzu's gaze turned intrigued. With his years of ninja intuition, he easily discerned that this noise was indicative of a battle. It seemed this scoundrel genuinely intended to swindle him out of 20,000. In that case, there would be no mercy. No, sir. It's not me. The forces of Konoha and Kumogakure are clashing once again. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened slightly. He noticed a small crack forming in the basement ceiling, from which an unknown liquid began to drip into the room. If memory serves me correctly, the facility above this currency exchange seems to be. Damn. 20 minutes later, the ceiling indeed shattered, and the water from the restroom began to gradually inundate the basement. This currency exchange is finished. Kakuzu dragged the middle-aged manager outside. The manager's legs had turned to jelly, kneeling before Kakuzu, trembling uncontrollably. He would never realize that the absence of 2 large bills would bring about catastrophic destruction. However, this situation was somewhat exceptional. Kakuzu, gazing into the distance, seemed to perceive the distant echoes of war. He hurled the leather suitcase at the middle-aged man. Take it to the specified location. Otherwise, the consequences will be your life. Do you understand? Kakuzu's lifeless gaze sent shivers down the manager's spine. He knew that Kakuzu could end him with just a breath. To have survived Kakuzu's wrath was already an unexpected stroke of luck. Trembling, he managed to rise to his feet, nodding hastily, indicating that he would comply with Kakuzu's instructions to deliver the money to the designated place. As for whether this fellow had the audacity to betray Kakuzu for 71 million, he chuckled. No one in the entire ninja world would dare. After conveying these instructions, Kakuzu vanished from the scene. When he reappeared, he stood atop a sheer cliff. Peering down at the scene below, he crouched slightly, observing intently. Below, two groups of people confronted one another, one clad in the vests of Konohagakure, the other in modest, deep blue and white armor, unmistakably from Kumogakure. Each side numbered roughly 200 to 300, a scale not particularly large, qualifying as a localized skirmish along the border. The conflict would likely result in only minor injuries, followed by the customary exchange of accusations, a common occurrence on the border. However, this time, Kakuzu noted an intriguing detail. At the forefront of the Kumogakure ranks stood a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with curly hair. Such a figure was not unusual among the Kumogakure ninjas, many of whom bore similar appearances. Yet, in Kakuzu's eyes, this man coincided with the visage of someone he recognized, the first Reikage. There could be no mistake. Kakuzu possessed an extraordinary memory for money. The first Reikage's volatile temperament and flamboyant personality had driven his bounty to astronomical heights, 82.3 million. Frankly, this figure seemed to place him among the highest earners, following only Hashirama Senju at 1.7 billion and Madara Uchiha at 1.68 billion. The fact that he was leading an assault this time aligned perfectly with certain rumors circulating in the ninja world. Hashirama had gone to the land of wind, leaving this matter unattended, while the Reikage appeared to be stirring trouble. Kakuzu watched as the Reikage, his mouth agape in fury, gestured for the Kumogakure forces to charge at Konohagakure's troops. As the Reikage led the charge, crackling with lightning, the Kumogakure's taijutsu had been readied, and he intended to teach the Konohagakure ninjas a lesson. Not to be outdone, the leading figure from Konohagakure, a middle-aged man in his 50s, signaled for his troops to advance. Kakuzu had never encountered this particular ninja, but judging by his attire, he could make an educated guess. Hinata Tenrin, the first head of the Hyuga clan, once ranked third in bounty on the black market, and the military commander of the northwest defense line of Konohagakure. A man of substantial authority. Some claimed that Hinata Tenrin's strength was so formidable that he could rival Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Kakuzu believed such assertions likely emanated from within the Hyuga clan itself, much like the later claims that the Hyuga were Konohagakure's strongest, although such renown might be somewhat inflated. The truth of the bounty, 80 million on the black market, spoke volumes. Standing upon the precipice, Kakuzu gently rubbed his fingers together, his gaze lingering on Hinata Tenrin as he murmured, "He truly is a formidable opponent." Returning his attention to the battlefield, the two armies clashed, swords flashing. Kill. The Kumogakure and Konohagakure ninjas glared at each other, eyes bloodshot with rage. Their veins bulged, gripping their kunai tightly, and amidst their fierce roars, they aimed to plunge their blades into one another's chests. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos, yet an age-old, unwritten rule persisted. Soldiers faced soldiers, generals faced generals, clan leaders faced clan leaders. The commanders from both sides were seasoned veterans, and naturally, a space would emerge for their duel. Hinata Tenrin, do you see this grand gift I have prepared for you? The voice of Reikage boomed with thunderous ferocity. Each time he encountered Hinata Tenrin, his anger surged. As a village leader, it was beneath his dignity to face a mere clan head of a bloodline limit. Yet, it mattered little, for he had prepared thoroughly and intended to surprise the Konohagakure forces. Hinata Tenrin steadied himself, adopting a standard gentle fist stance, his palms positioned defensively before him. Veins began to surface around his Byakugan eyes. In addition to its well-known ability to see through objects, the Byakugan could also observe distant happenings. Within the Byakugan's vision lay the sight of over 500 hidden Kumogakure ninjas lying in ambush on the desert plains 5 kilometers away. Should the front line exhibit any signs of being torn apart by the Reikage, those hidden Kumogakure ninjas would undoubtedly surge forth to strike a lethal blow against Konohagakure. Despite the enemy's advantage, the battle-hardened Hinata Tenrin remained unperturbed. His Byakugan glanced back. Saikes, relay a message to the main camp. Request immediate reinforcements. The one addressed was a yellow-haired ninja named Yamenka Saikes, an exceptional sensory ninja and battlefield messenger. Upon receiving the order, he swiftly departed to convey the message. Hinata Tenrin was about to arrange further instructions when the Reikage interjected. Don't struggle, Hinata Tenrin. Even if your Konohagakure has reinforcements, by the time they arrive, this position will be lost. Is that so? Hinata Tenrin countered, unleashing a powerful chakra wave that pushed back the Reikage. As long as I am here, this position will not fall. His confidence was not arrogance, but the assurance of a clan leader. Huh, Tenrin, your confidence is misplaced. Today, I shall reveal the gift I have prepared for you. The first Raikage stepped back, taking a firm stance, his fists raised at his sides. Raijin's thunder armor. At the moment the voice of the Raikage resounded, crackling sounds echoed as lightning, like serpentine bolts, enveloped his entire being, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion of black mist erupted around him. Blood oozed from his body. Yet the first Raikage remained unfazed. His sole objective today was clear: to vanquish Hyuga Tenrin and restore the honor of the Raikage. Madman. Hyuga Tenrin was acutely aware of the new ninjutsu, the Raikage's thundercloud armor, which significantly enhanced both speed and strength, propelling the user to an alarming pinnacle of power. However, this technique was still in its nascent stages, inflicting considerable harm with each use. Yet today, in his quest for victory, the Raikage had pushed the power to its maximum, risking severe damage to himself. Such recklessness could only be classified as madness or sheer bravado. Faced with such a foe, Hyuga Tenrin felt a sense of trepidation. Nonetheless, he had to concede that the relentless Raikage was indeed formidable. His eyes ablaze, the Raikage launched a ferocious assault upon Hyuga Tenrin. Do you know the origin of the Raikage's name? With a resounding boom, his electrified fists, akin to unstoppable projectiles, descended upon his opponent. Kaiten. This was the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan. Yet, no defense is absolute. It is merely relative, much like the most powerful Hashirama in the current era. However, by the time the Sage of Six Paths arrived to claim his fate, he would no longer hold that title. The strength of Kaiten lay in its swift execution. But what if it faced an opponent swifter still? Crack. Kaiten shattered under the onslaught of the frenzied Raikage. As Hyuga Tenrin slid backward, a streak of blood sprayed into the air. He clenched his jaw, maintaining a resolute expression, yet he understood the ramifications of his commander being forced back on the battlefield. Truth be told, the wildly reckless Raikage resembled a frenzied beast, presenting a considerable challenge. To defeat him, conventional attacks would prove inadequate. With this realization, Hyuga Tenrin steeled himself. As the leader of Konoha, he bore the responsibility for countless shinobi and the citizens of the Fire Nation. Should he falter, even by an inch, the territory of the Fire Nation would diminish accordingly. This was something Hyuga Tenrin would never allow. Suddenly, the chakra pathways surrounding his Byakugan vanished. He deactivated the ocular technique capable of perceiving the intricacies of the human body. Huh, what is this? Have you relinquished your Byakugan? The very eye that could pierce through my ninjutsu? Have you discovered that my acupoints are beyond your reach? Ha. The Raikage laughed maniacally, unaware that Hyuga Tenrin's Byakugan, previously normal, now shimmered with an unprecedented light. To the untrained eye, this luminescence appeared trivial, merely enhancing the brightness of his gaze. Yet, as Hyuga Tenrin resumed the initial stance of his gentle fist, his expression remained serene, his demeanor as tranquil as autumn waters. In that moment, everything around him seemed to freeze. His Byakugan underwent a sublime transformation. Thousand Eyes Byakugan. The entire world materialized before him. All that existed in the cosmos was encompassed within the 8 trigrams formation beneath his feet. A piercing cry erupted. Die, Raikage! Crack! Crack! Black smoke billowed from the Raikage as he propelled his power to its limits, intent on breaking Konoha's formation in a single strike. As the Raikage charged forward, Hyuga Tenrin leaped into the air. Divine! Sky! Strike! A fist descended from the heavens, its size rivaling that of a truck. It crashed down upon the Raikage's head. Lightning surged around him, as if he sought to resist. Yet, the crackling ceased, and the colossal fist descended unimpeded. Thud! The immense fist created a deep crater, from which only the severed arm of the Raikage emerged. Hyuga Tenrin landed on one knee, his pupils quivering, his body trembling slightly. Yet, he could not reveal any weakness. He gazed ahead. Within the massive indentation lay no trace of the Raikage's body. Only a pool of blood and remnants remained. The Raikage had been vanquished in a single blow. All that lingered in this world was the one severed hand that had managed to escape. In that instant, silence enveloped the battlefield, a stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The chaos had concluded, and the legendary founder of the Cloud Village had perished in such a manner. Chapter 89. The Debt Collector, Lord Raikage. No, this cannot be. Hurry. Retrieve Lord Raikage's body. The legendary founder had been felled by Hyuga Tenrin's single strike. This news would surely send shockwaves through the land, and the Cloud Village would lose face. Yet, the Cloud Ninjas were too preoccupied with their dire situation to contemplate such matters. With their commander defeated, they were left without direction, their fight rendered futile. A few astute Cloud Village Jonin quickly realized that this was not a time for mourning. They covered each other as they rushed to collect the severed arm of the Reikage. It was a common fate for warriors to meet their end on the battlefield. And as comrades, the least they could do was offer prayers before the grave, hoping their fallen brethren would find solace in the afterlife. At least the first Reikage still had a remnant of his flesh remaining in this world, serving as his final testament. And the only meaning of his burial beneath the earth. Retreat. Fall back. The Cloud Ninjas shouted frantically as they clutched the Reikage's arm. In mere minutes, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The Cloud Ninjas fled in disarray, while the Konoha Ninjas, having momentarily been stunned, finally received the news of the Reikage's defeat. Their spirits soaring in jubilation. Charge! Do not let these Cloud brats escape. It is time to teach them a lesson. Ha! Slay them. Kill to your heart's content. Do not spare these barbarians. The ninjas, seasoned by countless battles along the borders, had witnessed their comrades fall before the enemy's blades time and again. The deep-seated hatred towards their adversaries was etched into their very souls. Today, they finally had the opportunity to pursue their foes relentlessly. Eager to exact vengeance on as many Cloud Ninjas as possible, to release the pent-up fury within. Nearly half of the Konoha Ninjas, driven by madness and fervor, pursued the fleeing Cloud Ninjas. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tenrin, the commander of Konoha, observed the scene without intervening or directing. He merely watched as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Commander! Tenrin's guards gasped in alarm. Yet, it seemed Hyuga Tenrin could no longer hear their voices. His body fell rigidly, stirring up a cloud of dust on the chaotic battlefield. This scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the Konoha Ninjas momentarily dumbfounded, caught in a tide of joy that swiftly turned to sorrow. A dozen or so Konoha Ninjas rushed to support the fallen Hyuga Tenrin, fervently calling his name. The battlefield descended into utter disarray, with both Konoha and Kumogakure thrown into chaos. Fortunately, at the moment of Hyuga Tennin's fall, the Kumogakure forces had already begun a complete retreat. Overall, Konoha still maintained the upper hand, which could be considered the final contribution of Hyuga Tenrin to his village. On the cliff, the wind howled fiercely, accentuating the brutality of the battle while causing Kakuzu's cloak to flap incessantly. Observing the scene below, Kakuzu rubbed his palm and lowered his gaze in contemplation. Shadow-level powerhouses are not to be trifled with in a contest of equal strength. To kill one's opponent would likely require a heavy toll. The Hyuga clan, after all, Kakuzu mused, raising his head to regard the fallen Hyuga Tenrin. Let us not forget, others are also descendants of the Otsutsuki. Habitually stroking his neck, he shook his head and stood upright on the cliff. Kakuzu was not here to spectate, but rather to settle a score. The animosity between Konoha and Kumogakure was not his concern. However, the interruption of his important task was undoubtedly their fault. He had yet to ascertain whether he had indeed miscalculated the amount owed, or if he had genuinely lost 20,000. This nagging thought lingered in his mind, akin to the frustration felt when one is abruptly interrupted during their favorite sport. Such a feeling is utterly intolerable. Konoha and Kumogakure must pay a price for this. Kakuzu's gaze first fell upon the fallen Hyuga Tenrin, surrounded by dozens of Konoha ninjas who were anxiously calling out his name. In such circumstances, two outcomes could emerge. Either Hyuga Tenrin had succumbed completely, or he clung to life by a mere thread. Kakuzu's mind raced like a computer, considering various possible scenarios. Turning his attention to the fleeing Kumogakure forces, he noted that a significant number of Konoha ninjas were in hot pursuit. To obstruct Konoha's advance, some Kumogakure ninjas chose to stay behind and hold the line. Among them, one individual piqued Kakuzu's interest. 10 minutes later, in the dense forest, several Kumogakure ninjas sprinted forward, clutching a severed arm. Their expressions were somber, faces etched with melancholy. This arm was the only remnant left by the Reikage in this world. They had to return it to the village and select a new Reikage. However, as this group of Kumogakure ninjas mourned, one silver-haired ninja sensed something amiss. He quickly leaped forward, raising his arm to block the path of the others. What is it, Darui? Darui stood quietly, gazing ahead at the shadow leaning against a large tree. The other Kumogakure ninjas jolted as they realized the Konoha forces were upon them sooner than expected. Just as the Kumogakure ninjas prepared to form a battle formation, Darui suddenly declared, "Protect the Raikage and return to the village. Selecting the next Raikage is our primary mission. Leave this to me." At that moment, the Kumogakure ninjas showcased their strengths, exhibiting no trace of naivety or sentimentality. "Very well, Darui. We entrust this to you. Ensure you return alive." With that, the remaining Kumogakure ninjas took off, darting away. Kakuzu did not pursue. Instead, he cast a dispassionate glance at the fleeing figures. What a pity about that 80 million bounty. Kakuzu shook his head, not because he was unwilling to chase, but because the bounty was for the Raikage's head, not a severed arm. Trading an arm for a bounty was fraught with uncertainty. Who could guarantee it belonged to the Raikage? Furthermore, Kakuzu wagered that if anyone succeeded in such a trade, the entire bounty system would descend into chaos. It would not be long before countless arms appeared, each claiming to be the true Raikage S, demanding their rewards, leading to utter pandemonium. Thus, Kakuzu's goal was not the Raikage's arm, but rather the individual named Darui. Darui watched as Kakuzu emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing Kakuzu's form, he furrowed his brow. "You are not from Konoha. Who exactly are you?" "Oh, that is of no concern to you. Just know that I am the one here to end your life." Upon hearing this, Darui instantly understood that Kakuzu was targeting him. A smile crept onto Darui's lips. It seemed he had been underestimated. He sheathed his katana, aware that against Kakuzu, a mere weapon would be of no use. He needed to bring forth his true strength. Today would surely be a thrilling battle. Darui formed hand seals, a faint flicker of lightning crackling around him. Kakuzu merely smiled. Unconcerned. Who knows? "Ah, a formidable opponent indeed, but I am not one to be trifled with." Storm release, water dragon thunder. With a resounding impact, as Darui completed his seals, chakra surged forth. A torrent of water swirled around him, crackling with lightning. Following this, a colossal water dragon soared into the air, its form pulsating with violent electricity. This was the bloodline limit. Storm release. Chapter 90. Crafting a justification for violence. Water flooded the ground, and trees splintered. The corrupted earth occasionally sparked with bluish arcs of electricity. Leveraging the power of water, lightning release became even more potent, its range expanded. With the guidance of the water flow, the ferocious lightning could strike its target with greater precision. This was the essence of the bloodline limit, storm release. In all honesty, when faced with a large-scale enemy, this was indeed a commendable ninjutsu. Kakuzu acknowledged its merit. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his robe, placing the lifeless Darui within its confines. With a single hand, he formed the sealing technique. Bang! Darui's corpse was sealed within. He rolled the scroll back up and tucked it away, shaking off the residual numbness in his arm from the storm release. The account with Kumogakure was settled. It was time to explore the Konoha camp. Kakuzu turned slowly, walking at a leisurely pace. Just as he was about to pass through a thicket of trees, whoosh! The sounds of wind sliced through the air on either side. Two ninjas, one on the left and one on the right, charged at Kakuzu with kunai in hand. Kakuzu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes scarcely moving. His heightened battle awareness prompted him to spread his arms wide for a moment. Bang! The eyes of the two attacking ninjas widened in shock. How could this be? Unthinkable. It was impossible. Their attacking hands were effortlessly captured by Kakuzu. Although this pair of ninjas faltered, they found themselves swiftly countered by Kakuzu. However, they were not anxious at heart, for they had their comrades. The meatball battle vehicle. Before Kakuzu, a massive meatball charged forward like a rolling boulder. A flicker of disdain rose in Kakuzu's eyes. Although he found it unimpressive, he still had to expend effort to deal with it. Truly bothersome. Earth style, earth spear. Black earth chakra enveloped Kakuzu's body, instantly hardening it. Boom. The forest erupted with fierce smoke. The male and female ninjas on either side were violently thrown away, crashing heavily to the ground. The portly ninja ahead let out a cry of despair. Not only was he cast aside, but he also reverted to his normal state. Amidst the billowing smoke, Kakuzu stood immovable, his figure as unyielding as an iron tower. But at this moment, swish, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly. A pair of crimson eyes emerged from the dust, their three tomo slowly revolving. Sharingan Jinjutsu. The young ninja employed his bloodline limit. He was confident that with this gaze, his opponent would be left at his mercy. Indeed, it worked. The young ninja observed as Kakuzu remained still. He stepped forward, raising his hand, ready to completely control Kakuzu. However, what do you think you are doing? Kakuzu's calm voice emerged from beneath his mask, resonating like a thunderclap in the young ninja's ears. His proud Jinjutsu was unexpectedly dispelled in less than a second. In truth, the essence of Jinjutsu lies in disrupting the chakra within the body, causing the victim's mind to conjure illusions. To break free from Jinjutsu, a common method involves having nearby comrades lend their chakra, realigning one's own. Of course, there are other methods to dispel Jinjutsu, such as the perfect Jinchuriki, awakening oneself through pain, or mutual cancellation of Jinjutsu. Kakuzu chose the most straightforward approach, a direct confrontation. The young ninja's Jinjutsu aimed to influence Kakuzu's chakra, or will. Neither succeeded. Kakuzu delivered a side kick. The Uchiha youth crashed into a tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But soon, two distinct voices resounded from above. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The fireball swelled in the air, doubling in size as it bore down upon Kakuzu. Is this never-ending? Kakuzu felt a surge of irritation. Wave after wave. Did they think this was a game of ninjas? Swish. Kakuzu formed a rare hand seal, lightly stepping forward, leaping into the air. When the two young ninjas saw Kakuzu burst forth from the flames, they were utterly astonished. Yet, what terrified them even more was what followed. Kakuzu reached out, directly grasping towards them. Oh no! Both young men sensed impending doom. The smaller of the two reacted swiftly, using body flicker technique to narrowly evade. As for the other, he was slower. Turning back, he realized that his attacking companion had already fled. Before he could utter a word, Kakuzu had seized his short hair and slammed him to the ground. The unfortunate lad received a face full of dirt. Stumbling, he raised his head, barely able to spit the mud from his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of binding threads filled the air, and he horrifiedly discovered that his hands and feet were ensnared. These threads hoisted him up into a tree. Kakuzu, seemingly from nowhere, had procured a vine and struck down upon the young man's back. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from his throat. Kakuzu, feeling it insufficient, continued to lash out. The young man's agonized cries finally roused his comrades. They quickly gathered. Though still wounded and in pain, they were determined to rescue their companion. However, the lithe young ninja intervened, blocking their path. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Look, Danzo is crying. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, glancing aside. Koharu, Hamura, take a closer look. Doesn't he resemble Lord Kakuzu? Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu had only seen Kakuzu a few times. However, the Konoha F4 had encountered him before. The fierce battle had previously obscured their focus, but now, upon closer inspection, though masked, it truly felt like it was Lord Kakuzu. I don't think he intends to kill us. Rather, he seems to want to teach us a lesson. Look how pitiful Danzo is, almost in tears. Upon hearing this, the five exchanged glances, arriving at a conclusion. At that moment, Danzo had already endured over 100 lashes, crying out in despair. Lord Kakuzu, it's me, the monkey. Kakuzu-senpai, we meant no offense. It was a misunderstanding. Danzo's nerves were frayed. Every moment felt like a jolt. He heard his comrade's words clearly. Lord Kakuzu, I am Danzo. It was Hiruzen's order to attack you, not me. Ah! Hearing this, Kakuzu finally ceased his assault. His gaze drifted towards Hiruzen and the others. At that moment, they all felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Would Danzo's fate be theirs as well? If so, it would be truly tragic. A deep-seated fear arose within Hiruzen and the others. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's thoughts contrasted sharply with the seriousness reflected in his eyes. Time truly flies. This was the genuine sentiment of Kakuzu. It felt like only yesterday when he first met Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the tender age of 13, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. Shimura Danzo was slightly older, perhaps around 15. Now, 5 to 6 years had passed, and they had all reached adulthood. A myriad of emotions swelled within him. Yet he could not voice them. After all, he needed a justification to unleash his fury upon these individuals. Kakuzu slowly lowered his mask, his expression grave. Hearing the whimpering nearby, he commanded, silence. Shimura Danzo's nerves jolted, and he promptly fell silent, fearfully gazing at Kakuzu's back. Kakuzu then bellowed at Hiruzen and the others. Do you understand why I am punishing you? Because of your inadequacy. You deserve this. Upon hearing these words, Hiruzen and the others trembled, though they were now adults. In that moment, They felt like children caught in wrongdoing, lowering their heads in shame.